Chapter 75. As Whitebeard's sonorous voice spread throughout the world through camera bugs, the 5 elders sitting in the Hall of Power suddenly lost their composure and quickly ordered Kong to kill Ace. This scoundrel with Roger's blood must not be allowed to escape. But at this moment, the Whitebeard pirates are completely crazy. They don't care about the Marine soldiers' obstruction. Even if they adopt the strategy of injuring the enemy by 1,000 and damaging themselves by 800, they still have to break through the defense line. Looking at the increasingly chaotic battlefield, Blackbeard did not hide his arrogance at all, clamoring to take this opportunity to get the Thunder Fruit and Shock Fruit. When Kong, who was under the execution platform, saw this, he also used all his strength and planned to kill Marco and Ace together. But Marco, who had rescued Ace, naturally did not go as Kong wished. After reminding Ace, he waved his wings and took Ace straight to the clouds. Seeing Marco's figure gradually getting smaller within his field of vision, Kong roared angrily and pursued him like lightning with one of the Marine 6 styles, shaving and moonwalk. Marco, feel free to go back to the sea and leave that Kong guy to me, Tilda. As Whitebeard's voice sounded again, Marco also gave up the idea of fighting Kong and rushed straight to the coast. But what Marco didn't notice was, after receiving a kick from the Empress and a thunderous blow from Nami, Whitebeard has already half-stepped into the gate of hell. If it weren't for his strong will to persevere, Whitebeard might have died. Whitebeard's sluggish aura only happened in an instant, but it still couldn't escape Kong's perception. However, Kong did not choose to attack Whitebeard, but continued to pursue Marco and Ace. Seemingly seeing that Kong was not afraid of his threat, Whitebeard trembled and exhaled a breath of hot breath that smelled of blood. Then he turned around, looked at Nami and the Empress who were full of fighting spirit in front of them, and said in a deep voice, "Ku-la-la-la-las. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight. I don't have time to play house with you 2 brats right now. If you still want to take action." As he spoke, Whitebeard released his restrained aura again, and the terrifying pressure that burned life vaguely overshadowed the previous power against Blackbeard and others. It was like a huge mountain with no end, pressing hard on the Empress and Nami. It only gave them the illusion for a moment. It seems that what is standing in front of me is not a Twilight man, but a wild beast full of violence. This guy is so cool. Nami felt faintly retreating. But when she saw Air, who was fighting fiercely with Fegelind Garin Saint, and the Empress who burst out with even stronger fighting spirit, he shook his head subconsciously, throwing away all the fear and timidity that had just arisen. "Hancock, we are attacking from both sides. We must not let Air be distracted from the battle because of me." The Empress hummed lightly. She originally planned to give Whitebeard a kick as a lesson, and then continued to watch Air's handsome figure. But according to what Nami said, the Empress will do anything that involves Air without reservation. Seeing that Nami and the Empress still refused to stop, Whitebeard lost interest in continuing with them. Because he knew in his heart that if he didn't deal with the 2 guys in front of him as soon as possible, with Marco's strength, he would soon be overtaken by Kong. By then, not only Ace, but also Marco will most likely be killed by Kong. Thinking of this, Whitebeard no longer held back at all. When Conqueror's Haki was released, it wrapped around Kong Yunki's blade at a speed visible to the naked eye. As Conqueror's Haki entwines, a red-black stream of light forms a stream of light on the blade of Kong Yunki. And Whitebeard's aura also reached its peak at this moment. You know, from the moment Whitebeard stepped into the battlefield, he had a certain death mentality. Although years of illness and the sword of dutiful son had brought his body to its limit. But at this moment, Whitebeard's strength, under the influence of his thoughts and fear of death, seems to have reached its peak. There was no verbal conflict. The moment Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the blade of Bushun's cutting blade, Shock Fruit's ability moved instantly. The shining white ball looks particularly suffocating when surrounded by Conqueror's Haki. Click, click, click. As a series of heart-stopping cracking sounds sounded from the void, a large chunk of space was shattered at this moment. "Go away," accompanied by Whitebeard's roar. The cold light reflected on the surface of the clouds is combined with the white aperture formed by the Shock Fruit ability. Then, with the whole world watching. With an overwhelming force, the space and ground with a radius of 100 meters were cracked with countless cracks of different sizes. Almost at the moment Whitebeard slashed down, the huge Marineford island suddenly shook violently. And those countless cracks are like the embodiment of Shock Fruit's ability at this moment, full of unparalleled terrifying power. Get out of the way. Nami reminded the Empress eagerly, and then Myaoman's body quickly turned from real to virtual in the current, and then transformed into a sizzling current and disappeared in front of everyone. Compared to Nami, who can transform herself into elements, Paramecia demon fruit power, song, the Empress, can use the most primitive method to block her arms in front of her chest to resist. At the same time, the battle between Whitebeard and Nami entered a fierce stage. Air's battle with Fegelind Garin, Saint also entered the final decisive stage, amidst bursts of sharp sword energy. Damn brat, if you only have this little strength, then go to hell. At the same time as the voice sounded, Fegelind Garin Sheng shook with one arm. The sword blade, wrapped around Conqueror's haki in his hand, made waves of sword roars under this terrifying brute force. Next moment, before Air could react in any way, Saint Fegelind Garin's eyes flashed coldly, and with a devastating force, he whipped up the evil wind with howling swords and went straight to slash Air's head. However, facing the killer move of Fegelind Garin, Air did not show the slightest fear, but was ecstatic in his heart. You know, from the beginning, he has been rushing to lure Fegelind Garin peek out to fight alone. 013604105, Felu, 23,120,111. But now, the remaining members of the Knights of God, even the guys closest to him, will need about a minute to reach him again. As for the top experts at the Marine headquarters, they were either being intercepted by Golden Lion and others, or were chasing Ace, and they couldn't spare any effort to stop them. Damn it, it should be you. As the words sounded, Air no longer pretended, and the power of the second stage of liberation reached its peak at this moment. Bai Daozai, who had undergone tremendous changes in his hands, was constantly trembling under this majestic power, and made bursts of heart-wrenching sword chants. 0, please give me flowers. The dull sound of gold and iron clashing like thunder was deafening, rippling like ripples in the sky above Marineford. The red-black lightning, generated by the collision of sword blades in the void, shot straight into the sky, as if it was about to tear the entire sky apart. Feeling the terrifying power coming from the tip of the sword, Saint Fegelind Garin couldn't help but change his face. My heart was like a violent storm, stirring up waves of waves. How is it possible? Why did this guy's strength improve so quickly in such a short period of time? This guy never showed his true strength from the beginning, but he hid it until now and gave me a fatal blow. If Air could hear the inner words of Saint Fegelind Garin, he would definitely sneer with disdain. The reason why he didn't use all his strength at first was because Marine and the Knights of God were harassing him. If you show all your strength without reservation, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling the other party how strong you are and then waiting for the other party to attack you? 0.00. Although Air looks childish, it does not mean that he is innocent, nor does it mean that he is stupid. After all, this is the simplest truth. The reason why it exploded at this moment is because Air is absolutely sure that he can defeat Fegelind Garin Saint within 1 minute. As Air continued to exert force, Fegelind Garin's forehead unconsciously broke out drop by drop of sweat. And his arm began to tremble non-stop under Air's terrifying brute force at this moment, as if he would be chopped in half by Air's sword in the next second because he could not support it. It seems that the strong sense of crisis inspired the desire for survival deep in the heart of Fegelind Garin, and the ruthlessness engraved in his bones. A violent and ferocious aura, like a terrifying aura of an apex predator breaking out of a cage, erupted from his body. With the strong desire to survive and the fierceness engraved in his bones, the veins on Fegelind Jalen's forehead popped out, and the expression on his face was distorted to the point of deformation. However, even so, Saint Fegelind Garin still cannot reverse the fact of inevitable defeat. Because he is ruthless, Air is even ruthless. Clang! Another sound of gold and iron clashing. However, this time it was not because two sharp blades collided with each other. Instead, the sharp blade of Conqueror's haki entwined in Saint Fegelind Garin's hand was blown away by Air's terrifying brute force. The look of holy Fegelind Garin changed suddenly. The arrogance from before was no longer in his eyes, but there was only endless surprise and horror. However, Air didn't give him any buffering time at all. The moment he lifted the sword away, he slashed towards Fegelind Garin Saint again. As if he sensed that the aura of death was approaching him, Saint Fegelind Garin couldn't help but trembled, and tried with all his strength to escape from death. But even though he was already very fast, he still couldn't completely avoid Air's fatal blow. Stab! As the sound of cloth being cut was heard, the members of the Knights of God couldn't help showing expressions of horror. How can this be? The commander's arm. He was actually chopped down by that brat. Z. Chapter 76. In the shrieking evil wind, blood beads the size of beans scattered with the wind. Without enough time to feel the pain that spread throughout his body from the broken arm, Saint Fegelingerin ran straight into the crowd and fell into the crowd without looking back. Seeing that Fegelind Garin Saint has completely lost the desire to fight with him, Air has no intention of letting him go. Almost as soon as Fegelind Garin Saint turned around and fell, Air was chasing after him like lightning. After all, he has now formed a deadly feud with Saint Fegelind Garin, if he does not take the opportunity to kill him. By then, when Saint Fegelind Garin recovers from his injuries, he will definitely come to trouble him again. Although Fegelind Garin Saint had one of his arms cut off by himself, his strength would definitely decline significantly. But he is also the commander of the Knights of God, and his status is at the top even among the celestial dragons. Air does not believe that the 5 elders would give up on the powerful existence of Fegelind Garin Saint because of the broken arm. I don't even believe that the 800-year-old world government has no way to heal the wounds of Saint Fegelind Garin. In addition, the world government controls 80% of the world's devil fruit. All he needs to do is heal Fegelind Garin Saint's injuries and add the power of devil fruit. Air and even 437 could imagine that if they failed to kill Fegelind Garin Saint while he was weak this time. In the near future, Saint Fegelind Garin will definitely eat devil fruit, and with the power brought by devil fruit, he will once again show off his power in front of him. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Air's eyes became more intense. After all, he doesn't like trouble, and he doesn't like the feeling of being remembered all the time. But when the members of the Knights of the other gods saw that Air still refused to let go of Saint Fegelind Garin, the anger in their hearts became even more intense. Damn it, damn it. That damn brat, the world government will never let you go, you bastard. It is a capital offense to harm Commander Fegelind Garin. We will review and approve you on behalf of the Knights of God. Your soul will be swallowed by hell. Laurie, you're so noisy. Air had a sullen face, obviously disgusted by the secondary lines of the members of the Knights of God. God is doing the approval on behalf of the Knights of God. God's soul will be swallowed by hell. Wouldn't these guys really feel embarrassed by these toe-picking remarks? Secretly complaining in his mind, Air waved the demon wings behind him and accelerated his speed again. Feeling the approaching Air behind him, Saint Fegelind Garin was completely panicked. He couldn't believe in his dreams that he would actually have such a day. I can't even believe that he was forced to do this, and he was just a brat. Feeling the faint pain from the broken arm, Fegelind Garin Sheng gritted his teeth and ran away in the direction of his men with all his strength. When the members of the Knights of God saw this, they didn't care to continue to say hateful things. Instead, he clenched the weapon in his hand with vigilance, always ready for a life-and-death battle with the devil Air. But just when everyone's nerves are tense to the extreme, a sudden shock wave, like an invisible sharp blade, cut Air's strong murderous intention towards Fegelind Garin into 2 parts. Looking at Air hovering in midair, Saint Fegelind Garin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then ran even harder in the direction of his men. But Air still stayed in midair. Even though Fegelind Garin Saint gradually disappeared from sight, Air still did not make any move. $87. Air squinted his eyes slightly, looking through the lightning and locked directly on by Paisy. Seeing that Saint Fegelind Garin had been hiding behind the members of the Knights of God, Air decided to help Nami solve the problem first after careful consideration. As for Saint Fegelind Garin, if he can break one of his arms, he can naturally beat him into a dead dog. With attention in mind, Air no longer hesitated and immediately waved the devil's wings behind him, rushing down from the midair like a meteor toward Whitebeard's head. As if he sensed the murderous intent coming from midair, Whitebeard's eyes suddenly changed. He quickly adjusted his body shape and evacuated from the terrifying lightning. After Nami and the Empress noticed the overwhelming murderous intent from Air, they looked at each other very cooperatively, and then launched an even more ferocious attack on Yaohu. Facing the terrifying offensive of Nami and the Empress, Whitebeard, who was originally planning to dodge, suddenly stopped and raised the Kong Yunki in his hand as if he was planning to fight them to the death. Ku la 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 la. Want to rely on the advantage of numbers. Stop dreaming. Layazi. But Whitebeard. As the words rang out, the monstrous fighting spirit surged like a dragon out of the sea. At this moment, Whitebeard is already jealous. Anyone who wants to stop him from saving Ace will be regarded as his mortal enemy. And when dealing with his mortal enemy, Whitebeard will naturally not show mercy. When it opens and closes, the surrounding space is like a mirror. Under the power of shock fruit, it instantly breaks into countless cracks. Click, click, click. A series of harsh cracking sounds. Several invisible shock waves tore the entire sky apart, sweeping toward the three of Air with overwhelming force. Air, be careful of this guy's abilities. After giving a reminder, Nami once again used Thunder Fruit's ability to dodge with elements. The Empress decisively applied armament Haki to both arms, colliding head-on with the invisible shock wave. On the other hand, Air, after hearing Nami's reminder, accelerated his speed again and swooped down from midair. Click! Amidst the bursts of tearing sounds, Air held a white sword and chopped the shock waves into pieces like chopping melons and vegetables. It seemed that his offensive was ineffective against Air. In a daze, Whitebeard seemed to see the figure of an old friend in Air, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved. It's really a familiar move, but compared to that guy Roger, you're still a lot worse, you brat. As the words rang out, Whitebeard grasped the handle of the knife tightly, with both hands and rushed towards him like a meteor. See this scene. The Golden Lion, who was fighting fiercely with Garp, suddenly burst out laughing, mocking Fegelind Garin and Whitebeard without any concealment. Jai Hadahata. Saint Fegelind Garin, how does it feel to have an arm chopped off by my chosen successor? Whitebeard, you old guy, you better take it easy, Tilda. Don't be like that idiot Fegelind Garin, who had his arm broken by this little guy Air Tilda. Jai Hadahata. Listening to the loud laughter coming from the distance, Whitebeard glanced at Golden Lion with disdain and chose not to pay attention. Instead, he focused all his attention on Air. As the gold and iron clashed, a deafening muffled sound exploded over Marineford. Whitebeard snorted, exhaled a breath of hot breath with the smell of blood from his nostrils, and said in a deep voice, "No wonder you cut off an arm of that guy Fegelind Garin. Kid, I take back what I just said. Compared to that guy Roger, you are not much worse. If you wait until you reach Roger's age, I believe you will definitely be stronger than Roger." RTU. As he spoke, the smile on Whitebeard's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a face full of seriousness and earnestness. Only one person in this world can become the Pirate King. And that person is my son. Fire Fist Ace. FFFVX. I can only send you to death. In the roar of anger, Whitebeard suddenly burst out with an even more brutal force. Next second, Air is like a kite with its string cut off, flying upside down under Whitebeard's terrifying power. Seeing this situation, Whitebeard did not stop, but burst out with even more terrifying power. Like lightning, he waved the Bushinkiri in his hand and slashed straight at Air's neck. If he had not personally experienced Air's strength, Whitebeard might not have thought that Air would pose any threat to Ace. Even if Air could rely on his own strength, the arm of Garland Garin, commander of the Knights of God, was cut off. Whitebeard will still be very proud and think that Air is just lucky. But after truly experiencing Air's strength, all the arrogance disappeared in an instant. A guy like Air with strong 2.8 strength and potential will definitely hinder Ace from inheriting Roger's mantle in the future. Naturally, Whitebeard will not let this happen. In addition, Whitebeard already knew that he would never be able to return to the mainland alive from this battlefield. In this regard, he plans to burn out his last life to completely eradicate Air, the biggest hidden danger. In this case, even if there is no longer his protection in the future, Ace can lead Marco and others to the final place. Finally become the Pirate King of the next era. However, just when Whitebeard was about to slash Air's neck, he saw Air using inertia in midair to skillfully avoid Whitebeard's fatal blow. And before Whitebeard could recover, he did so. Use the sharp bone wings to make a deep, visible bone scar on Whitebeard's face. After scratching Whitebeard, Air also took this opportunity to quickly adjust his body shape, turned into a bolt of lightning under everyone's gaze, and suddenly appeared behind Whitebeard. "Send me to death. Sorry, you're not worthy yet." As the words fell, Air's eyes turned cold. The increase brought about by the liberation of the second stage has reached its peak again at this moment. Chapter 77. Stab. The harsh sound of ripped clothes touched the nerves of every Whitebeard Pirates crew member. Even Marco, who was driving Ace at high speed, was stunned for a few seconds, obviously very worried about Whitebeard. If it weren't for Kong chasing him relentlessly from behind, Marco would probably dive down from midair without hesitation at that moment. "Dad." Looking at Whitebeard, who was about to be hit by Air, Ace, who was kneeling on Marco's back, was particularly worried. "I'm afraid Whitebeard will die from this." If Whitebeard really lost his life because of him, Ace would definitely take all the blame on himself. After hearing Ace's call, Whitebeard's mouth curled up unconsciously. Then, without looking back, Kong Yunki was clasped in his hand and swung backwards like a whip. Clang! There was a muffled sound. The dull sound of the clash of gold and iron spread out like ripples, lingering over Marineford for a long time. "Run away. Escape back to the sea. I will break up the marriage for you." The high-pitched voice echoed and touched the heartstrings of people all over the world. As for Whitebeard's shouts, all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't help but shed tears of urgency, and they all turned their guns and prepared to fight side by side with Whitebeard. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard, who was fighting fiercely with Air, couldn't help but trembled and spoke again in an angry tone. "Go back to the sea, everyone. This is an order. Get out of here." Seemingly seeing that Whitebeard was really angry, the squad captains and pirates couldn't help but be stunned, and then they suppressed the eagerness in their hearts and ran towards the Coast 5. Looking at the figure gradually shrinking in his field of vision, Whitebeard showed a relieved smile and secretly said goodbye to the captains and pirates in his heart. Then the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he locked his eyes on Air with a very serious look, secretly saying, "XF, the road ahead depends on you." But, as he spoke, Whitebeard's tiger body trembled and his aura surged again. The eyes he looked at Air were filled with unspeakable killing intent and determination. "I will help you eliminate the biggest difficulties on this road." As the words fell, Whitebeard exerted force again, with a heart-stopping brute force like a wild beast, and the mere effort of meeting him sent Air flying away. "Ku-la-la-la-las. You brat, no matter what era you are placed in, you will become the most dazzling star. It's just that if you want to blame it, it's because you haven't grown up yet. I will never let you leave this island alive. I won't let you interfere with Ace, becoming the pirate king of the next new era." As Whitebeard's low roars reached his ears, Air frowned, and the white blade in his hand trembled continuously under his strength. Just a second before Whitebeard planned to attack again. Air, who was flying upside down in midair, seemed to remember something in a daze. While quickly adjusting his body shape, he threw out the white sword that was trembling in his hand. Tear. The sharp edge split the air and disappeared under the gaze of the world, and the gusts of evil wind rolled up were like the whisper of a devil. There is no doubt whatsoever. If the sharp blade thrown by Air hits Whitebeard, it will definitely crush his bones and tendons together. Regarding Air's sudden change of attack method, Whitebeard's heart trembled and he quickly waved the cloud cutter in his hand to block it. It was precisely because of this sudden blow that Whitebeard lost his best opportunity to attack. And Air also took advantage of the few seconds that Whitebeard wasted in resisting his attack, and adjusted his body shape with lightning speed. Then, with an unstoppable posture, using his hand as a sword, and in the second stage of liberation, he used a two-dimensional slash. The dazzling sword energy passed through Whitebeard's tall body like an overwhelming torrent. Stab. Stab. The sound of flesh being cut and cracking suddenly sounded. Each round of erosion left hundreds of scars of various sizes on Whitebeard's body. In just 3 seconds, the majestic hacky Whitebeard turned into a bloody man. It seems like he will fall down in the next second. Sif haha. Seeing Whitebeard turned into a bloody man, Blackbeard Sina let out an evil laugh without concealing it. Red hair, get out of here, Layazi. Layazi is not in the mood to waste time with you. If Layazi's good deeds are delayed by you, I don't recommend leaving 3 more blood marks on your eyes. With that said, Blackbeard glared at the red-haired man fiercely, then jumped off the execution platform with his men and headed straight for Whitebeard. Almost at the moment Blackbeard landed, Whitebeard exhaled a breath of hot breath that smelled of blood and whispered, "The move just now was the move you used against Marine Admiral Kizaru in Sabyati Archipelago, right?" As he spoke, Whitebeard slowly lowered his head, met Air's eyes, and showed a relieved smile. "Ku la 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 la. It seems that this is the disaster that Ace is destined for. Even I can't break it. Kid, that blow just now was very strong. It's just that I don't have time to mess around with you anymore. Leave and go back to the sea." After saying that, Whitebeard slowly turned around and stared at Blackbeard and his party members with cold eyes. "Teacher." With a roar, Blackbeard couldn't help but tremble all over, turned around stiffly like a machine, and prepared to escape without thinking. "Damn it, why isn't that old guy dead yet? Captain, do we want to escape?" "Idiot, didn't you see that the captain's legs were shaking? Why would you ask such a stupid question?" But before Blackbeard could take a step forward and prepare to run away, Whitebeard's tiger body shook, and like a streak of bloody lightning, he appeared in front of Blackbeard across a distance of several hundred meters. The thought of killing Air to clear the way for Ace was gone in just 3 seconds of attack. Instead of using up the last bit of life to deal with a guy who is completely impossible to defeat, it is better to spend the last time clearing the door for the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking of this, Whitebeard chopped Blackbeard to the ground without any delay, and then set his sights on Ace in the distance. Recalling the scene when I was drinking with Roger, Whitebeard had mixed feelings. In a daze, he suddenly seemed to understand everything, raised his voice, faced the eyes of the world, and shouted loudly. "One Piece, 013604105, Feilu 230, 1,200,000, 1,401. It's real. 17. As soon as these words came out, the whole world seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, falling into silence for tens of seconds. What did that guy Whitebeard just say? Is One Piece real? Report to the president, that guy Whitebeard actually openly admitted that One Piece is real. This is really big news. Stop talking nonsense, Layazi is not blind yet. Adatatat. The wave of the new era has begun, and I have to go back and prepare to be abandoned for the pirates' carnival. At the same time, the first half of the Grand Line, inside Alabasta. Looking at Whitebeard with his head raised and facing the sky in the picture, Cobra couldn't help but trembled and said in a very serious tone, "Vivi, it seems that in the next period of time, the sea will be more dangerous than before. That guy Whitebeard is simply a scourge. He actually wants to turn the whole world upside down before he dies. It's really abominable. Notice that all ports will be blocked within the next week, and no one will be allowed to conduct overseas trade until the storm subsides." Just as Cobra issued the order, Vivi set her sights on Air and couldn't help but praise. "Luffy's new recruit is so handsome. 867, I don't know why, but every time I see him, I can't help but feel restless in my heart. Even my body gets hot involuntarily. What on earth is wrong with me? Is this the legendary feeling of heartbeat? This is so wonderful. I can't wait to meet Air. I hope that by then I can." I don't know what Vivi imagined in her mind. Before she could finish what she said, her head became hot and she fell limply to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. And on the other side of the ocean, Amazon Lily. This kingdom composed entirely of women, and even the whole country at this moment, except Granny New, who is well informed, has no feeling at all. The other women fell into a sweet and fantastic dream and could not wake up for a long time. And vaguely, these girls can still be heard muttering some unspeakable words in their mouths. "Lord Air Tilda. Can you please hurry up, Tilda? So comfortable, Tilda. I want more, Tilda. Deeper, Tilda. Ah, Tilda, right, Tilda. That's the place, so comfortable, Tilda." Seeing the chaotic scenes all over the city, Granny New helplessly held her forehead and prayed secretly in her heart, hoping that Air could change back to his original state as soon as possible. You know, from the moment Air started the second stage of liberation, the entire daughter country fell into chaos, and it has not calmed down until now. As for what Whitebeard said, Nuba didn't take it to heart. Because the daughter country now has the mountain of Air as a support, even if the Empress leaves Shichibukai, she still believes that Air can protect them. One Piece. Day. I hope Air and Shijai can escape from naval headquarters safely. Chapter 78. Dressrosa. As Whitebeard's words spread throughout the kingdom, the cadres of the Don Quixote family couldn't help laughing loudly. Sugar and Baby Five, on the other hand, looked at Air in the picture with infatuated faces and paid no attention to the other cadres. The rest of the cadres were too lazy to pay attention to these two nymphomaniacs. After all, this nymphomaniac state doesn't last for 1 second or two. They have long been used to it. In addition, the wave of the new era has arrived, and they don't have much free time to deal with them. When will the young master come back? It's unclear, but what is certain is that the young master has safely evacuated from the Marine headquarters. I guess it won't be long before I come back, and then our plan can begin to be implemented. This is really good news. I just don't know if the young master will lose his temper when he sees Sugar and Baby Five like this. Oh yeah, tits. Let's discuss something else. 1. New World's Cake Island. Memamet. That guy Whitebeard is really surprising. You actually told all this to the whole world. I can already see how many random guys will come to offend me on the sea in the future. Memamet. Amidst the slightly crazy laughter, Charlotte Linland's eyes turned cold, and she spoke in a greedy tone. Longbread, go grab all the islands under the Whitebeard pirate group that can provide food materials. Whitebeard's time has passed. From now on, let me open up a new era, Mamama. Said. Charlotte Linland suddenly seemed to have thought of something. She pointed her finger at Air in the screen and ordered with a very strong attitude. Also, I must catch this brat. With such strong strength and potential, whether you are raising the next generation with him or keeping him as a collection, it is a very good idea. Just when forces all over the world were going crazy because of Whitebeard's words. Holy land in the halls of power deep within Mariewa. The 5 elders looked at Whitebeard's figure in the picture, their expressions particularly gloomy. Asshole. Saint Isambalen v. Nasirang stood up angrily, pointed at Whitebeard's back angrily, and said angrily in a particularly harsh tone. Even if you are about to die, you still want to cause trouble for us. Whitebeard, this bastard, the world government will never let him go easily. Enough. That guy Whitebeard probably won't survive. The top priority is to suppress the impact of Air and Whitebeard's words tilde. Press it down, what should you use to suppress it? That idiot Fegelin Gurin Saint has had one of his arms chopped off by that bastard Air. In addition, besides Saint Fegelin Garin, 2 members of the Knights of God have been seriously injured. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr. These 3 bastards were also blocked by Golden Lion, Rayleigh, and Kaido. Even Marine Admiral 3 cannot spare time to deal with Whitebeard and Air. Tell me, according to the current situation, how can the world government suppress these evil things? In addition to the impact caused by the Marine headquarters, that damn Revolutionary Army is also causing trouble all over the world. The more the legal martial god Topman Wuchulai spoke, the more excited he became. At this moment, he wished he could get rid of all the troubles. But the idea is simple, but the actual implementation is extremely difficult. Seemingly seeing that the other 4-5 elders fell into silence, Saint Topman Wuchulai snorted coldly and spoke with a very firm attitude. Use that thing. Destroy everything in Marineford. In this case, it will not only destroy everything, but also sound a wake-up call to the whole world. As the words fell, the remaining 4-5 elders looked at each other, and then without any verbal communication, they stood up in perfect agreement and said in unison, "This is the only way now." Although this approach will cause heavy losses to the world government. But if we don't do this, the world government will suffer even greater losses. Let's go find that adult together. Everything still needs to follow her decision. Just as the 5 elders were on their way to find that adult. After Whitebeard said those words, he locked his eyes on Blackbeard and said with a very disdainful attitude, "Teacher, that guy Roger is really waiting for someone. But that person is definitely not you. With that said, Whitebeard raised the kongyunki in his hand again and chopped at Blackbeard's chest mercilessly. Then, before Blackbeard could cry out, Whitebeard grabbed his neck, his tone becoming more serious and angry. There is absolutely no way a bastard like you, who betrays his family, can become the king of the new era. Today, I will clean up the door and let you, the traitor, receive the punishment you deserve. However, just when Whitebeard is about to use the power of shock fruit to completely understand Blackbeard's life, Shiryu and others took the lead when they saw this, pointing their guns at Whitebeard and warned in a particularly cold tone. Whitebeard, I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Either let him go or I'll send you to hell. Looking at the people in front of him who were pointing their guns at his head, Whitebeard smiled instead of getting angry and said coldly, "Ku la 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 las. A bunch of brats who don't know how to live or die. Threatening Leazi, you are not qualified enough." As the words fell, Shock Fruit's ability was activated in an instant, as if Blackbeard was about to be wiped out in the next second. Seeing this scene, Shiryu and others reacted quickly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! A series of deafening gunshots rang out, splattering layers of blood on Whitebeard's riddled body. Whitebeard's arm that was holding Blackbeard's neck relaxed a little amid the gunshots. However, just when Blackbeard thought everything was going to be over, he felt an arrogant force coming from everywhere. "Dad, let me go quickly. I am your son." Amidst the desperate cries, Whitebeard's life came to an end, but at the moment he took his last breath. Whitebeard stared into Blackbeard's eyes angrily, exhausting all his strength. The power of shock fruit was activated for the last time, driving Blackbeard's head into the ground. Click, click, click. Accompanied by bursts of heart-stopping, shattering sounds. Whitebeard slowly retracted his arm, and with an arrogant attitude, he understood his own one. Looking at Whitebeard, who had lost his breath, Shiryu and others shot Whitebeard in the chest with lingering fear. There were bursts of gunfire, as if Shiryu and others were venting their inner fears. When all the members of the Whitebeard pirates saw this, they let out suffocating roars. At this moment, they wanted to rush in front of Shiryu and chop them all into pieces. "Dad!" When Marco, who was being chased, saw this, he turned around and rushed straight towards Whitebeard's body to kill him. But how can Kong be just a decoration? The moment Marco rushed over, Kong sneered, rushed in front of Marco like lightning, and punched him an ace from midair to the ground. "The bastards of the Whitebeard pirates. Your captain Whitebeard is dead. I give you 10 seconds to put down your weapons and surrender, otherwise you will be killed without mercy." Looking at Kong towering over Marineford, Marco shouted angrily, not taking Kong's threat seriously at all. Instead, in Whitebeard's tone, he ordered the surviving cadres and subordinates to escape from the Marine headquarters and return to the sea. As for Marco, after entrusting Ace to Sabo and Luffy, he rushed straight to Whitebeard's body in phoenix form. At this moment, he only has one belief. That is to bring Whitebeard back to the sea. Even if it's a corpse, there's no way it's going to be handed over to Marine. Just as Marco flew towards him, Blackbeard, who was knocked into the ground by Whitebeard, endured the pain all over his body and laughed loudly. "How How Zhao died, this bastard Yu Husey died like this. Sif ha. Amidst the slightly sickly laughter, Blackbeard took out a piece of white cloth from behind and covered Whitebeard. Then he showed a successful evil smile and said loudly, "Next, it's time to witness the miracle." Maza. Looking at Blackbeard getting into the white cloth, Air sneered and slashed out a giant sword energy that was tens of meters long. Stab. There was a sound of tearing fabric. As the world watched in shock, Blackbeard held shock fruit in his hand and smiled evilly. Jai. Sorry, I started a little late. After saying that, Blackbeard took a bite, and even though his mouth was full of disgusting stench, he still smiled brightly. The power of shock fruit, Leazi got it. Tea. As he said that, Blackbeard's eyes turned cold, and he locked his gaze on Nami and said in an increasingly cold tone, "Little beauty, are you going to die, or do you choose to give thunder fruit to me? Of course, if you don't speak, then don't blame me for grabbing it." Almost as soon as the words fell, Blackbeard took action decisively, without giving Nami any chance to react. Chapter 79. Since you are unwilling to speak, then don't blame me for robbing you, thief ha 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 ha. Amidst the slightly crazy laughter, Blackbeard didn't give Nami the slightest chance to react. Shock Fruit's ability was activated instantly under Blackbeard's thoughts. Click, click, click. A familiar cracking sound sounded. Everyone present, except Air, had their eyes widened with disbelief. Whitebeard's fruit ability. That guy, how could? Why did that guy master Dad's fruit ability? Isn't this unscientific? That is to say, as we all know, everyone can only eat one devil fruit in their lifetime. And hasn't that guy Blackbeard already eaten one of Logia's dark fruit? How could it be possible to take away Daddy's fruit again? Is that guy really not going to explode and die? Hey, Pineapple Head, why can that guy eat 2 devil fruits? Isn't he afraid of them exploding? Luffy drooped his head and asked Marco next to him in confusion. Facing Luffy's inquiry, Marco was stunned for a while before explaining. If you are an ordinary person, it is naturally impossible to eat 2 devil fruits, but that guy Teach is not an ordinary person. He is a monster with 2 hearts, so eating 2 devil fruits will not cause an explosion. Hearing this, Sabo rubbed his chin, thought for 2 seconds, then helped Ace up, shook his head and reminded. Now that the so-called Blackbeard has attracted the attention of the world, let's take this opportunity to escape. Otherwise, it won't be an easy thing to wait for those Marines to react and run away. With that said, Sabo planned to carry Ace on his shoulders. But at the moment when he gained momentum, Ace was the first to hold Sabo's hand and said in a very serious tone, "Help me open these shackles. I must avenge my father and kill that bastard Blackbeard." Listening to Ace's roar, Sabo and Marco looked at each other, and then reprimanded them very strongly. "Are you an idiot? Whitebeard used his life to plan a way out for you. Not only do you not want it, but you also want to go back and die. If Whitebeard were still alive, he would definitely call you an idiot when he saw you like this, and he might even beat you up hard. Hurry up and follow me." As the words fell, Sabo grabbed Ace's wrist fiercely, and then threw Ace cleanly onto his back like he was carrying a school bag. Where there is life, there is hope. As long as you leave this battlefield safe and sound, it won't be too late to settle accounts with those guys in the future. Although what Sabo said was very reasonable, Ace was blinded by hatred at this moment. Settle accounts after the fall. This is obviously not in line with the behavior of the Whitebeard pirates. But even though Ace kept struggling and yelling, Sabo had no intention of letting go. Instead, he ran faster and faster, shining brightly on this silent battlefield. Seeing this, Kong came back to his senses and snorted coldly, his eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. "Want to escape?" But the moment he finished speaking, Marco hit Kong hard in the chest with a flying kick, blasting him dozens of meters away, giving Ace and Sabo a chance to escape. "Don't look around, your opponent is me." Marco hovered in the air. Although he was speaking to Kong, his eyes remained on Blackbeard. If it weren't for the troublesome guy Kong, he would definitely rush over and fight the traitor Blackbeard without hesitation. If it weren't for Blackbeard, the traitor, this war wouldn't have broken out. If it weren't for Blackbeard, the traitor Whitebeard wouldn't have died. If it weren't for Blackbeard, the traitor, the Whitebeard pirates, who are all-powerful all over the world, would not exist in name only. If it weren't for Blackbeard. The more Marco thought about it, the angrier he became, and even his eyes turned scarlet at this moment. Apparently he was carried away by endless hatred. "Damn Teach. Everything that happened today will be paid for with your blood." After putting down these cruel words, Marco suppressed the murderous intention towards Blackbeard in his heart and chose to let Ace escape from this place of right and wrong first. On the other hand, Blackbeard, after listening to Marco's words, ignored him at all, as if he was very disdainful of Marco's threat. Now he has obtained Dark Fruit and Shock Fruit, and also recruited a group of powerful crew members. Now that Whitebeard is dead, in his eyes, he is now the strongest man in the world. What is Kong? What is Marine Hero Garp the Fist? Marine Marshal, what is the resourceful General Sengoku? Just a bunch of old guys. Not to mention these old guys, even the younger generation of Marine Admirals, he didn't take them seriously at all. As for Red Hair and Kaido, these contemporary emperors of the sea, Blackbeard doesn't think these losers can be compared to Whitebeard. But now that he has obtained the Shock Fruit, wouldn't it be enough for him to have the skills to deal with the red-haired emperors of the sea? It is no exaggeration to say that Blackbeard, who has obtained the power of Shock Fruit, is extremely arrogant at this moment. The main reason why he didn't fully display his arrogance was because Blackbeard didn't want to provoke so many enemies. You know, his next target is the devil fruit that is closest to the power of God in the world, thunder fruit. As long as he gets this legendary devil fruit, Blackbeard has absolute confidence to become the master of this world. Before he captured this fruit, people all over the world already knew that he had a special method to capture the power of the devil fruit from others. If we don't keep a low profile, those Marines who claim to be righteous will definitely disrupt the situation. And Kaido, Red Hair, and Golden Lion, these three extremely ambitious guys, can't just indulge themselves and seize the thunder fruit. Thinking of this, the smile on Blackbeard's face became even bigger, and his eyes were full of greed and desire. Thief Tadohaha. Feel the new power I've gained. As the words fell, bursts of heart-stopping cracking sounds sounded, and the power of the roll was as strong as Whitebeard. Seeing this scene, all the Marine soldiers present couldn't help but take a breath, fearing that Blackbeard would become the next Whitebeard and continue this out-of-control war. The Golden Lion and others who were fighting Marine also stopped fighting at this moment and stared at Blackbeard with a look of shock on their faces. Jai Hadahaha. Leazi had long ago felt that that brat was not a good thing. It's a pity that idiot Whitebeard didn't listen to Leazi, otherwise how could he die so miserably? It's just that kid. As he spoke, Golden Lion suddenly paused for a moment, rubbed his chin, and looked at Blackbeard with a serious face, as if he was planning to find something from him. For a long time, Golden Lion didn't know what he thought of, and his eyes on Blackbeard couldn't help but have a subtle change. It's not an exaggeration to say it's greed and desire. Jai Hadahaha. The ability to steal other people's devil fruit powers. How interesting. The more Golden Lion looks at Blackbeard, the more he feels like a tool that can help him take over the world. If Blackbeard could be his tool. By then, if you want as many powerful subordinates as you want, wouldn't it be easy to get them? Thinking of this, Golden Lion looked at Blackbeard with more and more desire and expectation. Of course, Golden Lion just wanted to capture Blackbeard and use it as his own tool, and had no intention of becoming an alliance with Blackbeard. It is even more impossible to recruit Blackbeard as his subordinate. Although the Golden Lion really wanted to rule the world, he was not a fool. Didn't he see that Whitebeard's body was still cold on the battlefield? No one would dare to want a traitor like Blackbeard. Even if he has heaven-defying power, he is only worthy of being a tool and cannot be reused. Once he had an idea, Golden Lion was too lazy to think about it any longer. Because he knew very well that most of the top experts present who were similar to him in strength, definitely had the same idea as him at this moment. It seems to be to verify Golden Lion's conjecture. The next second, Kaido raised his hand and waved the mace in his hand, staring at Air and Blackbeard with hot eyes, and couldn't help laughing loudly. Warriors. This is really great. The ability to steal other people's devil fruit power is really awesome, Waroraro. Smiling and laughing, the expression on Kaido's face gradually became serious, and the look he looked at Blackbeard was full of evil. Kid, your name is Teach, right? Come on, join Leazi's Beasts Pirates. As long as you continue to steal devil fruit power for Leazi, you can expand Leazi's Beasts Pirates. Whatever you want, Leazi can grant you. With that said, Kaido swung the mace in his hand and threatened in a very threatening tone. If you don't want to agree, then don't let Leazi try to force you, you brat. As if sensing the hostility from the surroundings, Blackbeard's heart tightened, and the speed of his attacks increased again. I'm afraid that if I take action too late, I'll be eaten alive by the jackals, tigers, and leopards around me. Mayaza. When Leazi gets the thunder fruit, no one here can escape from Leazi's grasp. Sifharuhaha. As the aperture condensed in his hand reached its upper limit, Blackbeard's mouth curved, creating terrifying ripples and heading straight for Dr. Nami. Hey, it's almost time to stop this. Air's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward, pointed the sharp sword blade directly between Blackbeard's eyebrows, and said in a deep voice, "Do you really think Leazi is just a decoration?" Chapter 80. Do you really think Leazi is just a decoration? Air snorted coldly. His attitude was very indifferent. As early as the beginning, Air had already handed a sword to Blackbeard as a warning, and by the way passed all the spearheads to Blackbeard. However, what Air didn't expect was that even though he was already very fast, he still underestimated Blackbeard's speed in seizing the shock fruit Tilda. This also resulted in the failure to reveal to the world exactly how Blackbeard managed to obtain Whitebeard's shock fruit. Otherwise, if this thing can happen, Blackbeard will definitely be hunted down by the world government and even all the big forces hidden in the darkness. This is no joke. The ability to steal devil fruit is enough to attract hounds all over the world. After all, who wouldn't want to gain this ability? As long as you have this ability, creating a super lineup with all demon fruit power members will be a piece of cake for those superpowers. Even if it is just a mid to upper class force, after acquiring this ability, as long as it keeps a low profile, it can still become a super force that surpasses the world government. Plus Impel Down is now destroyed. Most of the prisoners with devil fruit abilities are already making waves on the sea. And these guys with devil fruit have undoubtedly become the best prey. As long as Blackbeard has the ability to seize devil fruit, those big forces will not hesitate to tear those prey into pieces and seize their devil fruit ability. However, the best and ideal state did not go according to Air's ideas. However, this cannot be blamed on Air's calculation failure. After all, in the original work, it took Blackbeard at least several minutes to capture the shock fruit. In reality, it only takes less than 30 seconds to capture the shock fruit from Blackbeard. Although the deviation is huge, it does not affect Air's next plan. Because just as he expected, Blackbeard would definitely become arrogant after winning the shock fruit. As long as he dares to use shock fruit's ability, no matter what, he will definitely be targeted by forces all over the world. The fact is just as Air expected. Blackbeard became the most dazzling cub in the world the moment he used his shock fruit ability. But what Air didn't expect was, this guy Blackbeard, he just got the shock fruit and he dares to set his sights on Nami. Originally, Air thought that he would take the opportunity to escape after turning the world's attention to Blackbeard. After all, Whitebeard is dead, Ace has been rescued, the rewards he should receive have been capped, and this out-of-control battlefield is about to calm down. There is no point in staying here any longer. Instead of staying here and not knowing what to do, it is better to take the Empress and Nami Robin back to the daughter country. You know, just when the Empress was clamoring to protect Air and help Nami deal with Whitebeard, the world government, after careful consideration, abolished the identity of Empress Shichibukai. In addition, the world government also plans to order the encirclement and suppression of Daughter Island after everything that is happening now. Although Air still doesn't know exactly what punishment the world government will impose on the Empress. But his intuition told him that the daughter country will definitely be very dangerous in the future, and there is even a danger of destroying the island. Thinking of this, Air glanced back at the Empress who was in love and couldn't extricate herself, and Nami, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved. Then he locked his eyes on Blackbeard with wide eyes. The white sword in his hand seemed to be aware of the murderous intention released by Air invisibly. Clang! Waves of heart-stopping sword roars soared into the sky like a raptor, echoing endlessly over Marineford. It seemed that he was aware of Air's terrifying sword intent, just a second before Blackbeard took action. With itchy hands, Shiryu couldn't help but draw out the sword from his waist, and charged straight at Air's neck with a thunderous gesture. It's been a long time since I've killed a man with such swordsmanship and potential. I really miss him. As the voice sounded, the rest of the Blackbeard pirates' crew seemed to take action when they saw Shiryu. So with the idea of quick victory, they followed Blackbeard and showed off their magical powers. Planned to wipe out Air as quickly as possible. Seeing that his men acted rashly without his orders, Blackbeard did not say anything. On the contrary, I feel that this choice is not bad. After all, he is different from Luffy. What kind of bullshit one-on-one duel? Not worth mentioning in the face of interests. In addition, Blackbeard's target is not Air, but Nami, the thunder fruit user behind Air. Almost at the moment Shiryu took action, Air decisively gave up on strangling Blackbeard the moment he sensed the murderous intention. React quickly and point the finger at Shiryu and the rest of the Blackbeard pirates who are charging towards you. On the other hand, when Nami and the Empress saw the Blackbeard pirates besieging Air, their anger levels were instantly full. If the target of the Blackbeard pirates was herself, Nami might not choose to fight them. After all, Thunder Fruit has a speed second only to Sparkling Fruit. Even if all the Blackbeard pirates come together, they may not be able to catch her. But unfortunately, the Blackbeard pirate's target is you. This is undoubtedly a blow to Nami and the Empress. How dare you take action against Air? You guys deserve to die. The Empress and Nami looked at each other and evaded Blackbeard's attack in a tacit understanding. Then they quickly adjusted their bodies, faced the Blackbeard pirates, and charged away. Clang! As the sharp blades of Air and Shiryu collided, there were dull sounds of gold and iron clashing. Under the cover of the Empress, Nami completely fused herself with the current between the virtual and real currents, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. When Nami appeared again, she was already behind the Blackbeard pirates. The moment Nami's figure was exposed to everyone's sight, bursts of heart-stopping electric currents interrupted the Blackbeard pirates' next attack like a nightmare. At this moment, the Empress saw that the Blackbeard pirates had successfully attracted Nami's attention. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,200,000, 11,261. Conqueror's Haki moves instantly, covering its slender legs like a stream of light and rushes into the crowd like lightning, facing the perfect cooperation between Nami and the two Empress daughters. The Blackbeard pirates, who have not yet fully adapted to their teammates, were beaten to pieces by Nami and the Empress just after a face-to-face meeting. And Shiryu, during the battle with Air, was knocked tens of meters away by Air's arrogant sword energy. Seeing that he suffered such a huge loss at the hands of Air and others in less than 3 rounds, Blackbeard took a breath and seemed to regret his decision. And lost the original pride. Hey, this must be a joke, right? Leazi has obtained the strongest devil fruit in the world. How can he not even be able to defeat 3 brats? Seeing the 3 figures killing wantonly in the crowd, Blackbeard had already lost his fighting spirit and hurriedly ordered his subordinates to be better. But now, how can he be in a situation where he said he could leave if he wanted to? Seeing that Blackbeard had lost his fighting spirit, Air did not intend to let him go, but responded to Blackbeard's arrogance with a more violent attack. The strongest devil fruit in the world. Blackbeard, you are so ignorant. Air mobilized the power of the second phase of liberation, beating Blackbeard back step by step, and at the same time criticized in a particularly cold tone. It is understandable that, although shock fruit does have the power to destroy the world, the most important thing is to see the strength of demon fruit power itself. Do you think you, who just mastered shock fruit, have the right to show off your power in front of me? As the words fell, Air raised his hand and swung a semi-arc sword energy to slash Blackbeard several meters away. In pain, Blackbeard clutched his bleeding chest and screamed in pain one after another. There was no doubt that Blackbeard would pass out from the pain. However, what is not noticed is, while Blackbeard swayed his body and howled, the bone-deep sword mark on his chest is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seemingly seeing that Blackbeard could not withstand a single blow in Air's hands, Shiryu and others could not help but frown. Of course, they were not questioning Blackbeard's ability to be their captain. After all, Shiryu is well aware of Air's strength. He is simply not something that he, who just escaped from Impel Down, can fight against. Burgess, I'll hold the 2 women in a while, and you can take the opportunity to rescue the captain. Right now, we are no match for these monsters. Once I recover my physical condition, I will seek revenge on them. As the words fell, Shiryu exhaled a breath of hot breath that smelled of blood, and then flashed away in everyone's sight like lightning. When he appeared again, he was already behind Nami. However, before Shiryu could make any move, Nami, who had already noticed Shiryu's mental activities, immediately threw out a spear made of condensed electricity. Zhai. Along with a series of heart-stopping electric sounds, Shiryu's expression changed drastically, but even though he was already very fast, he still couldn't escape Nami's attack. The moment the spear formed by the condensed electric current came into contact with Shiryu's skin, it quickly clung to the surface of Shiryu's skin like a living creature. And it condensed into a thick rope made of electric current at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shiryu was imprisoned in place and unable to move. Seeing this scene, Burgess couldn't help but swallowed, thinking that it was lucky that he hadn't provoked Nami. Otherwise, the guy lying on the ground now would definitely be him. But no matter what, since Shiryu has taken action, what he promised must be completed. After secretly cheering himself up, Burgess raised his arms and roared. "You brat, let our captain go. If not..." However, before Burgess could finish his words, a sharp sword energy passed directly across his cheek. One prick loses one. Chapter 81. Stab. The sound of broken clothes and the sound of broken bones suddenly sounded. The smooth and flat cut surface was covered in the smelly blood foam in just a moment. In an instant, before the pain could spread throughout his body, air slashed with a semicircular arc shape again. Ignoring the pain coming from his arms, the strong aura of death enveloped his whole body like an overwhelming force. Burgess's expression changed suddenly, and the arrogant energy in his eyes was no longer there, replaced by a face full of fear and lies. He never dreamed that he, a mighty fighting champion, was not even qualified to support 2 moves under air. Are you kidding? This is definitely a joke, right? That little brat. You have obviously fought against so many strong men. Why do you still have such a powerful force? At this moment, Burgess's heart was going through ups and downs like a roller coaster. At first, he had thought that it would be very difficult to fight against air, but he never thought that it would be so impossible to win. Coupled with Blackbeard's arrogance after winning the shock fruit, it subtly affected Burgess's heart. This also made him get carried away for a period of time, thinking that the black, 620 beard would be the strongest on this battlefield. It was precisely because of this that he subconsciously felt that he had become the ruler of this battlefield. Even after Shiryu suffered a big loss at the hands of air, Burgess subconsciously believed that it was because Shiryu had not returned to his peak form just after coming out of Impel Down. But with the bursts of severe pain in his arms, chest, and limbs, he finally woke up from the illusion he had created for himself. Only, the cost of being sober has seriously exceeded his psychological range. As the semicircular arc-shaped sword energy penetrated his chest, Burgess's eyes widened, seemingly unwilling to do so. But no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do at this moment, and he could only die under Air's sword with hatred. After killing Burgess with a sword, Air did not stop his movements, but pointed the spearhead at Blackbeard. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Blackbeard's ability to steal other people's devil fruit is very heaven-defying. But for Air, who has a system, it is like a stone in a cesspool, smelly and hard. Putting aside the fact that Air only needs to be pushed backwards to gain great power. Even if Blackbeard is captured alive, no one can guarantee whether Blackbeard, the white-eyed wolf, will willingly sacrifice his life for him. Even if Blackbeard is used as a tool, there is no guarantee that this guy will not stumble at a critical moment. Don't doubt it, Blackbeard could really do something like this. After all, he is the one who has been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for decades in order to seize the dark fruit. I have never told anyone about the injustice and grievances I suffered during this period. He even had the power to hurt 4 emperors' shanks, but he hid it. Otherwise, it would not be possible for the famous Whitebeard pirates to have no reputation at all for more than 10 years. Even when he first defected from the Whitebeard pirates, he was still a small character, unknown to the world, and with 0 bounty on his head. A lion majesty like Blackbeard, who is good at hiding in the dark, even if he is slightly useful to Air. But Air will never use him. However, just when Air was about to kill Blackbeard, he saw the golden lion shouting furiously, "Air, don't kill yet. This guy's ability is useful to me. If his abilities can be used properly, it will be easy to destroy the world government." As the golden lion spoke, it flew towards Air at an extremely fast speed. The words are all about the benefits of Blackbeard taking away other people's devil fruit abilities. But how could Air not know these truths? However, seeing that golden lion was so confident that he could completely tame Blackbeard into his pet, Air did not continue. However, when he handed Blackbeard over to Golden Lion, he still couldn't help but give him a reminder. "Old Lion, it's not that I don't believe in your methods, it's just that this guy." However, before Air could finish speaking, Golden Lion patted his chest confidently and responded in a very serious manner. "Don't worry, little Air. Layazi is also the overlord of the old era. He's just dealing with a little devil." Even if he has great abilities, Leazi is not that idiot like Whitebeard. He will be fine, don't worry. Seeing that Golden Lion was so confident, Air didn't say anything more, but instead fixed his sights on Marine and the Knights of God. As for the Blackbeard pirates, they are just a bunch of defeated soldiers, and they can't even raise the interest to deal with them. Seemingly sensing Air's unkind gaze, Sengoku snorted coldly and stared at Air, unwilling to be outdone. Now the Whitebeard pirates have successfully taken Ace away from this battlefield as a semi-successful person. Even if you want to continue hunting, it is an unrealistic idea. If Air cannot be kept, Sengoku can no longer imagine what extreme measures the world government will take to erase the big hole that Marine has dug this time. Let's put aside the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the public execution of Fire Fist Ace for now. Looking at the shadow of the ship on the coastline getting further away, Sengoku sighed helplessly and then stared deeply at Air, Golden Lion, and others in the center of the battlefield. Be on the lookout for the red hair pirates. Next, give it all your strength. We must definitely kill Air, Nico Robin, and Thunder Fruit user Nami. We must not let one of the three of them go, otherwise we will not be able to give an explanation to the whole world. Just as Sengoku was inspiring, he planned to use all his strength to erase Air and others from this world. Holy Land deep in Mariewa. Under the throne of the void, 5 elders stood side by side gazing at the figure on the void throne with a very respectful attitude. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,200, 11,391. Grown-ups, regarding the public execution of Roger's son, Fire Fist Ace, it has been disrupted by Air, the heinous criminal who killed 3 celestial dragons in Sabyati Archipelago. The Knights of God also lost 2 members in Air's hands. Even the commander of the Knights of God, Saint Fegelind Garin, had an arm cut off during the mission to hunt down Air. Sir, at this moment, the battlefield at Naval Headquarters has completely escaped the control of the world government. If that celestial dragon's killer Air is allowed to continue to behave like this, I'm afraid a third guy who will change the world will be born. For this reason, we propose to immediately take the most severe measures against Marineford and use the most extreme measures to completely eliminate the heinous criminal Air. Sir, activate that thing. Listening to the requests of the 5 elders in unison, I am on the void throne did not give any response. Instead, he turned his back to the 5 elders and seemed to be very disdainful of the 5 elders' request. A mere brat. Do we need the world government to use the power of that weapon to obliterate this? To I am, this is simply something so stupid that it can no longer be stupid. Even if Air really killed 3 celestial dragons in the Sabyati Archipelago, he committed a heinous crime. But from the perspective of I am, the king of the world, those 3 celestial dragons are just her captive pets, so kill them. Only, yes. While the 5 elders were waiting tremblingly for I am's response, I am slowly turned around and glanced at the 5 elders through the dim light with his cold eyes. It made them shudder. Target Marineford. As I am's voice was so cold that no emotion could be heard, the gloomy faces of the 5 elders gradually improved a lot. Although I am really didn't take the lives of the 3 celestial dragons seriously, at the same time, he didn't really want to talk to that brat Air. But celestial dragons are not so easy to kill. This is the rule set by I am. Rules that no one can touch. Got instructions from I am. The 5 elders did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly exited the void throne, always paying attention to the movements on the Marineford battlefield. At the same time, Marineford battlefield. Seeing that it was impossible to continue chasing Ace, Kong did not hesitate and immediately gave up chasing Ace and soon set his sights on Air. You brat, Leazi is very angry right now. If you don't surrender, don't blame me for blowing your head off. As soon as this statement came out, Golden Lion, who was still happy to get Blackbeard as a tool man 3.9, immediately changed his expression. He glanced at Kong with great disdain, and his attitude became even more unfriendly and sarcastic. Jai Hadahaha. Sora, after all, you are also the former Marine Marshal and the current Commander-in-Chief of the entire army. What? I've been living in Mariewa for so long that my bones have become soft, and I can't even catch a young boy. It doesn't matter if you can't catch a young boy, but you still dare to brazenly scream in front of Laozi. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I really don't know why the world government still keeps an old guy like you who has little success, but only failure. If I were the world government, I would have thrown you into the sea to feed the fishes. This way you won't be embarrassed here. Expect. Listening to Golden Lion's continuous scorn, Kong was so angry that he wanted to use a piece of steel to block Golden Lion's mouth. Upon seeing this, the Golden Lion increased its efforts again. But what I never expected was that the intensity was so fierce that it completely ignited Kong's anger. Golden Lion, I want you to die. Chapter 82. Almost at the moment, the voice rang out. The energy under Kong's feet exploded, and his body, which was made of steel, was like a cannonball, blasting away all the air in front of him. The screaming wind blew the white cloak behind him, making a series of crackling sounds. The evil wind that was rolled up was like a sharp blade. Before the fist wind was about to arrive, it blew hard on Golden Lion's wrinkled cheeks. Just in time. Let Laozi see how much weaker this old guy is after all these years. The Golden Lion's body trembled, and the dead trees and sakura around him on both sides, feeling the powerful momentum of the Golden Lion, circled wantonly like living creatures. Waves of sword roars split the air, making a series of harsh sounds, and rushed straight towards Kong's neck with devastating force. Besides, the moment Kumu and Sakura Ten rushed out, the Golden Lion's eyes turned cold, and the ability of the lion fruit was activated instantly by his thoughts, accompanied by bursts of heart-stopping lion roars. In the path of Kong's charge, several giant lions made of mud and sand suddenly appeared. See this scene. Kong's expression suddenly changed. Then he quickly twisted his body to cover Armament Haki's fist tip and charged towards him. Boom! Boom! As the explosions soared into the sky, Kong's figure like a tyrannosaurus rushed out of the yellow sand in the sky. And with a more powerful posture, the two sharp blades flashing with cold light collided with each other in midair. Just when the battle between Golden Lion and Kong begins, Sengoku, who was far away on the battlefield, frowned and immediately ordered the 5 surviving Marines on the battlefield to form a square formation and surround Air and others. For a moment after the order was issued, Sengoku, Garp, and others looked at each other. Although there was no verbal communication, the tacit understanding cultivated over decades gave them a deep understanding of what to do next. Next second, Garp took the lead, clenching his fist with a devastating force, facing the 4 Emperors Kaido and charging away. Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr, after scanning the battlefield, set his sights on Pluton Rayleigh. As for the Marine 3 Admirals, except for Akinu, who is still suffering from the pain of losing his testicles and is desperately trying to kill the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, the remaining 2 Admirals unanimously targeted Nami and Robin. The Marine Candidate Admirals, as well as the Vice Admirals whose abilities far exceeded those of ordinary Marine Vice Admirals, looked at each other and then attacked the Pirate Empress in perfect agreement. On the other hand, Dark Horse, the director of the Marine Crime Bureau who was forcibly recruited by Sengoku, was like a guy joining in the fun, standing far away on the edge of the battlefield. However, Sengoku didn't have any extra thoughts to deal with this guy Black Horse at the moment. Instead, he shouted angrily and used the ability of the Renren fruit to form the Phantom Beast, the Great Buddha. In the shocked eyes of the world, like a golden Buddha that cannot be looked directly at, it drives a heart-stopping shock wave towards Air. Looking at the battlefield that was once again in chaos, the red-haired man on the execution platform couldn't help but feel a little at a loss. It seems that they don't know what to do to end this war that is out of control. Now that Whitebeard is dead, Ace has been rescued by the remaining Whitebeard pirates. It stands to reason that this public execution prepared for Ace should have ended long ago. But because of Air's appearance, this public execution escalated into uncontrollable wars again and again. That guy Luffy really recruited an incredible crew. If things continue like this, those guys from the world government will definitely make irreparable mistakes. It seems to be to verify the red-haired conjecture. Beckman pointed to the sky with a surprised look on his face and exclaimed in a very different tone, "Booze, are you looking at the sky? Is that the wrong thing you said?" The redhead heard the sound and left. When he saw clearly the changes in the circle above his head that he didn't know how to describe, his breathing became rapid at this moment. BT. In a daze, the red hair suddenly seemed to think of something. His expression suddenly changed. Immediately, like a bolt of lightning, he rushed into the air and shouted at everyone who was fighting fiercely on the battlefield. Stop! Everyone stop it! Almost at the same time as the words sounded, a terrifying pressure like a demon instantly enveloped the entire battlefield with overwhelming force. All the strong men who were fighting fiercely couldn't help but stop their movements after feeling this terrifying coercion that was as real as reality. All of them looked at the red-haired man with strange expressions on their faces. But before everyone could get angry because the battle was forcibly interrupted, they were stunned for a few seconds by the strange thing in the sky. There seems to be something in the sky. What is that? Is the end of the world coming? Hey, what kind of trouble do you Marines want to do again? If you want to fight, then fight openly and openly. Don't give Leazi so many weird things. Shut up, Golden Lion, our Marine didn't do that. If you make any more noise, I'll smash your mouth in. Just as everyone was attracted by the wonders in the sky, Saint Fegolin Garin, who knew exactly what it was, suddenly changed his face. Although the other members of the Knights of God are not particularly clear about the things in the sky, they have also heard about it. At this moment, their faces were ashen, and they stared at Saint Fegolin Garin with disbelief and asked anxiously, Commander Fegolin Garin, is that Lord planning to abandon us? Are you an idiot? How dare you ask such a retarded question? Our operation this time has been a complete failure. Isn't it natural for us to be abandoned by that adult? Hey, how can you say such a thing? Who said our operation failed and Leazi is not dead yet? Haha, Commander Fegolin Garin even had an arm cut off by that brat. Do you think you can defeat that monster on your own? Seeing the quarrel among his subordinates, Fegolin Garin Sheng, who was already upset, suddenly became furious and yelled, 01360 4105 Feilu 230 1,211,541. Shut your mouth, Leazi. That adult has not abandoned us yet, otherwise the blow would have fallen long ago. As soon as this statement came out, the members of the Knights of God who were still quarreling fell into deep thought for a moment. Everyone felt that what Saint Fegolin Garin said was very correct. However, they said this was just a lie made up by Lan Lisheng to stabilize them. As the commander of the Knights of God, how could he not know how terrifying that weapon is? Escape. Think too much. A devastating blow that was enough to cover the entire island, and its impact area would have made it impossible for him, even at his peak, to escape alive. Not to mention that now, he has had his arm broken by air. Pack up everything and prepare to evacuate. Fegolin Jyalin Sheng said feebly, as if he had acquiesced in the arrangement of death deep in his heart. And those members of the Knights of God. Although some people have already guessed the purpose of Fegolin Garin Saints doing this, but they did not want to believe the fact that the master had abandoned them, and instead chose to immerse themselves in the lie told by Saint Fegolin Garin. After all, no one wants to be an outcast. As if aware of the strangeness of the Knights of God and others, Golden Lion frowned and angrily said, Saint Fegolin Garin, you bastard must know something, tell me quickly, what tricks does your world government want to play? Faced with Golden Lion's questioning, Fegolin Garin Sheng snorted coldly and refused to pay attention to Golden Lion at all. After all, in his eyes, within 3 minutes, everyone present would be reduced to ashes. What does it matter if we don't say it or not? But the attitude of Fegolin Garin Saint was particularly disgusting in the eyes of the Golden Lion and even everyone present. As a result, Kaido, who had a bad temper, did not tolerate Saint Fegolin Garin at all, and raised his hand to throw away the mace in his hand. Humph, this is why Leazi doesn't like world government. They are all a bunch of sanctimonious people. Since you don't want to say it, let me slap your mouth in. After saying that, Kaido was about to take action, but was stopped by the red-haired man in the center of the battlefield. Looking at the angry Kaido, the red-haired man ignored him and continued to explain the information about the strange thing in the sky. And at the moment when the red-haired man revealed the changes in the sky, all the strong men present became uneasy. Are you kidding me? The legendary ancient weapon. Red hair, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. You must know that this is the Marine headquarters. Even if the world government really controls the ancient weapon, it wouldn't be possible to launch an attack like the Marine headquarters. While everyone was arguing, Air said solemnly, "Goodbye, old lion." That was indeed an attack from ancient weapon, Uranus. Besides, if you don't want to die here, just do as I say. Hearing this, Golden Lion's expression suddenly changed. You know, whoever owns the ancient weapon has the power to rule the world. This saying is not groundless. Even if no one has seen with their own eyes how terrifying the power of the ancient weapon is. But the 4 words ancient weapon are like the fear engraved in the DNA. Just mentioning it can make people tremble. The biggest reason why Golden Lion wanted to form an alliance with Roger was because Roger knew the whereabouts of the ancient weapon. This also makes Golden Lion extremely sensitive to the 4 words ancient weapon. Little Air, there are some things you shouldn't say nonsense. Seeing that Golden Lion was already a little panicked, Air responded very firmly. Do you think I am joking with you? Chapter 83. You think I'm kidding you. Looking at Air's eyes that exuded determination from the inside out, Golden Lion could no longer remain calm. Everything contained in the 4 words ancient weapon is really too heavy. So heavy that even the sky overlord of the old era cannot bear it. Looking at the thick shadow in the sky, a sense of powerlessness hits my face like a tide. The pressure made Golden Lion almost breathless. Not only him, but all the Marines and pirates on the battlefield couldn't help but have a look of despair on their faces after hearing the news. In the legend, the ancient weapon that can easily destroy an entire island is actually true. Are you kidding me? Is the world government planning to wipe the entire Marine headquarters off the sea map? Hey, what's the use of talking about this now? Let's hurry up and escape before the thing above our heads falls. Escape? Where to escape? With those 2 legs of yours, do you think you can escape the reach of the ancient weapons? Then what should I do? If I don't run away, isn't the only way left to me is waiting to die? Don't be so impatient. Didn't you see that Marshal Sengoku is communicating with the world government? Maybe this is not the ancient weapon, but I don't know for sure. You are an idiot. You are still talking such unrealistic nonsense, even when you are about to die. I didn't see that even Kaido of the Beasts, one of the emperors of the sea, is now scared like a grandson and his face is pale. You're the only idiot who thinks this is just a show. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. If you don't run away, I'll run away from the head office, right? What a fool. Seeing the crowd gradually getting out of control, Garp came to Sengoku's side with a gloomy face and spoke in a solemn tone. Sengoku, what is that shadow in the sky? Is it really the work of those guys from world government? Sengoku. Seemingly seeing that Sengoku remained silent, Garp suddenly lost his temper, grabbed Sengoku by the collar, then pointed at the out-of-control crowd and yelled, I don't care what orders those guys from the world government give you. The Whitebeard pirates have been defeated. The only ones who can pose a threat to us are the old guy's Air and Golden Lion. Answer me, Sengoku Nanshu, do you want to watch so many people die? Looking at Garp's angry eyes, Sengoku's anger was inadvertently aroused. But he didn't say anything. Or it can be said that he didn't know what to say at all. Even Kong, the commander-in-chief of the army, didn't know what it was. How could he, a Marine marshal, know about it? Garp, can you calm down? I don't know what's going on right now, whether it's ancient weapon or some other weird thing. As a Marine hero, you should behave like a Marine hero, instead of asking me questions here by pulling on my collar. After scolding Garp, Sengoku took his hand away with an unhappy expression, regardless of what Garp said. Seeing the shadow in the clouds getting thicker and thicker, Sengoku suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned pale. Does the world government really intend to treat everyone as a victim to cover up what happened today? However, as soon as this idea emerged in Sengoku's mind, he rejected it without hesitation. Compared to the Valley of the Gods incident that happened many years ago, the war that took place in Marineford was obviously not going to end up causing the world government to silence everyone. As we all know, when the Valley of Gods incident broke out, the impact was too bad. Therefore, in order to cover up everything, the world government finally chose to erase the island of the Valley of the Gods from the sea map. Although it is not clear what methods the world government uses, But his intuition told him that it was most likely related to the huge shadow above his head. Thinking of this, the clue that finally emerged suddenly stopped, as if someone had pinched my throat. As mentioned before, the impact of this public execution is far less than that of the Valley of the Gods incident. In addition, not many people knew about the Valley of the Gods incident back then, so they could cover it up perfectly. But now the war that has evolved from public executions at naval headquarters is facing the whole world. Even if the world government had great ability and wanted to repeat the way the Valley of the Gods incident was handled, that would be a fantasy. It's simply impossible to achieve. What on earth do those guys from world government want to do? Why cut off contact? Even if Marine makes a major mistake in this public execution, it is far from erasing everything. After all, this war does not involve. As he said that, Sengoku suddenly seemed to notice something and looked blankly at Saint Fegolin Garin and the kid with the celestial dragon's killer, Air. This joke is not funny at all. Sengoku's tone gradually became serious, and his breathing began to become faster and faster inadvertently. But he was only one step away from the answer, but he chose to block it at the last moment. For an Air, are hundreds of thousands of people on the entire island going to be buried with them? This is absolutely crazy. It's so crazy that even as Marine Marshal, he doesn't dare to think about it any further. Seemingly aware of Sengoku's abnormality, Zephyr couldn't help but frowned and said in an increasingly urgent tone, "Sengoku, you are Marshal Marine. Hurry up and put away that constipated look on your face. If those Marine soldiers see this, it will easily disturb the morale of the military. Do you understand?" However, faced with Zephyr's reminder, Sengoku ignored it and nervously dialed the world government number over and over again. Joke. Who cares about the morale of the military now? If what he was thinking about actually happened, everyone present would die, not to mention him. Just as Sengoku desperately wanted to know the truth. People all over the world gasped involuntarily after seeing the strange shadow in the picture. The most instinctive fear from living things came over like a tide, completely submerging the entire world. Then, what exactly is that thing? 7. Even through the screen, I can feel the suffocating feeling of despair. What on earth is that? Captain Kidd, do you know what that shadow is? Why can't I stop shaking when I see that thing? Boss BJ, what on earth is that thing? Many of our brothers foamed at the mouth and passed out after seeing that thing. Doragon, is that the secret weapon of the world government? Why have I never heard of it? Prince Neptune, do you know what that thing is, and why it is so huge that even the entire Marineford Island is covered by it? Na Tilda now I hasn't Dover come back yet. What is that huge shadow Tilda? New Popo, don't you even know what that huge shadow is? Will Master Snake and Master Air be okay? Lord Golden Emperor, don't you even know what that huge shadow is? This is really boring Tilda. Mamama. A secret weapon developed by the world government. This is really bold Tilda. What, is the world government planning to wipe out all the guys at naval headquarters? Mamama. While the whole world was falling into disputes and panic over that shadow, the red-haired man, who knew what the huge shadow above his head was, seemed to see that the battlefield below was about to riot, and frowned and shouted angrily. Anyone who wants to live, please be quiet. The roar, mixed with the overbearing conqueror's haki, spread like ripples over the entire Marineford. The originally restless battlefield instantly became quiet. Seeing the crowd no longer agitated, the red-haired frown gradually relaxed a little, and at the same time he expressed what he was thinking. But before the red-haired man could say a few words, Kaido, who was also one of the 4 emperors, looked impatient and interrupted. Red hair, Laozi doesn't want to hear your bad idea. With that said, Kaido immediately transformed into the form of a blue dragon, soaring straight into the sky with unstoppable power. Immediately afterwards, under the envious eyes of everyone, he swaggered his huge, good money body and flew towards the distance. But before anyone could express their envy, Golden Lion suddenly changed his face, pointed at the dark shadow in the sky and shouted, "Air, that thing is coming down. You should tell me your plan quickly." As soon as these words came out, the originally calm battlefield instantly became chaotic again. Looking at the Marine soldiers and pirates running away towards the coast below, the red-haired man sighed lightly, but did not persuade everyone again to tell his solution. Instead, he returned to the execution platform and prepared to lead Beckman and others to evacuate naval headquarters as quickly as possible. We have at most 30 seconds to escape. If you can't escape, then you have no choice but to accept your fate. The red-haired man looked up at the increasingly thick shadow in the sky, his tone serious. At the same time, it seemed that he couldn't stand the eagerness of the Golden Lion. Air sighed and spoke out his method. After accepting the fact, Sengoku and others were also busy planning their escape. However, almost at the same time, all the forces came up with an excellent way to escape. But then I saw a giant beam of energy that could cover the entire Marineford Island, crashing down from the huge shadow. EFL. Chapter 84. Boom. Lightning flashes. A blue light beam emitting dazzling light, carrying the terrifying power of destroying everything, tilted down from the sky. The aura of terror is like Shinigami. Before it fell, countless fleeing Marine soldiers and pirates were stunned and died on the battlefield. Received a painless ticket to heaven for free. As expected of an ancient weapon. If I could get an ancient weapon, it would be easy to destroy the world government. After making final preparations with air, Golden Lion, who was originally extremely anxious, suddenly burst into laughter as if the clouds had cleared. It was as if this blow that could destroy everything in front of him was like a large toy in his eyes, and he didn't have the slightest fear deep in his heart. Instead, he was very eager to take possession of it, and then use the ancient weapon to hit Mariewa. Let those world governments and celestial dragons also feel what despair is. As for staying alive, that was the method proposed by Air, and Golden Lion was very relieved about it, without any doubt at all. And this is why both parties were able to make all preparations so quickly. Equivalent to Golden Lion's calm and leisurely attitude, Hongfa and others returned to the ship in a hurry and worked together to target the forts overseas one by one. Booze, is this the way you said? Looking at the row of dark turrets in front of them, Beckman and the other Kayambu sections immediately had questions on their faces. To be honest, if it weren't for the urgent situation now, Beckman would definitely scold the redhead without hesitation. Shoot people out like cannonballs. How negative is this IQ? How can you come up with such a breathtaking operation? But now there is no time for them to make any other plans. They can only choose Red Hair's outrageous method that seems reasonable and safe, but is actually very threatening to 80. Beckman, hurry up, although this method is indeed a bit strange, there is no doubt that this is the best method. The red-haired man gave a thumbs up and urged the cadres to conduct a test flight. Although I am very reluctant to take the red-haired approach, I am now desperate. Beckman took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, "Booze, when you see me, go ahead." "Well, have a nice trip." Lighting the fuse, the red-haired man waved his hand with a smile, and then turned his attention to other cadres. Boss, how about you come first? Is this really possible, Booze? Forget it, let's treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Along with the roaring sound of cannons, countless Marine soldiers and pirates immediately imitated. After all, this method is not difficult for them. Many Marine soldiers even chose a more adventurous approach and got directly into the cannons on the bay. And looking at the people who turned into bloody fireworks one after another amidst the sound of cannons, Sengoku couldn't help but feel nervous. Although he wanted to stop those Marine soldiers who were dying. But now that their plan is coming to an end, there is no extra time to pay attention to others. In addition, although the red-haired plan, AFK, does have a relatively high mortality rate, there is no doubt that it can indeed allow some powerful guys to survive by chance. Yeah, Marshal Sengoku, we are all ready. But there is one guy who is not easy to control. Aokiji exhaled a breath of hot breath, and then pointed to the edge of the coast, where he was frantically chasing the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku heard this and went away. His face could not help but darken a little. Then he sighed softly and said, "We don't have time to save that idiot Sakazuki now." Looking up and glancing at the blue energy beam that was descending at an extremely fast speed, Sengoku didn't hesitate for a moment and shouted angrily, "Everyone, are you ready? This time is a matter of life and death. I don't want any of you to lose your chance." "Did you hear everything clearly?" After receiving responses from the powerful men, Sengoku looked at each other. It's just that this time, there was no communication between everyone, and everything was carried out according to the previously formulated plan. First up is Sengoku. After getting everyone's response, he took the lead in using the ability of the Renren fruit to transform himself into a dazzling golden Buddha. After transforming into the form of a giant Buddha, Sengoku immediately used his fruit power to condense an energy wave emitting light blue light in his palm to protect everyone. Next is Aokiji. After exhaling a breath of air filled with cold air, Aokiji raised his hands high and used the power of frozen fruits to condense a thick ice barrier on everyone's heads. Almost at the same time that Aokiji took action, the other strong men also contributed their own strength according to the previously formulated plan to protect themselves and everyone. Watching the Marines trying to use their own strength to resist the ancient weapon Uranus, the other Marine soldiers and pirates who were hurriedly escaping couldn't help but feel a sense of imbalance in their hearts. Obviously, the plan proposed by Sengoku and others cannot be imitated by these guys. You know, in addition to the well-known top powerhouses such as Sengoku, there are also most powerful Marine Vice Admiral and the Knights of God among them. This also resulted in all the mid to high-end Marine combat power being mobilized left behind those weaker Marine soldiers. So much so, even if those Marine soldiers want to imitate, they are just asking for trouble. After all, without mid to high-end combat power, how could they alone be able to withstand the bombardment of ancient weapon, Uranus? Even if they can block it, Sengoku and the others finally chose the method after a series of discussions. But now there is no more than 10 seconds before the bombardment of ancient weapon Uranus, and there is no time to follow suit. For this reason, they can only place their last hope on the red-haired solution. 013604-105, Feilu 230, 1,221,251. Because the method adopted by Air cannot be imitated by them. Air, when do we start? Amid laughter, Golden Lion looked expectantly at the tattered battleship, condensed with Thunder Fruit's abilities and Lion Fruit's abilities. Faced with Golden Lion's inquiry, Air did not respond, but ordered Nami and others in an orderly manner. Nami, you should remember the Sunny's cannon, right? Next, I need you to use Thunder Fruit's ability as power source, combined with Golden Lion's Lion Fruit, to make this battleship fly out of Uranus's attack range. In response to Air's command, Nami clenched her fists confidently and gave a very serious hum. Seeing that Nami was so confident, Air didn't say anything more, but used the power of the second phase of liberation to the limit. Then he held the rear of the battleship tightly and used all his strength to fly his division out. At the moment when Air exerts his power, Nami's body, under the power of Thunder Fruit, transforms into a terrifying current that surrounds the battleship in the intertwined current of reality and reality. And Golden Lion also raised his hand, exerting Lion Fruit's ability to the limit and stabilizing the battleship. As for Robin, he used the ability of the Flower Fruit to transform a pair of giant wings made of countless arms on both sides of the battleship. The Empress and Rayleigh looked at each other, although no words were exchanged. But the two sides also used their own power in a very tacit understanding, turning into a bolt of lightning and coming to the rear of the battleship to attack. Under the combination of multiple gravity, the battleship made a series of deafening roars like cannonballs. Immediately afterwards, like lightning, it soared into the sky in the shocked eyes of the world and disappeared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. After everything was done, Air urged the demon wings behind him to lift up the Empress and Rayleigh, and flew back to the battleship across a distance of several hundred meters like lightning. Almost the moment Air and others returned to the battleship, the entire Marineford and the sea area 100 miles away were instantly flooded by blue-white light. Next, one line is bounded by the middle part of Marine. The giant semicircular shockwave covered the entire bay, emitting a dazzling blue light. Under the horrified eyes of the world, the entire Marineford Island was covered with an overwhelming force. The terrifying power destroyed all the buildings on the island in just the blink of an eye. The Marine soldiers and pirates who had not yet had time to escape were vaporized on the spot by this terrifying power. Looking at everything in the picture being gradually swallowed up by the blue beam of light, people all over the world couldn't help but hold their breath at this moment. The blood in his body rushed straight to Tianling Gai like a countercurrent. As the picture gradually dimmed, everyone was so shocked by the terrifying blow that they couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Until the picture completely disappeared, the world could not recover from the huge immersive fear. By the time they had completely recovered, their clothes were already wet with sweat. At this moment, the biggest question in the minds of the world is, what the hell is that? Was the Marine headquarters completely wiped off the sea map in this hit? Can those Marines and pirates survive such a blow that can destroy everything? Countless doubts are swirling in my mind. But no one can give an accurate answer. Even the 5 elders, the instigators behind all this, are now nervously ordering CP Cypherpol to pass on all information about Marineford as soon as possible. Just when the whole world was staring at the dimmed screen, stunned, the loud laughter from Morgans instantly brought them back to reality. This is really great. This picture is really great. Chapter 85. Look at this wonderful scene. This is really the biggest news I have ever encountered. World government, I never dreamed that Leazi would expose what you have done without reservation. As images of the Marineford battlefield lit up again around the world, Morgan's sickly and crazy laughter was the first to reach the ears of the world. Immediately afterwards, what came into view was an ocean shrouded in sand and dust, which was obviously the remnant left after being bombed by Uranus. At the same time, he is always warning everyone that everything he witnessed before was not a dream, but really happened. As the news of the world's airship continues to penetrate deeper, everything inside Marineford is gradually exposed to the world's sight. Looking at the only stone pillar left in the picture, how could anyone dare to imagine that a few minutes ago, a war that could change the world was still breaking out here? Who would have thought that that stone pillar isolated on the sea was a forbidden area for countless pirates just a few minutes ago? What the hell is that thing? The huge Marineford disappeared in just the blink of an eye. Naval headquarters is gone like this. Isn't this too pervasive? It's unbelievable. With just one blow, the entire Marineford island became a stone pillar isolated on the sea. Naval headquarters is gone. Ha 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 ha, we finally don't have to be afraid of that nasty marine anymore. I declare that the era of pirates has begun from now on, and Leazi is the next pirate king. Stop dreaming. Are you worthy of becoming the pirate king even though you are a loser? Let me tell you, only someone with strong strength like me can become the pirate king. Oh, they are a bunch of ignorant guys. The naval headquarters has been destroyed, and all the powerful guys are dead. Under such circumstances, how can you be a pirate master? If you ask me, just go to sea and plunder. As long as you can't starve to death, then plunder to death. Brothers who want to go to sea, come quickly. While Marine is suffering heavy losses, hurry up and go to sea to grab treasures. As long as you grab enough, you will have big fish and meat in the future. As the footage of the destruction of naval headquarters was exposed, pirates all over the world were thrown into a state of revelry because of this great news. Even the vast majority of the seemingly honest people, due to the demise of naval headquarters, completely unleashed their evil thoughts that had been suppressed for a long time. For a moment, the whole world was boiling like boiling water. Even if various countries send troops to suppress it immediately, they still can't stop those crazy people. However, just when the whole world was plunged into endless panic and extreme madness, the sudden screams cut off everyone's evil thoughts like a sharp blade. Look, everyone, there seems to be someone alive on that stone pillar. It's true, this is simply unbelievable. They can survive such a horrific attack. Are those guys really human? Those people seem to be Marines. Marine? Really, I thought I saw Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. They're not dead. Ray. They seem to be seriously injured. It's a miracle to survive such a horrific attack. It's better to be injured than to die. While everyone was talking about this, Morgans also noticed the remaining figures on the stone pillars. Those Marines are really tenacious. How dare they not die even after doing this? It's a pity that there are no dead people. This big news will definitely have an impact. After all, only dead people are the news that people around the world want to see most. Even if I'm not dead, as long as I'm even slightly disabled, I can use it to publicize and make this big news perfect. Morgan's eyes turned cold, and he immediately ordered his men to drive the airship over. He planned to take a close-up of the remaining Marines. At this moment, the sound of splashing water instantly made Morse's nerves tense. But before he could react, he heard the red-haired man's deep voice, like a nightmare, coming from above his head. "Hey, isn't this Morgan's? Long time no see." As the red-haired deep voice sounded, Morgan's was shocked at first, and then quickly reacted and was ready to take action. But the red hair is obviously much faster than him. Before Morgan's could clench his fists, the red-haired man rushed into the newspaper's airship from an unknown direction like a ghost and put his hands on Morgan's shoulders. Stupidly said, "Don't get excited yet, Morgan's. If you move around, I'm sure I'll throw you out accidentally, Tilda." Being threatened by the red hair, Muragang immediately became more honest. If someone else said something like this to him, he would probably raise his hand to fight back. Even the minions of the world government are no exception. But unfortunately, there are a few guys who must not be messed with. They are Morgan's partners and enemies at the same time. And the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, is on the list of people not to be messed with. At the same time, he is also one of the guys who should not be messed with. Seeing that Morgan's had calmed down, the red-haired man lost interest in teasing him. Instead, he turned around and set his sights on the endless sea, scanning back and forth, as if he is looking for something. Beckman and everyone were washed away by the waves. The red-haired man rubbed his chin, scanned it several times with observation haki, and came to a conclusion. Among the red hair pirates, except for some of the men who died in the aftermath of Uranus attack, the rest of the cadres and men were swept away by the big waves. After coming to this conclusion, the red-haired man couldn't help but frown. Immediately, he asked Morgan's to send him to the agreed island to reunite with Beckman and others. But this request was naturally strongly rejected by Morgan's. "Joke. This is in his career. The biggest news I have ever experienced. How could you give up just because of the redhead's few words? Don't be ridiculous, red-haired Shanks. If you want to find your crew members, then go find them yourself. I will never accompany you to find them. You should give up. Besides, if you have no way to get there, just stay here and I will send it to you after I finish handling the matter at hand. If you don't want either of these options, then get off my airship." As Morgan's finished speaking, all the reporters on the airship couldn't help but tremble. "Zero, please give me flowers." After all, he was the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, and he was not a being that those CP Cypherpol members sent by the world government could look down upon. To put it mildly, if the redhead was unhappy, he would threaten to kill everyone present. These reporters didn't dare to show any resistance. But when all the reporters were panicking, the red-haired Shanks showed a smile after thinking about the film, and then sat aside very naturally. "If that's the case, then go ahead and get busy. By the way, do you have any wine?" After putting his red hair away, the smile that originally hung on the corner of Morgan's lips gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of depression and unhappiness on his face. But just when he was about to continue approaching the Marines, he faintly discovered a charred corpse on the sea. "AB, D-stroke B. President, it seems to be Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors of the sea. I really didn't expect that Kaido of the Beasts, one of the majestic emperors of the sea, would end up like this. It's really sad. President, do we want to fish him out? Hey Tilda, look, is there a charred body lying next to Kaido of the Beasts? And looking at his figure, he looks a bit like Akinu, one of the Marine admirals. 1. It's just that the guy seems to have broken an arm. Idiot, couldn't the broken arm be Marine Admiral Akinu? After all, you don't even think about how terrifying the power of that previous blow was." Listening to the discussion of his men, Moore's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately threw Shanks aside, and then quickly picked up the camera and pointed it at Kaido and Akinu. After all, if someone dies, it's big news. And the ones who died were Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, and Sakazuki, the Marine Admiral orphan dog. Once the deaths of these 2 people are revealed, it will definitely bring this big news to another level. But just when Morgan's was in high spirits, he saw the trainee reporter on the side suddenly seem to have seen something incredible, stretched out his hand and shouted, "Quick look!" The hands of those 2 guys seemed to have moved. As the words fell, everyone heard the news, and it turned out to be exactly what the trainee reporter described. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Kaido and Akinu's arms hanging under the stone pillar moved slightly. And this scene completely made Morgans furious. Damn it, why doesn't one important being die? Without anyone dying, this big news will never be able to rise to a new level. I had already thought of the title of this news on the way here, but only one Whitebeard died. Damn, damn, damn. Just when Morgans was furious, the trainee reporter beside him couldn't help but have an idea flash and asked tentatively. The president, the celestial dragon's killer, the thunder fruit ability user, the devil's son, the pirate empress, and the old overlord's golden lion and Pluton Rayleigh seemed to be missing. As soon as these words came out, Morgan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Celestial dragon's killer heir is missing. This is comparable to Kaido, red hair, marine, and so on. More attractive. Chapter 86. White Island. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Luffy, you finally woke up. Sabo and Ace stood in front of the bed, looking at Luffy wrapped in bandages on the hospital bed with joyful expressions. Looking at the two brothers appearing in his sight, Luffy suddenly changed from a confused state to a happy one. As their arms stretched out, Ace and Sabo hugged each other and cried loudly. Sabo, Ace, it's great that you guys are safe, woo-woo. It's great. Faced with Luffy's sudden move, Sabo and Ace looked at each other with a smile on their faces. After a brief exchange of greetings, the smile on Sabo's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a face full of seriousness and seriousness. The next second, under Luffy's blank gaze, Sabo slowly took out a newspaper from his pocket and said in a serious tone, Luffy, what I say next may be a bit heavy. I hope your heart can bear it. Seeing the seriousness on Sabo and Ace's faces, Luffy tilted his neck in confusion and asked curiously, What's the matter? The moment Luffy's words fell to the ground, Sabo spread out the newspaper in his hand and responded solemnly. Your crew member Air, as well as Na, 547, May, and Robin, disappeared in that huge war. This was news that spread all over the sea a few days ago, and we only learned the news today. But don't worry, Luffy, the newspaper didn't say whether they were dead. It just said that after that huge war, they couldn't find their footprints. As if he was afraid that Luffy wouldn't be able to accept it, Sabo added after thinking for a moment, fearing that Luffy would fall into great grief. Originally, Sabo didn't plan to tell the matter at this time. After all, Luffy had just woken up and was still very weak. But Sabo and Ace knew Luffy's temper very well, so they would wait until he recovered from his injury before speaking out. Luffy will definitely ignore everyone's obstruction and risk his own life to go to sea to find Air and others. And this is something Sabo and Ace don't want to see. Because after that huge war, the entire world has undergone earth-shaking changes. With Luffy's half-assed strength, as long as he goes to sea, he will inevitably encounter an unprecedented crisis. As Sabo and Ace expected, the smile on Luffy's face disappeared instantly after learning the news. Even if he endures the severe pain from his internal organs, he still wants to go out to sea to find his partner. Faced with Luffy's temper, Sabo and Ace felt helpless and held him down. It took dozens of minutes for Luffy to calm down. Luffy, you have to believe in the strength of that guy Air. Although I haven't fought against him. But in that huge war, he was a super strong man who single-handedly caused chaos on the entire battlefield. As he spoke, Sabo quickly brought the newspaper in front of Luffy, pointed to the largest section, and said, Look, this is the amount of the reward Air, and the others have now. The most brutal criminal in history, Celestial Dragon's killer, the incarnation of the devil, the new emperor of the sea, the fifth emperor Air bounty, 3.987 billion Bali. Thunder fruit ability user, Thor Nami bounty, 1.573 billion Baileys. Son of the devil Nico Robin bounty, 1,289 million Baileys. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock bounty, 1.684 billion Baileys. Admiral of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki bounty, 4.959 billion Baileys. Pluton Silver Rayleigh bounty, 4.126 billion Baileys. Looking at the series of numbers on the newspaper, Luffy suddenly felt numb. Seeing the shocked look on Luffy's face, Sabo and Ace looked at each other, patted Luffy's shoulder gently, and comforted. When we first saw these numbers, The expression on our faces was almost the same as yours. Don't worry, Luffy, since the world government dares to issue this reward order, it means Air and the others are not dead yet. The reason why I didn't show up may be because of some delays. Or maybe I don't want to attract the attention of the world government. After all, Air is very famous now. Not only does the world government want to catch him, but those guys hiding in the darkness are also looking for traces of Air. Seemingly seeing Luffy's delay in speaking, Sabo pinched Luffy's face and reprimanded him in a very serious manner. How long are you going to maintain this state? Luffy, your crew has now become the 5th emperor. Alright. Before Sabo could finish speaking, Luffy's face suddenly darkened, and while pushing Sabo and Ace away, he walked straight out the door. All that was left was I know. At the same time, Amazon Lily, the land of daughters. Jai Hadahaha. That guy Morgans is really messing around. You actually dare to tamper with the reward order published in the newspaper, Jai Hahaha. Look at this series of titles. Amid laughter, Golden Lion threw the newspaper in Air's hands and continued laughing. The most brutal criminal in history. Celestial Dragon's killer. The incarnation of the devil. The new emperor of the sea. Is that guy Morgans really not afraid that the world government will use ancient weapon to blow him to pieces? Listening to the Golden Lion's loud laughter, Air spread his hands helplessly, seemingly not very interested in this. Rather than being the emperor of the sea or the killer of celestial dragons, he prefers to have in-depth exchanges of feelings with the sisters of the Daughter Kingdom. After successfully escaping from Marineford, Air came to the Daughter's Kingdom to recuperate at the suggestion of the Empress. When Golden Lion first landed, it took Rayleigh, Zoro, and others to find an island not far from their daughter's country. Euphemistically called Training Zoro. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,221,541. In fact, it gives Air a better opportunity to perform. It is precisely because of this decision that those soldiers of the Daughter Kingdom who have experienced happiness have no worries at all. Basically every night, between 1 and 10 warriors from the Daughter Kingdom took turns inviting Air to his home. Euphemistically called. Thank you, Lord Air, for bringing Lord Snake Princess back safely. But what it is actually for is unclear. And Air has also become one with the soldiers from the entire Daughter Kingdom in the past few days. Just when Air was about to check the system, he was frightened by Nami's scream. What's wrong? What's wrong, Nami? What's wrong with you? Seeing the pale-faced Nami, Air, Robin, and others suddenly felt numb and hurriedly ran forward. I'm afraid something might happen to Nami. Nami, what's wrong with you? Speak quickly. Margaret shook Nami's arm, her tone full of urgency and worry. Although some words have not yet been spoken, Margaret has already regarded Nami and Robin as sisters. However, in the face of people's inquiries, Nami seemed to have lost her life. She pointed to the reward order about her in the newspaper and murmured to herself. 15Z73005. It's over, it's over, it's over. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Such a high bounty. Is this planning to kill me? When he heard clearly what Nami was saying, Robin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Nami, haven't you seen the bounty on Little Air? It's only 1.573 billion, what are you afraid of, Tilda? Jai Hadahaha. This is the first time I've seen someone feel sad because the bounty is too high. This is really interesting. Just when everyone was comforting Nami about the bounty, Granny New came to Golden Lion with a cane amid a burst of laughter. Old Lion, long time no see. Along with Granny New's voice sounded. Everyone heard this and went away. Then Golden Lion showed a puzzled expression on his face and asked in a high voice, Smelly old woman, who are you? As soon as the whole story came out, Granny New raised her crutch and knocked Golden Lion hard on the forehead, saying with great dissatisfaction, We haven't seen each other for more than 30 years, but you don't remember me anymore. It's really heartbreaking. Hey, hey, hey. You stinky old woman, don't talk nonsense. Layazi never remembers where I've seen you, stinky old woman. Air, come here and take this old woman away quickly. I'm afraid her snot will splash on me. 11. Looking at the disgusted Golden Lion, Granny New's expression suddenly changed, and she turned gloomy. Tian Fen said coldly. More than 30 years ago. In the Valley of the Gods. You promised to marry me after that battle. It turns out that it's been more than 30 years, and you actually said such chilling words to me after we met. Shiki, you are really not a man. As Granny New's words fell, Golden Lion's expression suddenly changed, as if he had seen some kind of great terror, and flew straight to the overseas island without looking back. Seeing this scene, Air and everyone looked at each other in shock. Although they most likely guessed something, everyone remained silent in a tacit understanding. Little Air, I suddenly remembered something and I need your help. Can you do it? Robin controlled Flower Fruit's ability and gently touched Air's sensitive area. Then he showed a very seductive smile. Chapter 87. Hey, Robin. You are too cunning. I noticed Robin's evil eyes. Nami, who was still depressed because of the bounty, immediately stood up, puffed out her cheeks and held Air in her arms. There was a hint of hostility in his eyes, filled with dissatisfaction. Air has been too tired recently, he needs to rest. Saying that, Nami ignored everyone's surprised looks and immediately took Air's hand. While walking towards the island, he said righteously, I just happened to learn a set of massage techniques, so I can give Air some massage and relax. If nothing is wrong, I hope no one will bother me to give Air a massage in the next 3 hours. After all, my technique is very helpful for sleep quality. If it is accidentally disturbed, Air will be woken up. And everything I have done will be in vain. Seeing that Nami spoke so seriously, Margaret and other soldiers from the Daughter Kingdom immediately cast envious glances at her. Nami is really amazing. She knows everything. I just wonder if she can teach us this massage technique. Yes, I also want to give Air a massage. 5 Nami, can you teach me this massage technique? I want to learn too. After Air falls asleep completely in 3 hours, Nami, can you teach us this massage technique? Looking at the group of simple and enthusiastic soldiers from the Daughter Kingdom in front of her, Nami felt troubled for a moment. Does she have any massage secrets? If it weren't for Robin's bold move, she wouldn't have lied and taken Air away. But now... calm down and don't be impatient. Calm down and don't impatient. Nami coughed twice, protected Air behind him with an awkward smile on his face, patted Air's back gently, and whispered, Air, please go back to your room and wait for me. After finishing speaking, Nami raised her head and started to talk about the simple and enthusiastic girls in the Daughter Kingdom with an awkward smile on her face. As the fragrance on the tip of his nose gradually faded away, Air patted his face and showed a smile. After sighing, Air didn't say anything more, but turned around and walked towards Nami's room. After maxing out Nami and Robin's heart rate, Air was no longer shy about these things. After all, the relationship has developed to that point, and then he shows that confusion and ignorance. That is really impolite behavior. In addition, the death of Whitebeard and the destruction of the Marine headquarters have resulted in a complicated situation on the sea. Air didn't want to show off so quickly. Instead of causing more trouble, it is better to earn more excitement points in Daughter Island. When your own strength reaches a new level, you will bring hundreds of millions of shocks to the world. The key is, from the beginning to the end of the Summit War, Nami and Robin, as well as Hancock's mentality, have all undergone subtle changes. To put it bluntly, I have experienced too much life and death, and I don't want to continue venturing out to sea for the time being. Instead, I plan to stay in the daughter country for a while to recuperate my mentality and relax. Certainly, the most important, just to get closer to Air. After all, after that experience, Nami and Robin's mentality has also undergone earth-shaking changes, and they are nostalgic for that wonderful feeling. Just as Air was thinking about how to get both parties to reach heaven later. A warmth hits the depths of the soul from bottom to top. When this strange sudden moment occurred, Air suddenly stopped. Looking back, he saw Robin folding his hands, obviously using Flower Fruit's ability. Look at the smile hanging on the corner of Robin's mouth. As if questioning, should I listen to Nami's words and ignore her existence? As if to verify Air's conjecture, Robin walked forward slowly and said with a smile, "Time waits for no one. What if Nami finds out? Then things are going to be really bad." Facing Robin's question again, Air hummed lightly and did not say any more nonsense. There seems to be telepathy. The moment Air was taken away by Robin, Nami, who was smiling awkwardly, suddenly raised the corners of her mouth slightly and chuckled. "Want to snatch air away from me? Robin, you underestimate me too." As the words fell, Thunder Fruit's ability moved instantly in Nami's mind. Zhai zhai zhai. Bursts of piercing electric currents sounded, like a bell in a bell tower, announcing that the battle for air had officially begun. The shadow of reality and reality suddenly appeared in front of air like lightning, spanning a distance of several hundred meters. Without a moment's hesitation, Nami, who was in the electric state, controlled the electric current in his hand to pass through Robin's arm. While giving Robin the slightest tingling feeling, he held air firmly in his arms. After a fight, a smile appeared on Nami's lips. Immediately holding the snatched air, he shot straight into the sky like a cannonball. It seems to be to avoid Robin's annoying fruit ability. But the more you are afraid of something, the more it will come. Just when Nami was about to escape from Robin's sight with the power of Thunder Fruit, she saw countless mane arms suddenly sprouting from air's body. Facing the endless arms, Nami's expression suddenly changed, but before she could react, she was completely wrapped up by the overwhelming arms like a rice dumpling. Foul, foul. Robin, you don't know how to show mercy at all. 11. I don't care, Robin, please let me out quickly. I want to have a fair competition with you without using Devil Fruit's abilities. Robin, did you hear what I said? Listening to Nami's shouts coming from time to time, Air wanted to tell them to stop making trouble. But there is just too much facial cleanser. There were so many that Air's face was completely obscured. As soon as she opens her mouth, Nami will instantly blush due to the hot breath she exhales. Don't ask based on experience. But even if I don't say anything, it still feels uncomfortable to have my face covered in 437 facial cleanser. That feeling of suffocation can be tolerated in a short period of time. After all, Air's physical fitness is not a little bit better than ordinary people. But every time Robin and Nami start to be on opposite sides, time is hard to fix. If this is like last time, when the two of them argued about this matter for more than an hour, they can only say the same thing. Excuse me. Just when Air was thinking about whether he should remind Nami, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his originally dark sight. Nami's noise also stopped the moment the light appeared, and was replaced by a look of surprise on her face. You are. Looking at Hancock in a white wedding dress and Robin in a black evening gown, Nami suddenly felt that her CPU was about to burn out. What is this? The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole follows behind. But before Nami could ask her doubts, she saw Robin pointing to the big bed covered with roses and saying softly, "Nay." This was brought up by Hancock. Doesn't this little guy Air always say he hopes we can do something different? It seems to be called cosplay, right? FFFLX. Looking at Hancock's blushing look, Nami immediately understood what the two of them meant, and then showed a smirk. That's a good idea. I just don't know. 3 people, can Air be able to stop roaring? Chapter 88. I just don't know. 3 people tilde. As he spoke, Nami slowly looked at Air, whose cheeks were covered with facial cleanser, and deliberately joked. Can Air be able to roar tilde? He tilde. As if he noticed that Nami was talking to someone, Air twisted a bit subconsciously, but what he got in exchange was Nami hugging him even harder. However, what Air didn't expect was that the sudden contraction was not caused by Nami, but was imitated by Robin's ability to control flower fruit. The purpose is also very simple. If he didn't do this, it would be impossible for Nami to change her clothes. A clever trick allowed Nami to escape successfully, but at the same time, Air's vision fell into darkness again. Without Air noticing, Nami quickly picked back and forth among the clothes prepared by Hancock and Robin. Due to limited time, Nami did not hesitate for too long and quickly chose a white sailor suit that Air accidentally mentioned from among the many strange clothes. Putting on short skirts, Nami, Robin, and others did not choose to let Air accept this sudden surprise directly. Instead, he deliberately turned off the lights in the entire room. As the huge bedroom fell into darkness, Robin once again controlled flower fruit's ability and carefully moved Air into the closet. Nami and others quickly hid under the covers, waiting for Air's next move. After getting everything ready, Robin made an arc at the corner of his mouth, and then retracted the arm wrapped around Air. The moment Air felt the suffocation disappear, what came into view was darkness. Air, who still hadn't figured out what was going on, touched the surrounding area lightly with both hands, and then gently pushed open the closet door. Nami. Robin. Stop joking, what on earth are you planning to do? Looking at the dark room, Aiyu simply asked. However, after seeing no one respond, Air's eyes quickly locked on the big bed in the room. Although I don't understand why Nami and Robin brought him to this strange room. But his intuition told him that Nami or Robin must be hiding in a corner and watching him silently. And the best hiding place is the slightly bulging big bed. This hide-and-seek game is really good, Tilda. Air joked, and suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, and he couldn't help but feel excited recently. That's it, Tilda. You actually plan to have some fun with me. Thinking of this, Air couldn't help but reveal a smirk. Since Nami or Robin planned to recuperate before the official start, they didn't want it to happen. This can be regarded as a small punishment for them. Who told these two guys that every time they wanted to fight, they would first stand on opposite sides and torment themselves. With the idea in mind, Air did not hesitate at all. He coughed twice deliberately, pretending not to know that there was someone in the room, and said to himself, "Aren't Nami and Robin here? Strange, really strange. If they weren't in this room, where were Nami and Robin? Are they planning to leave me here and take me away when the fight is over?" As he spoke, Air deliberately made the sound of footsteps and the door opening, and then quickly found a safe place to hide. Seeing that there was no sound in the room for a long time, Nami, Robin, and others were stunned. But they were afraid that Air was playing tricks on them, so the three of them fell into a very tangled state. "Robin, are we going to go out and see if Air is really gone?" "Don't worry, Nami, I have already used Flower Fruit's ability to detect it. Air is still in this room. It's just that he seemed to be planning to attack us and deliberately hid behind the cabinet, waiting for us to get out." As soon as these words came out, Hancock's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. As early as Air said those words, she wanted to rush out and force Air in. It was just the arm summoned by Robin that stopped her from doing those things. Now, after hearing what Robin said, Hancock couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief and said with a slight complaint, "If I had known earlier, I should have followed my ideas. If I had followed my method and let Air enter here from the beginning, it wouldn't be so embarrassing now." Although Hancock complained, he did not take any action and seemed to be expecting Air to come in vividly. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,230, 1,221. However, Air now wants to teach Nami or Robin a lesson, without giving them a chance to complete their plan. Forced to have no choice but to do so, Robin sighed softly, and the ability of Flower Fruit was activated instantly under her thoughts. Several arms forcibly pulled Air over while Air's body grew. Seeing that Robin could no longer hold his breath, Air did not resist, but smiled very happily. "Hee, are you losing your temper so quickly? I thought you..." As the lights turn on, looking at the three beautiful figures in his sight, Air blinked, and the smile on his face was gradually replaced by confusion and confusion. You know, beforehand, he only thought that Robin was the only one in the room, so in order to avoid embarrassment, he deliberately showed an expression that showed he had everything under control. Da. Recalling the initial gaffe, Air couldn't help but take a breath and subconsciously took 2 steps back. If there were only Nami and Robin, Air might not be so embarrassed. After all, this is not the first time. But now there's another Hancock. As long as you are a normal person, your initial reaction should be confusion first and then excitement, right? Seemingly seeing Air's confused expression, the 3 women looked at each other and then high-fived each other with joyful faces. Then, without waiting for Air to change his attitude, Nami pulled him over, puffed out his cheeks, and rubbed Air's cheeks, pretending to be very angry. "Humph, you little rascal, you actually dare to hide. If it weren't for Robin, we might have been fooled by you." Facing Nami's complaint, Air really didn't know what to say at this moment. After all, the current situation is completely out of his control. Whether he talks or not, the final outcome cannot be changed. For this reason, Air did not choose to speak. Instead, he acted as a well-behaved lamb and allowed himself to be slaughtered by the 3 big bad wolves in front of him. Seemingly seeing that Air didn't speak, Nami added a word or two and put Air down very cooperatively. Then he stood up slowly, pointed at Air with a very strong attitude and said, "Robin, punish this little villain severely." As the words fell, Robin was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood Nami's intention, and the smile on his face became brighter. "Seize the future. Leave it to me, son." Chapter 89. Hancock looked at the scene in front of him, his mouth slightly opened, and he couldn't help but feel a little stunned. He seemed not to have expected the scene before him at all. "Nami, do you mean that we are going to snatch the future now and successfully get Air back?" Tilda, yes. "Not only that, we are going to send Air to our abyss for torture." Robin's brows couldn't help but frown, obviously agreeing with what Nami said. "I feel excited just thinking about this. I have to admit that Robin and Nami both have a special quirk. For example, I like that boy named Air. Are we really going to send Air to some abyss to torture him? This seems a bit difficult." Nami touched his head and said uncertainly, "I don't know how Air will treat us. We have to rely on you, Sister Nami, for this. You must try to delay as much time as possible so that my flower fruit ability can be used faster." "Yes, Tilda, no problem." Nami patted her chest confidently and said, "I'm going to have to trouble Robin he to cooperate with me this time." "Of course." Robin also patted his chest to express his willingness to cooperate. However, Robin kept complaining in his heart, "Obviously you want to cooperate with me, okay. In that case, let's leave quickly and try to find Air before dawn." Robin and Nami looked at each other, then took a step forward and disappeared. At the same time in Air's room. As soon as Robin entered the door, he pushed Air down on the bed and kept provoking him with flower fruit. "He Tilda Nami, look at me Robin, I'm so awesome." "Of course." Robin had a proud smile on his face. "Although this guy is not very obedient, I, Robin, can still control him. But in order to avoid any problems, I shouldn't tie up his legs and mouth." As Robin spoke, he took out the rope from the package and tied Air's hands and feet. "Robin, what are you doing? Isn't Air our little sweetheart? Isn't it disrespectful for you to tie him up like this?" Nami frowned and said when she saw Robin's behavior, "But if I don't make him more honest, will he run away? Wouldn't our work be in vain? So I have to tie him up. Look at his face, that deserves a beating. He has been seducing others. I couldn't help but rush over and bite him to death, so I had to tie him up." "Nami, don't worry. Once he's tied up, I guarantee he won't dare to move at all." Robin looked confident and didn't care at all how dangerous the situation was. "Robin, don't you think we look like a demon now?" Nami couldn't help but frown and asked, "What's this?" "If this scares little sweetheart, then we can just be devils all the time," Robin said matter-of-factly. Nami was speechless for a while, but didn't know what to say. She could only say silently in her heart, "Air, don't blame me, I just hope you can always love me." "Nami, what do you mean by this? Do you have a problem with me? You have to remember that we are friends now. There is no need to say those polite words between friends. As friends, we should work together so that our friends will never leave us, and our friends will always stay by our side." "Nami," Robin suddenly shouted seriously, "we want to be friends forever and torture this little sweetheart together." Robin's voice was full of determination, which made Nami feel a little excited. But she is also a smart person, and she knows that if she continues to discuss this issue, I'm afraid the final result will be Air's strong oppression, causing the two of them to succumb to his authority. "Okay, Tilda. Aft, let's just work together. But how can we let Air go into the abyss we prepared?" Nami's tone was filled with confusion. "It doesn't matter, I have flower fruit. Air will definitely not be able to control his desire to go there." Robin said with a smile on his face, "Nami, you only need to be responsible for him not to resist. Leave the rest to me." "Duh." Nami nodded. Although Robin's flower fruit is useful, Air is not an ordinary person after all. This is the new 5 emperors. Therefore, Robin does not have the right to dominate Air, and Nami's task becomes to assist. "What can I do to make Air behave?" Nami muttered. "Nami, don't wait to see the show. We first tied Air to the bed." Robin immediately used flower fruit's ability, and Air also revealed his strong and muscular upper body. Seeing this scene, Nami's pretty face turned slightly red, but she soon regained her composure. It might hurt his pride. Nami, don't worry, I used flower fruit. He will be happier than us. Robin said and stretched out his finger. Air, who was controlled by flower fruit, said with a confident expression. As long as I inject a little soul, Air won't cry and beg to enter the abyss to find out. Not bad. Robin, you are really awesome. Okay, I'm going to use my ability. Nami looked happy. She sat down on the soft big bed with a bright smile on her face. Who in this world can be more handsome than Air? I, Nami, am the most beautiful woman, Air. You will not feel wronged. After speaking, Nami slightly stuck out her tongue with a naughty look on her face. Nami, what are you thinking about? Nothing much. Nami shook his head. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? No, I don't have a fever. Nami quickly denied it. It's really weird. Robin frowned and said, could it be Air's charm? It's not that exaggerated. It's just that I thought of one thing. What's going on? Robin asked curiously. I'm thinking that Air must have enjoyed the torture when he entered the abyss, right? Robin's mind flashed to the image of Air tied to the wall motionless. Nami's heart couldn't help but beat violently. Robin's imagination is so rich. It's possible to think of such disgusting things. Nami, I think this plan is great, and Air will definitely be looking forward to it now. Chapter 90. Robin, I can't do it. What's wrong, why not? Because I don't have flower fruit, and Air is one of the 5 emperors, so I'm not strong enough to compete with him. Nami's expression was full of inferiority complex. She knew that she was a weakling, and that nothing about her could be called an advantage. Didn't I tell you? Robin said calmly. It's not that I don't believe in you, but I don't believe in myself. Nami smiled bitterly. If I didn't have flower fruit, it would be difficult for us to make Air surrender. You don't have to worry about this. These things are cheap, that boy, he won't blame us. Now it's just a matter of doing it my way. Robin said and stretched out his hand, and the flower fruit's ability immediately acted on Air. Air was lying on the bed speechless. He never dreamed that these 2 girls could do such a sexy thing. He is a newly promoted 5th emperor, but he is not a third-rate scumbag, okay. You 2 girls actually used the power of flower fruit to make yourselves make mistakes. This is simply an insult to yourself. Air's heart burned with rage. I will not give in. I will never fall into the hands of 2 girls. I still have a large forest to cultivate and weave. Air gritted his teeth. Air, don't be like this. Nami looked pitiful. Air, are you really not going to think about it? Robin said with a smirk on his face. A trace of hesitation flashed in Air's eyes, looking at the 2 demonic beauties in front of him. He suddenly thought that it would be a kind of experience to explore the secret abyss they called. Thinking of this, Air no longer struggled in his heart, as if he acquiesced to Robin and Nami's behavior. He knew in his heart that although he didn't want to, he couldn't resist the temptation of flower fruit. He really wants to go into the abyss now and see what this terrifying abyss looks like. What a terrifying experience it is. Nami, please control Air quickly. Robin urged. Nami nodded slightly and formed a seal with his hands to start the spell. She quickly pinched her hands together to form a huge rune in midair, and a strong white light emitted from the rune. The white light condensed into a huge rune chain around Air, binding Air tightly. Nami, what are you doing? Robin shouted. I'm increasing the bondage for Air. Nami explained. Increase restraint. Robin thought Nami would induce Air, but unexpectedly she added Dong Fu Wu. Doesn't this girl know how to use abilities? Robin, don't bother me, I'm binding Air. We can't fail. Nami's lips moved slightly, muttering some obscure spells. She muttered words and kept making seals with her hands. The white light gradually condensed into a white sphere and slowly flew towards Air. The white sphere seemed to contain some kind of power, and it fell into Air's body. Air's body shook violently. Nami, what is this? X. As soon as Nami said this, she suddenly stopped her spell with a look of surprise on her face. Robin, you see Air's body is reacting. So amazing. I do not know. Robin also looked confused. This is really a wonderful power. Robin sighed. Yes, Nami, you are so lucky. air is actually affected by your ability. The two women were confused, but they didn't know what their abilities were. Instead, Air was thinking about the mysterious abyss and the changes slowly taking place in his body. Nami and Robin didn't know all this. They were still immersed in the joy of this experiment. Nami, look, AI, you seem to be a little different. Well, it seems like something is moving. Something's wrong. This kind of power feels so familiar. Could it be? Nami felt excited. She stood up suddenly and walked towards Air. Nami, why are you going? Robin, please stop. The two women asked in unison. Robin's eyes fell on Air. At this sight, his pupils suddenly contracted. Air's penis actually began to swell. It was some kind of human muscle tissue. Robin, what's going on with your flower fruit? Air isn't having any health problems, is he? Robin's eyes were fixed on Air, and his breathing became rapid. I don't know, this thing seems to be very powerful. Zero, please give me flowers. Robin's eyes were wide and round, looking particularly cute. Awesome, it's so awesome. I know why Air is like this. Robin grabbed Nami's shoulders and said with a trembling tone. Why is this happening? Air was influenced by flower fruit. What flower fruit? What are you talking about? Some organ in Air's body began to undergo some changes. Variety. Well, this is the ability of flower fruit. What is that thing you're talking about? The ability of flower fruit can make Air more powerful. I think that must be the case. However, Air's body is already fully developed and does not need such changes at all. Robin's head was in a mess. Is this Air's talent? Nami said confused. Talent? It must be. Otherwise, how could Air be like this? I don't believe how powerful flower fruit can be. Robin looked disdainful. That's because flower fruit hasn't reached ultimate yet. When it reaches ultimate, flower fruit will become even more powerful. There's no doubt about it. Nami said affirmatively. This is gangster logic. I don't believe what you say, you liar. HMPH, no matter what, I won't let Air turn into such a monster. Nami shouted. Robin, I won't let you hurt Air. The two women just looked at each other. Air looked at them and found it interesting, but he had just come up with ideas. You two didn't take me to some mysterious abyss. How could we have a quarrel here? Air was speechless and felt that there was something he had nowhere to vent. He wanted to speak to stop him, but he found that his body couldn't move at all. At this time, you should unite together to deal with me and surrender. Air said helplessly in his heart. Robin, I'm warning you. If you dare to do anything to harm Air, I will definitely kill you. Nami's eyes flashed with viciousness. Nami, what are you talking about? Robin's brow furrowed. What am I talking about, don't you understand? If you dare to hurt Air, I will definitely kill you, Fan. Chapter 91. Nami, why are you so unreasonable? Humph, what's wrong with me being unreasonable? I just don't like people like you. Nami said with a cold snort. Robin's mouth opened wide, and he looked at Air. I saw an abnormality in Air's body, suddenly falling straight down. What's going on? Is flower fruit's ability no longer effective? Robin yelled in horror. No, Robin, look. Nami's voice suddenly rose. What? Robin turned to look at Air. I saw Air lying there at this moment, looking at them with an innocent face instead. Robin, is flower fruit no longer available? Nami's heart felt cold. He knew that if it was useless, the two of them could not take Air away to explore the secret abyss. The power of the Huahua 207 fruit is in Air's body. Now Air seems to be affected by something so. What was affected by what? Nami, look at Air's body changing. Robin exclaimed, pointing to Air's body. Nami's expression changed slightly. Her eyes noticed Air's body, but there was no movement at the place that had changed. How could this happen? Nothing will happen to Air, right? Robin said nervously. Nami's eyes were fixed on Air. She felt some pain in her chest. If Air is really tortured by the two of them, she really has no choice but to die to atone for her sins. Robin, don't worry, Air is fine. Nami comforted. Look, Air's body is back to normal. Real or fake? Robin looked suspicious. Nami rolled her eyes angrily. Of course it's true. If you don't believe it, go and touch it yourself and you'll know if it's true. No, if Air wasn't controlled by flower fruit, he would definitely kill me. Robin shook his head and refused. If you don't want to, forget it. Then I'll try it first. Then don't say I'm the first to do it. Nami curled her lips, but she didn't feel low at all. Although Air looked motionless, his eager eyes always seemed to be unaffected by flower fruit. Nami also felt a little uneasy. Hey, you two, stop arguing. The most important thing now is not what happened to my body. Aren't you going to take me to the abyss? Air suddenly interrupted the two of them. Of course we will take you there, but we need to discuss countermeasures now. Countermeasures? What countermeasures? Air said doubtfully. How to let flower fruit's ability bind you. Air, you can't blame us. Nami and Robin were both a little anxious. Well, my body has not recovered yet. I am really controlled by flower fruit. Air's face was full of longing, and he spoke without conscience. Air, are you saying that flower fruit's ability has already affected you? Nami's eyes lit up. Yes, this is not the first time that my flower fruit ability has affected me. 1. Air immediately nodded hurriedly and said, So can you overcome flower fruit's powers? Nami asked excitedly. It's so difficult. If you don't let me go, I guess this ability can control me for the rest of my life. Air said with a smile. When Nami and Robin heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Flower fruit is really effective on Air. Then Air will not be able to escape from the hands of the two of them in the future. Then you can take Air to explore the secret abyss at any time in the future. Then can you remove this ability? Cannot. Robin refused without thinking. What's going on with you two? Flower fruit's ability can have an impact on my body. Air said with a surprised look on his face. Who said your body is controlled by flower fruit? We are discussing flower fruit with you now. Air, can you stop talking? I will take you to the abyss with Robin now. I disagree. Air said directly, without conscience. How can you be so selfish? Why don't you let me and Sister Nami take you there? Robin said angrily. You two want to explore the abyss, why are you taking me with you? Air said righteously. You are ours, so you have to go even if you don't want to. Robin's eyes suddenly turned red. Nami was about to stun him, and I reactivated flower fruit's ability. It seemed like he would really be under control. Nami said, looking at Robin. Nami, this is inappropriate. What if Air is knocked unconscious by you? What if he doesn't respond? Robin quickly stopped him. I'm not afraid. Anyway, with flower fruit, he will definitely be affected. Didn't you just see it? Nami said proudly. Robin had no choice but to acquiesce when he heard this. After all, Nami and him are not much different in strength. Even Air has to worry about 3 points if they join forces. A sinister smile appeared on Nami's face. Her eyes flashed. Air, if you don't give in obediently this time, you will never leave us. After Nami finished speaking, she touched the ground with her right foot and rushed straight towards Air. Robin followed suit. Nami clasped her hands together, and a layer of light blue light suddenly appeared on her body. Flower fruit's ability to charm. Robin let out a low drink and activated his flower fruit ability. Do not touch me. Air suddenly let out a sharp roar and then seemed to be in a coma. Air, what's wrong with you? Nami was startled. Robin's expression also changed drastically. But how do the two women know that Air is just pretending? The two women are so stupid. If he doesn't try his best to cooperate, this matter may not be possible. Nami and Robin were stunned when they saw that Air had passed out. The two looked at each other a little awkwardly. Let me take Air in to take a bath first, Robin said, reaching out and grabbing Air's arm, dragging him into the bathroom. Nami also followed in. The two entered the bath one after another. The two of them sat on the edge of the bathing pool together, looking at Air. Both of them were a little at a loss. Their heartbeats accelerated, and an inexplicable flame surged into their hearts. Nami, you are serious? Robin suddenly said infatuatedly. Yeah, he's really handsome. Nami also praised. The two of them couldn't help but look at Air, where their flower fruit abilities came into play. Oui. Robin immediately blushed and stood up. Nami also stood up in panic, the blush on his face spreading to the roots of his ears. She didn't dare look at Air either. Both of their cheeks were as red as monkey butts. Chapter 92. Nor did they dare look at Air. Both of their cheeks were as red as monkey butts. Nami, do you think I should kiss him? I feel like we are going crazy. Robin's mind was filled with the image of air. You, then try to see if he is already controlled by flower fruit. Nami glared at Robin, but turned even redder. When Robin saw that Nami was also shy, he became even more excited and suddenly approached Air. Don't want, Nami exclaimed and quickly turned her head. Robin stopped right at Air's nose, and the two of them stood awkwardly. Air's heart beat like thunder. Robin's heart was beating rapidly. Neither of them spoke anymore. There was only the sound of water dripping in the bathtub. Nami's face flushed, and her body became stiff as if she were petrified. The two of them stayed in an awkward stalemate for a long time. In the end, Nami was defeated. She slowly turned her head. Air, eyes. Air, I'm going to take you to explore the abyss right away. Robin suddenly shouted. Nami's face became even more shy. She gritted her teeth and slowly closed her eyes. Robin's heart was pounding when he saw 5, and his lips slowly moved closer to Air. Robin shuddered and slowly opened his eyes, seeing Air's expectant eyes. Air's expression was very serious. A smile appeared on his face, as if he was not controlled by flower fruit at all. Air, I'm sorry, I didn't know I would do this to you. Air, I'm sorry, Nami cried beside her, and she threw herself into Air's arms full of guilt. Nami, don't cry, I know you love me. Air quickly comforted him. Duh. Nami's tears flowed even more fiercely. But I don't know how to do it. Upon seeing this, Air quickly hugged Nami's waist tightly, buried his head in Nami's arms, and said with a grieved expression. Nami felt even more sad when she heard this. What I just did went too far. She has not completed her commitment to Air. Okay, Air, don't worry, May and I will make it up to you in the future. Robin said next to him. Yeah, I believe you. Air nodded. Okay, it's getting late. You should explore the secret abyss together. We have to find Luffy early tomorrow morning. Air, aren't you angry? Angry, but Nami has a reason for doing what he did. How could Air blame you? After Air finished speaking, he kissed Nami's forehead. Air, you're so considerate, thank you. Nami burst into laughter. You're welcome, we want to explore the abyss together. Air said with a smile. Nami and Robin's faces suddenly turned red again. Both of them dared not speak. At this time, there was a noise in the bath. Nami and Robin looked up at the same time and saw that Air could actually move. The two of them were so frightened that they quickly covered their eyes, but there was still a gap secretly left between their fingers. Is this little guy not affected by flower fruit? Did what he just said come from his heart, or was he influenced by flower fruit? The two of them looked at Air lying in the bath, with a blush on their faces. XR. Nami said something and was about to say something, but suddenly felt ashamed and didn't know what to say. Nami, if you don't want to explore the abyss together, forget it. Air, won't force you. Air deliberately pretended to be stupid. Nami's face immediately turned redder. She lowered her head and said, I am willing, Yun. Then let's go together. Robin said, holding Nami's hand and walking towards Air with a passionate face. Nami's face turned red again. This Air is really bad. Robin's face also turned red for a while, but she was very excited in her heart. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,240, 1,121. Air lay on the bed and looked at Robin, then at Nami. At this moment, Air suddenly felt a sense of happiness. Although he was not controlled by flower fruit. But Nami and Robin don't know. I was finally able to experience the horror of the abyss. It is said that there are many dangers in the abyss, and he will lose his way if he is not careful. A smile appeared on Air's lips. Robin frowned when he saw this scene. She didn't know why Air seemed not to be affected by flower fruit's ability at all. Is this what Air did willingly? Nami was also very worried at the moment. She didn't know how to face Air. Air looked at Nami with a smile and said, Let's explore the abyss together. There are many treasures in the abyss. Air, do you also know what the abyss is? Robin asked confused. Of course, the abyss is very dangerous. I will definitely protect you. Air said in a matter-of-fact tone. Then, Air, how do you want to protect us? Robin asked again. Of course, use all the fruit abilities together, and then fight them for hundreds of rounds. Air shrugged like a know-it-all. This, Do we really need to use the power of the fruit to fight against it? Nami was stunned and then turned red. She didn't expect Air to say this. Air couldn't help but smile when he saw Nami's reaction. This girl is too pure. Yeah, nothing in this world is that easy. Although there are treasures in Abyss 463, it is also really dangerous. I heard that no matter how stubborn a man is, he will still be defeated in a dangerous place like the Abyss. Although he is the killer of celestial dragons and the newly promoted king of the 5 phoenixes. But going to the Abyss is really dangerous, and Air doesn't dare to drag it blindly. Nami and Robin really didn't know what to say to themselves about risking their lives. That's why the two of them came up with this strategy, using the flower fruit ability to influence themselves to agree. But the two girls underestimated him. Air. Isn't it a place to explore the secret abyss? For the sake of his friend, Air is willing to cut both ways. But Air, you are a little kid. Do you really have the courage to explore the abyss? Robin was still worried. Robin, I am not an ordinary little kid. I am now one of the new 5 emperors. You, that's not the same thing. Nami and Robin were both stunned. This is not the same concept, okay? Of course, otherwise how could I protect you? Well, if we go to explore the abyss, what do you think we should do? Robin said timidly, and her face turned red. Then you guys can go with me. Anyway, I like adventure and the unknown the most. Air narrowed his eyes and suppressed a smile. Chapter 93. Robin and Nami looked at each other. Neither of them knew whether Air understood or not. Nami, I think we should take Air to explore the abyss. I believe he is not young anymore. After Robin finished speaking, he looked at Nami. Nami glanced at Air and nodded. They don't know if Air is strong enough to face the abyss. Isn't this appropriate? Nami was a little hesitant and did not see Air's strength. They were afraid that things would not work out. It will be very embarrassing in front of Air then. Air would probably fight the two of them to the death. It's okay, Nami. I also like to explore the abyss anyway. I will take care of you when the time comes. Air said with a smile. His eyes sparkled with excitement. B7. Nami and Robin looked at each other, and they didn't understand why their decision was so easy. It seemed that Air was much more powerful than they thought. Air, you must pay attention to safety measures, otherwise it will be dangerous if little monsters appear. Robin warned. It's okay, it's just an abyss. It's nothing to me, so don't worry. Air smiled and waved his hand. He never cared about that mysterious abyss. Then let's go get ready. Robin said and started talking to Nami. Nami, where are we going to find the abyss? Air looked at Nami and asked with a confused expression. Find a place to settle down first, and then just wait for you to be controlled by flower fruit, Air. Nami replied stiffly. What are you doing against the abyss, and you are using flower fruit to control me? Air said, pretending to be crazy. Hear the words. Robin and Nami rolled their eyes at him speechlessly. Air is so funny, he pretends to be stupid. Nami, I want a raincoat. I heard that exploring the abyss is very wet, so you must prepare a raincoat. Air continued to pretend to be crazy and said stupidly. Nami and Robin felt helpless when they heard Air speak. Robin helplessly spread his hands to Nami and said, What should I do? Air is really weird. I don't know if he understands it or not. I didn't expect Air to make such a request. Nami and Robin were speechless for a while. I think we should take Air to explore the abyss first. Anyway, he also likes to explore the abyss. Then we will know whether Air is pretending to be crazy or not. Robin couldn't think of any other way. Then it's decided. Nami looked at Robin and nodded. Air looked happy. Is it finally starting? Air's eyes lit up. He is also looking forward to exploring the abyss this time. Well, I'm going to find something for Air to eat. Robin nodded and said. Okay, Nami. Robin smiled. Air looked around the room and found that no one was near the house. He looked around. It seems that he and Nami are going to prepare pills for themselves. After Nami took out the things, Air immediately started to eat hungrily. Look at Air's hungry look. Nami and Robin were also speechless for a while. Is there really nothing wrong with this child? Does he know what he is eating? That's a pill with the same effect as flower fruit. Nami, I've finished eating, let's start. Air licked his lips. Nami and Robin were also sitting nearby and started to feel shy. Although they were determined to capture air, they were still a little at a loss when they were about to face it. Nami, don't worry, I will use the fruit to knock air out when the time comes, and we can sneak attack him. Robin whispered. Nami also nodded when he heard this. But there was another thing on her mind. Robin, don't underestimate the power of these fruits. If it is flower fruit, it may make people fall into a state of confusion. However, the effects of these fruits will not last too long, and there will be some side effects. Nami whispered. Then let's try it. Robin said with a smile. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,240, 1,231. Nami nodded slightly. That begins. After Robin finished speaking, he rushed towards air. Oh, what happened? Nami shouted when she saw this scene. There are all kinds of unknowns in this abyss, and it would be troublesome if anything goes wrong with air. It's okay, air doesn't know that we can teach him, so don't worry about it. Nami also smiled when she saw Robin's nervous look. That's it, international bus. Nami thought for a while, then smiled slightly and started watching the show. She wanted to see what trouble this guy could cause. Robin, I saw Air looking forward to it. Do you want to confirm whether he is under control? Nami pointed at Air and said. Do you think Air doesn't understand? He's not young anymore. Robin asked, looking at Nami in surprise. Well, haven't you already explored the abyss? Nami nodded repeatedly. Who said that? I didn't. Robin shrugged helplessly and explained. She is not as bold as Nami. That is an abyss. How is it possible to explore casually with others? Are you sure you haven't explored with air before? Nami said with some confusion. Robin nodded and said affirmatively. Nami, have you forgotten that air is a celestial dragon's killer? Can I have the ability to help him explore the abyss? Robin said a little speechlessly. Nami also nodded when she heard this. She knew that air was the newly promoted 5 emperors. Air's strength cannot be underestimated. Then go take a look and be careful. Nami instructed. I know Nami, don't worry. I believe in flower fruit's ability. Air must have been influenced to say this. Robin said confidently with a smile. She believes that as long as flower fruit is around, Air will definitely be affected. Air saw that the two of them didn't seem to believe in him very much, and he secretly became a little nervous. You are worthy of choosing your partner. Air is very grateful to Robin and Nami. If it weren't for them, he would never know the secret of the abyss. After Robin saw Nami nodding, he also walked towards Air with a smile. Air took the pills and felt the effects of the pills. He couldn't control himself when Robin came closer. Robin, don't move around, don't come over. Why do I feel like tearing you apart now? Air said nervously. Robin was immediately happy. Is it that scary if I am not a savage beast? Air, don't be afraid, I just came to see you. Robin looked at Air with a smile and said. Air was relieved when he heard this, but still looked around cautiously. Robin couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He didn't expect that this guy was quite sharp. Robin, really don't come over. I feel like I'm a little abnormal now. Air looked at Robin and said. Chapter 94. Then just close your eyes and rest for a while. Robin smiled slightly and slowly approached Air. She was also a little excited. After all, this is flower fruit, and the pills are effective. This feels so comfortable. Robin took a deep breath and sighed. Nami also opened her eyes wide, not daring to blink for fear that she would miss some exciting moments. Robin, look, our flower fruit is so powerful, he is already getting stronger. Nami suddenly pointed to a place and exclaimed. She felt as if a man who stood upright appeared in her mind. Flower fruit, so amazing. Robin couldn't help but admire it. This flower fruit is really awesome. Nami said, looking at the flowers. Robin also nodded slightly, feeling very incredible. The power of this flower fruit is so powerful. Since even Air, the killer of celestial dragons and one of the newly promoted 5 emperors, cannot withstand the influence of this ability. What about everyone else? Robin looked at Air and thought secretly in his mind, what should he do? This flower fruit is really magical. Robin, I'd like to have a drink to celebrate. Nami looked at Robin and said with a smile. Certainly. Robin nodded in agreement. She wouldn't refuse Nami's offer. Robin 42, thank you for working with me. Nami said, looking at Robin. We complete each other. Robin also said with a smile. Nami was stunned when she heard this sentence. She seemed to understand what Robin meant. Robin, this flower fruits ability is working. Nami looked at Robin hesitantly and said. Although she also wanted to explore the abyss with air, she has actually come to this point now. Because of air's existence, she and Robin actually came up with such a bloody plan. Don't worry, Nami, air is actually under our control. He has been affected by flower fruits ability. Robin patted the back of Nami's hand comfortingly and said. Nami also nodded. Let's have a drink, have a good drink tonight, and then explore the secret abyss with air. Robin said with a smile. Good. Nami said excitedly, and the two of them raised their glasses and drank in one gulp. Both of them were drunk, but they were both very happy. Robin and Nami's plan has been half successful, and now there is only one last step left. That is exploring the abyss. As long as you find the entrance to the abyss, everything will be fine. Robin, you really helped me a lot this time, Af. Nami said, while lying on the bed looking at Robin. Nami, you're so polite. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to do this smoothly. Although Robin is not one of the 5 emperors, he is also a user with flower fruit ability. By the way, Robin, you haven't told me yet, what should we do next? Nami suddenly looked at Robin and said. Nami, you don't know either. Robin looked at Nami and said, confused. Why should I know? Nami is also a little confused. She really doesn't know how to explore the secret abyss. Nami asked immediately as she looked at Robin. Robin, it's difficult, don't you know? This is my first time too. I'm also very confused as to whether this secret abyss is dangerous or not. Robin also said, with a confused look. At this point, they act like an idiot. The two glared at each other and finally laughed bitterly. Well, I think there will be no danger if we add air. Air is one of the 5 emperors. Can't he cope with such a small abyss? Nami also nodded when she heard this. She didn't want to let air go to waste. So Robin and Nami looked at air intently. Air is speechless. He never dreamed that these 2 women could be so bad. What if we agreed to explore the dangers together? Your eyes are wrong. Robin's actions are so obvious. Air looked a little chilly. Nami, we can make some plans first. Robin looked at Nami with a smile and said. Robin, what are you going to do? Nami was slightly startled. She still hadn't figured out what was going on. Why did Robin suddenly stop? Nami, you can prepare first. What? Nami was stunned when she heard Robin's words. I asked you to prepare first, and we can make air look good together. Robin explained. This. Let me check if air is controlled by flower fruit first. Nami also reacted and said quickly. It's okay. We've already used our abilities anyway, so there's no need for us to cover up. Nami nodded and ran to air. Robin looked at Nami's back and smiled. Air, you will look good soon. Don't rush to explore. Air lay on the bed, with his eyes closed to relax. His current condition is very bad. The power of this flower fruit can actually affect yourself. Air is a little helpless. He feels this as a game. He was being played by 2 different women. He has now begun to wonder if these 2 women were sent by monkeys. Oh, this Nami is so slow. Air thought with some anxiety in his heart. Why hasn't Nami come out after so long? Robin also walked to the door of the room and knocked on the door. Nami, come out soon. It's coming, you don't have to rush me. Nami said shyly. Nami, what's wrong with you? Robin also asked curiously. Robin, I'm afraid air hates us. Nami's face turned red after speaking. Robin shook his head helplessly. Nami is really nervous. Nami, we have come this far and must complete our unanimous ideas. You also know, then, what if air hates us? Nami asked worriedly. Well, don't worry about that much for now. Robin, you are so awesome. You are not afraid of air. I never thought that the 2 craziest people in the world are us. Nami said excitedly. Well, it's funny, where are you looking? Robin nodded and pointed to air. Robin, you are really my idol. What happened to air? Nami also asked confused. Nami, I'd be proud if you said that, hahaha. You'd better know just by looking at it. Robin smiled, with the look of a successful plot on his face. Robin, there's no need to look. We will definitely be able to successfully explore the secret abyss. Robin also said affirmatively. Chapter 95. Well, Robin, you are serious too. You clearly know that air won't dislike it, so why do you still want me to watch it? Nami said a little annoyed. Nami, I'm not jealous. I just can't bear to hurt you. I'm doing it for your own good. I don't want you to be disappointed. Robin said with a smile. Nami was slightly stunned after hearing what Robin said. This sentence was a tone of concern. Nami's heart suddenly felt warm. Thank you, Robin. Nami also said. You're welcome, Nami. We are all friends, just think of me as helping you. Robin, you really don't mind? Nami asked hesitantly. Haha, Nami, don't worry. Robin also said with a smile. Well, I believe you too, Robin. If this is the case, what should we do now? Nami said. Robin was also stunned after hearing Nami's words. What should I do? This is a troublesome thing. I don't know anything. Nami also looked at Robin a little embarrassed. She doesn't understand anything. Robin, don't you know how to do it? No, Nami, just wait for me. I'll find some information and I'll explain it to you later. Robin said helplessly. All right. Nami also nodded. She is also eager to know how charming she is. Nami was also sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, looking like an elegant lady. She's like a little girl now. Robin went to look for information. Nami watched Robin leave with some confusion. Is it because he is not charming enough that air is a little quiet? Impossible. I am the best among women, how could I lose to that brat? Nami was a little confused. But I am also looking forward to Robin's answer. No matter what, my charm is still very strong. There is no way I can't compare to that brat. Thinking of this, Nami smiled slightly. Air, I won't admit defeat. Nami also said with a smile. Dong dong. Suddenly, Nami heard a knock on the door. Nami was stunned. Who would come at this time? Could it be that Lu Fei and the others are here? Nami was speechless for a while. Is my plan about to come to an end? Who? Nami also stood up and shouted. Nami, it's me, Robin. Robin also said hesitantly. Come in. Robin pushed open the door and entered. Nami looked at Robin in front of her. Her face was dumbfounded and her eyes widened. Has this guy grown taller? Although he is still a little kid, he is not too short. And he can actually wear a skirt. Nami also stared at Robin in surprise. Nami, what are you doing? Looking at me like this, you won't be intimidated, right? Robin looked at Nami, who was also a little surprised, and couldn't help but ask. Robin, why have you suddenly become beautiful? After saying this, Nami couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Robin was embarrassed after hearing what Nami said. How can I be beautiful with this look? It's not because my magic power is strong. This guy's IQ is really pitifully low. Robin thought to himself. Hey, I just became beautiful. How about we go explore the secret abyss now? Are you taking me there? Aren't you afraid that air will be angry? Nami also asked with some confusion. Robin didn't know why. He was actually afraid of a kid. But I still want to explore the secret abyss with air. Ha ha ha, Nami, don't even think about it. If it were before, I would definitely be afraid of air. But now, air is affected by flower fruit's ability. Okay, I agree with Saichi. Nami said with a slight smile. Hee, you're so good. Robin also smiled. By the way, Robin, how do you want to take me to explore? Nami asked with a smile. I also wanted to adjust my mood this time, so I didn't bring anything with me. Robin, on the other hand, put her bag on her back. This time we went out not to visit mountains and rivers, but to take Nami and Air to explore the abyss. Robin also wants to test how charming he is. Nami, do it with me. Robin walked towards Air with Nami. Nami was a little surprised when he saw this scene and asked, Zero, please give me flowers. Robin, do you know how to do it? Of course, isn't it just to explore the secret abyss? Nami, you have to remember that once you enter the abyss, you are not allowed to move or scream. Screaming hard, is it that dangerous? Nami wondered. Yes, otherwise Air would not be happy. Why is this happening? Is it dangerous there? After hearing Robin's words, Nami asked with some concern. This, Nami, I can't explain clearly. Anyway, everything is at my discretion. Robin also said, 78. Nami also nodded after hearing Robin's words. Robin glanced at Nami's expression, nodded slightly, and continued walking towards Au. 0. She actually didn't know for sure, she just checked the information, and that's what it said. Nami, don't be nervous, you'll be fine if you follow me. Nami nodded. The two came to Air. Robin looked at Air and was a little surprised. This guy actually seems to be asleep. What's happening here? Hi. Suddenly Air also noticed Nami and Robin. At this time, he also felt the charm of Nami. This is... Air's eyes were filled with shock. At this time, he finally understood why Ronan used the flower fruit ability to control him. Because this is a kind of charm, only the kind of charm that is extremely powerful can make you feel confused. At this time, Robin exuded more charm than any other woman he had ever seen. Robin, what do you two want to do? Air also asked curiously. When Robin heard Air's words, he didn't know how to explain it. At this time Nami said, Air, we will take you right away to explore the secret abyss. When the time comes I keep shouting, and you have to use all your strength to save me. This is what Robin taught me. K. You were actually taught by Robin. Robin, you are really a talent. Air was speechless and thought to himself. Hey, I'm also working hard for our future. Humph, I don't believe it. Air snorted with disdain. Chapter 96. Well, since you don't believe it, I won't waste any more words and let's get started now. Well, I want to become stronger. Become stronger. I want to become the most powerful person in the world. Air, you have to work hard when the time comes. Nami also clapped her hands. Robin looked at Air with a funny look. It seems like this guy still really doesn't know. Okay, let's start now. Air, I want to become stronger. You have to believe me. I will definitely let you feel the charm of the abyss. Robin made a fist and said to Nami. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's get started now. Nami looked around and was confused. She didn't know how to operate it at this time. I could only look at Robin helplessly. Nami, you also know this abyss, so hurry up and get into bed. Nami's face was full of questions. She had agreed to explore the secret abyss with 460, so why did she ask her to go to bed with her? Nami blushed when she looked at Robin. Robin, you don't want Air to watch it in person, do you? Nami also asked. Of course not. I mean, Air no longer belongs to this body. I need to let him explore the abyss with us. How to explore? Well, we are exploring here, and we need to take protective measures. I know, how is Robin? Nami couldn't help but become worried. It's okay, just listen and do what I say. You mean? Nami couldn't help but be stunned. That's right, my body is not mine, but my soul belongs to Air. Robin, we are exploring the abyss now. Why are you saying such nonsense? Nami looked at Robin with a confused expression. Air was lying on the bed, almost vomiting blood. He swore he had never met two women as close as Maianzi in his life. I am also one of the 5 emperors of my generation, right? What kind of abyss do you actually want to let Air and Robin, such a strange pair, explore? Don't you understand? Is your brain flooded? Okay, stop talking nonsense and get ready. What should I prepare? Nami looked confused. Get ready, then go to bed. Robin said with a smile. Robin, you bastard, how could you say such filthy things? Nami also looked ashamed and angry, and hit Robin on the head with a loud bang. The two were playing around on the bed, completely forgetting the purpose of coming here this time. Nami also felt something strange at this time. Anyway, she is a girl, right? And she is also a beautiful woman. But at this time, it seems that Luo Ding has never taken him seriously. Okay, stop making trouble, let's get started. Well, Air, are you ready? Robin, I don't understand, you can do whatever you want. Air said speechlessly. Oh well. Robin also said at this time, her body began to change in an instant. Air was speechless when he saw this scene. I wonder, are you still a human? This is a wolf, how can you use the flower fruit ability? Air asked a little depressed. This is good for you, Air. Robin laughed. Oh, then you have to teach me how to explore the secret abyss. Air nodded and said. Okay, then I'll try it. Robin nodded and prepared to activate Flower Fruit's ultimate ability. Air, come on. Come on, Air. If you can defeat the Water Dragon King in the Abyss, I will give you 2 beautiful brides. Nami also looked at Air expectantly and said. Air looked at Nami in shock. He realized that Nami was really stupid. Damn it. Can you say such powerful words? Nami, you are such a good person. Robin also looked at Nami with admiration. Nami was also a little embarrassed at this time. Nami, remember what you said. Well, don't worry. Air was a little confused. What exactly is going on? Why do I feel that Nami is not a good person? Air also looked at Robin and asked. Air, then who do you think we are? Robin also asked rhetorically. Air also thought about it. Well, okay, you guys are definitely not good people. You are so mysterious about exploring an abyss. Yeah, let's explore it first. Erwin guarantees that you will like it. Robin said with a smile. Nami also looked at Robin expectantly. She was really looking forward to it. Robin also closed his eyes and sensed the ability of Flower Fruit, its extremely powerful aura. This aura was the first time Robin had felt such a powerful charm. But after all, I have never tried this power myself. Air also said excitedly. This strong charm made him feel very excited. Robin also opened her eyes and took a deep breath of the abyss. Traces of lavender flames appeared on her body, and a layer of blue thunder and lightning flashed out to surround her. Air, get ready. Robin drank lightly. Air also nodded and immediately merged into the abyss. As the 2 strong charms intertwined, the entire cave was filled with a strange atmosphere. Nami was also panicked when she saw this scene. So what is this about exploring the secret abyss? Nami, my Nami, just be patient. The abyss is really dangerous. If you are afraid, just scream out. No. Nami also quickly covered her mouth, and a sharp and harsh sound sounded. Da. Roar. Air's terrifying roars came from the abyss. Nami looked at him tremblingly. Look, Nami, this is the dark energy in the abyss. You have to seize the opportunity. 0.4 Nami also became nervous when she saw this scene. Oh my god, Robin, Air is so awesome. Haha, this is called dark element. It is the purest element in the abyss. It can enhance Air's spirit. You can feel it now. Robin also said to Nami. Robin, Air is so awesome. Haha, my Nami, don't be afraid of me, Air, to protect you. Okay, come on. Nami also said excitedly. The 2 people looked at each other encouragingly. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion, and Air's figure appeared from the dark abyss. Nami also cheered when she saw Air appear. There was a hint of excitement on Air's face, and he looked at Robin and Nami, who were all full of men. HMPH, Too Dangerous Abyss, today is the day of your death. Chapter 97. Air, you are no match for me. Robin looked at Air with an indifferent expression and said. Nami was also nervous for a while, but she still stood next to Robin with a firm look on her face. Haha, humble abyss, let's see how long you can last. Break it for me. Air also rushed directly towards Robin. Robin was not to be outdone. The 2 men fought wildly in the cave. Da. Nami was also stunned when she saw Robin and Air fighting. How is this going? Why has Air's combat power increased so much? Nami watched Robin and Air fighting wildly, but there was no fear or worry on their faces. Robin is her friend. Air is the man she trusts most. Robin helped her achieve these results. Although sometimes Air is a little powerless, Nami now really feels the strength of Air's combat power. Nami also looked at the 2 of them with excitement. Robin and Air are also fighting fiercely. Nami looked at the scene of the 2 people fighting and felt extremely happy. Aha, we win. Hata. Nami looked excited and satisfied. Robin glanced at Nami and was speechless. Nami, 5 Air is nothing more than that. Robin said to Nami with a serious face. Robin could also see that Nami was very keen on this kind of abyss exploration. Hee, I also hope Air is more powerful. Nami also said with a sweet smile. Robin also nodded slightly. Robin, look over there. My gate of the abyss has been half destroyed by Air's attack. Nami said, pointing into the distance. Robin was also surprised when he took one look. Air sure has his way. Still he shook his head. Nami, let's do it. What are you doing, Robin? Nami also looked at Robin in confusion. Nami, you don't know how dangerous this abyss is. If we walk in like this, we will lose to air. But Robin, this is the last step. We can't give up, we have to work hard. Nami said unwillingly. Robin was helpless. It seems that Nami will never look back until she hits the wall. That's up to her. Robin also looked disdainful. Looking at Robin's appearance, Nami also looked confused. Is it because you don't want to? This is not like Robin's style. Nami also looked confused, and there was no way to continue like this. Nami also said with an anxious look. Robin, you don't want to, but this is related to the future. Robin couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he had to use another method. Robin also rushed directly towards Air. What? Air looked at Robin and said with surprise. What is Robin doing? Isn't he afraid? Why do you dare to rush forward? Nami stepped back first. All right. When Nami heard Robin's words, she nodded and stepped aside. Robin also rushed towards Air. Seeing Robin's actions, Air felt nervous. What does this woman want to do? Does he want his own life? HMPH, then don't blame me for using the ancient power. Air also sneered. The golden bell upside down. Air shouted loudly, and Robin suddenly exclaimed. Robin only felt a numbness in his body. This is the prehistoric power in the abyss. Boom! Robin felt better as soon as his body moved. What? How is this possible? I understand, this guy's physical strength is very strong, and he can also withstand the ancient power in our abyss. Air became nervous for a while. Air, your ancient power may be useful against others, but it will be of no use against me. Do you have any other means? Robin looked at Air and sneered. I will also let you try the power of the ancient world. Air continued to rush towards Robin with an angry look on his face. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,250, 1,181. Robin also sneered and stepped forward, without showing any signs of weakness. Long way. Roar. The dragon roared and bit into the abyss. Ouch. Robin let out a scream. How can it be? See if yours is as good as mine, Air said with a proud look on his face. Nami, help me quickly. Air has exploded with great power. Robin glanced at Nami and shouted. After hearing Robin's words, Nami quickly ran up and helped Robin block an attack from Air. The abyss Nami was in spat out a mouthful of bright red. Robin also felt the abyss she was in, and there was a sudden pain. It seems that Air's ancient power is very powerful. Robin looked at his own Air. He was indeed the devil of the abyss, but his own defense was not enough. It seems that I really need to strengthen my strength. Nami, are you okay? Robin, are you okay? Air, you are so awesome. Nami also rushed up and fought with Air. The two fought hard to separate each other. Air directly hugged Nami into his arms and used all his strength to subdue her. This is the most primitive method in the abyss. Use the power of prehistoric times to suppress the opponent so that she cannot resist. The final winner will be herself. Nami was unable to struggle or resist, so she could only be hugged by Air. This is the strength of Air. Robin, I can't help it anymore. If we keep fighting, we will all die. Robin, stop him quickly. Nami also continued to struggle and said, HMPH, then we retreat. Nami 360 couldn't help but look confused. Robin, you bad guy, come back quickly, come back quickly. Nami screamed and almost fainted. Seeing Robin's escape, Air also looked dissatisfied. This damn woman actually ran away. Air looked at the remaining Nami with an even more ferocious expression. Don't move. Nami's voice appeared in Air's ears. Air also smiled. Nami, why do you want to surrender too? Air, please spare me. I didn't know you were so powerful. I'm really scared. Humph, forgive you. I can't forgive you. I will definitely have a good fight with you in the abyss. Air said with a gloomy look. Robin, come and save me. No. I don't know why Nami's strength suddenly became very strong. Even Air couldn't control Nami. Robin looked anxiously at Nami, who fell to the ground. This stupid girl. Why are you so stupid? Don't you know how strong you are? I am rarely defeated. Robin also rushed forward, hugged the fainting Nami, and ran away from the abyss. Soon, Robin fled with Nami. Nami, how are you? Robin said nervously. I'm fine. Nami also said a little weakly. Chapter 98. How could you be so stupid? Didn't I already let you escape? Why are you still coming? Robin said with an angry look. Robin, it makes me sad when you say that. Nami said with an aggrieved look. What? I'm doing it for your own good this time. Nami, you are so naive. You have no idea how powerful air is. Even the two of us can't deal with him. Robin also looked bitter when he saw Nami being so naive. He didn't know if Nami was really innocent or just pretending. I know what you said is true. Air is indeed very powerful, but I also know that Robin, you are very powerful. I believe you two can handle it if you two join forces. Nami said with determination. Nami, how can the two of us compare to him? Robin, don't be humble. Why can't we deal with a mere air? Nami said seriously. I don't care, even if you can't convince me, I will fight with air. Nami also stood up directly. Nami, why are you doing this? Robin couldn't help but sigh. Robin, you know, I have never seen anyone as powerful as air. Robin, you are scared. I am not willing to give in. I really am not willing to give in. I will fight with air. Nami also said firmly. Nami, what are you doing? Robin said helplessly. Robin, just think that I am doing this for you. You will feel better if I fight air, so I chose to fight air. But Nami, don't forget, air's strength far exceeds ours. If we continue to fight with him, we will only be tortured to death. Robin, don't worry, we will definitely win. I must let them see our strength. All right. Robin sighed. He didn't know where Nami got the courage, but since she wanted to do something, he had no choice but to cooperate. Robin, just wait here, I'll go meet him. Nami, what are you doing? Robin asked confused. I'm going to seek revenge on air. I'm going to use my flood power to destroy him. Nami said with an angry look. You will be tortured to death. Robin said anxiously. No, I won't let you down. Robin, don't worry, I will make air surrender. After Nami finished speaking, she continued to fight with air with a determined look on her face. Robin also looked worried. Nami, this stupid girl, doesn't she know how powerful air is? If she rushes to continue fighting like this, won't air be tortured to death? Nami, come back, our goal has been achieved. Robin also said nervously. But Nami ignored Robin's words. Robin could only watch the battle between Nami and air. Robin, don't worry, I will definitely let you see my power. Nami said with a stubborn look. She didn't know why Robin cared so much about her. But she could feel Robin's concern, even though it was just a concern between friends. But that's enough. Nami, you are really stubborn. I don't care, I must make air admit defeat. Oh, why are you so stubborn? Robin also shook his head speechlessly. Nami, you'd better come back. Robin, don't worry, I will come back victorious. Robin, don't worry, I will definitely make air admit defeat and beg for mercy. Nami, I know you are good for me, but you can't make fun of your body. Robin, I really mean it. Well, Robin couldn't help but sigh and was speechless. Nami's obsession is too deep. She didn't want Robin to be tortured, so she took the risk and continued fighting with air. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,250, 1,291. But what will be the result? Nami will definitely suffer. But what can Robin do? I can only pray silently in my heart that Nami can persist air's fierce attack. Nami, please stop being impulsive. I know you are doing it for my own good, but don't forget air's strength. He is much better than others. Don't worry, Robin, nothing will happen to me. Seeing Nami like this, Zhen also sighed helplessly. He didn't want anything to happen to Nami, but now he had no choice but to wait and see. Robin watched from the side as Nami and air continued to fight. Nami, on the other hand, has always been in a state of high concentration. She constantly uses the power of the water fruit to try to defeat air's fierce attacks. But every time it was in vain. This guy is so strong, he can actually withstand so many attacks from me. I will definitely win. Nami, you'd better retreat quickly. No, I must defeat him. Robin, don't stop me. I will make him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Nami, you are so stubborn, I think you should give up. You can't persist with air's onslaught. I do not believe. Nami, why don't you listen to my advice? I just don't believe it. Nami. Robin was also a little angry. He didn't want to see Nami get hurt. Robin, are you still worried about me? Well, I've been worried about you. Stop being so brave. Robin also said, with a worried look. Robin, I'm not trying to be brave, I'm serious. I also hello King Lee, sincerely do so. Robin also said seriously. Nami, because you are my comrade, I don't want to see you get hurt. Nami, I know you like this kind of fighting, but I really don't want anything to happen to you. If something happens to you, it will be harder for me to deal with air alone in the future. Haha, Robin, I know you are good to me and you are a good sister, but you can't take away my desire to fight. Today, I must let Air know that we two women asked him to beg for mercy. HMPH, what one of the 5 emperors, what celestial dragon's killer, he will never be able to hold his head high in front of us. Nami also said, with a stubborn look. Robin felt helpless for a moment. Why is Nami so stubborn? If she continues like this, she will only get herself into a grave. But Nami was like a piece of iron. No matter how much Robin shouted, he couldn't come back. Chapter 99. Don't worry, Robin, I will definitely make Air beg for mercy. Nami also said firmly. Well, Robin sighed helplessly. This Nami, it's really a headache. Why is she so stupid? Why don't you want to listen to yourself? Why are you so stubborn? Can't your head be filled with other things? Air. Come on, let's continue. Nami also said seriously. HMPH, Nami, no matter how powerful you are with water fruits, you can't escape my fierce attack. Air also said proudly. HMPH, that's not necessarily true. Do you think I can be defeated by you so easily? Nami also said with disdain. Robin also uses flower fruit's charm ability to help Nami. She didn't want the two women to still be embarrassed in front of Air. Robin also used the charm technique and Nami while using his strongest attack. Robin, how long can Air last under such circumstances? Robin was also troubled when he saw the scene in front of him. Nami is really 357, very hardworking. Nami, don't waste your efforts anymore. I think Air can stay undefeated for at least 2 hours. Robin said with an angry look. Robin, how can you make someone else's ambition destroy your own dignity? I don't think Air can last more than 3 seconds. Nami, what I said is true. Robin also said, with an indifferent expression. No, I can definitely win. Nami, let me tell you, if Air persists for too long, I will leave immediately. Don't be stubborn anymore. Don't worry, Robin, I will definitely win. I will definitely win. Nami said, with a determined expression. Nami, if you are really so stubborn, then I will help you. Robin, please rest first. Nami, listen to me. You must not let Air hurt your body. Robin also said, with a worried look. Robin, I'm fine. Didn't you see that Air was sweating profusely when I beat him? I don't think he can hold on any longer. He was close to surrendering to both of us. Nami also said with a faint smile. Robin was also stunned after hearing Nami's words. When he took a closer look, Air was indeed sweating profusely. What kind of trick is this? Robin also said, with a shocked look on his face. What kind of ability is this? This is simply too scary. Generally, men will automatically stop attacking and surrender when they are close to them. What kind of trick is this that makes Air so energy-consuming? Haha, Robin, did you see it? This is my super move. My super move, I say this move will definitely be effective. Nami also said proudly. She was very touched to see Robin caring so much about her. Robin was also shocked. Oh my god, Nami, you actually have this kind of move. This water fruit is so powerful. Nami, you're so awesome. Robin also said with admiration. Nami also said with a proud face. Robin, this is my first time to use this ability, and I am very excited. Nami also said excitedly. This trick is really great. She never thought she would have such a powerful ability. Moreover, this move is still her most powerful move. She feels that she can use this move in her lifetime. It's really great. This ability is amazing, much more powerful than my own charm technique. Nami, your ability is really amazing. You are simply invincible. Hee hee, Robin, you've given me the award. Robin, look at Air now, he can hardly hold on any longer. Robin, let's end the battle quickly. Nami said eagerly. Epheb, at this time, Air also looked at Nami with an aggrieved look. This girl Nami's water fruit ability is really too much for him to bear. He has to lose. Faced with a monstrous flood, Air couldn't bear to kill him, so the outcome was already doomed, he lost. Robin also said proudly. Nami, your water fruit is really amazing. You are really my idol. Nami, you have to teach me. Robin also looked at Nami seriously and said. Thank you, Robin. She didn't expect that Robin would suddenly admire him so much, which made her feel like a victorious cock. Haha, Air, you are really powerful. You are the most powerful man I have ever seen. But facing my ability, you can only defeat. I just ask you if you accept it. Nami looked at Air with pride. Seeing Nami's appearance, a smile appeared on Air's lips. It seems that this girl has finally found her sense of existence. Facing her water fruit ability, I really can't resist it. No one can resist that feeling. No matter how powerful Air is, he can only accept defeat and run away. However, although Nami is powerful, she is a weak woman after all, and she has no lethality. I don't accept it. You can only use water fruit abilities. The gap between the two of us is still far away. How could I lose to you? Air also said stubbornly. You are not convinced. Well, let's have a duel. If I win, you won't pursue what happened just now. Nami said with a hacky expression. Continue fighting. Air also looked at Nami with a puzzled look. This girl seems to want to kill herself. But how can a man admit defeat? Well, whoever is afraid of whom, let's duel. However, I have a condition. You say. But you can't use water fruit powers. Don't worry, I won't use water power. I will only use ice and fire energy next time. Nami also looked at Air seriously and said. She also didn't believe that Air could deal with ice and fire abilities. What? Does Nami also have ice and fire abilities? Air suddenly became timid. Nami's ability sounds a bit scary. Although Air was confident that he could cope with the ice and fire abilities, he knew that he would definitely not be able to persist. So now he dare not easily agree to Nami's challenge. What, don't you dare? Nami was a little angry when she saw Air didn't agree. Why wouldn't I dare? Isn't it just a duel? Who is afraid of whom? Air also said angrily. Nami, this guy is really arrogant. He actually wants to duel with Nami. This guy really doesn't know the limits of the world. Even a few more people wouldn't dare to say this. I really don't know where Air got the courage. Robin also said, with a mocking look on his face. Chapter 100. Nami, continue to defeat Air so that he will never be able to hold his head high in front of us. Robin also said seriously from the side. I will definitely ask Air to beg for mercy. Nami looked at Robin with a smile on his face and said. Robin also looked at Nami proudly. Nami is really awesome. She can actually use this kind of water ability. It's really awesome. Moreover, the water ability can overwhelm Air's ability, which is a priceless ability. This is the only ability that Nami can use. Nami also looked at Air with a proud face and said seriously. You idiot, you are the most powerful person I have ever seen. I will definitely win. Snort. Air also snorted coldly, and then also had a stubborn expression. Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Oh Nami, please stop teasing Air. Air is not very mentally capable. Nami, if you bully Air like this, be careful Air gets angry. Robin also said, with a teasing expression. This Nami. Still a child at heart. I'm not teasing him. Robin, just watch and let him beg for mercy. Nami looked at Robin seriously and said. Seeing Nami's appearance, Robin also shrugged helplessly. Nami, this girl, really keeps her word. Okay, I'll wait and see. Robin also looked at Nami speechlessly and said. Then just wait and see. Nami said proudly, and at the same time looked at Air with confidence. I'm really looking forward to your ice and fire abilities. I hope you won't disappoint me. Air also said expectantly. He knows what Nami is capable of. Nami's ability is to control water, fire, and ice. He didn't dare to underestimate Nami's abilities. 9. Wait and see. Nami also looked at Air with a proud and confident expression. Okay, let's take a rest first. Nami, I will buy you a lunch later and give it to you. You can replenish your strength before continuing. Thanks, Robin. Nami also looked at Robin with a grateful face and said, Nami, we are friends. There is no need to be polite between friends. Robin said with a serious face. I know, G. Nami said as she walked into the room. Air looked at Nami's delicate and beautiful face, and his heart boiled with fighting spirit. This Nami is really a fighting maniac. Air watched Nami walk into the room and walked over with a serious expression. Nami, I have something to say. What's going on? Nami looked at Air and said with a charming smile on his face. I would like to ask you if you can stop using your abilities of ice, fire, and water, and have the ability to fight slowly with real guns and live ammunition. Oh, are you afraid? Nami looked at Air with a puzzled expression. I'm just afraid that I'll hurt you with my ultimate move. Who's afraid of a little girl like you? Air said straight to the point. Nami's eyes couldn't help but widen after hearing this. So Air was afraid of hurting himself. Looking at Air's eyes, Nami looked disdainful. This guy was obviously afraid of his water fruit ability, and he even said he was afraid of hurting himself. What a bastard. Nami looked at Air with contempt. Are you afraid of my water fruit abilities? Yes, your water fruit ability is very powerful. I'm afraid your attack will be able to overwhelm me. Huh, don't I understand your little tricks? My ice and fire ability can freeze everything, including your life gate. Nami looked at Air arrogantly, obviously disdainful. Her ability of ice and fire can indeed freeze everything, and can freeze everything. But this skill has a flaw, that is, it has no defensive effect on itself. If you can use ice and fire abilities, you don't have to worry about freezing yourself. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,250, 1,591. So this ability is not valuable at all. It can only work at this time. Well, since you are not afraid, let's start fighting now. Air looked at Nami and said, Compete. It's no wonder I'm afraid of you. Good. Air suddenly nodded excitedly. Nami looked at Air like this and shook her head helplessly. Why is this guy so childish? Or my IQ is too low and I can't communicate with him. Air, let me tell you first, my water ability is called freezing. Freezing can freeze any living thing. 0. Nami looked at Air and said seriously. Ha ha ha, don't worry, just use it. I want to see how powerful your hydropower is. I was just careless just now. Ha ha ha. Come on, just show me how to use it. Isn't it just the ability of water and water fruits? I just learned it a long time ago. I want to see if I lose to you for the second time. Air suddenly laughed and said confidently, Humph, don't be so harsh. I will make you understand that your fierce attacks have no effect on my water fruit ability. Nami looked at Air confidently and said, Okay, I'll let you see my true strength. Just prepare to be tortured and killed by me. Nami said with an arrogant look. When Air heard this, he looked at Nami with dissatisfaction. Okay, come on. After Air finished speaking, he looked at Nami provocatively. Then come on. But let me make it clear in advance, I will not show mercy to you. Air looked at Nami and said with a wicked smile. Hearing Air's words, the smile on Nami's face suddenly solidified. Are you going to get beaten before you even start exerting your strength? No way. Is this Air really that kind of cruel guy? Okay, I won't show mercy to you. Bring it on. After Air finished speaking, he continued with a proud expression. Okay, you can start. Nami looked at Air cautiously and said, Come on, let me see your ice and fire abilities. Let me see how capable you are. After Air said this, a terrifying force suddenly burst out from his body. A huge force instantly enveloped the entire room. Seeing this scene, Nami looked at Air cautiously and kept making seals on her hands. Fire and ice storm. After Nami finished speaking, a powerful aura of ice and fire immediately bombarded Air. This guy's ice and fire abilities are indeed very powerful. But her ice and fire ability can freeze everything, which doesn't mean her attacks are useless. Air felt Nami's ability of ice and fire and suddenly couldn't bear it. That feeling made him want to surrender immediately. Chapter 101. I have to be a super and invincible handsome guy, so I can't give in easily. I'm going to let her know how powerful I am, Air. Air thought to himself. Nami was stunned when he saw this situation. What happened to this air? Why is it so powerful all of a sudden? Nami was confused and couldn't help but look for the reason. What kind of ability is this? What a wonderful feeling. Air felt an unprecedented feeling and asked in surprise. How did you do it? Air asked, looking at Nami. I just used the water fruit power to create a little heat. This power is very weak, but it's enough to deal with a novice like you. Nami looked at Air with a cold expression and said, Rookie, this word shouldn't exist in my dictionary. Air said with a proud expression. Don't you know? 7 or 80, my ability is freezing, which can freeze everything. I use this ice and fire ability to create a warm space to block my attacks. Look at this space. Isn't it very warm? I used all my abilities to create it. Ha. Nami burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? Air suddenly said, a little unhappy. You're stupid for laughing. The ability of ice and fire can be used to create space, but it can't create a warm world. Just like a world with a constant temperature below 0, this kind of freezing technique will not have any impact on me. Ha. Nami continued to laugh at Air. This Air is really a joke. She even said that he is a world created by the ability of ice and fire. Then she will be laughed to death. Okay, I'm going to start my counterattack. Watch out. Nami looked at Air and said seriously. After saying that, Nami attacked Air directly. An extremely cold breath spread from Nami's body. Air suddenly looked at Nami warily. Don't underestimate me. I have many powerful abilities. That's not necessarily the case. Nami said with a proud look on his face. Although your ability is very strong, unfortunately it has no effect on me. Nami looked at Air with a proud face and said. After saying that, Nami rushed towards Air. The two people immediately started fighting. This guy is so strong. Damn it, how can this guy resist attacks with this ability? In this case, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? No, I have to work harder. Air thought anxiously as he watched Nami's attack. Don't even think about escaping. Nami seemed to have guessed what Air was thinking, looked at Air and shouted. Don't worry, how could I escape? Air looked at Nami with a smile on his face and said. That's good. After saying that, Nami sprayed the water fruit power towards Air. Holy shit. Why am I here again? Why is this guy so powerful? My attacks are of no use to him at all. Nami looked at Air and said with shock. Let's have another round. I don't believe it anymore. I can't beat you. This guy's strength is so pervert. Nami looked at Air and said with a depressed look. This time, I will let you try my unique skills. Air looked at Nami and said proudly. After saying that, Air instantly grew bigger and rushed towards Nami. Nami looked at Air, who was coming towards him, with a look of horror in his eyes. Nami hurriedly dodged to the side, but the enlarged body burned a big hole in the ground. Nami looked at this Air with a shocked expression. I didn't expect that this guy really has some strength. He is indeed the best among capable people. Now I'm going to use my special move. After Air finished speaking, he rushed towards Nami. My ice and fire invulnerability will not be broken. Nami looked at Air and said, as the water and fire invasion activated, an ice wall instantly formed around him. This is a special skill that is invulnerable to water and fire. As long as Nami does not use this skill, she will not be infected with ice and fire. However, this special skill requires a large amount of water energy. If you don't use it, you will definitely die due to energy exhaustion. Nami looked at Air's offensive and stopped instantly. How is it? Are you going to surrender again? Nami looked at Air with a proud look on his face and said. Air was furious when he heard this. The invulnerability of ice and fire is not over yet. My attacks still have strong damage value. I want to see if this invulnerability of ice and fire can block my attack. Air looked at Nami and rushed towards Nami after finishing speaking. Nami was shocked when she saw Air rushing over and hurriedly backed away. Stop hiding and come fight. Air shouted loudly as he rushed towards Nami. You guy. Is this okay? Nami looked at Air in high spirits and said with surprise. Snort. The effect of this freezing ability lasts for 5 minutes. And my abilities can be used continuously. Don't underestimate me waiting there obediently. Air said with an arrogant look. KR. You still want to deceive me with such a trick? You are still far behind. Nami immediately looked at Air and said with an angry face. Air burst out laughing when he heard this. How dare you say that such a mentally retarded move is your best? I really wonder if you are an idiot. But this move is useless to me. I will keep beating you until your invulnerability to water and fire is exhausted. Air looked at Nami confidently and said, Then I'll try to see if you have that ability. Nami looked at Air, who looked confident, and said with an indifferent expression. Nami quickly formed seals with her hands, and suddenly endless ice and snow attacked Air. The power of this move is quite good. 1.9 This move is indeed a very difficult move. Unfortunately, this move is useless to me. Don't be too happy too early. Nami looked at Air and shouted. Air looked at Nami rushing towards him and said with a smile on his lips, I have learned how to resist this level of attack, so your water fruit is useless to me. Air said calmly, You. Nami's face suddenly turned red after hearing Air's words. Your invulnerability to water and fire is still useless. I've become numb to this feeling. Can you try something new? Air said with an arrogant face. Shameless. Nami looked at the arrogant Air and cursed with an ugly look on his face. Chapter 102. Why am I so shameless? Tell me. When Air heard this, he looked at Nami with contempt and asked, You bastard, you clearly know that I can't defeat you. Nami looked at the rampant Air and said, But this move of yours is indeed quite powerful. You are actually able to survive my attack until now. This guy's abilities are really extraordinary. Air suddenly said, with a proud look on his face after hearing this. Your attacks are of no use to me. My body is not vulnerable. These attacks of yours are of no use to me. So are you an idiot. Your invulnerability is of no use to me. Air looked at Nami and said, How can my invulnerability be useless? This kind of skill requires a lot of energy. You can only sustain my invulnerability to water and fire for 5 minutes. Nami asked, looking at Air with a stunned look on his face. Then will your attack be effective on me? Air looked at Nami and said with a relaxed expression. Of course it works. Look, aren't you sweating profusely and starting to pant while talking? 5. You stupid. Besides, although my body is immune to fire and water, I can melt away all your frozen energy. Nami said nervously after hearing this. Then let's continue. I don't believe I will lose to you. Then try it. Nami looked at Air and shouted. I'm very strong. Then let's continue. Nami looked at Air and said confidently. The two people were like children, fighting a smokeless battle in this room. Freeze. Freeze. Burst. Nami watched Air continuously use the 3 skills of freezing, and bursting. As Air attacked fiercely, Nami shouted. Although Nami's invulnerability to water and fire skill is very powerful, it has no effect against Air. Looks like I have to use my final trick. Nami looked at Air, who looked relaxed, and shouted. The last trick. You've already lost, haven't you? Air looked at Nami with a joking face and said. That's because I didn't make a big move. We'll see what you do later, you bastard. Now freeze this guy in there. Nami said with a serious face after hearing this. Isn't this guy up to another dirty trick? I don't believe she can freeze me. Even if she uses ice again this time, I will break it. Air looked at Nami, who looked unconvinced, and said confidently. $704. Nami looked at Air and said. Don't underestimate me, I'm very powerful. I have a very powerful trump card. Nami looked at Air and said loudly. What's your trump card? Just brag. Air said with disdain, immediately after hearing this. Don't underestimate me like this. You'll find out later. Nami looked at Air, who looked confident, and said with a serious face. The words fell. Nami activated her ability, and Air suddenly felt an unprecedented feeling. You guy, why are you so powerful? How can your invulnerability to water and fire be so lethal? I'm about to lose control and surrender. Air said with a look of horror upon hearing this. I told you would regret it. Nami looked at the panicked Air and said with an unhappy look on his face. I don't regret it. Air looked at Nami with a stubborn look and shouted. HMPH, then you can try my invulnerability to water and fire skills. What kind of skill do you have? Why can't I feel any energy? Air said with a surprised look on his face. Haven't you already seen it? Nami looked at Air with contempt and said, There seems to be a strange force flowing through my limbs. It's so hot. I can't stand it anymore. Just give up, I've already won. Nami looked at Air, who looked panicked, with a smile of success on his lips. Impossible. I won't admit defeat. Air shouted after hearing this. You feel my ability to be invulnerable to water and fire. Then you have already lost. I won't lose. Air looked at Nami and shouted loudly. Nami looked at Air and suddenly smiled after hearing this. You bastard, do you really want to win? Then you win and show me. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you can remain undefeated under my invulnerability skills. You can resist my freezing and explosion, so how can you resist my invulnerability to fire and water? Nami looked at Air and said with a sneer, What I am best at is resisting the dual attacks of ice and fire. You, who is invulnerable to water and fire, are no match for me. I'll show you how I beat you. You will know how powerful I am then. Air heard this and looked at Nami and said proudly, Since you want to be tortured so much, then I will help you. Let's see who dies miserably. Look how I destroy you. I won't let you get the upper hand. Nami said with an arrogant air with a sneer. Then I'll wait and see. Air looked at Nami and said loudly, Let's see who wins and who loses then. Nami looked at Air, who looked confident, and laughed. 473. You bastard. This is my trump card. You don't have to worry. Nami looked at Air and said calmly, What trump card? You'll know this later. Let's see how long you can last. Even if you can block my attack, can you block my fire? How will you know if you don't try? Air said with an unconvinced expression. Then just feel it. Nami looked at Air, who looked determined, and said coldly. Boom. Nami's body suddenly erupted with a trembling warmth of ice and fire. Air's face changed drastically when he heard this. Why is this smell so familiar to him? I can't hold on anymore. Air exclaimed immediately after hearing this. You guys finally know how powerful I am. Now, I'll let you see how long you can last with the invulnerability to water and fire skill. Nami looked at Air and said with pride. No, I'm defeated. In the end, Air didn't persist. A big battle left him extremely weak, and he didn't know when he would be able to regain his strength. Chapter 103. But there was another Robin who was watching eagerly, and Air finally felt scared at this time. No, if I don't run away, can I still save my life when Robin comes again? Air suddenly had the idea of escape. I just thought of running away now, it's too late. Nami saw Air wanting to run away, and immediately looked at him with a sneer and said, What are you up to? Air looked at Nami walking towards him and backed away quickly. What did you say I was going to do? Of course I'm punishing you. You think we've only fought twice and it's over. I said I won't give up until you surrender today. Just wait for the torture from me and Robin. Nami looked at Air and sneered. You dare. Air shouted loudly after hearing this. Why don't you dare? What qualifications do you think you have to bargain with me? Now I am a winner. I control everything about you. Whatever I want you to do, you must do it. What I say is the decree. Nami looked at Air with cold eyes and said every word. No, you absolutely can't do this. Air said with an angry look on his face. Don't try to escape. You have to fight with Robin today. Otherwise, prepare to endure my torture. Nami looked at Air and said threateningly. Don't force me to use the invulnerability skill of water and fire. Even if I fight to the death, you can't even try to stop me. Air looked at Nami and said coldly. Just continue to resist. Nami was not moved at all after hearing this. Since you are so stubborn, then I'm not welcomed. Just enjoy this pain slowly. After Nami finished speaking, he immediately started fighting with Air again, directly activating his ability of being invulnerable to water and fire. Air wailed in pain, his body twitching from the pain. Nami looked at Air with a sneer. How is it? How does this pain feel, Tilda? I told you are no match for me. Now I want you and Robin to fight. Just take your time and enjoy the abuse. I'll show you how awesome I am, Nami. Nami looked at Air with a proud face and laughed. I will never give in. Air said with determination. Then let's see who can last longer. Nami looked at Air, who looked determined and laughed. Good. Let's see who can last until the end. Don't regret it. Nami looked at Air and sneered after hearing this. Air never regret it. Air looked at Nami and said every word. Humph, I really can't shed tears until I see the coffin. Nami snorted coldly after hearing this. Then I will come and experience your power first. Your invulnerability to water and fire skills. Air looked at Nami and said, You have to remember, this belongs to me. You can never have it. After hearing this, Nami looked at Air and said every word. However, I can teach you how to use this water and fire invulnerability first. Let you have a taste of what it feels like to lose everything. Let you understand what despair is. Just slowly weaken in despair. This is the price for messing with me. Your end will be miserable. Just accept my judgment obediently. Nami heard this and looked at Air with a cruel smile. Aza. Air suddenly screamed. I'm convinced. Auntie, can't I surrender? Nami became even more excited when she heard Air's Gu Ryuan. Nami approached Air step by step and looked at Air, who looked frightened. It's not too late to beg for mercy now. As long as you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, I will consider letting you go. But if you persist in your persistence, then I will have no choice but to send you to heaven. Nami looked at Air and said with a cruel look on his face. At this moment, his heart was filled with the pleasure of victory. Don't force me. Otherwise it's you who will regret it. Don't think that your invulnerability to fire and water will last until I give up. I'll show you how I destroy everything about you. Air looked at Nami and roared. Nami looked at Air and said, Since you want to die so much, I will help you. Let me feel it. The battle between Nami and Air suddenly caused a violent collision. Hahata. I made you disobedient. Your body can withstand my invulnerability to fire and water. Let's see how long you can resist. Nami looked at Air and said proudly. Air looked at Nami with a sad face after hearing this. Nami sneered upon hearing this. It seems that this time you have completely admitted defeat. Then just kneel down and kowtow and admit defeat. I will give you a happy ending. Nami looked at Air and said softly. Air shook his head helplessly after hearing this, and looked at Nami with a painful look on his face. Letter 2 Sibai, can't you give me a chance? Give me a chance to rest. Air looked at Nami expectantly and said. Nami said with a smile upon hearing this. Give you a chance to rest? I don't know why I should give you a chance. Nami said coldly upon hearing this. Air looked at Nami's unrepentant look and said with a look of despair. Then let us sink together. Let's hurt each other together. Nami heard this and looked at Air with a sneer. Just a stupid kid like you. You underestimate me. I will show you today that the power of the invulnerability to water and fire skill is useless to me. Bring it on. Let me show you my trick. Okay, then I want to see what new things you, a little kid, can do with the money, yes. Nami said with disdain. Then please appreciate your tricks. Air said with a cruel smile after hearing this. Nami looked at Air with a sneer and said. Words fall. A blue water column rose from Air's feet, wrapping the water ball kicked out by Nami. Air saw this and smiled proudly. Now, how are you going to deal with me? Air looked at Nami and said with a mocking look on his face. Nami heard this and looked at Air with a sneer on his face. Your ability to be invulnerable to water and fire is really good. Then let me see it. How amazing is your ability to be invulnerable to water and fire? After hearing this, Air directly attacked Nami again. Vulnerable. Nami suddenly looked at Air with disdain. HMPH. I don't know how high the sky is. Air looked at Nami and snorted disdainfully. Chapter 104. I want to see how powerful you are. Invulnerable to fire and water. Nami looked at Air confidently and said. Aza. Air watched Nami activate the water and fire invulnerability skill again, and was immediately enveloped in a ball of water mist. Nami smiled confidently upon seeing this. A fragile thing. Do you think your invulnerability to fire and water is really useless? Nami said laughing as he started attacking Air. Air looked at Nami in horror when he saw this. How is it, do you still dare to be arrogant now? Now you know how powerful I am. Nami looked at Air and said, I'm telling you, this skill is one of my strongest attacks. I'll show you what a hell experience is. Nami looked at Air coldly and said. Air looked at Nami with a look of despair and said, Why are you treating me like this? Aren't you afraid that I will be destroyed? Waste, it doesn't matter, flower fruit will help you. Hee. Nami looked arrogant and didn't take Air's words seriously at all. You are really a devil 257. Air looked at Nami with disappointment and said, Do you think you will win? Will not. Air said firmly when he heard this. Even if you surrender, I will still violently attack you. I'll make you hurt for the rest of your life. Just take your time and enjoy it. Air heard this and looked at Nami and said coldly, Don't overestimate your capabilities. Do you think a little karami like you can handle me? Dream. Nami looked at Air with disdain and said, My ability to be invulnerable to water and fire will be useful at any time. This is a skill you're desperate for. I want to see how long you can last. Nami said with disdain. When you can't hold it any longer, you'll beg me for mercy. When you can't hold it any longer, you will beg me for mercy. Nami looked at Air confidently after hearing this. Yeah. Then let's wait and see. Air looked at Nami and gritted his teeth when he heard this. Then Afi will see. I will definitely defeat you. Air looked at Nami with a stubborn look and said, Ha. You'd better stop dreaming. Nami looked at Air and said with a mocking smile, This is just a lesson I gave you. If you still want to fight again, then work hard to train your body and strive to surpass me as soon as possible. Nami looked at Air and said with pride, Do you think you really have a chance to win? When that moment comes, you will understand why I said that. Air looked at Nami and said, I will definitely defeat you. Most definitely. Nami looked at Air and said coldly, Then just wait until that moment. Nami said with a disdainful smile, Then I'll wait and see how you make me bow. Stop talking nonsense. Air said with a look of displeasure upon hearing this. Wait. You will definitely be convinced that you lost. Nami looked at Air and said with an unhappy expression, Just continue to be arrogant. Do you think you won? Then give it a try. Nami looked at Air proudly and said, Then let's see who is more powerful. Air said with persistence upon hearing this. In that case, let's make a bet. How do you want to bet? Air looked at Nami seriously and asked. Then let's bet that whoever loses between the two of us will sleep downstairs from now on. Good. Air nodded affirmatively after hearing this. Then you go take a shower first. Don't spy on me. Nami looked at Air and said with a proud look on his face. Okay, I won't spy on you. Air looked at Nami helplessly and said, Oh well. We'll come back when you come out of the shower. Nami looked at Air and said seriously after hearing this. Then I'm going to take a shower. Etc. Would you like to get some pants first? Air looked at Nami expectantly and said, I'm not like some people. Air looked at Nami with a depressed look. There was nothing he could do about it. He was just a pauper and didn't even have any decent clothes. Then I'll be waiting for you. After hearing this, Air looked at Nami and said seriously, Okay, but you'd better not play any tricks, otherwise I won't let you go. Nami looked at Air and warned, Then you go to take a shower. Air looked at Nami and said seriously. Nami nodded and turned around to leave with a proud look on his face. I'll see how you defeat me. Snort. After you use my invulnerability to water and fire skill, you will know where your weakness is. Small, a junior brother, can you withstand my ability to be invulnerable to water and fire? I hope you won't disappoint me, otherwise I will make your life worse than death. Nami looked at Air with a proud look on his face and said. Air looked at Nami helplessly. He felt that Nami was really stupid. What era is this? Can this kind of thing make life worse than death? Don't you want to take a shower? Hurry up. Nami urged impatiently. Air shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. Can Nami's invulnerability to water and fire skills really ignore her own impact? Impossible. Air looked at Nami's back with doubts in his eyes. He really couldn't believe that Nami could really ignore his attack. When did you learn the skill of being invulnerable to water and fire? Air asked looking at Nami. You do not need to know. As soon as Nami heard Air's question, she immediately became wary. She didn't want Air to know about her invulnerability skills. HMPH stingy, it's just an ability. Air looked at Nami and said with contempt. Nami said with a haughty snort. After a while, after taking a shower, Nami looked at Air and said proudly. Let us compete now. Air looked at Nami's proud expression and suddenly became furious. Isn't it invulnerable to water and fire? I'm going to enlarge my moves this time and let her see my ability to get bigger and smaller. Air thought to himself as he took out the golden mallet from his package. The golden mallet exudes mysterious golden runes. Chapter 105. Is this my new weapon? Nami said, looking at the mallet Air was holding. This is my new weapon. My new weapon is called Golden Cudgel. Although it may seem ordinary, its ability will make you unable to survive or die. Air looked at Nami and said proudly. I thought it was some kind of treasure. I thought you had some special skills. Nami looked at Air and said disdainfully. This is all I have. Air looked at Nami and said. HMPH, can your weapon defeat me? Stop dreaming. Nami looked at Air and said with pride. How will you know if you don't try it? I think you're scared. Nami looked at Air with a proud face and said. HMPH, then let's compare. Air looked at Nami seriously and said. I will make you regret what you did today. Nami looked at Air and said confidently. Haha, let's compare. Air looked at Nami and said confidently. Then let's get started. While the two were talking, they suddenly started fighting again. This time Air directly used the golden cudgel to attack. This stick is quite powerful. It even has an attack acceleration effect. Nami said, looking at the golden hoop in his hand. Of course my stick is not simple, it is a legendary weapon. Air looked at Nami, showing off proudly. I don't know which fool will surrender first. What a shame. Nami looked at Air and said with disgust. You're the idiot. Don't call me a fool. The two were bickering and fighting. 1 minute later. Bang bang. Air suddenly felt a rush of heat. Wow, I won. Nami shouted with excitement. Hey, you idiot. Air felt angry when he saw Nami's happy look and couldn't help shouting to Nami. I'm okay with you, idiot. Air said angrily. Snort. You know how to bully people. Nami said disdainfully. HMPH, just wait and see. I will definitely break your invulnerability to water and fire. Air said firmly. Haha, just wait. Nami looked at Air like a winner and said. Nami looked at Air's unhappy look and felt proud. No, I must hold back as soon as possible to see the heat caused by being invulnerable to fire and water. Air thought, looking at Nami cautiously. What do you want to do? Nami looked at Air's serious look and asked nervously. Of course, I use my ultimate move. You don't want to surrender, do you? Nami looked at Air and said with a wary expression. What nonsense are you talking about? Air looked at Nami and said angrily. Didn't I just say that, when your water and fire invulnerability skill activates, I will use your ultimate move? Air looked at Nami with a look of grievance and said. Humph, who told you to laugh at me just now? Am I still not convinced yet? Then let me see, what is your ultimate move? Nami said with a proud look on her face. I really hold a grudge. Then let me show you how my ultimate move, the golden cudgel, gets bigger and smaller. Air looked at Nami with a wild look on his face and said. I'm waiting here, miss. Nami snorted and said nothing. Words fall. Nami suddenly felt a pain, and Air's golden cudgel really became bigger. Nami really couldn't bear the blow. That feeling is too painful. Nami was in so much pain that her eyes almost watered. Nami looked at Air with a horrified expression and said. How is this possible? Didn't you say that my attack did no harm to you? I am a golden cudgel warrior. How could your attack pose a threat to me? Is your ability to grow bigger or smaller more powerful than my ability to become water, fire, or water? Where did you learn these abilities? Nami looked at Air and said. Come on, keep going. Air looked at Nami and said with a face unwilling to be outdone. Then let's give it a try. Nami said insistently, with a pained look on her face. Okay, let's give it a try. The two glared at each other and entered the battle again. This time it's me who attacks. Come. Nami looked at Air with a stubborn look and said. Boom. Air struck down Nami's face with pain. You can really ignore my attacks. 0. Air looked at Nami in surprise and said. Humph, it's just a little pain. It won't hurt after a while. KR. Air pointed at Nami with an angry look. What, do you want to surrender? Nami looked at Air and said arrogantly. You idiot, do you know what you're talking about? I will not bow to a fool. Air looked at Nami and said seriously. I don't care about you. I just need to destroy your invulnerability to fire and water. Air said with a serious face. Then give it a try. Nami said confidently. Bring it on. Why does your golden cudgel get bigger? Nami asked, looking at Air with a puzzled expression. It just increases attack power. HMPH, with your little attack power, you still want to break my invulnerability. Nami looked at Air and said with disdain. You'll know if you try it. The two fought again. This time, Nami's invulnerability to water and fire skills was completely useless against Air's iron rod. You lost. Your invulnerability to water and fire skills is useless. Air looked at Nami proudly and said. Humph, how is this possible? How could my ability to be invulnerable to water and fire fail? Nami looked at Air in disbelief and said. How is it impossible? What do you think this is? Air took out the golden hoop and looked at Nami and said. Why, what kind of ability is this? How can the golden cudgel become so big? Nami looked at Air with some horror on his face. Because this is the characteristic of the golden cudgel after it becomes bigger. The characteristics of the golden cudgel can be changed into any shape. R13. You are such a freak. Nami looked at Air in shock and said. Am I a freak? Air suddenly felt depressed when he heard Nami's words. Isn't it? My ability to be invulnerable to water and fire is like a joke in front of your golden cudgel. Chapter 106. My ability to be invulnerable to water and fire is like a joke in front of your golden cudgel. Tell me, if I don't use the golden cudgel, can your attack break through my invulnerability to water and fire? Nami looked at Air and said. After hearing Nami's words, Air also looked at Nami hesitantly. Okay, don't think so much. Let's make a bet. I bet your invulnerability to water and fire skills can't possibly break my invulnerability to water and fire, and if I use the golden cudgel, I'll lose. Air looked at Nami seriously and said. Okay, let's make a bet. No regrets. Air looked at Nami and said seriously. Repent, why should I regret it? Then will you agree or refuse now? Air looked at Nami with a troubled expression and said. Ha ha ha, Air, you are still so stupid. I said it and I won't go back on it. In that case, let's get started. I won't regret it either. Are you ready? Bring it on. You attack first. I won't give you a chance. Nami looked at Air and said with a cold expression. Then let me see how strong your invulnerability is. After Air said this, he hit Nami with a stick. I don't believe it, it's impossible. Nami looked at Air and said with disbelief. Then let's get started. You are invulnerable to water and fire. Stop talking about it. It is impossible to break my golden cudgel. Air looked at Nami and said confidently. No way, I don't believe it. I'm going to try again. Nami looked at Air unconvinced and said. Good. But you have to pay attention to my attack power. Don't worry, I will make you lose miserably. Isn't it just a broken stick? You will definitely lose. Nami looked at Air seriously and said. Humph, I won't shed tears until I see the coffin. I will make you lose miserably this time. Air said with an unconvinced look. What are you going to do to win? How about we try out a new project? You don't mean to use your tongue, do you? HMPH, don't tell me, I really want to use my tongue. Nami looked at Air with contempt and said. What tongue? Nami, don't go too far. Air looked at Nami with an angry look and said. What is it if it's not a tongue? Isn't your tongue your mouth? What is a tongue? Nami asked, looking at Air with a puzzled look. You are hopeless. Okay, let's try this new project now. Let's compete with our tongues. Let's see who has the better tongue. If I lose, I'll give you my tongue. But if you lose, you will be my slave. Okay, you attack first. You have to be careful, Nami said while attacking Air. OBA. Arg. Nami looked at Air in disbelief. What's wrong with me? Air looked at Nami with a puzzled look. If I lose, I will be your slave. Air looked at Nami and said, you lied to me. How could I lie to you? You are just lying to me. How did I lie to you? Tell me, what did you mean by tongue just now? Then tell me what it is. What I just said was tongue, right? Air looked at Nami speechlessly and said, you are just lying to me. Nami pointed at Air and shouted, I don't care about you. I'm going to find my friends. Air looked at Nami seriously and said, stop, don't go. If you dare to leave me, I will kill you. You dare? If you don't believe it, just try it. Air looked at Nami arrogantly and said, KR, if you're not afraid of death, just kill me. Nami looked at Air and said firmly, okay, I'm not leaving. You better think so. Okay, let's get started. How are you going to attack? Air looked at Nami with a smile on his face and said, I won't let you. Just wait to lose. Nami looked at Air and said proudly, if you dare to sneak attack me, I will show you what pain is. Who do you think you are? You want to bully me too? Then just try it. Nami looked at Air with a cold face and said, are you sure you won't regret it? Of course I'm sure. Nami looked at Air with an indifferent expression and said, okay, then you have to remember what you said today. I won't go back on my word. Air said, picking up the wooden stick and attacking Nami. Nami looked at Air in surprise and said, didn't you say you wouldn't sneak attack me? 3.5, that's just talk. You bad guy. Nami looked at Air with a blushing face and said, you'd better surrender quickly. Don't, I won't admit defeat. Nami said with a stubborn look. Well, I'll let you see how powerful I am. Air looked at Nami with a cold face and said, how dare you attack me? Don't forget we are here. I won't admit defeat. Nami looked at Air with a stubborn look and said, since you refuse to admit defeat, let me show you how powerful I am. Nami looked at Air in shock. Chapter 107. Your speed, how do you do it? How did you do it? Nami looked at Air and said, I do not know either. I just felt a blur in front of my eyes, and then I found an extra thing on my neck. Air looked at Nami blankly and said, how did you do it? I don't know, it's like there is an invisible force controlling me. KR. Nami looked at Air and said with shock, okay, stop talking, let's continue fighting. Air looked at Nami with a smile and said, let's continue. Nami suddenly screamed. Nami looked at Air with a horrified expression. What's wrong? How did you do it? Don't run around. Nami covered her neck and looked at Air in horror. What's wrong? How did I suddenly become like this? You are the cause of all this. Nami looked at Air with a sad face and said, did I cause the trouble? When you said that, I remembered it. It seems that you started to touch me as soon as you came in. You still dare to mention it. Then what do you want to do with me? 9. I'm going to beat you into a pig's head. Oh, don't slap me in the face. Look, such a beautiful face. It would be a pity if it was damaged. Snort. Then what do you want? I want you to kneel down and admit your mistake. Nami looked at Air with pride and said, all right. Air looked at Nami helplessly and said, you know the truth. But remember what you promised me. No. I won't regret it. Nami looked at Air with a proud look on her face and said, don't be like this. Don't look at me like that, okay? Air looked at Nami with a depressed look. Let us start. Nami looked at Air happily and said, I'll give you a chance. Air looked at Nami and said, Nami looked at Air and nodded. You have to be careful, I'm going to take it seriously. Nami said with a solemn expression. I see. Air looked at Nami and nodded. Look at the moves. After Nami finished speaking, he rushed towards Air. Humph, let's see how long you can hold on. Nami shouted, while constantly activating the water fruit ability to rush towards Air. Bang, bang, bang. Air quickly dodged away, feeling a little unbearable. Air immediately clutched his chest and screamed, with a look of pain on his face. I will pay you back twice as much. Nami looked at Air with a fierce expression and said, HMPH, don't be too proud. I will let you know that you are no match for me. Just wait to be defeated by my golden cudgel. HMPH, who is afraid of whom? Nami looked at Air unconvinced and said, I won't let you win. Air looked at Nami seriously and said, Okay, let's continue the game. The two continued to fight in the ring. Air, I want you to taste my water balls. Nami looked at Air with a sinister look and said, Bring it on. After Nami finished speaking, he threw a big ball of ice, fire and water towards Air. Boom! Air looked at Nami in horror and said, Oh my god, what kind of weird trick are you doing? This is my trump card, I think you can hold on this time. Nami looked at Air with a proud look on his face and said, Okay, I give up. Humph, it should have been like this a long time ago. Nami looked at Air and said proudly, 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,271,481. I didn't say I wanted to admit defeat. What did you say? Nami looked at Air and said with confusion, I said I didn't say I wanted to admit defeat. You guys are just looking for death. Nami looked at Air with an angry face and said, I don't care, you attack me first this time. I'm going to punish you. Then if I resist, you won't let me go. Then of course I won't let you go. Nami looked at Air with a smile on her face and said, Then you can try it. I want to see which one is faster, your fists or my teeth. I'm going to tear your bitch mouth apart. Okay, then I'll let you tear it apart. After Air finished speaking, he rushed towards Nami. Nami watched Air rush over and looked at Air warily. The two kept fighting fiercely in the ring. Didn't you say you wouldn't keep your tongue from coming out? I'm just teasing you. You actually lied to me. Nami looked at Air and roared. You bastard. Ha. Look at you, you're almost crying. Humph, what's wrong with me just being a scumbag? If you want to bite me, go ahead. VR. Nami looked at Air with an angry look. Didn't I tell you, don't challenge my 837 bottom line easily. How dare you play tricks on me? I just want to make a bet with you. Do you have anything else to say? I lost. Ha, let me just say I will win. I won't let you succeed. Nami looked at Air with a stubborn look and said, That's not up to you. Then what are you going to do? Didn't you just let me taste your power? I want to taste it now. Air looked at Nami's eager expression and said, I will not give in. Then just give it a try. Bang, bang, bang. Nami watched Air trying to dodge his attacks. I don't believe I can't beat you. You are really childish. HMPH, I'm childish. Let me tell you that I am a demon king. If you don't surrender, I will bite your tongue off. After hearing Nami's threat, Air couldn't help but have a weird smile on his face. Chapter 108. Then come and bite me. Air looked at Nami with a playful look on his face and said, I won't be fooled. Nami looked at Air and said with a cold expression, Didn't you say you were going to bite off my tongue? Snort. Nami ignored Air and looked at him with an indifferent expression. I can use my abilities, but I can't run away. Then let's spend it slowly. Air looked at Nami and said with a smile on his face, Damn it, you stinky scoundrel. HMPH, I won't give up. Don't waste your efforts, you can't escape. Nami looked at Air and said with disdain, That's not necessarily the case. Air looked at Nami with a smile on his face and said, No matter what, I will never admit defeat. Okay, let's try it then. Let's have a one-on-one fight. Single fight. That's right. Tell me, what do you want to do? Then let's have a one-on-one fight. Air looked at Nami and said, Are you sure you want to fight alone with me? That's right, you can refuse, but you have to bear the pain I will leave you. Air looked at Nami seriously and said. Nami looked at Air and said hesitantly, I can promise you, but you must also promise me. Good. Nami looked at Air without fear at all. Let's get started now. Nami looked at Air and said, Air couldn't help but feel very relieved to see that Nami didn't show any fear at all. You have to be careful, Nami said as she walked towards Air. Air watched Nami approach him step by step. Come. Don't come over here. You stupid. Didn't you say you could use magic? I'm not afraid. If you don't dare. Who said I dare not? Nami looked at Air with an unhappy face and said, Come on, come on. Nami said with determination. You really have to come. Yes. Oh well. Let's play a game first. Nami looked at Air and said doubtfully. Let's play a 3-game game. If you can win every game, then you win. 3 rounds, didn't you mean 1 round? You have an advantage in this round. Okay, I accept. Since you said so, I will keep my promise. Then let's get started. Nami looked at Air and said seriously. Then let's start with the easiest one. My fists are poisonous. Humph, I'm afraid you don't have the guts to touch my fist. Bring it on. I'm about to start. As soon as Nami finished speaking, he saw Air punching him. Didn't you say you weren't afraid that my fists would be poisonous? Why did you sneak attack me? Nami looked at Air and shouted. Because it's more exciting this way. You bad guy. How hot? You are not allowed to fight. Nami struggled wildly on the ground. I will definitely win this time. Air said while looking at Nami, who was struggling on the ground. You can't win. Yeah. HMPH, your magic power is about to run out. Yes, so you're about to lose too. You despicable fellow. I'm helping you. Humph, who needs your help? Nami looked at Air and said disdainfully. Then are you willing to gamble and admit defeat? Or are you willing to gamble and admit defeat? Or are you willing to gamble and admit defeat? Air kept shaking the dice in his hand and looked at Nami with a lewd expression. Let me go. Okay, I'll let you go right now. You should let go now. You said so, I'll let you go now. I'll let you go now. Air looked at Nami and said with a smile. I'll let you go now, but... Hurry up and let me go. I do what I say. Don't let go so quickly. I've let go now. You bastard, I have no strength at all now. That's your problem. Air looked at Nami's slumped expression and said. You wait. I will take revenge. Nami said looking at Air's fierce look. Okay. Air looked at Nami's unconvinced look and said disapprovingly. Don't think I can't. Air couldn't help laughing when he heard Nami's words. Then let's do it. Then you have to be careful. Air looked at Nami and said seriously. HMPH, I won't lose to you. Really? Then come on. I'll make you lose so much that you lose all your pants. Really? I don't believe you have such ability. I can give it a try. Nami looked at Air with a provocative expression and said. 9. Air said looking at Nami's disdainful expression. You are looking for death now. I don't care, if you don't defeat me today, I won't give up. Let me see what else you can do. Nami looked at Air, Kyan Li Zhao, and shouted angrily. I told you that you will lose. Air looked at Nami and said proudly. Don't be arrogant. I'm just telling you, if you keep doing this, you will lose the game. You devil, stop it. I lost to you, I lost to you. Ha, you little girl is so fun, you look so cute like this. You still dare to laugh at me, let's see how I deal with you. Nami said with an angry look. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, if you dare to mess around, I won't be polite. Air looked at Nami warily and said. HMPH, do you think I will be afraid? Nami looked at Air with a stubborn look on his face. You are playing with fire. I'm not afraid of you. Nami looked at Air and said with a look of triumph. I'm going to teach you a lesson now, you wretch. Chapter 109. I tell you, you are definitely no match this time. I won't lose, I won't let you succeed. Let's see if I win or you win. Nami looked at Air unconvinced and said. Then we'll see. Didn't you say that I was destined to lose? I won't let you win easily. Then let's wait and see. Nami looked at Air and said. Okay, I'm waiting for you. After Nami finished speaking, he looked at Air with a ferocious expression. You disgusting guy. So what if I'm hateful? How hot? I'm going to kill you, you big hooligan. Humph, is it just based on your current state? You'd better save your energy. You big bad guy, I must take care of you. Ha, come on. Air looked at Nami with an evil look on his face and said, "Ah, you hateful gangster. I will deal with you severely." "Huh, come on then. I'm not afraid of you," Nami said, looking at Air's determined look. Don't go too far." "Snort," Nami said, looking at Air's determined expression. "HMPH, I won't talk nonsense to you," Air said and kicked Nami on the butt, knocking Nami to the ground. "I'm going to kill you." Nami looked at Air looking in pain and shouted, "Even if you want to kill me now, you still have to have the ability." Air looked at Nami and said with an unhappy expression, How dare you kick my ass?" Nami looked at Air and said with an angry look on his face, "If you don't sit still obediently, I will continue to kick." You damn bastard," Nami said, looking at Air with an angry look on his face. Let me tell you, I won't give up like this. Not only will I make you lose completely, but I will also make you even cuter. I don't believe it. I can't conquer you yet. You hateful guy, just wait." Let's just wait and see," Nami said, looking at Air looking angry. "Well, okay, let's wait and see. You'd better make peace with me and don't mess with me. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful I am. Just wait to be dealt with badly by me. I'll wait and see. I will definitely let you know the price of messing with me. Just wait and see. I will definitely keep you in good condition. You big bad guy," Nami said, looking at Air's arrogance. Ha, just beg for mercy." Air looked at Nami's arrogant look and said with a smile, "I'm going to kill you, you big bastard." Nami, calm down, don't be angry. Are you trying to kill me? My great aunt. If something really happens to you, then I really can't do anything," Air said anxiously. HMPH, just wait and see. I will definitely make you regret messing with me. Can you please stop getting excited? Calm down first and say it carefully. Don't be impulsive, my little ancestor. If anything goes wrong with you, I'll turn into a monk." Air looked at Nami helplessly and said, If you really want to become a monk, I will go with you." You damn bastard, if you dare to bully me again, I will. Nami looked at Air and said angrily, "What are you doing? Do you still want to use water power to torture me?" Air saw Nami looking at him angrily and couldn't help but smile and said, "Anyway, I won't let you succeed. Afk, you annoying guy. Humph, I just won't let you beat me. I want you to bow your head and admit defeat. You don't even think about it." "I won't bow my head. What can you do to me?" If I were you, I would have surrendered long ago." "You bastard." "I don't care." Air looked at Nami's stubborn look and said, HMPH, I'm going to break your head." "You big idiot," Nami said while rushing towards Air. HMPH, I'll let you break my head." Air looked at Nami and said with a hint of haki. Nami said and punched Air, but was hit by Air on the bridge of the nose, causing nosebleeds to spurt out. Nami looked like she was in pain, covered her nose, and shouted loudly, "Humph, you big idiot, just shut up," Nami said while crying. "It hurts so much, how could you hit me in the nose? Who told you to always bully me? I just want to hit you." A1. Nami looked at Air acting unreasonably and speechlessly, not knowing what to say. "Oh, Nami-chan, stop crying. If you keep crying like this, I will feel bad for you." Uensio. "I won't be fooled by your sweet words. I will never be fooled by you. Nami-chan, you have to remember that no matter what I do wrong, you will always be the best. You big bastard. Nami-chan, I really like you. I've never liked any girl so much. Do you know? I like your smile, I like your laughter, I like everything about you. I don't know how to express how I feel. But I just don't want you to leave me. As long as you like something of mine, even if it means my life, I will give it up without hesitation. Because I owe you this. Because I love you," Air said, looking at Nami's sad look. "You big liar." Tee. Air said, looking at Nami's disappointed look. "Nami, don't make trouble with me anymore, just consider me losing, because I can't live without you." Air saw Nami looking sad, quickly stepped forward and hugged Nami and said. Chapter 110. Nami couldn't help but burst into tears as she listened to Air's confession. Wow. Nami suddenly fell into Air's arms and cried. You big idiot, do you know how scared I was just now? You're really going to leave me alone? Never mind. I'm so scared. Why are you so cruel? Wow, wow, wow. Nami lay on Air's chest and cried bitterly. Sorry. Air listened to Nami crying in pain, hugged Nami tightly, patted Nami's shoulder and comforted her. Nami felt warm in her heart, listening to Air's gentle words. She didn't expect that Air would risk his life for her own sake. She never thought that, when she needed help the most, Air would protect her without hesitation. I am really happy. Tea. Nami said, choked while wiping her tears. Nami, promise me something, please. What happened? Is it okay if I tell you to use water fruits from now on? Well, I promise you. Then don't cry anymore. Air looked at Nami, who looked like she was crying, and quickly took out a tissue to help Nami wipe away her tears. Ooh. Nami looked at himself in a mess and said helplessly, no matter what you are, I like you, and I don't want to see you cry. I just hope you laugh every day. As long as you can be happy, I am willing to pay any price. SOS. Nami looked at Air's affectionate look and felt sad and couldn't help but cry again. My silly Nami, do you want to cry if you want to? It's not good to hold it in your stomach. I just want to cry. Nami said, looking at Air's innocent look. I just want to cry. Air looked at Nami, who was crying with a speechless expression on her face. Isn't this Nami-chan of yours a bit too much? I just want to cry, woo. Okay, you take a rest first, I'm going out first. Wait a minute, I want to make it clear to you, I am not a bad guy like you, I will not forgive you. Okay, I see. Air felt helpless listening to Nami's words. He was used to Nami's temper, so he didn't care much about it. Air said, looking at Nami, who looked angry. You take a shower first and I'll go out first. We'll talk after you finish taking a shower. After Air finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the door. Nami couldn't help but feel excited after listening to Air's words. This is brother Air caring about me. I'm so happy that your brother doesn't remember my preferences. Air saw a little head as soon as he opened the door. Nami couldn't help but look up at the door when she heard the sound of the door ringing. Hey Nami, you're a slug. Your slug ran away, and you don't want me anymore. What? Air asked in disbelief as he looked at Nami, the king of snot nose. Yes. How dare he throw me down, woo. How could he do this? Don't he like you? Why would he leave you behind? Wow. He must think that I am fat and ugly and don't want me anymore. Air couldn't help but feel speechless when he heard Nami's accusation. Are there really such stupid people in this world? Isn't it her appearance that I like? Why is this Nami so stupid and so easy to coax, yet she believes in herself all of a sudden? Could her appearance be fake? Could it be that she is actually a beautiful female gangster? Air, why are you ignoring me? Did I do something wrong? Nami looked at Air's silent look, her pretty and cute face filled with deep worry. No, you are very good. Then why are you ignoring me? You are my favorite girl. Air looked at Nami's pitiful face and couldn't help but smile. Really? Nami couldn't help but burst into laughter, listening to Air's words. She broke away from Air's arms and threw herself on Air's body. The two hugged each other. Nami felt Air's temperature, feeling Air's body temperature, and couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. Zero, please give me flowers. Then Air, let's continue. Nami said with a shy look. Continue. Air looked at Nami's shy look and couldn't help being frightened. Yes, Air, I have liked you for a long time. Would you like to spar with me again? Air, promise me please. Nami said expectantly. Nami, I don't want to hear your rejection, I just want an answer. Nami looked at Air's hesitant look and couldn't help but said coquettishly. Baby. Is it okay if I choose to surrender? Air looked at Nami's serious look and couldn't help but sigh. Okay, I don't like me anymore. I liked. Nami was immediately excited when she heard this. Air, I am yours now. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Me too. Air looked at Nami's determined look. Maybe he really should think about his own affairs. Air walked out of the room and went straight to the living room. Airs, how are you? Have you already been with Nami? Robin listened to Air's words and looked at Air excitedly and asked. Air was speechless, looking at Robin's excited expression. No, she hasn't done anything with me yet, it's just a misunderstanding. You also know her character. Air, why didn't you agree to her request? Robin couldn't help but look at Air in confusion and asked. Air didn't know how to explain to Robin. Okay, Air, no need to explain. Robin listened to Air's hesitation and interrupted Air's words calmly. You young people are like this. If you like something, just be direct. If you don't like it, just stalk it and get it. You have been thinking for so many years. Robin said with contempt. Okay, Robin, I understand. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Well, Air, since you said so, I won't ask you any more questions. Air, we must work hard, and we can't let Nami be wronged anymore. Well, don't worry. Air looked at Robin's serious expression and couldn't help but nodded again. Chapter 111. Okay, Air, then you go to bed early. It's my turn to compete with you tomorrow. Are you kidding me? Air said, looking at Robin with a confused look on his face. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Robin couldn't help feeling depressed when he saw Air's puzzled look. All his years of teaching had been wasted. You brat, you can't even understand what I mean. Okay, I know what you want to say. Air looked at the angry Robin and couldn't help but smile. Then just listen to me. Robin listened to Air's words and immediately nodded in agreement. I don't care, you must do my task well. If you can't do it well, I will never help you in my life. Okay, I'll follow your arrangement. Air looked at Robin's determined look and couldn't help but smile. That's right, but if you bully Nuz, 740, Beauty again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Robin looked at Air and said word by word. When did I ever bully her? Humph, I don't care, we are all together anyway. This is a good thing. Air looked at Robin's angry look and couldn't help but smile. HMPH, anyway, it's my turn tomorrow. Robin listened to Air's words and snorted disdainfully. Okay, Robin, please stop losing your temper. Who lost your temper with you? I'm telling the truth. Robin couldn't help but curled his lips and said after listening to Air's words. Air shook his head helplessly. Now he finally understands what it means to be a woman and a villain. This sentence is really true. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You can go and rest. Good night. All right. Robin couldn't help but nodded when he heard Air's words, turned and left the room. Why? Air looked at Robin's disappearing back and couldn't help but sigh. These two women are really going to drive themselves crazy. Early the next morning, Air got up early and washed up. When he came to the table, Robin and Nami were already sitting at the table waiting. Good morning. Robin and Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but smile. Why do you look so good today? Air looked at the energetic appearance of the two people and couldn't help but asked doubtfully. Because we didn't sleep last night, we are in great spirits today. Robin said with a smile. Not asleep. Air couldn't help but look shocked as he listened to Robin's words. He really didn't know that Robin's sleep quality was so poor that he didn't fall asleep last night. Yes, because we all want to be with you and each other today. Okay, let's discuss it. Robin couldn't help but shrugged after listening to Air's words. After breakfast, the two came to Air's room. Then let's get started. Okay. Air said as he crossed his arms across his chest in a defensive posture. I attacked first. Robin looked at Air's posture and couldn't help being stunned, but then he smiled. What kind of trick are you doing? Why is it so fast? This is what Nami told me. He said that if you want to learn this move, it is best to dodge at the moment the opponent attacks and also maintain the attack speed for 10 seconds to hit the opponent. Wouldn't the attack efficiency be higher in this way? And this would also make the defense more flexible. It seems to make sense. Air couldn't help but smile when he heard Robin's words. Okay, let's continue. Okay, but I'm not ready yet. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Robin looked at Air and said with a smile. Now he wanted to see what kind of tricks Air would use to make him surrender quickly. Then I'll try this first. Air looked at Robin's confident look and couldn't help but smile. Okay then, I'll wait for your attack. Then close your eyes. Robin couldn't help but nodded when he heard Air's words, and then slowly closed his eyes. Watching Robin's movements, Air also closed his eyes. He wanted to see how strong Robin's defense ability was and whether he was worthy of his liking. Robin felt as if he could vaguely hear gunshots in his ears, and there also seemed to be a burst of wind. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,280, 1,361. Robin's eyes slowly opened, and he saw that Air's chest was already heaving and performing a trick. Robin looked at Air in disbelief, with an unbelievable expression on his face. "What's wrong? Why are you so powerful?" Air looked at Robin with a dull expression and said proudly, "How was it? Did you take the photo?" Take the shot." Robin coughed awkwardly and said, "Okay, let's talk about my affairs." "Okay." Robin listened to Air's words and couldn't help but nodded slightly and said, "Please say it, I'm listening." "Well, I'll keep the story short." "Then tell me." "I want to know why you do this." "Why do you do that?" Robin asked, confused after hearing Air's question. "This is your plan, why are you like this?" Robin couldn't help but hesitate after hearing the protagonist's words. "Don't you know? Then I'll explain it to you." "All right." Robin couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing Air's words. "Actually, I don't mean to help Nami. I just think I have a good relationship with Nami. So I don't want her to get hurt." "Is that the reason?" "Yes." "Haha, this kind of thing can't be that simple. Are you having a headache?" "You just have a brain cramp. You just have a brain cramp." "You." Air looked at Robin's angry expression and couldn't help but laugh and cry. This was the first time he met such a strange guy. "Then what do you think I should do?" Robin looked at Air's appearance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I don't know what to do on 3.6. I can't watch you and Nami break up, right? I don't want you to break up." "Then if that's the case, then don't interfere." Robin couldn't help but smile bitterly after listening to Air's words. "Why isn't this your dream? Why are you unwilling to complete it?" "I don't want to do that kind of thing. I don't want to hurt the people I like." "This is my private matter. You don't need to worry about it." "This is not a private matter." "Then don't talk that nonsense." "Then even if it's not a private matter between you, you have to complete it because I have already promised Nami." "You're talking nonsense. Not long after Nami arrived, you led Nami into a bad way and treated me like this." "I'm not messing around. You like Nami, I want you and Nami to be together." "Arr." Air frowned speechlessly. Chapter 112. "Okay, I don't want to worry about it anymore, but if you keep messing around, I'll tell Nami about it." "You dare." Robin couldn't help but snorted as he looked at Air. "You try." Robin couldn't help but yelled angrily when he heard Air's words. Air looked at Robin's expression and couldn't help but smile. Of course, he knew that this kind of coercion was useless. He knew that he was just being plotted by Robin and Nami. But he was happy to serve Robin. He wanted to see if he could win in this game. He also wants to prove that he is no worse than anyone else. And this is why Robin is willing to let Nami join his plan. "I admit that your plan is wonderful, and I admire you very much, but do you really want me to do that kind of thing?" "I want you to be my suitor." Robin couldn't help but smile slightly after listening to Air's words. "Then I can tell you some news." "What news?" Robin couldn't help but asked curiously. "Nami is coming back." "What? Why is she back again? Didn't I already tell you clearly?" Robin couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Air with an expression of disbelief. He has promised Air that he will not give Nami another chance. But why did she come back? Doesn't she know that her appearance will have an impact on her plan? "I don't know about that. I only know that I told Nami that I wanted her to come back." Air shrugged and said helplessly to Robin, "Damn it, I'm going to find her." Robin couldn't help but said angrily. After saying that, Robin turned and left Air's room. "Hey, wait a minute." Air couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Robin's behavior. "Is there anything else?" Robin turned around and said with an unhappy expression, "Don't you think we should have a chat?" "All right. What do you want to talk about?" Robin couldn't help but sit on the sofa and said coldly to Air. Air didn't care about Robin's cold attitude. He walked directly to Robin and sat down. "First of all, I'm very grateful that you are willing to tell me so much. Tell me, what do you want to know?" "I want to know why you and Nami did that to me." "Of course I like you." "You can tell me if you like it." Air looked at Robin naturally and said, "How could Nami and I like you?" Robin couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Air's appearance, and then said with a mocking look, "I also want to ask you why she suddenly became like this. I don't believe it was Nami's idea. Air couldn't help but shook his head and said, I said I was just fulfilling my responsibilities. What did you say? I said that I was fulfilling my responsibilities and I would do what she said, but I also had my persistence. Are you rejecting Nami? Do you really like her? It's not a question of like it or not. What is that? I said I was fulfilling my obligations. You. Don't forget, we are collaborators, aren't we? Air looked at Robin and couldn't help but sneered and said, Okay, I admit, I do have a little crush on Nami, but it's just as a friend. Air looked at Robin and sighed helplessly. Friendship, I don't need this. So what do you want? I want you to help me. Robin couldn't help but watch Air say each word. Help you. Right. Why should I help you? Because we are allies now, we should unite and fight externally rather than fight internally. I thought so too, but this is my own business. You bastard. Robin couldn't help but punch Air in the chest. Haha, is so cool. Air grabbed Robin's fist, looking at Robin smiling excitedly. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,280, 1,521. Airs let him go. At this moment, a familiar voice came to Robin's ears. Robin turned his head and couldn't help but be startled, because the person who came was actually Nami. Nami looked a little embarrassed at this time, with tears on her face. She seemed to be crying. Why are you crying? Robin couldn't help but look at Nami and asked in confusion. You know best why I'm crying. Nami looked at Robin and said coldly. Nami, I didn't expect you to do such a thing, but I won't agree. Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but said. Why? Because we are just mutually beneficial, you don't need to be grateful to me, because I never thought of helping you. Robin couldn't help but sneer and said. I know you think so, but I don't think so either. I don't want the relationship between the two of us to be just a transaction. Are you crazy? Robin couldn't help but growl at Nami. I'm not crazy, it's because I love Air and I don't allow you to treat him like this. Robin couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Nami's appearance. I used flower fruit to help Nami get Air, and now Nami actually helps Air talk. Robin really couldn't believe that Nami was such a person. She actually helped Air speak. Robin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I know I'm selfish, but I really like Air, please let me stay with him. 297, why do you stay with him? He is mine, no one can take it away. Robin couldn't help but yell at Nami. KR. When Nami heard what Robin said, she was so angry that she couldn't speak. She looked at Robin and couldn't help but said coldly, Then, let's cancel the agreement between the two of us. Anyway, I have got what I want, and I will help you get him as soon as possible. With that said, Nami turned and walked towards the door. Stop. What on earth do you want to do? Nami couldn't help but stop and look at Robin. I can let go of what you just said, and you can even continue to stay with Air. But if you dare to hurt him even a hair, I will definitely kill you. Robin looked at Nami and said coldly. Then give it a try. After Nami finished speaking, she turned around and walked outside, completely ignoring Luo's gloomy face. Robin, what are you doing? Nami, you can't do this. You can't abandon our friendship for an Air. Robin couldn't help but rush to Nami and shouted loudly. Friendship, haha, are you worthy of being friends with me? VR. Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but get angry. You don't need to say anything anymore. What I decided has not changed. Just go. Nami looked at Robin and said coldly. Chapter 113. Are you trying to force us to death? You are overthinking. I just don't want you to ruin the friendship between Air and I. You. Let's go, don't disturb my rest. Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but said coldly. I tell you, if you dare to hurt Air, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, Robin turned around and walked out of the living room. I'll make you pay. Robin looked at the two of them coldly and said coldly. I want to see what you can do. Nami looked at Robin and said disdainfully. Nami, don't force me. Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but said coldly. How are you going to force me? I don't care what happens between you and Air, you must leave Air now. Robin said coldly. Why? Don't you love Air? Do you want me to put him in your arms with my own hands? Robin looked at Nami and sneered. Then I would rather die than give up Air. Nami couldn't help but said coldly. "Kr. I tell you, I will not give up air unless you kill me." Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but sneered. "Then don't blame me. What do you want?" Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but become nervous. "We share air's love together, and I will forgive your betrayal." "You're dreaming. Don't give me a toast or eat as a penalty. Nami, you have to know that you are just an ant in my palm now. HMPH, do you really think I'm a fool? Don't toast me, and you'll be fined if you don't eat." Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but sneered. "Do you really think I'm a fool? HMPH, let me tell you, don't toast me and drink as a penalty, otherwise you will know how powerful I am when you regret it." "HMPH, I'll wait." Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but snorted. "Arr." Robin looked at Nami and snorted coldly and stopped talking. He knew that he could not convince Nami at all, but he would never allow himself to lose air. Robin couldn't help but snorted and turned around to leave. At this moment, Nami stood directly in front of Robin. "What are you up to? You should know what I'm going to do. Do you want to take me home?" "Don't go too far." Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but yelled angrily. "You are the one who went too far, Robin. I have had enough of you. Now I want to be with air." Nami looked at Robin coldly and said, "What did you say?" Robin couldn't help but roared angrily. "I said I want to be with air." Nami looked at Robin and said coldly, You are looking for death. Then just give it a try. You go away, I don't need your sympathy." Nami said, looking at Robin. "Should I leave? I haven't asked you what you want to do yet." "I said I want to be with air. Didn't you say that I am a bitch? I will prove to you that I am a bitch. I am with air." You bitch." Robin couldn't help but curse it angrily. "Aren't you going to prove that I don't want air? Then I'll prove it to you. I just want air. Do you think I will let you get what you want?" Robin looked at Nami and said through gritted teeth, "Then what do you want?" "I want you to break up with air." "What?" Nami looked at Robin and said in surprise, "Are you trying to rob me?" "Haha, it doesn't matter if I rob it. I can make air mine at any time if I want. Don't bully others too much." Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but shouted coldly, "If you really love air, you shouldn't stop me from being with him. This is selfish and cowardly." "Ha ha ha, yes, I am selfish and cowardly, so what can you do to me? Don't think that I don't know that you have a relationship with air. You are his fiancé. I don't believe that you are sincere. You are just using me. You don't love air at all. You don't deserve to have him at all." "I do not deserve." "Are you worthy?" Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but smile mockingly. Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said, "What, are you angry? I know you are not a good person. I tell you, even if I don't deserve it, I will still be with air, because you are not sincere." Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but shouted coldly, You bastard." Nami looked at Robin and said angrily, "You don't deserve it, you just don't deserve it." Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but snorted. "I'm telling you, I'm going to find air today, and I'm going to tell him my decision." Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but yell loudly, "Ha ha ha, I want to see if you dare." "Why don't I dare?" "Nami, don't do anything stupid." At this moment, Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but comfort him. "HMPH, don't worry about me. I'm going to see air today. Didn't you say I'm a bitch? I'm going to prove that I'm not." Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but said coldly, promising money. "No, you can't go." "I want to go." "I'm going to take you somewhere." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to take you to ask air." "No." Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help shouting coldly, "Nami, we are not children anymore. You didn't consider this matter." Nami looked at Robin and said insistently, "I want to share it together." "Nami." Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but shook his head in pain. "Nami, you have to understand that now that you are with air, I don't want you to hurt air or ruin the relationship between you and air. But I don't want you to hurt yourself enough to faint." "I see." Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but nodded. Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but lower her head. She looked at her toes and couldn't help but remain silent. Chapter 114. Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but lower her head. She looked at her toes and couldn't help but remain silent. "Nami, do you know what I'm most worried about?" Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but sigh. Stop talking, I know you are right, I am just too impulsive, please don't be angry. Nami couldn't help but said softly. Nami, I like Air very much, I have liked him since I met him. I am very happy by his side, and I want to protect him, but you always want to refuse me to be with him. I don't understand what's wrong with me, I don't understand why I'm so charming. You just don't like me. I have always wanted to be liked by Air, but you have hindered me time and time again. Why don't you just want to like me? Robin looked at Nami and sighed helplessly. I don't know either. I have always regarded you as my sister, but my attitude towards Air makes me very confused. Nami couldn't help but frown and said, Tell me, why is this? Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but said coldly, I don't know, maybe it's because I like Air too much. Are you telling the truth? Of course, because we are all girls, I don't want Air to get hurt. Robin looked at 410, and Nami couldn't help but sigh silently. Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but lower his head. Kindness. Robin nodded and left the room. As soon as he walked out of the door, he met Air. Air couldn't help frowning and looking at Robin and said, Why are you here? I just came over to see Nami. Nami, are you looking for Nami? No, do you want to do something together again? Air looked at Robin and said doubtfully, Oh, that's not the case. Robin looked at Air and couldn't help but smile and said, Oh, you don't want to be with Nami? Air couldn't help but asked with a smile. Robin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he looked at Air, and then he came to his senses. This is a test to test whether you are sincere and whether you want to destroy the relationship between Nami and Air. I like you, Air. Robin looked at Air and couldn't help but said loudly, Oh, then you'd better talk to Nami first. Air looked at Robin and said lightly, Air. No need to explain. But Nami doesn't agree. Don't agree, impossible. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help but sneered. Why? Because you are her favorite boy, she refuses for me to be with you. +4. Air couldn't help but froze when he heard this. What are these two women doing? Wouldn't it be better to cooperate and use the flower fruit ability together to confine themselves and take advantage? Now the two of them are actually having a conflict. Wrong. It should be Nami who is having a conflict. He and Nami are together, and they have had a relationship before. But now Nami treats her like this, and Robin still likes her. This contradiction is unbearable. Nami, she doesn't like me. Nami, she doesn't like me at all. She has always regarded me as a sister, even closer than a sister. She won't let me fall in love with you. No, that's not what Nami meant. That's what she means, that's what she means. Nami has liked you since a long time ago. It's just because of the pressure from the outside world that I haven't confessed to you. But you are having an affair with other girls. Do you know how much pressure she is under? Robin couldn't help but frown and said, 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,290, 1,151. What are you? Do you know how many things Nami has done for me? Air looked at Robin and sneered. For you, for me, Nami, she's not like that. Air, have you misunderstood the beauty? Misunderstanding, you are right, did she misunderstand me? We have known each other since we were young, we grew up together. Nami has always taken good care of me and loved me since I was a child. But this kind of care is not the kind of care you imagine. The relationship between Nami and I is just that of brother and sister. You lied. Air couldn't help but glare at Robin and sneered. I lied, why did I lie? You lied just to deceive Nami's trust and make Nami feel that you have a particularly high status in your heart. Air, I have already experienced this trick. No, you are wrong. Robin looked at Air and couldn't help but said coldly, I'm not wrong, what I said is the truth. Air looked at Robin and said coldly, Air, why don't you believe me? Believe you? Who are you to me? Why should I believe you? Because I am your girlfriend. Robin looked at Air and said loudly, How hot? Air couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? Why don't you believe me? You are Nami's sister, and you are the person Nami loves the most. Naturally, she does not allow her brother to like her sister. So she didn't allow it. No. Not like this. Robin, we grew up together. Don't you know Nami? her love and pampering for you cannot be faked. And you said she doesn't love you. I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Don't you feel like you're lying? Why are you deceiving yourself? Air looked at Robin and asked coldly. You're right, I was lying because I like you. I'm in love with you. Nami likes you too, and she likes me too. You two are my most cherished friends. Robin looked at Air and said, HMPH, do you think I will believe it? I won't be fooled by you. I'm not lying to you, it's true, I really like you. Robin, I am your best friend and Nami is your sister, how can you like her? I don't care, I just want you, I just want to be with you. Robin, please wake up. We are impossible. You are just my sister. Stop thinking so wildly. You'd better leave here quickly, otherwise Nami will definitely not let you go. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help but said coldly. Chapter 115. I'm not just thinking about it, I really like you, and I really mean it. Robin looked at Air and said insistently. That's enough, Robin, can you please wake up a little bit? There is no way between you and me. Air couldn't help but sneer and said, I said I won't leave you, no matter what I won't leave you. You crazy person. Air couldn't help looking at Robin angrily and shouted. Yes, I am crazy, Tilda, I am not a normal person. Robin couldn't help but look at Air and said loudly. Air looked at Robin's angry appearance, looking like he was about to cry without tears. But I'm not crazy, I just want you to understand something. Air, why can't you like both of us? Aren't we two very good? Don't you think the two of us are made for each other? Look at your face, your mouth, and your eyes, I think they are all so perfect. You are my nemesis. If you continue to be so stubborn, you will become my nemesis. Robin couldn't help but said loudly. I will not become your nemesis, I will not lose to you. Air said coldly. Then let's wait and see. We'll see what happens. After Robin finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the door. Etc. Robin, you can't leave. Nami don't want you to hurt me. You can't hurt me. Air looked at Robin's back and shouted loudly. Why can't I leave? Robin stopped and looked at Air and asked loudly. Because I like you, I like you. You like me, so what if you like me? I won't like you. Why? Because I already like someone else. Do you understand? Air, you are a very good man, but why don't you like me? You only like Nami. That's not important, what's important is that I like Nami. Robin, I really like you too. I just want you to stay with me. I do not want to lose you. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help shouting loudly. But I just want you to stay with me. No, you are not his biological sister, he will not ask you to do this. It's enough that you just need to accompany me, and you don't need to think about other things. Air, I understand what you said, but I'm afraid Nami will be angry. I know there is another person in your heart, and that is because you are afraid that Nami will be angry. Robin, do you know? I really like you, I have never liked someone as much as I do now. Air suddenly said affectionately. Robin looked at Air and didn't know what to say. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help but smile and said, Robin, do you know? I'm so envious of Nami for finding someone who likes her, she's so lucky. But I won't give up either. I will try my best to make you like me too. How happy the three of us will be together then. Robin. Air, why don't you understand? Nami and you are not suitable at all. Why did you say that? The person Nami likes is the protagonist. But they are not lovers. No, I don't care, I just want you to stay by my side, I don't care about anything else. Air looked at Robin and said seriously. We are really not suitable. It's fine. I still like you. I know, so I've been working hard, Robin, I really like you. You should feel it too. The two of us are really suitable. I will work hard. As long as I have a chance, I will confess my love to you, and I will make you fall in love with me. Air. Robin, I will wait for you, always waiting for you. You fool. Robin looked at Air and said seriously. I am a fool, but I am willing to become a fool for you. I'll be a fool if I get a chance, and always will be. I know I'm going out first. Robin, wait. I have something to tell you. Air couldn't help but say. You say. Nami, the person she likes is you, and she will never give up on you. Why, I don't quite understand what you said. She likes me, Why can't the three of us continue playing flower flower fruit? 0. Robin was stunned. Nami is not an ordinary woman. She only has you in her heart. She only likes you. She will not allow any other woman to enter her sight. And she won't let any woman get close to you. Air couldn't help but frown when he heard Robin say this. Robin, I only have one request. If you agree, we will be friends. If you don't agree, it's really impossible for us. I can think about it. Robin looked at Air and said, I'm waiting for your news, but I also want to remind you, don't regard me as an enemy. We will not be enemies. Well, I know. Robin nodded. Point 0. She looked at Air and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy actually said that to himself. Although it was a joke, Robin believed that Air really liked him. I can't refuse him either. This time he did help him, and he owed him a favor. You can't refuse him, this is Robin's principle. And what he just said was right. Whether Nami likes herself or dislikes herself, she really has no way to choose. After all, Nami is her best sister and her favorite person. I really can't refuse. Robin couldn't help but sigh as he thought about it. There is no way to prevent this kind of thing by yourself. We can only let nature take its course. Air saw Robin nodding and couldn't help but smile. Nami won't let go. I know, but there's nothing I can do about it. The next morning, Robin came to Nami early and sat in his seat. Where's Air? Robin looked around and found that Air was not coming, so he couldn't help but ask. Robin, stop looking. Air is still sleeping in. I have already woken him up. How come he hasn't woken up yet? Robin couldn't help but say. He was very tired from last night with me. Nami pointed to Air on the bed and said. Robin couldn't help being speechless after hearing this. Air is really not that powerful. Last night and Nami were so crazy. Robin shook his head helplessly. Chapter 116. Air and Nami were so crazy yesterday. Robin shook his head helplessly. How can Nami compare to Air? Her physical fitness is much worse, but her ability cannot be compared with Air. Air's abilities are 10 times that of ordinary people. Nami is only half as powerful as Air. Nami is absolutely incomparable to him. Nami looked at Robin's reaction and said with a blush on her face. Robin, actually Air surrendered. Surrender. Robin couldn't help being surprised when he heard this. Didn't Air say that he refused to surrender? Why are you surrendering now? Yes, he surrendered. Robin, you don't know how powerful my water fruit is. Nami said, looking at Robin. He didn't do it on purpose, did he? Robin said in disbelief. He didn't mean it. He really surrendered. You don't know how bad his performance was last night. But you will definitely like him. Nami couldn't help but said excitedly. I don't know Air. He can be such a weak man. Ha ha ha, he is not an ordinary man. Nami said with a smile. Then why did he surrender all of a sudden? Because of our water fruit abilities. Water fruit ability. It is the water ability that can increase the body's water temperature. Once this ability is exerted, Air can surrender immediately. And he can't even control his body. That's why Air surrendered so quickly. Nami looked at Robin and said with a smile. This is too scary. Of course it's scary. Robin, if you don't believe it, you can try it together tonight. My water fruit ability is nothing short of amazing. I don't need to see you, I believe you. Your ability is too powerful. Robin looked at Nami and said in surprise. This water fruit ability is simply terrifying. If Nami uses this ability, wouldn't it be impossible for Air to escape her control? Al really likes this ability. No wonder Air likes you so much. He actually ignores me now. Robin couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Nami's water fruit ability is simply terrifying. Air is also unlucky. Nami couldn't help but smile after hearing this. He doesn't, he likes me very much, and I also like him very much. Really, Robin, don't worry, he really likes me. That's good. Robin nodded and couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. Nami and herself are sisters. I don't want her to get hurt. Robin thought that if Nami and Air were together, he could often go crazy together. It is impossible for him to protect Air for the rest of his life. Nami also needs a man to protect her. If he and Air were together, Air would definitely give Nami comfort and happiness and take care of himself. Nami is my sister. How could I just watch my sister being bullied? So if she wants to join, Nami cannot be left alone to endure Air's torture every day. Hi. At this time, Air also got up and walked in. Nami and Robin couldn't help laughing when they saw Air. Air also smiled. What are you two laughing at? Air looked at the two people and asked in confusion. No, you're awake. Robin looked at Air and shook his head, then stood up and said to Nami. Air, I heard you surrendered last night. Robin said with a smile. Yes. Air nodded. Air didn't want to talk about what happened last night because he was afraid of being embarrassed. If you surrender, just surrender. Robin. What are you doing? I'm right. Nami's water fruit ability is really powerful. Robin looked at Air and said, You don't know this is the first time in these years that I have encountered such a terrifying ability. That's even stronger than your flower fruit ability. Air said a little depressed. Then surrender, there's no shame in it anyway. Robin said with a nonchalant smile. Air's eyes widened, and he looked at Robin in disbelief. How can you say that? Men can't surrender easily. No, aren't you unable to resist the power of the water fruit? Why are you so bad? You clearly know that I am defeated, but you don't help me and don't surrender so quickly. Air looked at Robin and was so angry that he couldn't speak. Okay, Air, don't be angry. I will definitely help you tonight. I trust you. Snort. Air said with a cold snort, turned around and walked towards his room. Robin. What are you doing? Robin looked at Nami. Air is a very good person. I think you might as well consider it. Although your flower fruit ability is very strong, you are Robin after all. I don't want you to lose Air either. No, you don't have to worry anymore. I still don't pay attention to guys like Air. You really don't care, Air. Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but said, Of course I don't care. No matter how good Air is, it's useless. Didn't he surrender quickly? All right. Nami, stop thinking nonsense. Air, he is serious about you. He won't change so much overnight. You have been together for a whole year. How could Air not feel anything? He probably surrendered because he didn't want to hurt you. Robin looked at Nami and said with a smile. Nami couldn't help but lower her head after hearing Robin's words. Robin looked at Nami confused. Nami raised his head and looked at Robin. Is what you said true 3.9? Of course it's true. Don't think about how powerful Air is. How could he be defeated by a water fruit? But I always feel that Air is just faking it. Nami looked at Robin and said in confusion. No, why would I think Air would be that kind of person? Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but shook his head. Who is Nami? Of course Robin knows what kind of person Nami is. Nami is a kind-hearted woman. How could Air be such a person? And Nami can be said to be Air's wife. So Robin will not think in a bad direction. Nami couldn't help but shook his head, but I just feel something is wrong. Nami, stop thinking so much. Air is a good man, and he also said that he likes you very much. Chapter 117. Will he like me? Nami asked, looking at Robin in confusion. Robin also nodded and said, How could Air surrender if he doesn't like you? How did you know? Nami couldn't help but be a little surprised when she looked at Robin. Of course Air told me personally. Robin looked at Nami and said with a smile. But Air is really stupid. He knows you are so smart, but he still wants to win against you. No wonder he still hasn't gone out yet. Robin. Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but blush. How could Air be like this? Didn't I just want to test Air? Unexpectedly, Robin discovered him. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go change clothes and have breakfast. Nami wants crystal shrimp dumplings this morning. Know it? Robin couldn't help but said happily after hearing Nami's words. Nami and Robin came to the restaurant. Air sat on the seat and looked at Nami and asked, Nami, this is for you. After Air finished speaking, he took out a bottle of fruit wine and handed it to Nami. Thanks. You're welcome. After Nami took the wine and took a sip, he couldn't help but wrinkled his eyebrows and covered his nose and said, Robin, what juice did you buy? 5 is so sour. Haha, I knew you would like to drink sour juice after fighting last night. Robin smiled immediately when he saw Nami covering her mouth. Snort. Nami couldn't help but snorted after hearing Robin's words, and then poured the fruit wine in her hand into the trash can. Robin couldn't help but smile when he saw Nami's actions. Nami was really like a hedgehog, and she would sting anyone who messed with her. Nami, what happened to you last night? How can you dress yourself up so beautifully? And the body is so cold. Robin looked at Nami and asked in confusion. Robin, I don't know how to explain this to you. Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but ask. Is it because of air again? Robin said with a shrug. Air has an object that has the ability to grow bigger and smaller. How can I be his opponent? I guess you are right, he is just pretending to be weak with the two of us. Robin sighed. Air's acting skills were really good, he didn't even doubt it. Robin looked at Nami. Why do you think so? He is obsessed with you. And he's very capable. If your relationship wasn't so good, you would definitely be hurt by him. Is he that powerful? Nami looked at Robin and said with a look of disbelief on his face. Air is a good man, but it's a pity that Air doesn't have any special thoughts about himself now. Robin, let's not talk about him, it's the weekend, what do you want to do? Nami, I decided to use the flower fruits ability on Air, how about we do it together? Are you going to cause trouble again? Nami couldn't help but show interest when she heard Robin's words. Of course, we are going to defeat Air, let him know who the real queen is. Robin looked at Nami and said confidently. Okay, then I will play with you once. Air is a good man. It's a pity that he doesn't mean anything to me. Nami looked at Robin and nodded. Not interesting. Don't you think it's hurtful to say something like this? Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but said. Nami glanced at Robin and then smiled. Nami knew that Robin was angry, so she couldn't help but hug Robin and comfort her gently. Okay, don't be angry, I was wrong. I promise you, when he comes back we will beat him hard. Robin couldn't help but smile after hearing Nami's words. Okay, this is what you said. Nami nodded. I will remember that you promised to join me today and use the flower fruit ability to make Air suffer. Robin touched Nami's head and said. Robin picked up the knife and fork and cut the steak, then put it in the mouth. Robin, how do you eat this? Nami couldn't help but ask strangely when she saw what Robin was eating. What is this called? Robin looked at Nami and asked curiously. Do not you know? This is your favorite thing to eat. Nami couldn't help but smile. Favorite food? What? Robin was stunned after hearing Nami's words. It's what you like to eat, such as your favorite ham, fried eggs, and grilled fish. Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but smile. It's not my favorite thing to eat. This stuff is so sweet. Unappetizing. Robin couldn't help but curled his lips and said. What's wrong with sweetness? This thing is cooked with water and has a flavor added to it. It tastes very good. Try it. Nami said looking at Robin. After hearing Nami's words, Robin frowned and took a bite. Well, it is indeed quite sweet. But I hate sweets the most. My favorite is spicy food. Robin thought for a while and decided not to refuse Nami, so he took a bite. But Robin took one bite and didn't want to eat it again. Nami, are you ready to attack Air together? My flower fruit ability is stronger than last time. Nami was immediately dismissive after hearing Robin's words. Even if you have such a powerful ability, we may not be Air's opponent. I still don't believe Air can handle me. Yeah. Then let's see. My flower fruit ability is very powerful. I will never lose to Air. Okay, then let's try it. See who wins. Robin, you are my friend. I don't want to bully you, so I try not to use all my strength. But if you want to compete with Air, then I will try my best to help you. I don't want anything to happen to you, understand? Nami looked at Robin and said seriously. I understand, don't worry, I won't lose. Robin looked at Nami and nodded. All right. Let's go find Air. Nami said with a smile and stood up. Let's go. I want to see how strong Air is. Nami said and walked out of the restaurant with Robin following closely behind. The two came to Air's room and knocked on the door, but no one responded. Robin pushed the door and found that it was not locked. The two walked in together and saw Air sleeping on the bed. Is this guy so dishonest when sleeping? Robin couldn't help but murmured when he saw Air's appearance. After Robin and Nami walked into the house, they saw Air's hands on his belly and he was still groping for something. What is this guy doing? Is he sleepwalking? Or is it that he finished his meal so quickly on purpose, because he knew our plan and was already lying down waiting for us to use flower fruit's ability on him? Nami couldn't help but said with some doubts. Chapter 118. Who cares? I'll give him flower fruit's ability first to see if he can get out of control. After Robin finished speaking, he faced Air and began to release his flower fruit ability. She knew what Air was capable of. Although he doesn't know exactly how strong he is now, he can definitely withstand flower fruit. Robin just tested it a little to see the reaction. Flower fruit ability is activated. Robin felt a wave of heat flow through her body, and then she felt her vision became clearer. What an amazing ability! Robin couldn't help but exclaimed. Robin, is this what flower fruit is capable of? Bravo! Nami couldn't help but sigh. Robin couldn't help but nodded. It's very powerful. Air, don't resist. If you are controlled by me, you will be dead. Robin looked at Air and said. But Air still closed his eyes and paid no attention to Robin's plan. Robin looked at Air and couldn't help but smile. Air seems to be controlled by the flower fruit ability. Nami couldn't help but say. Robin couldn't help but be stunned after hearing Nami's words. Is this guy pretending to sleep? Robin looked at Air and couldn't help but murmured. No, this guy seems to be really controlled by the flower fruit ability. And this feeling is very strange, even I don't know what to do. Robin couldn't help but murmured. This guy's ability is really strong. Looks like I have to use my strongest move. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to control him. Robin, what tricks are you going to use against him? Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but ask. I can't tell you. All in all, I'm going to teach him a lesson this time. Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but said. Okay, then use your moves quickly. Nami looked at Robin and smiled. No hurry, I need to think about it. Robin shook his head and said. Think about it? Nami looked at Robin in surprise. Robin nodded without explaining anything, but simply closed his eyes. What do you want to do? Nami looked at Robin confused and asked. I'm thinking how we should deal with this guy. This guy is really too strong. If we don't show some real ability, we won't be able to control him at all. So I decided to think about how to deal with him first. In this case, I can think of a good way. Robin looked at Nami and explained slowly. If that's the case, then I'll just watch from the side. Anyway, if you fail, I will use my abilities to help you in time. Robin, come on. Nami just smiled after hearing her words. Well, I know. Robin nodded confidently. Nami couldn't help but smile when he saw this. After Robin finished speaking, he closed his eyes and thought carefully. Upon seeing this, Nami couldn't help but walk to the window and began to observe Air. This guy can sleep so peacefully, he must be a pig. Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but complain. Robin couldn't help laughing when he heard Nami's words. Air is indeed a pig, but his size is not as big as the pig Panction. I'll just treat him as a pig for now. He can't escape flower fruit's ability anyway. After Robin figured it out, he couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief and said, Robin, what is your flower fruit ability? How come Air isn't affected by the flower fruit ability? Nami couldn't help but ask curiously. This is the special ability of flower fruit. The flower fruit ability is a powerful ability. It can use all energy and items as energy without consuming your own mental power and energy. This ability is very powerful. Robin looked at Nami and said, It seems that this flower fruit ability is quite powerful, and it can actually control people's actions. 013604105, Feilu 230 1,301,071. It's just that Air is being controlled, or is he really asleep? Nami couldn't help but have doubts in her heart. After all, Air was not a fuel-efficient lamp. I can't analyze this situation clearly. Anyway, I think it should be the function of flower fruit's ability. Nami couldn't help but nodded. Then she started observing Robin. This guy's ability is really good. He can actually use energy to control others. It's not easy for Air to escape now. Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but murmured. Robin, what do you want to do next? Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but smile. I don't know this either. Anyway, I want to control him first, and then we can make him surrender together. Robin looked at Nami and said with a smile. Good idea. So which ability are you going to use? My only flower fruit ability is useful to him. Robin couldn't help but sigh and said helplessly. Then use this ability. I believe we will succeed. Nami looked at Robin with a smile and said. Well, I'm sorry to bother you, Nami. You must be careful and don't make any mistakes. Robin looked at Nami and asked seriously. Well, I understand, then I will start attacking. After Nami finished speaking, she walked towards Air. Air opened his eyes drowsily after hearing Nami's words. He looked at Nami and couldn't help but be startled. Nami, why do I feel so hot? Air couldn't help scratching his head and said. Nami looked at Air and smiled. The reason you feel hot now is because of flower fruit, so your body is very weak now. But as long as you can survive it, you'll be fine. Flower fruit ability, what do you mean? Air couldn't help but be surprised. It's okay, this is just an appetizer. Li Hao, what do you mean, what do you want to do? Air frowned and said in distress. Ha ha ha, of course we will torture you together. Nami couldn't help laughing after hearing Air's words. What do you want? Let me tell you, if you dare to do anything to me, I am not afraid of you. If you hurt me even a hair, I will never forgive you. Air looked at Nami and couldn't help but roared angrily. What you say has no effect. You are controlled by flower fruit. Nami couldn't help but smile and said. I will not be manipulated by them. You are here to torture me. Air said with a cold snort. I won't torture you so easily. I plan to slowly make you beg for mercy. Nami looked at Air and smiled evilly. What? Do you torture cruelly? When Air heard Nami's words, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 119. How about it? Are you still thinking about struggling now? You are no match for us now. Nami looked at Air and said proudly. Air looked at Nami and couldn't help gritting his teeth. Okay, so how do you want to torture me? Do you want to beat me with a whip and then tie me up with ropes? But these methods are ineffective. Air looked at Nami and snorted coldly. Ha ha ha, what you said makes sense. Nami couldn't help laughing after hearing Air's words. Okay, then I'll give you a chance now. Are you willing to accept our punishment? Nami looked at Air with a smile and said. I don't want to accept your punishment. I'm waiting for my empress to come back and save me. Air couldn't help but snorted and said. Nami couldn't help but smile and shake her head after hearing Air's words. Your empress? Your empress has already gone to kill the pirates. What? The empress has left? Air couldn't help but look at Nami in confusion and said. HMPH, bad guy, do you only know the empress, and Robin and I are not as good as her? Nami couldn't help but said angrily after hearing Air's words. Well, Nami, no matter who is more powerful, you 333 or Robin, they are not as powerful as the empress. Air looked at Nami and said with a smile. You bad guy, you actually demean yourself like this. Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but said angrily. Don't be like this, Nami, you need to calm down, otherwise you and Robin will not be our opponents. The protagonist looked at Nami and persuaded. I also want to calm down, but I can't calm down at all. When I see you, I want to torture you like a wolf. Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but smile evilly. Don't argue, Nami, don't get excited. Air has not been controlled by the flower fruit ability yet. Let's control him first and see if he becomes soft-spoken or hard-spoken, hee. Robin didn't want to talk nonsense. Nami had already tortured Air, and she was very greedy. Then next, I will let Air feel the power of flower fruit first. Nami looked at Air and snorted. Robin, what do you want to do? Air looked at Robin and said nervously. Nothing, I just wanted Air to feel the power of flower fruit. This is the last chance I give you, so you must cherish it. Robin looked at Air with a face full of threats. Are you crazy? Air looked at Robin and gritted his teeth and said. Haha, yes, we are crazy. Air, let me tell you, if you are dishonest, I will use the flower fruit ability. Nami looked at Air with a condescending expression and said. You dare? Air looked at Nami and shouted angrily. You give it a try. Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but sneered. Air looked at Nami and gritted her teeth. I don't believe you can keep oppressing me like this. Air looked at Nami and gritted his teeth and said. Haha, you'll know if you try it. We'll let you have a taste of it now. Nami looked at Air with disdain and said. The words just fell out. Robin and Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but smile evilly. Robin waved his hand, and Air's surroundings were immediately filled with fluctuations in Flower Fruit's ability. Can't. Air looked at Robin and suddenly became anxious. Moreover, Nami is now deliberately targeting Air, and Air is now controlled by the Flower Fruit ability, so he cannot resist at all. Robin looked at Air and said proudly, Huh, now you know you're afraid. Weren't you still very arrogant just now? Robin, don't go too far. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help shouting angrily. HMPH, Air, stop pretending to be noble. You just said that the Empress is your girlfriend. Do you think you should pay some price? I tell you this is no joke. Your fate is in our control, we can take care of you at any time. Do you want to take a gamble? Robin looked at Air and couldn't help but sneered. Okay, I promise you, I will let you know what will happen to you later. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said, Haha, okay, Air, I hope you mean what you say. When the time comes, don't surrender so easily. KR. Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but snorted, then turned towards the door and left. Air looked at Nami's leaving figure and couldn't help but frown and think. What are you thinking about? I can control your mind now. Don't yell and scream. Robin looked at Air and said with a smile. 9. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help but snorted angrily. Air, you don't need to be so nervous. I'm just controlling your mind. You won't have to take advantage of it later. Robin couldn't help looking at Airway and smiled. HMPH, it's not certain who takes advantage. It'll be up to me how I deal with you then. Nami heard Air's words and couldn't help but look at him and sneered. Then I'll wait and see. Air, you must not lose, then don't blame me. I will never let you beg for mercy. Nami looked at Air and said provocatively. Let's talk about it then. Anyway, I will definitely win. Air looked at the two of them and said with a cold snort. Let's continue. First use the Flower Fruit ability to fully control Air. Okay. Robin glanced at Nami and nodded. Robin, let's control this guy this time. Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but said. Then it's up to you. Robin glanced at Nami and then formed a seal with his hands. Nami also formed the same seal, and their abilities met and collided with each other in midair. Flower Fruit. Come on, Robin. Nami shouted to Robin. Robin looked at Nami and nodded, then kept changing the posture of his hands. Nami watched Robin change her posture, and her body gradually changed. The two couldn't help but become even more strange. Robin looked at Nami and smiled slightly. Both of them are exercising mind control. Haha, Nami, let's get started now, Air, stop having those daydreams. Okay, I'll show you now, the horror of Flower Fruit's abilities. Robin looked at Air and laughed, and then a powerful mental wave broke out instantly. Nami didn't show any weakness either. The bodies of the two men burst out with intense light at the same time, followed by a strong shock wave that dispersed in all directions. The two people's ability fluctuations instantly enveloped Air. Robin looked at her abilities, and a sneer suddenly appeared on her face. Is this what Flower Fruit is capable of? Hahaha, Nami, Air is so scared, look at what he looks like now. Chapter 120. Yeah, it's so funny. This Flower Fruit is so powerful, I didn't expect it to be so effective. It's a miracle. Could it be that Air didn't resist? The two of them talked about it. What the hell did you do to Air Tilda? Nami looked at Robin and couldn't help but exclaimed. Humph, of course I control him. Now I will let you feel the power of my Flower Fruit. Air, I want you to kneel at my feet and call me Her Majesty the Queen. Robin couldn't help but sneered and said. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help gritting his teeth. You don't bully others too much. Have I gone too far? Why did I go too far to deceive others? I am helping you and letting you enjoy life. This is your honor, you know. Robin looked at Air and couldn't help but snorted. I don't want to enjoy life. Yes, you're my slave now, you can't resist. Because your mental power has been completely controlled by me. I know every move you make. Robin said with a sneer. Robin, don't bully others too much. No matter what I do, it will be in vain. I will not bow to you. Air said with a cold snort. Snort. Robin couldn't help but snorted. Air, you are under control now. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me at all. You are just a little insect. Yeah. Don't you want to control me? Then try it. I want to see if you can control me. I don't believe in evil. Okay, if that's the case, then just wait to be controlled. I will let you feel it. You will never be able to escape my pain. Robin snorted and couldn't help but look at Air and said. Nami also looked at Al and couldn't help but snorted coldly, and couldn't help but think that she is not afraid of you. Although Nami thought so in her heart, she still couldn't help but worry about Air. Air, how are you? It's okay, don't worry, Robin is bluffing now, I can definitely defeat her. Then be careful, and don't force yourself too hard. While Nami comforted Air, she winked at Robin and asked her to increase the control of flower fruit. Robin snorted coldly when he saw Nami's eyes and understood Nami's thoughts. Then Robin also said to Air, Air, just stay still, my flower fruit ability is very strong, you can't beat me at all. And it's useless even if you resist now, your ability is completely vulnerable to my flower fruit. You. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help but snorted and said. Nami couldn't help but shake her head when she looked at the situation between the two of them, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help but laugh. Nami, don't worry, I'm going to let Air feel the power of flower fruit now. Air, let me show you now the power of flower fruit. Robin looked at Air and said, Is flower fruit powerful? You are now a prey for me to slaughter. What are you still trying to do here? You are not still hoping that you can turn defeat into victory. Robin looked at Air and sneered. You damn Robin, don't be too happy too early. I won't be controlled and tortured by you. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said. Robin couldn't help but sneer when he heard Air's words. Then Robin looked at Air and said, Then let's see how powerful my flower fruit is. As he spoke, Robin took out a black stone. As soon as the stone appeared, it immediately exuded a dark atmosphere. Air, please feel it carefully. This is the ability of flower fruit. My flower fruit ability can completely swallow your consciousness through my control. You are just a puppet now, you just need to obey my orders. I won't give in to you. Air also said disdainfully after hearing Robin's words. Ha ha ha, Air, please stop struggling, you are no match for me. I think you won't be unclear about it, right? Robin couldn't help but snorted and said. I will not be controlled by you. Air looked at Robin and said. Ha ha ha, that's not necessarily true. My flower fruit ability is very powerful, and your will not escape its control. Zero, please give me flowers. After Robin finished speaking, he looked at Nami. Nami, control him. Remember my order just now, never give up controlling Air. Okay, Robin, we will definitely take care of Air. Nami said, looking at Robin. That's good, let's have a battle now. HMPH, I'll show you how I can crack your flower fruit. Air, I will make you suffer terribly. Robin, you can start now. Let Air feel how powerful your ability is. Nami looked at Robin and sneered. Robin couldn't help but be slightly stunned after hearing Air's words. She didn't expect Nami to be so impatient. Air, let me tell you, you are now within the range of my flower fruit ability, and my flower fruit ability is very powerful. You can only be at my mercy now. If you dare to resist, you will be injured. It is best not to challenge my patience easily. You despicable guy. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help but roared. Huh, I'm not a good person, I'm just kind-hearted and like you. Like it, you devil, can you use the flower fruit ability if you like it? I will never let you go. Air said angrily. Air, don't worry, I will take good care of you. HMPH, you devil. I just like you like this, because you have more desire to conquer. Air looked at Robin and couldn't help, but his face was livid with anger. HMPH, my flower fruit ability is to control your mind. HMPH, then you can try it. Okay. Robin, are you ready? After Robin finished speaking, he took out a bottle of potion. Drink it, this is a potion specially prepared by me. I don't believe that your willpower can support the power of the potion. Chapter 121. HMPH, I will never give in. Air gritted his teeth and said. Then you really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. We are kind enough to let you be a real man for once. Robin looked at Air and said. A real man. Don't you understand the greatness of a man? I won't take another look at other men. Then how could you say such a thing? That's none of your business. Of course it's none of my business, but my flower fruit ability can help us fulfill our wishes. Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your wishes, and I will agree to whatever you want. Is what you said true? Air asked, looking at Robin. Of course it's true. Then I really hope you do what you say. That's natural, just wait and take the bait. As Robin spoke, he used the flower fruit energy, 260, and began to slowly apply it to Air's body. How's it going? Isn't it very comfortable? Robin, you despicable bastard. Air looked at Robin and said, Haha, Air, don't forget, these are what you like to do. Robin looked at Air and said with a smile, Nami, you can start. Good. Nami said, as he also took out his secret weapon. Nami, what is your ability? Air asked, looking at Nami. You guess. Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but winked mischievously and said, Guess your size. Air looked at Nami and couldn't help but became speechless. Ha 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 ha, okay, I'm starting. Nami laughed loudly and then looked at Air and said, Nami, are you complicit? Air looked at Nami and couldn't help but said angrily, Ha 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 ha, Air, you have today too. I'm really looking forward to your performance later. Nami looked at Air and sneered. Snort. Air looked at Nami and said angrily, Air, you can rest assured, I will take good care of you. Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but said with a smirk, Nami, shut up. Ha, this is how you behave, Air. My flower fruit ability is to control other people's minds. Robin also looked at Air and said, I have super mental power. There is no way your flower fruit ability can affect me. Yeah. Of course it's true. Don't underestimate my flower fruit ability. Air looked at Robin and said with a cold snort, Then I want to see how powerful you can be. Robin looked at Air and couldn't help but sneered and said, Robin, we are on the same platform. This is my advantage. Nami said, looking at Robin. Robin looked at Nami and said, That's necessary. My flower fruit ability will make your soul weak. Nami said proudly, Hey, come on then. I'm going to go all out. Bring it on. Robin looked at Nami and nodded, then looked at Air and shouted, Flower fruit ability control. Robin said with a shout, Boom, boom, boom. Air's body suddenly trembled, and then Air felt as if his head was going to explode. Ah! Robin looked at Air and screamed in pain. How about it? This is my flower fruit ability. Can it control everything about you? Robin looked at Air and said proudly, KRs. Air looked at Robin and said in pain, Now it's right. You. Air looked at Nami and wanted to say something more, but he found that he couldn't open his mouth at all. I have activated this flower fruit ability. Your body no longer belongs to you. You will become my slave. Robin said with a sneer. I don't even think about it. Air looked at Robin and said angrily, No matter how hard you try, it's all to no avail. I have activated the flower fruit ability, and your body will belong to me forever. I do not want it. HMPH, you don't have to obey. I can also make you enjoy life happily. I don't believe you have this ability. Really? Then let's try it. After Robin finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a huge vine attacked Air. Damn it, how could this happen? Air couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw Robin's attack. This is one of my strongest abilities. You'd better accept your fate. Robin looked at Air and sneered. Flower fruit ability illusion. After Air finished speaking, he looked at Robin's body, and petals began to dance all over the sky, like a huge rain of petals. Hatahohata. Robin looked at the petals all over the sky and couldn't help but sneer. Flower fruit's ability is to control other people's thoughts and make them fall into a rain of flowers. In this way, I will lose my mind and be manipulated by others, and then I can do whatever I want. HMPH, is this the only flower fruit ability you have? Air couldn't help but said disdainfully after hearing her words. KR. Robin looked at Air and said with surprise, What? Isn't it possible? My flower fruit ability is disabled. Seeing Air's performance, Robin looked at Nami and said with confusion, Is your flower fruit ability malfunctioning? Nami also looked at Robin and said, Nami, don't talk nonsense. My flower fruit ability is not malfunctioning. You know that this flower fruit ability is one of my special skills. Robin looked at Nami and said proudly, 4.7, that's good. I'm afraid that your ability will malfunction, and then we will have to be at the mercy of air. Nami couldn't help but said worriedly, this time your plan completely went bankrupt. Hadahaha, so what? Nami looked at Air and said with a smile, I won't let you succeed. Really, it's a pity that you are almost under our control now. Nami looked at Air and said proudly, Nami, don't bully others too much. Air looked at Nami and said, I didn't bully you. Nami looked at Air and said, then you can't stop Robin. Air looked at Nami and threatened, Nami, don't listen to him. We are a family. He doesn't dare to do anything to us. Robin looked at Nami and said, Chapter 122. I know. Nami looked at Robin and said with a gentle smile, Snort. Air looked at the two women and couldn't help but snorted. Then let's wait and see. Nami looked at Air and said, Ha 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 ha, Air, this move is specially prepared for you. Nami looked at Air and said proudly. Air looked at Nami and couldn't help but feel angry. Okay, now let's have some fun. Robin looked at Nami and couldn't help being surprised. Originally, my flower fruit ability had been turned on, and I could control other people's thoughts. But what I didn't expect was that Nami didn't know how to use other abilities. You actually have secret abilities. Air looked at Nami and said in panic, That's right. I do have other abilities. Nami looked at Air and said with a sneer, Art. Air looked at Nami with a panicked look on his face and said, 5 Air, you asked for this. You can't do this. Air looked at Nami and couldn't help but said anxiously. Nami looked at Air and snorted with displeasure. Robin, what are you doing now? You are my partner. You hurry up and use your abilities to suppress Air together. Nami asked, looking at Robin in confusion. Nami, how could you be so stupid? Robin couldn't help but look at Nami with contempt and said, Why am I stupid? Nami looked at Robin in confusion and said, Nami, let me tell you, I only have the ability of flower fruit. Robin looked at Nami and said proudly, What? Nami was stunned when she heard Robin's words. What, you don't believe it, do you? Nami couldn't help being stunned. Nami, now you understand, I am just a flower fruit user. If you want to fully control Air, you still need to use your ability to press the bottom of the box. Robin looked at Nami and said helplessly, D. Nami said, looking at Robin with a look of dismay on his face. Nami, you forced me to do this. Robin looked at Nami's unwilling expression and couldn't help but said with a sinister look, Air, what is going on with your ability? I have no idea. Air looked at Nami and shook his head in confusion. I don't care, my flower fruit ability can't be destroyed anymore. Nami couldn't help but said viciously, You asked for this. Then I will completely turn you into my puppet. KR. Air looked at Nami with a shocked look on her face. Nami, you really don't care about old feelings. Hadahaha, old love. Air, don't you know? I have long forgotten my old relationship. When you treated me, didn't you think that today would happen? Nami looked at Air and said coldly, KR. Air looked at Nami and said with unwillingness on his face, I won't give you a chance. Let's compete now to see who can be one step faster. Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but smile. Nami, you really can't let me go. Air looked at Nami and said helplessly, begging for mercy. Cannot. Nami looked at Air and said firmly, Nana, you really can't do this. Air looked at Nami and cried, Why can't I do this? I just transferred your pain to myself. Nami looked at Air and said with a mocking look on his face, Nami, you're so cruel. We used to be friends. How could you treat me like this? Air looked at Nami and cried in tears. Snort. Do you think we were friends before? We will be the best lovers from now on. Nami looked at Air and said excitedly, Nami, are you really that cruel? We have grown up together since childhood. Air looked at Nami and said heartbrokenly, Haha, don't panic, Air. I just want the relationship between the three of us to take a further step. Nami, you are really... Haha, that's just me. It's not the first day you've met me. Nami, you really. Air looked at Nami and said in pain. Nami, you are so heartless. Air looked at Nami and said sadly and angrily. Haha, Air, our relationship is like this. If you want to blame it, it's your fault for not taking the initiative. I will show you my abilities now and make you completely surrender to me and Robin. Don't, and Nami. Nami looked at Air and screamed in fear. HMPH, Air, just drive and let me control you. Nami, you are so selfish. I hate you. I curse you to never be happy in this life. Air, you are really asking for trouble. I shouldn't keep you until I get you. HMPH, Nami, you want to control me even with your ability. Air looked at Nami and said with disdain. Haha, let's give it a try. Your fruit ability is really 217, very powerful. You can even control my phantom shadow clone. But that's about it for you, right? Still want to deal with us? What a wishful thinking. HMPH, you little brat, how dare you be so arrogant? Now let me give you a taste of my true strength. Nami looked at the protagonist and said disdainfully. Nami, you crazy bitch, can't you live in peace? Air looked at Nami and said with an unhappy face. Humph, I just can't. Because I want to take revenge on you. Nami said coldly. I've really had enough. You vicious woman. Air looked at Nami and said viciously. You are right, I am such a vicious woman. Don't you like the Empress very much? In this case, I will wait until you get it. I don't believe you can resist it. Air, just wait, I will make you completely surrender to me. Nami looked at Air and said with hatred on his face. Nami, you crazy person, how could you and Robin be so unreserved? Air couldn't help but curse it angrily when he heard Nami's words. Huh, so what, aren't you still in love with her? Nami looked at Air and said sarcastically. HMPH, Nami, don't go too far. I don't want to argue with you about this issue. Air looked at Nami and said coldly. Chapter 123. I just want you to have a closer relationship with me. I want to see how long you can last. I will reject you forever. Even if Nami dies, I will not give in. You two women will not succeed. Air looked at Nami and said firmly. Then I'll get you first and then talk. Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but said with a cold face. Nami, don't go too far. Air looked at Nami and couldn't help but yelled loudly. Listening to Air's roar, Nami had a sinister smile on his face. HMPH, do you think I don't know what you want to do? Air, I tell you, just give up on this idea. I won't let you get the Empress first. Nami looked at Air and said with a stubborn face. Nami's expression changed slightly when she heard Air's words. Do you really think you can escape? Although your fruit ability is very strong, you can't control me. I know you can't control my heart. HMPH, Air, just enjoy it. Nami looked at Air and said with a gloomy face. Nami. Air looked at Nami and couldn't help shouting loudly. But Nami ignored his call and walked straight towards Air. Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but sneer. Air, just stay there, you will never escape my grasp. Nami looked at Air and said sinisterly. Air looked at Nami's back with a sad look on his face. Have you and Nami reached this point? My relationship with Nami has always been very good. But since Nami and Air competed that day, the relationship between the two has become better. Originally, Nami thought that as long as she tried a little harder, Air would surrender to the two of them. But he didn't expect Air to reject Robin and himself. This made Nami very angry. Nami thinks this is Air pretending to be noble. So Nami approached Robin. Nami knew that Robin was kind, and his goals were simple. I just want Air to like me and Robin. As long as you make Air feel threatened, he will make peace with himself again. Nami also knew that her request was a bit excessive, but she was unwilling to accept Air's lack of initiative. It's not easy for me to meet someone who likes me, and I will never give up. He wants Air to feel guilty about himself, so that Air can ignore his existence. So Nami found Robin. Nami knew that her plan might fail, and she also knew that Air would definitely resist. But Nami still holds on to hope. He had only one purpose, to make Air surrender completely at the hands of himself and Robin. Nami looked at Air's expression of reluctance and couldn't help but reveal a sinister face. Air, just wait. I will slowly torture you until you can't survive, and you can't even cry out to surrender. Stop it. Just when Nami was about to invade air, a cold voice sounded. Nami and Robin immediately stopped moving. The two looked at the girl in front of them, who was looking at them with anger. Empress. Nami looked at the boy and couldn't help but snorted. I am Air's friend, how beautiful are you? Hearing the Empress' words, Nami couldn't help but be stunned. Then Nami said with surprise on her face. How will you be here? The Empress couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Nami's words, and then snorted coldly and said, How? Can't I be here? Or do you want to force Air to use the flower fruit ability to be with you? Of course I didn't do that. Robin looked at the Empress and said coldly, What do you want to do? I told you not to bully Air. Air, don't worry. I'll let them know that the woman you like is not from me. What nonsense are you talking about? Nami looked at the Empress and couldn't help but snorted. Humph, I'm not talking nonsense. Don't you like Air? But Air likes me. You're just humiliating yourself. The Empress looked at Nami and said with disdain. What did you say? Nami looked at the Empress and couldn't help but said coldly. Haha, what? Nami, are you scared? Are you afraid that you and I will steal Air? Ha. Air, have you seen it? The woman you like is not worthy of being with you. The Empress looked at Nami and said mockingly. Kr. Nami couldn't help but feel angry after hearing the Empress' words. Let me tell you, Air can like anyone but he can't like you. Ha, Nami, stop being delusional. You don't deserve it at all. I am Air's best choice. Only I can accompany Air. Only I can give Air happiness. Nami looked at the Empress and said with a sneer. Shut up, don't think Air likes you. The person he likes is me. You're just a bitch. The Empress looked at Nami and said angrily. Nami couldn't help but snorted when she heard the Empress's words. Humphs, get out of here. Nami looked at the Empress and said impatiently. HMPH, shameless mistress, do you think Air will like you? You bitch, I will destroy you. Nami said coldly. Nami looked at the Empress with anger on her face and said. Why don't I dare? Nami, if you dare to touch my Air, I will kill you. The Empress looked at Nami and said fiercely. Nami heard the Empress' words and snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? I won't be afraid of you. If you have the ability, give it a try. Look who killed whom. Nami looked at the Empress and said coldly. The words just fell. Nami and the Empress instantly confronted each other. Okay, Nami, stop making trouble. We are still children. You are all my most important people, how Ma Li. Air said quickly to dissuade him. Nami heard Air's words and couldn't help but snorted. I think you are confused by this woman. This woman is not worthy of your liking at all. Nami, you are not allowed to insult the Empress. Air looked at Nami and couldn't help but snorted. Air, don't listen to her nonsense. The Empress looked at Air and said angrily. Nami looked at Air and couldn't help but snorted. Humph, Air, did I say something wrong? The person you like is not an Empress. If you really love her, how could you be deceived by her? Air, let's go. Nami took Air's arm and was about to leave. You are not allowed to leave. Air looked at Nami and said Zhuang coldly. Not allowed to leave. So what do I want you to do? Will you take your heart out and show it to me? Nami looked at Air and said with a mocking look on his face. Chapter 124. Nami, I know your feelings for me, don't be angry, I will protect you in the future. Nami, don't worry, I won't be snatched away by others. Air looked at Nami and said seriously. Air, what did you say? After hearing Air's words, Nami couldn't help but asked in shock. I said, I won't be snatched away by anyone, Nami, don't worry. What about this woman, what should you do with her? Nami looked at Air and said word by word. Nami, the person I like also includes the Empress, but everything about me belongs to you. You bastard. Nami looked at Air and said excitedly. The Empress looked at Nami and said angrily, Nami, do you know now? The person Air likes is me. When Nami heard the Empress's words, she couldn't help but snorted and said, Yes, you are better than me, and the person Air likes is also you. But what I can tell you is that the person you like can never be you. Yeah. You say you are better than me, but I want to see how you can beat me. Nami, let's wait and see. Nami looked at the Empress and said with a sneer. HMPH, don't be arrogant, Nami, I will get Air back one day. Haha, you are not qualified yet, Heir will always be mine. HMPH, just wait. The Empress looked at Nami and said disdainfully, I am waiting. Nami couldn't help but snorted when she heard the Empress's words. Okay, I don't care what your identity is. I'm warning you, if you keep pestering Heir, I will make you pay the price. The Empress looked at Nami and couldn't help but snorted. The two women were very tense and had a tendency to start a fight at any time. KR. Nami looked at the Empress and couldn't help but gritted her teeth and said, HMPH, I just like Heir, I just want Heir to be mine. Why do you think you want to fight with me? VR. R. What are you doing? Disappear immediately. Snort. The Empress snorted coldly. Turn around and leave. Wait a moment. Nami, what are you doing here today? If you have anything to ask Heir, just say it directly, AFK. I'll convey it to you. HMPH, no need, I'm just here to warn you, Heir is mine. You'd better not get too close to him. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Nami looked at the Empress and said coldly. When the Empress heard Nami's words, she couldn't help but said disdainfully, Nami, you must be overestimating yourself. I tell you, I will not be threatened by anyone. Huh, you don't believe it, do you? Just keep an eye on it. I don't mind having a fight with you, but I want to warn you first if you lose. Get out of Heir's house right now. You should know my temper. If you dare to resist, I will never let you off lightly. Nami looked at the Empress and said threateningly, Haha, Nami, you are quite brave. How dare you talk to me like this? But are you sure you want to fight me? Are you sure you can beat me? The Empress looked at Nami and said provocatively, Who do you think you are? Why do you say I can't beat you? Haha, didn't you say you are better than me? Then let's try it out. How about we make a bet? If you defeat me, I will give up Heir and leave Heir's house. The Empress looked at Nami and said with a sneer, Haha, why should I bet with you? Do you dare to bet? Let's bet whether Heir likes me or you. KR. Heir, of course he likes me. Are you so sure? I'll bet that Heir likes me. If you lose, leave Heir's house immediately and never pester Heir. Good. Nami nodded after hearing the Empress' words. Heir looked at Nami and said firmly, Nami, if you dare to lose, I will never talk to you again. Heir, don't be impulsive. I won't let you get hurt. Nami looked at Heir and said worriedly, Okay, in that case, let's get started. Nami, do you dare to bet with me? If you lose, leave Heir. Can't appear in front of him again. Good. I will fight this battle with you. Nami looked at the Empress and said through gritted teeth, Then you compete with me now. If I beat you, you will never appear in front of Heir. If you lose, you will never be allowed to appear in front of him. Can. But what happens after you lose? You have to promise me something. Don't worry, I will do what I say. The Empress looked at Nami and nodded. Okay, if I lose, I will leave Heir forever. You won't lose, I believe in you. HMPH, don't be too confident. I won't lose. Nami looked at the Empress and said firmly, Okay, let's compete now. The Empress looked at Nami and walked outside after finishing speaking. Stop. What's wrong? You don't dare anymore. Are you afraid that you won't dare anymore after losing? I just don't want to embarrass Heir. Nami, you have to remember that I'm not as stupid as you. Haha, you don't need to anger me like this. I won't be angered by you, you are just an inferior character. The Empress looked at Nami and said mockingly, I won't let you down, just wait. Nami couldn't help but frown when she heard the Empress's words. I'll just wait and see. I want to see what you're capable of. Okay, I'm going to compete. Robin, don't come to join in the fun. If you lose, you will leave Heir's house completely and don't appear in front of Heir again. Humph, just wait and see. Nami looked at the Empress and said unhappily, Haha, Nami, if you lose, don't blame me for being rude to you. I will let you know that I am not someone you can mess with, not even the Empress. Well, then you take action. Are you going to wait and fight with Robin together? The Empress looked at Nami and said indifferently. Chapter 125. I don't have this habit. Nami said coldly. The Empress looked at Nami and said with a smile. Then take action, don't let me look down on you. After the Empress finished speaking, she looked at Nami and curled her lips with a sneer. Nami, on the other hand, clenched her fists and looked directly at the Empress, knowing that she would lose. She must completely disappear from Air's life from now on. But the Empress was fanning the flames. She really can't stand such an Empress. I will not let you down. Nami looked at the Empress and said coldly. The Empress looked at Nami and nodded. The two attacked at the same time. But at this moment, Air suddenly got up from the bed, and it didn't look like he was controlled by the flower fruit ability at all. Have you had enough trouble? After Haki's words fell, the three women suddenly fell silent. The Empress looked at Air and said with a livid face, Air, you actually helped her. Nami, she is my favorite person. Of course I will not allow you to bully her. Air looked at the Empress and said loudly. The Empress looked at Air and said angrily, Air, do you really want to go against me for her? I am doing it for your own good. How can you favor her? You are also the most important person to me. I don't like any conflicts between the three of you. Air looked at the Empress and said firmly. When Nami heard Air's words, she couldn't help but look at him and said softly, Air, don't worry, Robin and I will listen to you in everything, and I won't quarrel with the Empress anymore. Nami. Air looked at Nami and said deeply, Well, I listen to you. Nami said with a smile after hearing Air's words. You too, please stop flirting here. I also hear that Air doesn't have the same level of knowledge as you. The Empress looked at Nami and said gloomily. Air was speechless as he watched the three women tense with each other. He was lying flat. Surprisingly, Air won't be controlled by the flower fruit ability without having to think about him. Okay, stop making trouble. If you want to vent your anger, we will go to sea tomorrow. Let's find some pirates to vent our anger on. Air looked at the three ladies and said coldly. After hearing Air's words, Nami immediately restrained her temper. The Empress looked at Nami's reaction with a sneer on her lips. This is what you call love regardless. Nami will never let Air sacrifice for her again. She will never let Air sacrifice for her. Nami, don't think too much. Don't bother Air about our affairs in the future. Yes, I will. Nami looked at the Empress and said softly. Well, now I'm going to prepare to go to sea. The Empress looked at Nami and said with a smile. You go ahead and get ready, wait for me. Nami looked at the Empress and said with a smile. The Empress looked at Nami, nodded and walked out. Where are you going? Nami asked, looking at the Empress in confusion. Of course we are going to sea. Where else can we go? Do you want to stay here and watch me be defeated by you? The Empress said coldly. Haha, of course not. Nami looked at the Empress and said disdainfully. HMPH, you have to remember that I am not someone who can be defeated casually. I will definitely defeat you. The Empress looked at Nami and said coldly and proudly. Then let's go fight outside and see who has the bigger fist. Let's spend more time with Air in the future. It's a deal. A battle between women ended perfectly like this. Air also took them sailing, firstly to find Luffy and others, but also because he didn't want to see the noise at home. Soon the ship has arrived near the target sea area. They will dock on a small island for one night and set off to the mainland the next day to continue their search. Air and others got off the boat and looked around. The island seemed small, but it was also very suitable for navigation. The island is surrounded by dense jungle, and the outline of the island can be clearly seen in the gaps between the trees. The plants on the island are very prosperous, and some flowers even have light blue flowers. The buildings on the island are also extremely simple, somewhat similar to medieval European palaces. What is this place? The Empress looked at Air and asked. Air also shook his head. He didn't know what this island was. A group of them rested on the edge of the island. Air sat on the rock and looked at the continent in the distance, feeling filled with emotion. Air, do you want to go find Luffy and others? Nami asked softly, sitting next to Air. Of course I do. How could I not go to them? Are you willing to sail with me in the future? Zero, please give me flowers. Air asked softly, looking at Nami and the Empress. Of course, we will always follow you in the future. After all, we really love you. Okay, I love you too. Then you have to protect us in the future. We can only rely on you. Don't worry, I will. You are all my babies. I will take good care of you. Air stretched out his right hand to hug Nami and the Empress, and looked at Nami and NVXU affectionately. Seeing Air speaking softly of love, Nami and the Empress couldn't help but blush. But Nami and the Empress both enjoyed Air's gentleness and thoughtfulness. They all know that the only people Air loves are them. They had such a tacit understanding along the way that they could not forget each other. Air, where do you think Luffy and the others will be? Are they also on this ship? We will not go to them alone, we will definitely be together. Well, we'll all try to get stronger and go find them. 19. The two looked at each other and smiled happily, then hugged each other tightly. Air looked at them and smiled, closed his eyes, and began to adjust his mental state. Air, we may encounter Marines during this voyage, but you don't have to be afraid. They are all ordinary people. You will definitely not be in danger. Nami looked at Air, who had his eyes closed, and said. Hearing Nami's words, Air opened his eyes and looked at her with a smile. Well, I will work harder and become stronger, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Air looked at Nami and the Empress, and said with a smile. Don't worry, we will all take care of ourselves. Well, let's go to sleep. Good. A night of silence. Early the next morning. Everyone set off on the road to Marine headquarters. Where are you going? Air looked at the Empress and asked doubtfully. You guess. Guess your size. Air said with some dissatisfaction. Why don't you have any gentlemanly manners? I'm not even angry. Why are you angry? The Empress rolled her eyes, and Air said unhappily. It's so boring, where can I find it? Air quickly defended himself. Chapter 126. Let's go to Marine headquarters. Don't you want to vent your anger on your future wife? Future wife, who is that? Air asked confused. Of course it's me. Nami said with a smile. Air was slightly stunned when he heard this. Is it straightforward to be anti-imperialist? It made him blush a little. I don't agree, I don't want it. Air waved his hand quickly and said. Air, you are a man, how can you be so shy? Don't you like me like this? The Empress looked at Air and said. Air blushed immediately upon hearing this. Nami and the Empress laughed at Air's appearance. They could tell that Air liked them, but they were a little embarrassed to say it. Air looked at Nami and the Empress and smiled, but neither the Empress nor Nami said anything. Nami and the Empress looked at the island in the distance, their expressions a little solemn. Air, is there any way you can contact Luffy and the others? It's not possible for us to keep searching in the vast sea. Let me try. Air looked at the island in the distance and pondered. Air frowned for a long time, then took out the communicator and started to contact Luffy and the others. But there was no prompt at all from the communicator. Air was slightly startled. What is going on? Air, how are you? Nami and the Empress looked at Air and asked in confusion. I haven't contacted Luffy and the others. Why don't we go back first and then discuss it in the long term? Okay, we listen to you. Nami looked at Air and said with a smile. Air and Nami waited there for several hours without waiting for Luffy or the others. Air looked around and found that there was no sign of the ship docking, so he was ready to leave. How about we go to Marine headquarters? No, we have to go find Luffy and the others. We can't leave them behind. Nami and the Empress firmly refused. But they are not necessarily at the Marine headquarters. If we go there rashly, we might get into trouble. I know what you're worried about, but we have to go. Nami said to the Empress. I understand. In that case, let's go as planned. Well, that's right. I believe that with our strength, we can solve all the troubles. Yes, we have the strength of the 5 emperors. Air nodded. We're leaving for Marine headquarters now. Good. The two boarded the ship and sailed towards the Marine headquarters. Most pirates choose to operate at sea, so it is rare to encounter Marines on the sea. I feel like we're lost. Air stood on the deck and looked helplessly at the dark water outside. Get lost. The Empress looked at Air and asked doubtfully. Yes, it's so quiet on the sea, it's a bit eerie. It doesn't feel like the ocean. What kind of place is it if it doesn't look like the ocean? The Empress looked at Air and asked. How do I know? I'm not a pirate and I don't have a life on the sea. Air, are you blaming us for taking you away? The Empress looked at Air and said with an apologetic look. No, how is that possible? How could I blame you? But that's not what you just said. Okay, don't worry about these details. Air looked at the Empress and said seriously. Nami smiled. We'd better leave here quickly. We might be surrounded by pirates soon. Okay. Nami looked at Air and said. The 3 people walked and watched. Air, why is this area so quiet, without a single pirate? This is pirate territory, how dare we stay here? Air said with a smile. But didn't you say there is no marine here? Why is there a marine now? Because this is their base. There must be marines patrolling their base. I see. The three of them continued to move forward, and soon they saw a group of marines approaching the three of them. The three of them were startled and immediately got into fighting stances. Is it Lord Air? Marine, the leader, asked loudly. I am Air. Air responded quickly. Please come with us, Lord Air. Our Marine Admiral is waiting for you. Marine said respectfully to Air. Okay, let's go right away. Then please. Air and the Empress followed Marine. This fleet has 1,000 ships, all of which are battleships, and there are 4 escort ships among them. Air was surprised when he saw this scene. I didn't expect Marine headquarters to be so powerful. Yes, there are actually so many frigates here. Nami and the Empress were also amazed. There are more than 1,000 frigates here, which is a very large scale. So many ships. Nami said in surprise as he looked around. Yes, this is much more powerful than the frigates we saw on the beach before. Air said looking around. Yes, these frigates are much more powerful than the ones we saw before. It looks like it has been updated. The degree of perfection of this fleet's organization is far beyond our imagination. Nami and the Empress looked at Marine in front of them and said, Air, I don't think this person is doing well. Nami asked in surprise, looking at Air. I don't know that either. Air shook his head and said, Are you really not afraid at all? Nami looked at Air and praised. Nami, don't say that, I'm just very capable. Let's hurry to the Marine headquarters. Air looked at Nami and said. Nami nodded. The 3 men took the battleship to the Marine headquarters. As soon as they arrived at the headquarters, they couldn't wait and were ready to look for Luffy everywhere. Where are you going? Seeing that Air and others got off the boat and did not follow him, several soldiers guarding the gate stopped Air and others. We need to find someone to get out of the way. Air said 5.2 in a cold voice. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? The soldier guarding the gate looked at Air and asked. Why do you care so much? Get out of the way. Nami looked at the soldier guarding the door and shouted angrily. The soldier trembled with fear. Nami, don't be impulsive, they are also Marines. Air pulled Nami and winked at her. Who the hell is Marine? Nami said disdainfully. The soldiers were so frightened that they backed away. Nami looked at Air and shook his head helplessly, and then said to the soldier guarding the door. Let's go to Marine headquarters and find a person named Luffy. Is he there? This, we don't know either. The soldier said again and again. How are you doing this? You don't even know the location of Marine headquarters. How dare you pretend to be confused in front of us? Nami angrily scolded the soldiers guarding the door. Chapter 127. How are you doing this? You don't even know the location of Marine headquarters. How dare you pretend to be confused in front of us? Nami angrily scolded the soldiers guarding the door. We really don't know. I don't know. If you don't know, get out of here. Nami snorted coldly. The soldier quickly ducked aside. Let's go to Marine headquarters. Nami looked at Air and said. Yes. Air nodded and immediately followed Nami towards the Marine headquarters. Who are you? At this time, there was a cry of killing from a distance. I saw a few Marines walking towards Air and others. Air frowned at them. Who are you? How dare you break into Marine headquarters? A Marine said loudly. You took Luffy away, right? Air asked coldly. Ha, who are you and why are you questioning us? That's right, why should we tell you? I think you are here to die. Brothers, kill them on 5. Yes. A group of Marines brandished their weapons and attacked Air and Nami. Air sneered when he saw this, and the fruit's ability suddenly covered his whole body. Only a scream was heard, and several Marines who rushed over fell instantly. Nami looked at Air in surprise when he saw this. He didn't expect that his ability would become so strong. How come you suddenly become so strong? This is impossible. The soldier looked at Air and exclaimed. You damn guys, I will take care of you for your master today. Air looked at the soldier and cursed. Really, I want to see how you can deal with us. Several soldiers sneered and attacked Air. Air was not polite when he saw this. After a few minutes, Air knocked all the soldiers to the ground, where they lay groaning. These pieces of trash are actually vulnerable. Air looked at several soldiers and said mockingly, You actually defeated them all, who are you? A soldier asked, looking at Air. Me, you don't deserve to know. Who the hell are you? Yeah. Air said with a sneer. Forget it if you don't say anything. Do you think we will let you go? A Marine stood up and said coldly. Do you think you have a chance to get out of here? Air looked at him and sneered. HMPH, then give it a try. We are not ordinary Marines. The soldier snorted coldly. In that case, let me show you your skills. Air said. You two work together to deal with this kid. Several other soldiers ordered the other two. Several people saluted and agreed. Boy, now we are going to have fun with you. A Marine said, looking at Air. Haha, come on. Careful. Several people took out their weapons and attacked Air. When Air saw this, he also used his fruit ability to fight the enemy. Several interviews. Air has already eliminated several Marines. How could it be? How could he be so strong? The remaining soldiers looked at Air and said in shock. Now it's my turn. Air looked at one of the soldiers and sneered. HMPH, no matter how strong you are, there are only a few of you. The soldier looked at Air and sneered. Then let's see who is stronger. After Air said that, he attacked him. Boom! After a few moves, the soldier was knocked to the ground by Air. I give up, I give up. The soldier looked at Air and said bitterly. HMPH, you trash. Air said contemptuously. Are these Marines sent by you? You, who are you? Air asked, looking at the Marines. We were ordered by Lord Rear Admiral to protect his safety. Your Excellency Rear Admiral. Yes, Lord Rear Admiral, please leave quickly. You are no match for him. Move. The soldiers looked at Air and said. Don't tell me if you don't want to. I'll find out when I go back and ask Luffy. Air snorted coldly. Air then walked towards Marine base with Nami. Soon, several people entered the Marine base. We came from the south. We are Luffy's friends. My name is Air, and I need to see Luffy in an emergency. Air came to the Marine Hall and said to Marine, who was in charge of the Marine Hall. Air, Nami. Marine, who was in charge of Marine Hall, was stunned for a moment. Yes, it's us. We need to see Luffy. Luffy is not here. If there is anything, you can tell us. The Marine said. Where did you hide Luffy? Air said with a cold snort. You're looking for Luffy. Why are you looking for him? The Marine asked, confused. He is my brother. Of course we are looking for him. Hand over Luffy. You, your brothers? Yes, he is my brother. Air nodded affirmatively and said. This is unlikely. The Marine shook his head. HMPH, believe it or not, I'm going to find Luffy anyway. If you don't hand over Luffy, then we will have to use force. You. The Marine looked at Air and snorted. We Marine will not give in to anyone's threats. We will fight to the end. Air looked at the 663 Marine and said. We will fight to the end, and we will give Luffy back to you. The Marine looked at Air and said. You are asking for trouble. Air shouted coldly. Yes, we are asking for trouble, but at least we worked hard, and our sacrifices were not in vain. Now, I order you to let Luffy out immediately. Do you think I'm a fool? Luffy is missing now, and you want to trick me into coming out. That's just a fool's errand. Since you don't believe it, then don't blame us for using violence. The Marine looked at Air and said angrily. Then let me teach you a lesson. After Air said this, his eyes suddenly burst into light. I saw his right foot stepping on the ground, and the entire building collapsed instantly. Help. The Marine looked at Air and shouted in fear. Humph, you should take care of yourselves first. Air snorted and kicked the Marine's chest hard with his right foot. Cracked. Hearing the sound of bones breaking, the Marine immediately covered his chest in pain and fell to the ground. Can I go in now? Air asked with a sneer. Sure. The Marine said through gritted teeth. After hearing this, Air opened the door and walked in. Chapter 128. How are you doing? The Marine asked quickly when he saw this. We are fine, we were just injured by him. The Marine looked at his companion and said. You really don't live up to expectations. His strength far exceeds ours, now we have to find Luffy. Hateful. You're right, but we don't know where Luffy is. Air finished speaking and sat on the chair. He must be hiding somewhere. waiting for you to find him and then kill you. The Marine said, "No, I believe he is not that kind of person." Air shook his head and said, "How can you doubt your teammates like this? Do you think I'm lying?" "I don't think so, but I don't want to see Luffy get hurt." Air looked at the Marine and said calmly. The Marine was silent for a moment and finally sighed and said, "Well, I hope you don't do anything wrong this time. You are very strong. We at Marine Base have no way to keep you. I will help you convey the order. You can search to your heart's content." The Marine said to Air, "Thank you." Air looked at the Marine gratefully and said, "I hope you can remember our loyalty. If you dare to disobey orders, we will eliminate you without hesitation." The Marine looked at Air and said solemnly, "Well, don't worry." Air smiled and nodded. The Marine left the hall after saying that. After Air watched him leave, he walked towards the outside of the building, and soon he left the building. "Luffy, where are you?" Air murmured. At this time on a boat on the island. "Luffy, our plan worked. The guy was caught by our people." "Haha, that bastard dared to hit my brother. We must punish him properly." A young man stood on the deck and pointed to the sky. At this time, they were standing on the deck, admiring the scenery. "What are we going to do, Tilda?" One man asked. "I want him to never be able to return to land. I want him to float on the ocean forever." The man said viciously, "It's a pity that this mission failed." One man shook his head and sighed. "HMPH, that guy is very strong, even our people couldn't stop him. But that doesn't mean we will fail. There's always a chance." The man said. Air was wandering on the beach at this time, looking for something. "Hi." Air suddenly found a small island in front of him. This small island is large and surrounded by some reefs. Air came to the small island. He came to the sea and carefully inspected the rocks. "There's a groove here." The groove is very small, only 1 centimeter wide. Air carefully inspected the surrounding rocks. Air came to these rocks and stretched out his hand to touch one of the rocks. "Catcha." The rock suddenly deformed and turned into a small vent. This vent is very hidden, and if Air hadn't paid special attention, he wouldn't have noticed its existence. So that's it, this is Marine Secret Base. Air touched the reef and said, "Looks like we need to go here." After Air finished speaking, he prepared to dive into the sea water. Just when Air was about to jump into the sea, 2 heads suddenly emerged from the sea. "Who?" Air immediately asked warily when he saw the 2 heads. "We are pirates." "What do you want to do?" "We just want to discuss a business deal with you. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of Luffy?" "Oh, how do you know the whereabouts of Luffy?" Air asked, looking at the 2 Marines. "You just need to cooperate with us." One of the Marines said with a smile, "How can I keep you safe?" "HMPH, don't worry, we won't hurt you." A Marine looked at Air and said with a smile, "Who are you? Why should I believe what you say?" "We are just some pirates, you have no choice, because as long as you follow us, you can get news about Luffy." Another Marine said with a sneer, "You said that as long as you follow us, you can get news about Luffy." Air said, looking at Marine, "Yes, Luffy is indeed within our control." "Okay, then come with me." Air said, looking at the Marine. "Haha, great, let's go." The Marine was overjoyed. Soon a group of them boarded the shore and climbed towards the hillside. "Air, we have arrived at the target location." "Well, what do we do now?" Air asked, looking at Marine. "I think you don't need me to tell you." The Marine said coldly, "I see." Air nodded. "You 2 go get that bastard over here." The Marine ordered. "Yes, master." The 2 Marines said respectfully. They walked up a hill and came to a forest. "Hey, this kid, we'll give it to you after we've had enough fun." "Ah." A wild smile burst from the mouths of the 2 Marines. "Air, don't be afraid later." The 2 pirates walked over with a smile. Air's face immediately darkened when he saw the 2 of them approaching. "What do we want to do? Ha ha ha, you will know later." 2 pirates walked over with evil smiles. "No matter what you want to do, it won't work." Air looked at them and said, "Haha, what are you not doing? Why are you wandering around here if you're not doing anything?" "Because I'm looking for Luffy." "Looking for Luffy? You're looking for Luffy here. Don't you know that he is being chased by Marine at sea?" The pirate looked at Air and sneered. "He's being hunted by Marine." "Yeah, that bastard is dead now." Real or fake? Air looked at him and said, Of course it's true, I saw it with my own eyes. The pirate said with pride. So, do you know where he is? Air asked, looking at him. Of course we know where Luffy is because he's nearby. What, he's nearby too? Air said in surprise when he heard this. Of course it's nearby. Another pirate said. So where is he? Take me to meet him. Air looked at the pirate and said the pulpit. Haha, it's easy, I'll take you there now. Another pirate looked at Air and said. Let's go. The two of them reached the end of the horizon. Chapter 129. Right over there, Luffy is over there. The pirate pointed to a hillside in front of him and said. Air looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, there is a hole under a big tree in front. Is he there? Air asked. No, I can only see him there. I can't see exactly where he is. The pirate waved his hand quickly and said. Since he is there, why didn't he lead the way earlier and made me wait for so long? Air said while glaring at the pirate. This, I only just found out about it. The pirate lowered his head and said awkwardly. Okay, I'll give you another chance. Are you telling the truth? Air looked at him coldly and said. Yes, it's the truth. The pirate looked at Air and said. Humph, you'd better remember what I just said to you. Air said coldly. After saying that, Air turned and left. The pirate smiled coldly and looked into the distance and said, Luffy, just wait, I will never let you escape this time. After saying that, the two of them turned and left. What do you want to do? Air looked at them and said, What are you doing? Of course we are handing you over to our rear admiral. One of the pirates said with a smile. HMPH, do you want to die? Air looked at the pirate and snorted coldly. 437. The pirate burst out laughing when he heard Air's words. Boy, you are indeed powerful, but we are not the only ones here this time. Not only us, but also our companions. The pirate said. My companion. Of course they're coming soon. Aitli? Air asked confused. At this moment, bursts of roaring sounds came from the sky. Coming. The pirate looked up and shouted. Air's expression changed slightly when he heard his shout. He looked up at the sea and saw pairs of pirate ships appearing. Haha, don't be nervous. We are not the only ones here this time. The pirate laughed loudly. But now, I'm afraid you have to have some fun with us first. Play with your sister, if you dare, challenge me to a duel. Air shouted coldly. Ha ha ha, why should we play with you? We are here to take you back. Really? Air looked at him and said. After saying that, Air was about to take action. Wait a minute, little brother, you better just follow us. I think you are looking for death. Air swung his right fist and hit the pirate hard. Bang, bang, bang. After a few encounters, Air defeated the pirate. Little brother, you can't escape this time, so you should come with us. Another pirate looked at Air with a smile and said. Then I'll let you taste life worse than death. Air snorted coldly. After saying that, he pounced directly. Although Air was injured, he was still very fast and quickly rushed in front of the two pirates. Get out of my way. The two pirates quickly ducked away. Bang, bang. Air kicked them in the chest. There were two muffled sounds next, and the two pirates were knocked unconscious by Air in an instant. Air solved the two pirates and immediately came to the entrance of the cave. Looking at the cave, Air gritted his teeth and finally stepped into it. There is a long passage in the cave, with various weapons on both sides. There is a stone platform at the end of the cave. On the platform sits a young man wearing blue clothes cross-legged. The man's face was covered with black cloth. Luffy! Air yelled immediately after seeing Luffy. Who? The young man in blue immediately opened his eyes and glanced around with cold eyes. 013604 105 Feilu 230 1,321,401. It's me. Air saw the young man in blue looking at him and immediately said loudly. Air, why are you here? Luffy frowned at Air. Luffy, please stay alive. Air looked at Luffy and shouted excitedly. Air, didn't I tell you not to come here? It's too dangerous here. Luffy stood up, looked at Air and said worriedly. It doesn't matter, this little guy can't do anything to me. Air patted his chest and looked at Luffy and smiled. Day. Luffy wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Air. Would you like to hear me out first? Air looked at Luffy and said, I know this mission is extraordinary, but no matter how difficult it is still a responsibility I should bear. Besides, this is your hometown, how could I leave you alone? What's more, I promised you to protect your companions. Air looked at him and said seriously. Luffy fell silent upon hearing this. Luffy, I know you are very grateful to me, otherwise you wouldn't let me protect her. However, I don't like to owe others favors. I prefer to do my own things with my own strength. I don't want you to live in my shadow all the time. You have helped me a lot, now it's my turn to help you. Okay, I accept your suggestion. Luffy thought for a moment and nodded. Then the two of them walked out of the cave together. Where are you taking me? Air asked, looking at them. You'll find out soon enough. A pirate looked at Air and said mysteriously. MIs. Air looked at them with an angry expression. At this moment, Air suddenly felt the breath behind him getting closer and closer. What are you going to do? Air turned sharply and looked. He saw two pirates pressing towards him. Seeing the opponent approaching, Air secretly complained in his heart. Boy, you shouldn't come here, it's too dangerous. A pirate looked at Air and said grimly. Who on earth sent you? This is what Rear Admiral means. A pirate looked at Air and said. He asked you to arrest me. Air said in surprise. Aren't you afraid of our revenge? Air continued to ask. Rear Admiral has already said that as long as we complete the task, you will obey us. What you do is simply a crime. Humph, the family no longer exists, how do you know we don't dare? What's more, you are just a person, there is no room for resistance at all. The pirate looked at Air and said proudly. HMPH, I don't believe you will kill me. Ha ha ha, this is such a good thing to say. Then we will tell you why we will kill you. Chapter 130. The pirate sneered, then stretched out his hand and struck Air down with his palm. This palm contains extremely powerful fruit power. See this scene? Air quickly raised his hands to block it. Bang! The two energies collided together and made a huge sound. Air was startled. This time I tried my best to defend, but I didn't block the opponent's attack. Who is the other party? Who are you? Ha 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 ha. What status do we need to report to you? The pirate looked at Air and sneered disdainfully. Okay, kid, don't ask any more questions, just hand over everything you have. As long as you give us everything you have on you, we can spare your life and let you return to Marine. The pirate looked at Air and said, HMPH, don't even think about it. My body has been taken away by you, now I only have a broken body left, how can I fight with you? Air looked at the group of pirates fearlessly and said, Since you are so stubborn, you can't blame me. Fuck me. The pirate shouted loudly. Yes. The other three pirates rushed up immediately. Don't force me. I can bear to lose everything. I can betray my country, but I will never let my compatriots suffer any losses. Air roared. Fuck me, don't be polite. Booms, boom. The pirates waved their arms as they spoke and smashed towards Air. Boom. A pirate's fist was hit hard on the ground. PFFD tilde. The pirate vomited a large mouthful of blood on the spot and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the pirate laughed wildly, then pointed at Air and mocked. How dare you challenge us? The other two pirates also laughed loudly, seeming to be mocking Fang Air's ignorance. You are going too far. Air said, glaring at them. You only realize now that it's too much. We are just teaching you a lesson. If you are sensible, there is still a glimmer of hope. The pirate looked at Air and said mockingly. The other two pirates also looked at Air like idiots. Me. Air was shaking with anger. But there is nothing you can do. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from Air's side and stood in front of him. Careful. Air shouted loudly when he saw the visitor. You don't have to worry. The Empress looked at him coldly and said, Really? Then you just wait to die. The pirate looked at the Empress and sneered. Snort. The Empress snorted coldly and then kicked the pirate, knocking him to the ground and smashing him to pieces. The pirate looked at the Empress and said in disbelief, Yes, I am the master of this continent. The Empress looked at him and said coldly, I knew you were a very powerful girl, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I have to accept it. The pirate looked at the Empress with admiration and said, "This is just trivial. You'd better give up resistance. Otherwise..." After saying this, the Empress turned her head and ignored them. Who are you? How dare you talk to us like that? Aren't you afraid that I will blow up your lair?" The pirate looked at the Empress and threatened fiercely. "Then just try it. I believe that with your abilities, you definitely can't do it." The Empress said disdainfully, "Then it's up to us." The pirate shouted loudly and then rushed towards the Empress. The Empress sneered, clenched her right fist, and slammed it on the opponent's body. Boom! The pirate vomited blood and flew backwards, hitting a tree trunk nearby and fainted. "Who are you?" the pirate asked in shock as he looked at the Empress. He had never seen the move the Empress used just now, but she could easily defeat him. Although these pirates are a pirate group, they specialize in collecting all kinds of strange treasures, so their fruit abilities are also quite advanced. "Who I am? I am your ancestor. How's it going? Are you convinced?" After hearing what the Empress said, the pirate almost peed out of fright and looked at the Empress with eyes filled with horror. "AR-BR?" the pirate asked, looking at her stammeringly. "Zero." He really couldn't understand the origin of the woman in front of him and why she could easily defeat pirates like them. "You just need to know that you are just ants in front of me. As for my real name, I don't want to tell you yet because I think you deserve to know it. Don't think you can kill me. In my eyes you're nothing but ants," the Empress said arrogantly. The pirate almost vomited blood when he heard the Empress' words. "You meow are an ant. And it's an ant. This is simply insulting." "What an insult. Don't be proud. Today we were just attacked by you. We will regain our position soon." The pirate looked at the Empress and said angrily, "Really, I'll wait," the Empress said with a disdainful expression. Then the pirate looked at the other two people and said, "Let's go." The two pirates nodded and then followed him out of Air's sight. Air looked at the back of them leaving, with an angry expression on his face. "You shouldn't mess with them. I won't allow you to take risks. You are my most important friend, do you understand? You must not let anything happen to you." The Empress looked at Air and said with concern, "Do not worry. I know what to do. I will definitely protect myself, and I will never let anything happen to me." "Well, I believe you. Tit. I hope you can promise me not to take risks." The Empress looked at him with a worried look on her face and said, "I promise you. But I will send someone to protect you secretly. I will ask someone to protect your safety. You have to remember that if you are in danger, no matter what happens, don't worry. Because you are no match for them." The Empress looked at Air and said, "You're right. I also admit that I can't defeat you. But I won't give up. I will definitely become stronger one day. I believe you can do it. So you must promise me." "I see. Don't forget that you are my most important friend." Air smiled and nodded. "However, the most important thing for us now is to get out of here first. After all, there are too many pirates here," the Empress said to Guang with some worry. Chapter 131. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. I have super powerful fruit abilities. So what if they can defeat me? Can they still defeat my fruit power? Air said with a smile. After hearing Air's words, the Empress also breathed a sigh of relief. But we have to come up with a good plan to avoid being caught by Marine. This time you just have a good rest for a few days, and then I will take you to fight with me. But why did you kill those 3 people? Air looked at the Empress and asked in confusion. The Empress looked at Air and hesitated to speak, and finally sighed helplessly. I don't know why, but I always feel like they deserve to die. I want to eliminate evil for God. The Empress looked at Air and said calmly. Air couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Daya. There are many good people and bad people in this world, but there are never absolutely good people and absolutely bad people. Just like me, I am a good guy among bad guys, and I am definitely a bad guy among good guys, right? Besides, even bad people can distinguish between good and evil. I believe that those 3 people are all bad people. I believe that you are not a good person, so I want to help you. This is called the cycle of karma and retribution. But they do deserve to die. If you don't kill them, then I won't be able to kill them. Don't worry, I will help you complete your mission. Air looked at the Empress and said firmly. The Empress couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Air. The Empress looked at Air and said gratefully. You're welcome. Do we still need to talk about this between us? Besides, I promised you to protect you, and I will do it, of course. Air looked at the Empress and said with a smile. It's so kind of you. The Empress looked at Air and said movedly. This is a man's responsibility. I am your man. Air, don't worry. I will definitely protect myself. And I will also help you and help you get rid of them. Not only that, I will also make you the Pirate King and let you dominate the world. The Empress looked at Air and spoke word by word. After hearing what the Empress said, Air couldn't help but be stunned, and then laughed loudly. Okay, I like it. I am looking forward too. I will also let you dominate the world. I also want to spread my dream. Let all pirates who want to join the pirate group be able to join. The Empress clenched her fists and shouted loudly. I trust you. You can definitely do it. Air looked at the Empress and said. The Empress showed a bright smile. Don't worry, I can definitely do it. I'll prove it to you. Air. Just as the two were talking, a young man dressed in black suddenly appeared in the house. Who are you? The Empress looked at the man and shouted. Marine Rear Admiral. Air also looked at the man and asked doubtfully. Why are you here? The man asked coldly as he looked at the two of them. Because we are here to destroy you. Air stood up and said. You are pirates. Which force are you from? How dare you come to my territory to cause trouble? Are you tired of living there? The man looked at Air with an angry look and shouted. We are just fishermen from the sea, not the kind of force you said. The Empress looked at the man and said disdainfully. Fishermen at sea. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. The man looked unconvinced. We are the real Marines, not the force you say. Air looked at the man and said coldly. Ha ha ha, you are just a bunch of thieves, and you still dare to call yourself Marine. It's absolutely ridiculous. The man sneered. Air glanced at the man and then said to the Empress beside him, I'll leave this place to you. After saying that, Air turned around and prepared to finish. Hey, my name is Geisa, what's yours? The man asked, looking at Air. Air replied. It's a nice name, Air, just wait and see. After the man finished speaking, he summoned a group of subordinates. Really, Marine? What happened this time is really weird. Marine actually sent someone here. Is she really Marine? I think he is fake. Many people around Air commented. Whether it's true or not, since he's already here, we can't let him go. These people have bad intentions at first glance. Luffy also said cautiously. Then should we intervene to stop it? Air looked at Luffy and asked. I don't think it's necessary. Let's just sit on the mountain and watch the fight. I really want to know what the pirates will do. If the pirates go too far, we can destroy them directly. In this way, our mission will be completed. Luffy looked at Air and said. Good. Air nodded and said. If that's the case, let's see what they will do. Luffy said, looking into the distance. I hope this guy can hold on. I hope he won't disappoint me. Air, do you know where their fleet is? This time, we are going to destroy the ship. The Empress looked at Air and said. Of course I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here to find you. As long as you know. Let's go. The Empress said to Air. Kindness. Air nodded. Let's go. We must kill all these people today. Air clenched his fist and said fiercely. I will definitely fulfill your wish. The Empress held Air's hand and said. I'll help you. I will always be by your side. Air looked at the Empress and said affectionately. The Empress smiled slightly and nodded, looking at Air with gentle eyes. Then let's go. After Air finished speaking, he took the Empress and walked out. Air looked at the scene around him, his eyes shining brightly. This world is so beautiful. I really want to stay and never leave. Then let's stay forever. The Empress reached out and hugged Air's waist and said. Air heard this and hugged the Empress tightly. No, what are you doing? Let her go. Just as the two hugged each other tightly, a burst of shouting came. We are here to kill people. Do you want to get involved too? Air asked, looking at the man and woman indifferently. I advise you to give up immediately, otherwise we will take coercive measures against you. The man snorted and said. Chapter 132. Haha, you are so arrogant. Do you think you want to keep us with just a few ships? Air looked at the man and smiled. Don't underestimate our strength. The man looked at Air and sneered. Yeah. You can try it. You'd better not force us, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. If you know what's going on, get out of here. Air said coldly to the man. Ha ha ha, no one has threatened us in so many years. Today I want to see what you are capable of. Come on, let us see how powerful you are. Kill. Kill them all. The man looked at Air and shouted. So he rushed up with a group of people. When Air saw this, he didn't waste any time and immediately activated his fruit ability to greet him. Air, I'll cover you. You focus on dealing with that guy. The Empress shouted to Air from behind. Well, don't worry. Air nodded and said, I will buy you time and try to delay it for some time. Bang 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 5. The man punched the defensive walls of Air. He felt how hard this barrier was and raised his eyebrows. There are some ways. Then come again. Air looked at the man and shouted loudly, then continued to attack. Ha ha ha, I told you this guy can't do it. He's still too weak. The two of them can't stop us at all. The man looked arrogantly at Air and the Empress and said arrogantly, I don't believe in this evil. Air looked at the man and sneered. I think you are just wishful thinking. I'll show you your folly now. I'm Marine Shichibukai, how can you bastards defeat me? The man said with a proud look on his face. Air said with a strange smile on his lips. What are you saying? The man asked stunned. Air didn't say much after hearing this. Bang bang bang. Air flew towards the distance while dealing with the man's attack. Damn it, why did he suddenly fly? The man watched Air fly away and quickly chased after him. Let's go too. Luffy said to the Empress. Kindness. The Empress nodded. Whoosh. The man quickly caught up with Air, but failed to catch Air. Damn it. What kind of technique did he use? The man frowned and thought. Aren't you going to defeat me? I'll give you a chance now. Let's see who can win. Air stopped flying and turned to look at the man and said, HMPH, you really think I'm afraid of you? The man said disdainfully. Then come on. Air waved his hand, and a splash of water shot out. When the man saw this, he didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly avoided it. You actually know how to use water. But I don't believe you can use freezing. The man looked at Air and said mockingly. Really? I might as well tell you that I know a lot more things than you do, so you'd better be careful, I won't be as stupid as you. You. After hearing Air's words, the man's expression became ferocious. Die to me. I want to see what you have. Fire dragon cannon. Boom boom boom. A string of shells hit Air's body, but did not hurt Air. What? This is impossible. The man said in surprise as he looked at his masterpiece. Don't be surprised, because this is what I am good at. Air said coldly. When the man heard this, he said with a gloomy face, It seems that I underestimated you. You do overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you are nothing at all. You're just a puppy. No, you are not worthy of being my opponent at all. Really? Then I will let you understand how big the gap between us is. I'll show you what real power is. Air looked at the man and roared. Get out of here. Boom. Air launched a direct attack, and water pillars fell from the sky, hitting the man's body hard, and the man's body was immediately soaked. F. Ah. The man shouted in pain as he watched this scene. I'll show you what real power is. You are vulnerable to me. You are nothing in front of me. Go to hell. Thor roars. Air looked at the man and yelled angrily. The man looked at Air with an angry expression. I will cut you to pieces with 1,000 knives. The man cursed angrily as he attacked Air. There's no point in doing this, it's just a futile effort. Air shook his head and looked at the man and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I will never lose. As Air said this, he started fighting with the man and attacked again and again. Although the man was unwilling to be pressed down and beaten by Air, there was nothing he could do. After all, the opponent's fruit ability is too powerful. Boom. Click, click, click. The man's body was continuously attacked by Air. No, he can't hold on any longer. If his power runs out, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. What happened to him? How did it become like this? The Empress looked at the fight between Air and the man and said 710 worriedly. I don't know either. Luffy shook his head and said, Who is he that is so powerful? The Empress said worriedly as she watched Air fight with the man. I am not sure as well. Damn it, how could I lose at the hands of such a person? I don't accept it. The man shouted unwillingly. I told you, you are just a puppy. Air sneered. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? The man said reluctantly. Your strength is nothing more than this. Air said disdainfully. You wait for me. After the man finished speaking, he started to run away. Air looked at the direction. The man was running away with a puzzled expression on his face. I don't care who you are, but since you provoke me, I will never forgive you easily. After he finished speaking, his body turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky to catch up with the pirate. It seems you are quite smart. I actually came up with such a good idea. Air looked at the embarrassment on his body and said with a smile. Humph, if it weren't for my wit, I would have died in your hands. You still have the heart to laugh, my body is almost in tatters. The man looked at Air and said angrily. Chapter 133. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Air said with a smile. What do you want to do? The man asked, looking at Air. What do you think I want to do? Air asked rhetorically. Don't you know that you are no match for me now? Moreover, now that your strength has been damaged, you no longer pose much of a threat. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The man looked at Air and said coldly. You talk a lot of nonsense. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Haha, is it up to you to kill me? The man looked at Air and said disdainfully. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. In this case, I will help you today. Air looked at the man and shouted coldly. The man looked at Air and couldn't help but be startled. What? You don't want your life. How dare you attack me? Do you know you will die like this? So what if I die? You will all be buried with him. The man yelled before drawing his weapon. It won't end well for you. You will regret it. Ha 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 ha, you idiot, do you think I will be afraid of you? I think you should surrender quickly to avoid suffering. You idiot, I think you are a waste. I think you are a complete loser. The man looked at Air and said sarcastically. You wanna die. I will make it happen for you. Air suddenly became furious when he heard the man's words. The man couldn't help but be startled when he saw Air angry. I want you to know how powerful I am. You will die miserably. Hey ha ha ha, let's give it a try. I don't believe you can really kill me. I am the immortal pirate, and I am the most powerful race on the sea. The man yelled. Are you looking for deaths? Air also yelled. Then let's fight Tilda. You have very little fruit power left. No matter how strong you are, it won't help. Because I am the strongest. You are nothing but a waste. You don't deserve to have such a powerful power like mine. The man looked at Air and sneered. I do not deserve. Air also sneered when he heard the man's words, but he didn't take the man's words seriously. Then I want to experience your power. Let you know how strong I am. I'll let you know how weak you are. The man looked at Air and laughed. Yeah. Since you want to die, I will make it happen for you. Let you see my power. Let you know what it means to be heaven and earth. Air looked at the man and sneered. Do you think I'm scared? The man said with a sneer. I'll show you what it means to be a real marine. Trash like you is just a frog in the well. Then you have to thank me properly for letting you see how powerful marine is. I'll let you know how wrong you are. The man looked at Air and said, I don't need to thank you. I just need to use my fist to tell you what true strength means. Air looked at the man and snorted coldly. Ha your fist. I think you'd better just admit defeat obediently. You can't beat me at all. The man said mockingly. I see you haven't woken up yet. Why can't I beat you with my fist? Don't forget, my power is 100 times stronger than yours. Just wait to die. Snort. Air sneered when he heard the man's words. Just feel my power. Let me show you what the true power of a marine is. The man looked at Air and said arrogantly. Humph, I won't let you down. I will beat you. Beat you. Let you kneel at my feet and kowtow to beg for mercy. Just so you know, Marine is not someone to be trifled with. Ha ha ha, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can't defeat me. You loser, I will let you know how powerful I am. I think you are looking for death. Air's eyes flashed with coldness when he heard the man's words. I'll show you how small you are. After speaking, Air waved his hand sharply. Bang! There was a loud noise. What kind of weird ability do you have? What on earth are you? The man looked at Air and said in horror. You don't need to know that much. Letter 2CB, I will use my powerful strength to shatter all your dreams. Let you know that you are no match for me. After speaking, Air suddenly took a step forward. When the man saw Air approaching him, he quickly backed away. Plop! As soon as the man stood firm, he felt a sharp pain and fell to his knees on the ground. You loser! The man said angrily. My strength is far superior to yours. How can you be my opponent? I advise you not to struggle in vain any longer. I will let you realize what life is worse than death. Air looked at the man and said calmly. The man couldn't help but tremble when he looked at Air. You trash, you will really make my life worse than death. The man looked at Air and said in disbelief. I will let you know how terrifying my power is. Let you know how powerful I am. Air looked at the man and said coldly. You don't bully others too much. I'm Marine. My father is Admiral, Good Zhao. My mother is Marshal Marine. My brother is a Marine Admiral, and my uncle is a Marine Vice Admiral. The man looked at Air and said unconvinced. I won't let you go. I'll make you pay. The man looked at Air and said angrily. Really? Then let me see who pays the price for whom. Ha ha ha, do you think you can defeat me? It's just wishful thinking. Do you think you can beat me? Even if my family comes forward, it won't work. The man looked at Air and said with a sneer. I'm a Marine, and my background is not comparable to a loser like you. Besides, I am Marine Admiral, you are no match for me. Just wait to be executed by Marine. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. When Air heard the man's words, she burst out laughing. Chapter 134. I told you that your status is not worthy of confronting me. I want you to know how pathetic you are. You are no match for me. Air looked at the man and said arrogantly. Yeah. Then I want to see how hard your mouth is. I want to let you know now how powerful I am. I will let you know how small you are. The man looked at Air and said unwillingly. I'll show you how pathetic you are. How powerful I am. My strength is something that a waste like you can't resist. The man looked at Air and said disdainfully. I'll let you taste my power. After the man finished speaking, he rushed towards Air. Are you the power of the Pirate King? I will also let you taste the power of the Pirate King. Air looked at the man and said, I will let you know how powerful I am. Your power is not worth mentioning at all. My power is something you can't resist. You can't bear it. Let you know how pathetic you are. My power can make your life worse than death. Do you think I'll be like you? 430. I have the support of the Marine Guards, and my status is absolutely noble. Do you think you mean Yun Dongfen? Air looked at the man and said disdainfully. I don't think so. Let's try it. Let me see Marine's majesty. Air looked at the man and snorted coldly, then really pounced on him. The man watched Air attack him and snorted coldly. You are a waste who only relies on Marine to maintain your own safety. The man looked at Air and sneered. I'll show you how ignorant you are. After the man finished speaking, he punched Air with both fists. The 2 fists collided fiercely. Cracked. The moment the 2 fists collided, there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Boom! A scream came from the man's mouth. The man covered his fists, his face turned pale, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. How can it be? You can actually hurt me. The man looked at Air and said in disbelief. My strength is Marine Admiral. How could you defeat me? Impossible. How is this possible? Are you not an ordinary pirate? Where are you from? What am I from? I am Marine Admiral. Who do you think I am? Air looked at the man and sneered. Marine Admiral, my master is very big. How dare you challenge my master? You really don't know how to live or die. The man sneered when he heard Air's words. Only you. I'm Marine Admiral. I will let you know that my power is simply not something you can resist. Do you think Marine's power is that weak? I tell you I am very powerful. Your strength is just that of a scumbag. Do you think your power is that strong? Air looked at the man and said mockingly, Your power is nothing in my eyes. I will let you know now how powerful my power is. Let you see Marine's power. Boom! As soon as the man finished speaking, a strong electric light suddenly erupted from his body, illuminating the surrounding area into daylight. This is the wrath of the thunder god. This is the true power of the Admiral. This is the power of the Admiral. How could you have such power? How could you have such power? The man looked at Air and said in horror, How's it going? Are you scared now? How do you have the power of Marine Admiral? You shouldn't have Marine's powers. The man looked at Air and said with a shocked expression, Why can't you have it? Air looked at the man and asked coldly, Because Marine will not allow this kind of power to exist. But you possess the power of Marine Admiral. This is simply a violation of Marine's rights. Do you know what this means? Of course I know what this means, but what can I do? I have no choice. Yes, the man said with a wry smile. Since your power belongs to Marine, why are you like this? Don't you think it's strange? Why do I have Marine's aura on my body? Air looked at the man and said doubtfully, KR, what's going on? The man looked at Air with a confused expression and said, How could I know? I'm not a Marine Admiral. I also have Marine's aura on my body. I don't even know what it is, let alone an outsider like you. Air said with a depressed look, But your power really belongs to the Marine Admiral. The power of Marine Admiral is unmistakable. The man looked at Air's sudden appearance with a horrified expression. Are you a Marine Admiral? The man looked at Air and said in shock, You guessed it right. Air looked at the man and said with a smile, How could it be Admiral? ELA. How could be? You are obviously just a pirate. Who are you? The man looked at Air and asked in disbelief. I am the pirate you mentioned. You won't even forget the pirates, will you? It would be too remiss of you to do this. Air looked at the man with contempt and said, Of course I know you are a pirate. But you clearly have the aura of Marine Admiral on you. You wouldn't think that I would use my power to hide my aura, would you? My power is indeed not something you can compete with. But, Chapter 135. My ability is not something you can resist. Didn't you say you were a pirate? But how can you still use the Marine Admiral's fruit ability? The man looked at Air and said in shock, Because I have 2 Admiral fruits. Aren't you pirates only able to use fruit abilities? How come I have this ability? You don't lie to me, Tilda. How could I lie to you? What I said is true, you can only use the fruit ability. Do not believe. If you don't believe it, use your fruit power now. I guarantee you will be able to use the power of Marine Admiral. Air looked at the man and said confidently. The man couldn't help but fell silent after hearing Air's words. This is impossible, impossible. How could the Marine Admiral's power be controlled by you? This is simply impossible. The man shook his head and said with a look of disbelief. How is it impossible? How would you know if you don't try? Okay, if you can let me use Admiral's power, I will admit that you are stronger than me. If you lose to me, surrender to me forever and stop causing trouble to other worlds. The man looked at Air and said seriously, I'm Marine Admiral. So what if it's Admiral? I'm not someone to be bullied either. Air looked at the man confidently and said, Okay, then I'll give it a try. The man said through gritted teeth. Then let me show you how powerful the Marine Admiral you're talking about is. You don't underestimate me. The man looked at Air and said firmly, You can just come over here. I hope you won't disappoint me. Don't worry, how could I let you down? Air looked at the man with a smile and said, KR. The man looked at Air's disdainful expression and glared at Air angrily. Then give me a good look at it. After saying this, the man picked up the long sword on the ground and rushed towards Air. Air looked at the man rushing over and frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this guy was quite desperate. But, is this the only strength these guys have? Thinking of this, Air couldn't help but raise a mocking smile. You bunch of trash, you only deserve to be called pirates. You can't even resist my power, and you still try to resist Marine. It's really ridiculous. Today, I will send you back to the West. Air looked at the man and snorted, then punched the man in the chest. A huge amount of energy instantly poured into the man's body. A mouthful of blood spit out from the man's mouth, and his face instantly became pale and weak. How is it possible? Why are you so powerful? The man looked at Air and shouted in horror. Because you are not a pirate, but I am the Marine. So you must surrender to me and abide by the conditions I set. Air watched the man speak word by word. No, it's impossible, you're not a pirate. You don't believe it, do you? Okay, I'll tell you with practical actions. Let you see if I'm a real pirate. Go to hell. Air looked at the man and said. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise, and the man's whole body suddenly turned into a pile of flesh and blood and dissipated. Looking at the man turned into powder, Air couldn't help but sigh. Well, you are such a weak guy, he has no meaning at all. Air said with a disappointed look on his face. It's such a pity that he turned out to be a scumbag who can't even control his own power. I really don't understand how those so-called Marine admirals were trained. This is the biggest difference between pirates and Marines. I've always loved being a Marine. Air looked at the magic wand in his hand and said to himself, I haven't played with a magic wand for a long time. 013604 105 Felu 230 1,340 1101. Let's have fun today. Air said enthusiastically. But before that, let me see the admiral-level power. See if you can make me change my mind. Air looked at the magic wand in his hand and said expectantly, What do you want to do? You don't want to play any tricks again, do you? 0, please give me flowers 0. I tell you, it's absolutely impossible this time. Air looked at the man and yelled. There is absolutely no way I will be at your mercy again. Even if I die, I will choose to fight. You madman. The man looked at Air and shouted. Aren't you the Marine Admiral? I can be an admiral too. I want to see how qualified you are to stand here and tell me this. Snort. You are just a pirate, and I am a Marine Admiral. What qualifications do you have to compete with me for the position of Admiral? What kind of virtue do you have if you don't take a pee to show yourself? The man looked at Air and said loudly. Oh, so that's it. In that case, let me let you know what true strength is. Air looked at the man and said contemptuously. Don't overestimate your capabilities. The man looked at Air and said with disdain. Act recklessly. Air looked at the man and said disdainfully. I want to see how you defeat me. Air looked at the man and said with an indifferent expression. I won't give you a chance. You don't have that qualification yet. The man looked at Air and said with a cold and arrogant expression. Yeah. Since you are so confident, I will let you know whether I have the qualifications. I'll let you see if I can defeat you. After Air finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed away and punched the man hard on the chest. Boom! The man's whole body exploded instantly. My strength has reached the Admiral Peak, and my physical strength has also reached the Admiral Peak. And I also have the power of Marine Admiral. You are no match for me. You are just an ordinary person. How can you defeat me, a Marine Admiral? You are simply talking nonsense. Air said, looking at the man's body. You are so arrogant and self-righteous. I'll show you the difference between Admiral and Marine. The man looked at Air and shouted loudly, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Air. Don't you want to defeat me? Come on. Let me experience your strength. The man looked at Air with a proud face and said to the priest. Chapter 136. Act recklessly. Today, I will let you know what the true strength of the Pirate King is. Air looked at the man and said coldly. Watch out. The man looked at Air and said with a sneer. Boom. The fists of the two collided hard together, and there was a violent roar. Cracked. A dazzling light erupted from both fists, and then exploded. Yes, it is indeed a Marine Admiral. Air looked at the man appreciatively and said, You are indeed strong, but that's all. There is even stronger power waiting for you. Then let you taste the power of Admiral. Let you know how far apart Marine Admiral and I are. The man looked at Air and shouted loudly. Haha, then just try it. Let's see who is the real pirate king. I, 140, am a marine admiral, and you are just an ordinary pirate, no match for me at all. Go to hell. The power of admiral will not allow you to provoke me. Boom. A golden beam of light was released from the man's body, and then hit Air's body hard. Bang! A dull voice sounded. The man's figure flew out instantly. Cough, cough, cough. The man got up from the ground with difficulty. I thought you were capable of something. I didn't expect it was just a flower stand. What a waste of my time, why don't you just let me kill you? In this way, I can be freed from all the pain. Air looked at the man and said mockingly, HMPH, don't even think about it, I will never lose to you. Suffer death. Thunder. A thick golden beam of light struck Air fiercely, with a terrifying momentum. Snort. You don't know how high the sky is, how dare you attack me? It's so reckless. I will make you completely give up today, and never be reincarnated again. Thunder and lightning roar. Streams of golden lightning fell from the sky crazily, as if they were going to swallow Air. How arrogant. You're really looking for death. I am the man who is the Pirate King. How can I allow you to provoke me like this? Air looked at the man coldly and said loudly. The man looked at Air and said coldly, You overestimate your capabilities. Then just go to hell. Air looked at the man and shouted, and his figure quickly flashed in front of the man. Before the man could react, he felt a huge impact. The man vomited blood, and his body flew out instantly. Hit the ground hard. Your strength is nothing more than this. You are not a pirate. You are Air, one of the 5 emperors. The man looked at Air in shock and said loudly, Yes, I am Air, one of the 5 emperors. Are you willing to be defeated? I still have stronger attacks waiting for you, don't let me down. Air said with an arrogant look. You don't bully others too much, do you know who I am? I am Marine Admiral. If you dare to humiliate me like this, we admirals will definitely tear you apart. The man glared at Air and roared angrily. Yeah. Do you think your Air can really kill me? Haha. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Just wait to be killed by me, Admiral. You loser, you are not worthy of being my opponent at all. I will let you see with your own eyes how I crush you. Just wait. The man looked at Air and said with a ferocious expression. Then go die. Air said with a cold face. A golden light suddenly bloomed from the man's body, and a huge golden ball of light was released from the man's body. I want you to die. A huge golden ball of light burst out from the man's body with destructive power and struck hard at Air. Air looked at the golden ball of light and snorted coldly. He slapped the golden ball of light with his palm, instantly shattering the golden ball of light. KRs. The man looked at Air and said in shock, I have already said that you are no match for me. However, it seems that you have used too many big words. Now it's time to end your life. Air looked at the man and said indifferently 0. I will let you die without a burial place. The man looked at Air and said through gritted teeth. Air said with disdain. He slapped the golden ball of light with his palms one after another. Soon the golden ball of light was torn into pieces by him and dissipated between heaven and earth. How are you so powerful? The man asked, looking at Air with a shocked face. Because I am no longer the Air I was before, so you are no match for me. Now it's your turn to die. Air struck out with his palm again, and the golden beam of light struck hard at the man. Not good. The man's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly backed away. A huge explosion sounded. The whole island trembled. Puff. The man looked at Air and said weakly. Don't want. No. The man looked at Air and said in horror. What don't you want? Don't you want me to die? I will send you to death now. Air struck the man with one palm strike and killed him instantly. The entire island trembled again, and 2.3 golden thunders condensed in midair. Terrifying energy spread over the island. What's going on? Why don't we know what's going on here? Wrong. It's the power of Lord 5 Emperors. Is it one of the 5 emperors? When everyone heard this familiar voice, they all raised their heads and looked into the air. When they saw the man floating in the air clearly, they all showed shocked expressions. The 5 emperors have returned. Our great destruction plan can finally succeed. Great. Everyone looked at the man in the air and shouted excitedly. Air, Lord Five Emperors are back. Now our great destruction plan will definitely succeed. Marine said excitedly. Chapter 137. Lord Five Emperors. Are you talking about the man in black robe who was outside the island just now? A Marine said, looking at Air in surprise. Yes, that's the man. The other Marines nodded and said. That man is the key figure in our great destruction plan. As long as he is here, the great destruction plan will succeed. Ha. Now I can finally be freed. We can finally leave this hellish place. Marine said excitedly. Who is that man? Why is he here? Who is he? Marine asked curiously. His name is Air, the commander-in-chief of the Great Destruction Plan. A Marine said excitedly. Air? Who is Air? One Marine asked, looking at the other Marines in confusion. These are the people at the top of the Great Destruction Plan. They lead the entire Great Destruction Plan. And he is also the representative of the Five Emperors. He is the founder of the Great Destruction Plan. A Marine said excitedly 05. It turns out that he is the founder of the Great Destruction Plan. A Marine said in shock. I didn't expect the founder of the Great Destruction Plan to be so young. Too young, too young. He has already reached this level when he was only about 20 years old. This is simply heaven-defying. All Marine looked at Air and said in shock. I seem to have seen this person somewhere. A Marine suddenly thought of something and said. Have you met Air too? Isn't he our Lord Five Emperors? Another Marine said in shock. I remember, he should be our Lord Five Emperors. But why do I feel that his strength is no worse than that of the Five Emperors? Yes, his strength will definitely not be worse than that of the Five Emperors. The other Marines also reacted and said. Could it be said that he is the illegitimate son of the Five Emperors, or a descendant? No matter what, he is the founder and commander-in-chief of our Great Destruction Plan. So we must obey his orders. A Marine looked at Air and said respectfully. I see. I will obey the orders of Lord Five Emperors and let him regain his strength as soon as possible. Then, we will conquer the world again and make the world stronger. I believe this day will come soon. Air said with a smile. Air, you are really strong, I admire you. A Marine looked at Air and said with admiration. Thank you for your compliment, I also appreciate your courage. Air looked at the Marine and said with a smile. I also admire your courage. The Marine looked at Air and laughed. Do any of you know the secret of this island? What secrets does this island hide? Air asked, looking at the Marines. This island is called the Island of Death, and there are many demons buried in it. Everyone who enters it will be torn into pieces and devoured by the demon. The rumors about this island are very scary. No one dares to approach it, but no one knows why it is like this. Even the exact location of the island cannot be detected. Not only that, every few 110,000 years, the devil on the island will appear. And every time the demonic power appears is extremely terrifying. We people are just like Zio seeing the big witch. They destroy a country every time they appear. Even One Piece was destroyed by them. We Marines can't resist it. Marine said in shock. It turns out that this island hides so many secrets. No wonder the Great Destruction Plan is so crazy. Air said with a sigh. Air, don't underestimate this island. Because he is a super treasure house. As long as we can find him, we are willing to give up our lives. Super treasure trove. What does it mean? Air asked in confusion. That is to say, the existence of this island is to find treasures for the world. Every time the devil appears, he comes for the treasure. As long as you get this island, you can get great blessings. The Marine said excitedly. This island actually has such a useful effect. Air said in shock. Yes, this island is indeed where the treasure is, which is what we call the super treasure house. There are countless treasures on this island. And there are many weapons and equipment and technological civilizations that we simply cannot understand. All right. This can be considered a reasonable explanation. Then let's go there and take a look now. Air said, looking at the Marine. Good. A group of Marines nodded excitedly. After Air finished speaking, he took the Marines and walked away. At this time in the huge palace, a young man slowly opened his eyes. The young man had a cold expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I'm actually trapped in an illusion," the young man said with a cold snort. "There is indeed something wrong with this island," the young man said to himself after a moment of silence. After saying that, the young man walked out of the palace and came to a hall. There were 2 rows of people standing in the hall. A middle-aged man wearing gorgeous clothes. He is Aditya Garpilya, one of the 5 emperors. The other middle-aged man is an old man. He is Marine Marshal Pat. They are all the top fighting power in the hands of the 5 emperors. Lord 5 Emperors, we have found out that guy's information. His name is Air, and he was once a pirate captain. Barton watched Aditya report. Air. It turns out to be this guy, Aditya said with a sneer. He is very strong, even I Najasa am no match for him. And it is said that he also has a mysterious team. That team is very powerful, even more powerful than me. I suspect that he may be a big pirate, and also a big pirate king. Aditya looked at Barton and said seriously. As expected of the 5 emperors, he even knows about this matter. So what should we do next? Patton asked. Since this guy is a core member of the Great Destruction Plan, we must kill him. Aditya looked at Barton and said, I'll arrange for someone to execute it right away. In addition, I will send a large fleet to that island, and you will follow me there too. Aditya said, Clear. But I'm worried that there is a strong person sitting on that island. Barton frowned and said worriedly. Chapter 138. So what? Are they worthy of stopping me? Aditya said with a sneer. Although I don't know how strong you are, I think my marine should be unstoppable. I'm just here waiting for your good news. Barton looked at Aditya respectfully and said, I will kill him myself. Then I'll say goodbye and leave first, I still have things to deal with. Aditya looked at Barton coldly and arrogantly and said, Yes. Barton respectfully exited the palace. The old man lowered his head slightly. Marshal Marine. What do we do now? The old man asked. Of course we will act according to the previous plan. Aditya said coldly. Our target is the guy named Air. Everything else is just a cloud. So when do we act? This operation must be successful. The old man looked at Aditya and said, Our people are ready. I will send people to contact him and then create an illusion for him. He will definitely think that we have his whereabouts by then. Let him throw himself into the trap when the time comes. Aditya said viciously. We need people around him, and if we can catch him, we will benefit a lot. He has so many precious treasures in his hands, and he will definitely bring us a lot of gains. Let's wait for the good news now. Everything about him is ours. Aditya looked at the old man and said, Yes, sir. The old man nodded respectfully and agreed. Air and many marines came to that mysterious island. Lord Air, do we need to make any preparations now? A marine asked, looking at Air. We need to wait for someone until he arrives. Air said, looking at the marine. Who Tilda? The soldier said doubtfully. We don't even know this person, but he has a high prestige. We need him. Air said firmly. All right. The soldier nodded and turned away. Captain Air, how long will it take for us to wait for him? A young marine next to him looked at Air and asked. 1 month's time. Air said. A month. The young marine frowned. Air said calmly. We need him, but he doesn't need us. That's the difference between us. But it doesn't matter, as long as he can help us defeat the enemies on that island. Air said coldly. We will also rush to the island as soon as possible, and then we will take action together. We will definitely defeat them. Avenge those brothers who died in vain. We will also benefit a lot by then, said the young marine. Well, you are right, we will definitely defeat that person. At that time, all his wealth will belong to you. Aditya said. Thank you for your reward. The soldier said excitedly. Where do we go now? Go see that island. Air said with a sneer. The marines beside Air said one after another. Let's go. I want to see how powerful that island is. After Aditya finished speaking, he walked out of the castle first and walked towards the island. Aditya led a group of Marines into the sea in a mighty manner. At this time, Air was wandering around the island alone. Lord Air, we have found the location of the island. A short old man stepped forward to report to Air. Good. Now you give the order immediately, and everyone gathers together. I will take my pirate group to support you. As you command, Lord Air. The old man immediately said respectfully. You continue to search this sea area. Air gave the order and turned to leave. The Marines immediately dispersed and began to search for the enemy's whereabouts. HMPH, who is the owner of that island? Is it some big pirate force? But this big pirate force is too weak. Even those super powerful pirate groups are stronger than this. The Marines were talking there. And just as they were discussing, they suddenly felt the temperature around them drop. Grown-ups. They're coming. The old man looked at Aditya and the others in horror and said, Do not be afraid. I will show you the power of a real pirate. Let's go. Aditya looked at them coldly and said, Please come with me, sir. The old man immediately led the way. When they came to a beach, a huge pirate ship had already docked on the shore. A Marine walked out of the cabin, looked at everyone and said indifferently, You are all subordinates of that Air. Yes. Now I announce that you have been relieved of your duties. The Marine turned around and left after saying that. The old man looked at Aditya and others and said with a sneer, What are you still doing here? Get out of here. 9. Aditya snorted coldly. Air, you'd better remember the shame of today. Aditya looked at Air coldly and said, I am waiting for you. Air also said with a sneer, HMPH, you are not overestimating your abilities. Aditya turned and left with his Marine. The Marine watched them leave with a look of disdain on his face. HMPH, how dare these guys challenge your authority? I must kill them all, who killed Lee, and let them know the consequences of angering the Lord. The distance of 300 meters is short for Marine, but it is not short for ordinary people. Lord Air, the island is just ahead. The old man led him to the edge of the island and said, Very good. I hope you can give me some surprises this time. Don't worry, Lord Air. We will definitely destroy them completely. The old man said firmly. Then it's up to you. No matter what, we are all friends, right? Hadohata. Don't worry, I will make them pay the price. The old man said with a generous smile. Lord Air, what should we do now? A Marine soldier next to Air said. What to do? Of course we wait for those people to come over and then completely annihilate them. Chapter 139. Don't forget, the pirates on that island are all our prisoners. All the resources they have belong to us. We can have a good time so that we can make up for the resources we lost before. The old man sneered after saying this. Yes. We finally have a chance to show off our skills. Let them know how powerful our big Marine is. The Marine soldiers also said this. I think so too. Air said with a sneer. Aditya, you forced me to do all this. I want you to know the consequences of offending the big Marine. Snort. Air snorted and turned away. Those Marine soldiers were following behind him. Boom. In the Marine dock, countless attacks continue to fall into the sea. That Marine's dock has been completely blown to pieces. Damn it. I don't believe these things can't blow him up. A Marine roared angrily. The fruit's power kept hitting the sea, turning the entire dock into ruins. Damn it, you bastards, how dare you destroy my dock? I will never forgive you. That Marine yelled angrily. Don't be angry, Lord Aditya. Our dock will be restored soon, and we will definitely be able to rebuild it. I trust you. Aditya said. Lord Aditya, don't worry. We'll fix your dock. That Marine said respectfully. Sure, no problem. Aditya said calmly. Lord Aditya, I will send people to build it right now. After that Marine finished speaking, he led a group of Marines away. Soon, the huge battleship left the Marine fleet and headed towards the island where Aditya was. And at the same time, naval headquarters. You bunch of losers. Can't even do the little things well. Aditya shouted angrily. My lord, please calm down, my lord. We will send more elite troops to that island immediately. As long as our troops arrive, that island is within our grasp. The officer immediately knelt in front of Adia, lowered his head and said, "Hope so." Adia nodded, and her face softened a lot. "Damn guy. We have prepared our army and are just waiting for them to come and die. I didn't expect them to dare to come over." Aditya said angrily. "They don't dare to come over. Are you scared out of your wits by us?" The Marine soldier laughed mockingly. "Impossible. There must be something delaying you. We give them another day. If they still don't come, then we will have to send out the army to completely wipe them out. Your Excellency is wise." "Ha. The soldier immediately began to flatter him. Adia nodded with satisfaction after hearing what the soldier said. On the other side, Adia's fleet is slowly heading towards the island. "Sir, they are getting closer." The Marine reported immediately. "Haha, getting closer. So what? They are just dying. Our army is pressing down on the border. Can they still escape from our grasp?" "Don't be careless, it's better to be careful," Aditya said seriously. "Don't worry, Yinrand. We'll be careful," that Marine said. At this time, Air's fleet is still about 20 kilometers away from the pirate base. "Lord Air, they are only less than 500 meters away from us," a soldier reported excitedly. "Very good, then let's proceed as planned. We'll take that island in one fell swoop. Kill all those pirates," Air said gloomily. The soldier responded respectfully. "Very good. Then prepare to fight," Air said coldly. The soldiers Afi responded excitedly. "And on the other side, haha, Air, your end has come. Everything here will be ours," the pirate leader in Adia's fleet said with a proud smile. "You damn bastards. I won't make it easy for you." "Sir, what should we do now?" the soldier asked cautiously. "HMPH, don't worry. I will let them know the consequences of offending the big Marine. You go back first. Tell those guys to follow my orders." "Yes, sir," the soldier responded. "And tell those guys not to act rashly. If they dare to make any move, I will kill them all," the soldier said respectfully. "HMPH, I'll make you pay for this stupidity," Aditya said fiercely. Then he left his room and rushed toward the island with a large number of soldiers. Soon, they arrived at the island. When they first set foot on the island, boom boom, there was an explosion. Then a huge wave hit. "Run quickly." Seeing this scene, the soldiers were so frightened that they died. Aditya said calmly, "Don't be afraid. As long as you follow me, I guarantee they won't do anything to you." The soldiers immediately followed him. "I want to see who is looking for death through overeating." There was a hint of coldness in Adia's eyes. And the moment they just set foot on the island, a figure rushed towards this side quickly. "Ha, finally see you. I thought you would hide for the rest of your life. You bunch of trash, I will let you all stay here today." Air landed and laughed wildly. "Yeah. In this case, I will let you know what real fear is," Aditya said coldly. "It's just a paper tiger. Just because you want to defeat us," Air said disdainfully. "You're right, it's just a paper tiger. But we are a big Marine, and you are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. So you must die. I think it's you who dies. Humph, even if I die, I will support you." Air smiled disdainfully. "Then let's see who dies," Aditya shouted coldly and disdainfully. Suddenly, a war breaks out between the two of them. "Kill." Adia rushed towards Air first. His figure was like the wind, and he was in front of Air in the blink of an eye. "Die," Adia yelled, and then punched Air hard on the head. Chapter 140. How is this possible? His body is so hard," Aditya said in shock. Although his fists were very powerful, they failed to kill that guy. "Your body is so strong. You can even block my abilities. I want to see how strong your body is." "Go to hell." Aditya roared loudly, and then he punched hard, and the surrounding air suddenly became distorted. "Humph, it's up to you. It won't hurt me to share it at all." Air snorted coldly. Boom. He punched Aditya's fist hard. The fists of the two collided together, and a strong wave of air suddenly erupted. Aditya felt an extremely huge power coming into her body. His fist collapsed instantly. There was a sharp pain in Adia's arm. "Incredible." How can it be? His body can actually withstand my attack. Aditya said in shock. He really couldn't believe it. And Air's face suddenly darkened. Aditya, you're not only a fool, you are an idiot. Do you know who you're dealing with? That's the top player in my world. Just because you still want to stop me. It's simply fantastic. Air said with a laugh. HMPH, do you think you are the only one with powerful pirates? Don't you think my men are not powerful? You are wrong. Our pirate group is truly powerful. Aditya sneered and said. His face is full of arrogance. HMPH, just your few soldiers and generals, can you compare with my people? What a joke. But your men are indeed very powerful. Air couldn't help but nodded in praise. Of course. And don't forget, there are 2 extraordinary strong men in our pirate group. And our people also have 2 fleets. These are Marines' trump cards. Aditya said proudly. 2 strong men. That's really awesome, but they're just 2 pieces of trash. Do you think you are their opponent? HMPH, I advise you to surrender obediently. Otherwise, the only outcome waiting for you will be death. Air kept taunting. You are still arrogant here when you are about to die. Do you really think our captain will be defeated by you? I can tell you that your death has come. Your death is not far away. Aditya smiled proudly. Let's try it. Air snorted coldly. You won't understand how powerful we are. We have unlimited potential. We can definitely become the masters of this sea. And you are destined to be my stepping stone. Your death is coming soon. Aditya laughed crazily. What a poor guy, he's still dreaming about you. I'm telling you, when your dreams are shattered, that's when you die. Air said coldly. Really? Then I'll wait and see. Wait for death. Snort. Just wait and see. Aditya laughed loudly, and then turned around and wanted to run away. Humph, can you leave? Leave me here. Air sneered, and then his figure disappeared. Not good. He's over there. Hurry up and chase. He is faster than me. Once he runs into the sea, we will be in big trouble. We can't let him escape. The other Marines shouted. You want to catch me? You're still far behind. Aditya laughed. He jumped up and jumped into the sea. No, he wants to escape. The other Marines shouted. Then they all jumped into the sea to pursue him. Air, on the other hand, took a small boat and drove quickly towards the coast. What he is most worried about now is Nami and the others. He hasn't seen these people for a long time. He was really worried. Fortunately, he did not encounter danger and landed on the coast smoothly. Cull. He exhaled a long breath with a look of joy on his face. Great. Finally reached the coastline safely. Aditya, you can't run away. Aditya laughed. He saw the pirate group members on the shore rushing towards the coast and immediately ran towards the woods nearby. Zero, please give me flowers. He doesn't dare to stay there anymore. Otherwise, he will definitely be found by the members of the pirate group. After all, the pirates are all murderous demons. Once they are targeted, even Uranus Layazi will be useless. Aditya ran away, but he soon discovered that there were more and more pirates here. Damn it. There are so many people, what should I do? Aditya couldn't help frowning. He is now cornered. Don't think that if there are more people, I will be afraid of you. Today is the day you die. I will let you all die in the belly of a fish. Aditya said through gritted teeth. Where's our ship? What happened? Why hasn't the rescue come yet? Aditya kept running, but he still had no ships to rescue him. How can it be? Aditya cursed angrily, with a look of unwillingness. Don't bully others too much. What you do is against the law. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, we'll wait until Marine comes to arrest you. Air, don't be disrespectful and seek death. If I kill you now, I'm afraid you won't even have any bones left. Your ship is coming. Your ship is here. Aditya suddenly said excitedly. What? Is the ship coming? Are you kidding me? Air smiled disdainfully after hearing Aditya's words. Are you kidding me when I say that? Joke? Do you think I would believe it? Aditya bursts into laughter. I said the ship is coming. Am I still going to lie to you? If you don't believe it, just open your eyes and see clearly. Aditya pointed to the sea in the distance and said, "Let me see." Air squinted his eyes and observed carefully. But when he saw the scene on the sea, he was extremely surprised. There is a huge pirate ship there. That pirate ship is heading this way. How did he get the boat so quickly? Air was confused. What's going on with this knife? Chapter 141. Where did that pirate ship come from? Could it be the small boat he was on just now? It shouldn't be. When he took the small boat, the boat was still docked at the pier. How come it turned into that pirate ship in the blink of an eye? No, we are getting closer and closer with the call. Everybody take cover. Otherwise, we will all die here. Air yelled. Yes. The rest of the Marines took cover. Aditya, let's see where you run away. At this moment, a steel wire rope suddenly shot out from the ship. Not good. Get out of the way. Aditya screamed. The wire rope whipped toward his neck. He only felt excruciating pain in his neck. Haha, you bastards still want to catch us. Go ahead and dream. 550, you all must die. After Aditya woke up, she found that everything around her became extremely familiar. Am I already dead? Aditya murmured to herself. Wrong. This is impossible. How dare those pirates attack me? Don't they know that this will attract Marines' attention? No, this is impossible. I do not believe. I'm going to question them. I don't believe how they can be so mean. No, I remember the captain of the ship just now said that I left on my own initiative. Aditya murmured to herself and immediately stood up. No. We have to get back to the ship. Aditya thought of this and immediately ran to the dock. He wanted to find a captain. But just when he ran out of the sea, something shocking suddenly happened. Air and his group have all been surrounded. What happened? Aditya couldn't help but widen her eyes with an expression of disbelief. He immediately ran towards the dock. Run quickly. They are Marine, run. Don't be stupid. At this moment, I heard shouts coming from the Yangshui Shuang pirate ship. They have surrounded him. Ha 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 ha, let's see how you keep running away. Air couldn't help laughing when he saw this. His laughter echoed in the air. The Marine on that pirate ship was also mocking Aditya. You bastards, how dare you surround me? Do you know this is a crime? You are simply seeking death. Aditya yelled angrily. I advise you to surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will take action against you. Aditya's face is as gloomy as water. He has completely gone berserk. Ha ha ha, Aditya, look how arrogant you are. Now let me see how you run. Air couldn't help but sneered. Let me see which one of you dares to attack me. You are pirates. Did Marine's warning fall on deaf ears? You bastards. Aditya roared angrily. Of course we are aware of Marine's warning, and we are more aware of your danger. So we won't let you leave here alive until we have completely dealt with you. Air said with a ferocious smile. I'm going to kill you all. Aditya roared crazily. Kill us all. You'd better worry about yourself first. I want to see who kills whom. Air said disdainfully. Aditya, just surrender obediently. We will take good care of you. Aditya's face suddenly turned gloomy when she heard Air's words. You bastards, how dare you insult me? You are really looking for death. Aditya roared. His eyes instantly turned scarlet. I'm going to kill you all, kill them all. Alias. That depends on whether you have the ability. Do you think you can beat the rest of us? Ayunda couldn't help laughing and said. Aditya was stunned when she heard this. You are indeed powerful. You were able to escape in the hands of so many of us. But no matter how strong you are, you can't escape because you have been captured by Marine. You can't escape this time. Ha 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 ha, Aditya, Aditya. I have told you before that Marine will not let you people go easily. You are dead. Air kept sneering. No. Don't even think about it. I won't lose. Aditya gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. Just accept your fate. Even if you can escape our pursuit, you will never be able to escape from this island. Aditya's face becomes more and more ugly. HMPH, I don't believe you can still track my footsteps. You are so naive. Do you think we are unprepared? These people are all masters I have carefully selected. Each of them has powerful power. And they also cooperate with each other tacitly. If there is an emergency, they can immediately form an encirclement circle and you will be trapped in it. What? They were able to track my whereabouts. It's terrible. Adia's face was extremely ugly. Yes, this is the area controlled by Marine, so your every move is within their surveillance range. As soon as you step into an area controlled by Marine, your identity will be exposed. Air said with a sneer. Aditya's expression suddenly changed when she heard this. I see. I still underestimate your strength. Yes, I underestimated your strength. Too bad it's too late. Ayunda said very proudly. I just don't like you, so I want to punish you and let you know that there is a world outside the world and there are people outside the world. You are so brave. You actually dare to attack me. Aren't you afraid of Marine's revenge? A somewhat panicked look appeared on Adia's face. Ha ha ha, we have long expected that Marine will definitely deal with you, so we have taken all 3.7 protective measures before coming, including Marine's revenge. As long as you don't reveal your true identity, how can Marine know about your existence? What's more, we have been prepared for it. I think you won't be able to escape this time. I want you to die miserably. Ayunda smiled ferociously. Adia couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and this time an inexplicable fear arose in his heart. A sinister smile couldn't help but appear on Ayunda's lips. Aditya, you don't have to struggle. Today, you are destined to die. Air stared at Adia with a ferocious smile, as if he was looking at a dead person. I'll make you regret it. Adia glared at Air. It should be you who regret it. I will make your life worse than death. Then you'll know how scary Marine is. I'll show you the consequences of pissing me off. Chapter 142. I won't let you go. Adia roared crazily. Air couldn't help but smile, even more proudly. Shut up now. Our brothers here can't wait. Kill. The pirates kept shouting loudly. Their target is obviously Aditya. Aditya couldn't help but look up to the sky and scream, and her body instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance like electricity. Aditya, aren't you still giving up? Air couldn't help but sneered. Aditya ignored Air at all and continued to fly forward. Air's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Since you don't eat the toast, then no wonder we are ruthless. Kill me. Must kill him. Ai Yun suddenly ordered coldly. Yes. All the pirates couldn't help but shout in response. Adia's face changed slightly when she saw this. His body suddenly stopped in the void. How dare you intercept me? Aren't you afraid of death? You dare to touch me. Aditya roared angrily. HMPH, you still dare to mention that. We just want to kill you. Why do you still want to resist? Air couldn't help but mocked. I want you to die. Adia yelled angrily and clenched his fists with both hands and punched them out fiercely. Suddenly, 2 golden beams of light shot out from his fists. Boom! 2 golden beams of light instantly penetrated the sea. Adia roared angrily. His figure flashed and turned into a ball of black mist again, quickly disappearing into Yi Dangshan. Chase! Be sure to catch Adia. We must not let him run away. Air couldn't help but shouted loudly. All the pirates shouted loudly. Their figures involuntarily began to search around them quickly. Damn thing! Aren't you afraid of Marine's revenge? Aditya roared. You are not strong enough to withstand Marine's wrath, so you have to rely on us. Your death has come. Air smiled sinisterly. Damn it! Aditya suddenly yelled angrily. Although he was on guard, he still didn't expect that Air's group of people would be so despicable. Damn guys, how dare you frame me? I will cut you into pieces. Adia's heart was filled with endless anger. Ha ha ha, it's up to you to die honestly. Air couldn't help but smile evilly. The reason why they dared to attack Aditya so brazenly was because they were fully prepared. And Aditya has no room for resistance at all. Damn guy. It's just relying on Marine's blessing. I've seen you unhappy for a long time, and today I can finally avenge your shame. I won't make it easy for you. Aditya gritted his teeth and roared. His figure keeps changing. But Air locked his position firmly, and he had nowhere to hide. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. I told you long ago that you will definitely die today. Not only you, but also your tribe and your friends will all die, including yourself. Air said with a ferocious smile. Aditya's face is ashen. Who on earth sent you? I don't believe that after so many years, Marine has forgotten our hatred. Aren't they afraid of retribution? HMPH, this kind of nonsense is enough to deceive a 3-year-old child. Do you think Marine can be deceived so easily? And who do you think you are? You are not Marine, just an ordinary pirate. Do you have the qualifications to be worthy of Marine's concern? Haha. Air couldn't help laughing wildly. You are just making excuses. I advise you to obediently hand over the antidote. Otherwise you will all die. Adia's face couldn't help but look even more ugly. These pirates are simply heartless. How dare you use the name of Marine to deal with yourself? I don't care who you are, but you are all dreaming and trying to harm our heroes on the Grand Line. Stop dreaming. Aditya shouted coldly. Yeah. Do you think I'll let you have your wish? Air couldn't help but shake his head in disdain. What do you want? What on earth do you want to do? I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me, Marine will never forgive you. Aditya shouted through gritted teeth. His heart was full of helplessness. Don't worry, we will never interfere in your marine affairs. And we don't want to get involved in the feud between Marine and pirates. We have only one purpose. You are the Pirate King you call me. We'll take you back to the adults. Then the throne of the Pirate King will be ours. Aditya's heart suddenly trembled. He didn't expect Air to be so greedy. Is the throne of the Pirate King so easy to get? Do you think I'm a fool? If you send me back, I will become a traitor to the Pirate Alliance. I think you won't be able to survive at that time. Adia knows how powerful the Pirate Alliance is, and even Marine cannot easily defeat them. Don't worry, we are ready to retreat. As long as we take you back, we will leave this sea immediately and never step into it again. What do you think? Air couldn't help but smile sinisterly. I don't believe you would arrange it like this. You must have 840 conspiracy. Aditya said with a cold snort. Hey, I know you don't believe it, so the people I brought this time are very important. Air sneered. Aditya couldn't help but feel shocked when she heard this. Yes, I personally led the team. And he also owns our pirate sword. I believe you will not refuse our proposal, right, Aditya? Air couldn't help but smile evilly. His tone was full of pride. The other pirates couldn't help but smile. A ferocious smile formed on the corners of their mouths. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Adia's face was extremely gloomy. He knows that he is no match for the other party. But he is not willing to give in. Don't kill me. I really want to see if you have the courage. Aditya shouted coldly. I have the guts. Air sneered when he heard this. Next moment, he suddenly burst out with his own momentum, and a powerful aura swept up. Go to hell. Air couldn't help shouting angrily, and then his figure immediately rushed towards Eddie. Snort. Adia snorted coldly and flew away instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Air's palms swung out instantly, and his attack instantly turned into claws all over the sky. Chapter 143. Break it for me. Aditya rushed forward instantly, but felt a powerful counterattack. He couldn't help being surprised. What? Your ability is so powerful. Aditya couldn't help shouting in shock. He never imagined that he would be defeated by a newcomer. I knew you weren't that easy to kill. But you underestimate me too much. You don't even know how scary we pirates are. Let me show you now. Air's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and then he roared suddenly. Go to hell. Next moment, countless claw shadows blasted towards Aditya in an instant. Boom! Terrifying power exploded in the air. Waves of terrifying energy surged from all directions in an instant. The surrounding buildings collapsed instantly. The terrifying pressure is coming. Azame. Adia's face couldn't help but be shocked. He had no idea that his move would be destroyed by air. Air roared again, and then countless claw shadows continued to condense out. Boom, boom, boom. Adia's expression changed drastically. His fists waved wildly. Huge storms appeared instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Adia's body continued to retreat, crushing people with every step. His face turned livid. He never expected that this guy was more powerful than he thought. They are not on the same level at all. How's it going? Are you convinced? Air sneered. You are so whimsical. Aditya couldn't help but gritted her teeth and said, Haha, whimsical. Aren't you going to kill me first? If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price. Aditya couldn't help but sneer. Really? Let's see how you run away this time. So what if you have 3 heads and 6 arms? In the face of absolute strength, everything is just a cloud. And we have a strong organization behind us. Do you think it's possible for you to escape? You don't have to scare me. Why do you want to fight against my organization? How ridiculous. Just wait to die. Aditya said with a sneer. Really? Then I'll wait and see. Air also has a proud expression. Let's go. Air shouted coldly. He led the group of pirates to leave quickly. Aditya's face was ashen. He didn't expect. The two of them exchanged tit-for-tat glances with Sparks. Aditya's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. He couldn't help but sigh secretly. I am indeed no match for Air. But he will never give up. Right now. A crisp bell sounded. Ding 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 ding. The crisp sound of the bell instantly attracted Aditya's attention. What? Damn it. Aditya couldn't help but become angry. I will definitely find your weakness. Aditya couldn't help but said harshly. Really, I'm waiting for you. But you'd better pray that you don't die in my hands, otherwise your family will bury you with you. Air couldn't help but sneer. Aditya's face suddenly froze. How could he forget this? Aditya couldn't help but flash a bit of fear. Just wait for me. Aditya stared at Air coldly and said, Haha, I hope you will do what you say, otherwise your entire pirate group will be buried with me. You are too weak to withstand my attack. Air couldn't help but sneered mockingly. The strength of their pirate group is indeed very weak. Hateful, Aditya said with an ugly expression. Since you are unwilling to surrender to me, then go to hell. 013604 105 Felu 230 1,361,091. Let's see who dares to come looking for death. I want you bastards to die without a burial place. Air suddenly slapped his palm and exploded instantly, and the terrifying power instantly destroyed the surrounding buildings. What? What happened? Aditya was shocked when she saw Air actually break her own move. 9. Act recklessly. I'm going to make your life worse than death. Kneel down. His body expanded instantly. A terrifying force suddenly burst out. Boom. The terrifying power wreaks havoc on everything around you. Aditya's face couldn't help but change. Impossible. How can you block my attack? This is impossible. Aditya couldn't help but exclaimed. I said this is the difference in strength. No matter how strong you are, you can only be crushed. Today is the day you die. You should feel honored to die in my hands. He said disdainfully. I think you are the real idiot. Aditya's brows couldn't help but frown. Go to hell. His figure suddenly swayed. His legs suddenly hit the ground, and then he hit Air directly. Die. A sneer appeared on the corner of Air's mouth. Terrifying power instantly erupted from his body. His figure instantly turned into a phantom, disappeared in an instant, and appeared next to Aditya. Puff puff. Aditya's figure keeps shuttling in the air. His speed is as fast as lightning, making it impossible to guard against him. A series of muffled sounds came. He kept attacking Aditya, but he could never catch his shadow. Haha, just admit defeat. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Otherwise, you will be miserable. Even if I let you pirate group go, your family will be in trouble. Aditya couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. Nanos, I think you have water in your head. The most powerful force on our grand line is our pirate kingdom. A little guy like you wants to fight us. You're still young. Aditya said disdainfully. Then give it a try. You'll understand. Get out of here now. Aditya shouted impatiently. Snort. You don't know how to praise me. I will make you regret it. Air couldn't help but snorted and waved his hand suddenly, and suddenly a black hole appeared in front of him. Swallow it for me. Change in an instant. Aditya's body was sucked into it and was instantly torn into a piece of blood. This is impossible. Aditya shouted in disbelief with her eyes wide open. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you fall into my hands, it will be your tragedy. Now you can die in peace. Air couldn't help but snorted. Chapter 144. I want all of you to be buried with me. Your death will pay for your stupidity. Air said gloomily. Haha, Idiao is dead. He actually dared to kill people, he just didn't know how to live or die. Air's men couldn't help but sneer. You all have to pay the price. Fuck me. Don't let anyone go. Air said coldly. Ha 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 ha, don't let anyone go, I think you are just wishful thinking. I'm going to kill you brat myself. Die. Boom. Air appeared in front of Idia instantly and kicked out suddenly. Bang. A loud bang. Adia's entire body was kicked away instantly. Wow. Adia couldn't help but blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth, and she flew backwards with a pale face. His chest kept rising and falling. His eyes were fixed on Air. He felt the severe pain coming from his body and looked at Air in disbelief. You actually defeated me. This is impossible. How could you win over me? How so? How can your strength and body be stronger than mine? What kind of freak are you? Aditya couldn't help shouting. You are indeed very powerful, but it's a pity that meeting me, Air, is your 200 sorrow. Air sneered. There's no way you can beat me. Don't you understand yet? You'll never beat me. Hata. Aditya laughed like crazy. Hata. Aren't you afraid that I will beat you to pulp? Aditya said with a sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, Aditya's fist suddenly shot out, knocking Aditya away. I think you died first. I will make you die miserably. Aditya laughed ferociously, swayed and rushed towards Aditya again. Do you think you are still at your peak? You're such a loser, and you still want to defeat me. Aditya said disdainfully. I will let you know how big the gap is between you and me. Go to hell. Aditya rushes towards Aditya again. He is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Aditya. Get out of my way. Aditya roared with an icy cold light in his eyes. He punched Air directly. Boom. A loud thunderous sound, aft exploded instantly. Two terrifying punches intertwined in midair, making a harsh sound. Boom, 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 boom. There were endless bursts of terrifying explosions. Aditya's fists kept hitting Air's body, making terrifying roars. The two fists collided together, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Why? I'm not willing to give in. Aditya's eyes are full of anger and unwillingness. His fists were clenched tightly, making bursts of crackling sounds. You loser actually defeated me. No, you should say killed me. I will kill all your family members, including your wife and children. Aditya's eyes are filled with overwhelming hatred. He just finished speaking. Air's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and terrifying blood energy surged out of his body crazily, instantly condensing into a huge blood demon. Air's eyes suddenly opened. The terrifying coercion continues to spread out, spreading towards the surroundings. You can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, you will die. Endless fear appeared on Aditya's face. You bastard, how dare you kill my family? You can't change anything even if you kill me. Because I will take revenge. I will cut you into pieces. I will make everyone on your pirate ship taste the bitter taste. You will live a life worse than death. Please don't kill me. I promise I won't dare to cause trouble to the pirate ship in the future. Aditya knelt down in panic. Tears welled up in his eyes. This situation makes people feel creepy. He actually knelt down and prayed to the leader of the pirate ship. He, the leader of a pirate ship, actually knelt down to a young man. This scene is really shocking. Haha, do you think I will believe your lies? I'll show you what death is. Aditya's face had a look of strong resentment. He looked at Air viciously and shouted loudly. You despicable villain. You actually used poison to control me, and you actually attacked your own companions. You are a beast. You are nothing less than a beast. I curse you to die badly. I'm going to kill your whole family. I will cut you to pieces with 1,000 knives. I'm going to kill all your family members. Aditya kept roaring. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Air's mouth. I will make you regret it. Your destiny will be in my hands. Aditya said coldly. LOL, really? Then I'll wait and see. Air's eyes are filled with endless madness. His figure disappeared instantly. T. I can't die here. Ah. Adia kept roaring loudly, his face full of endless terror. He tried his best to avoid it, but it was no use. Aditya's body fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were wide open. He covered his chest with both hands, and blood continued to flow from his fingers. His eyes were filled with endless fear, and his face was full of unwillingness and ferocity. No, I'm going to die here. How could I lose to you? I cannot be reconciled. Adia's body exudes endless black energy, and a terrifying energy continues to spread in his body. His body gradually melted and finally completely dissipated. He was so completely wiped out. This is the end of Aditya. He was so arrogant and domineering back then, but now he was beaten to death by air. You forced me to do all this. You forced me. Adia's body slowly dissipated, completely falling in front of Adia. His body was completely turned into powder and scattered in the wind. Your strength has indeed risen to this level. My strength still can't keep up with yours. But you are still too weak. Air glanced at Adia faintly. Only the strong in this world can dominate the weak, and the weak will only die. Your fate is doomed here. A cold smile appeared on Air's lips. Chapter 145. I will kill you. Let you know how powerful I am. Air's eyes scanned the many pirates around him. The strength of these pirates is very low. They can only be regarded as some elite pirates. Air's eyes fell on Adia. At this time, his eyes were slightly closed, and his body exuded a frightening aura. Is that Aditya? Very good. You will pay for your actions. A strong look of coldness appeared on Air's face. There was endless coldness in his eyes. Next moment, his right hand is stretched out. Boo-hoo! Dozens of blue beams shot out instantly. Heads shot up into the sky. Dozens of pirates had their bodies pierced directly and fell in a pool of blood. They stared with wide eyes and refused to close their eyes. This Air's strength is so powerful. This Air is a monster. Many pirates stared at this scene with their eyes widened. The other pirates present were also stunned. Their minds are blank. In their eyes, the Air in front of them has become an existence that they can never surpass. This person's strength is really too strong. My strength is far from reaching its peak. If I want to really defeat them, I have to go one step further. Although I am stronger now than before, I am still no match for them. They are the elite of the pirate group after all. And they have all kinds of treasures in their hands. I must improve my strength as soon as possible. There was a strong look of worry between Air's eyebrows. Call out. At this moment Air's figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! The mountain peaks beside him exploded instantly. Endless rubble fell like a torrential rain, covering the entire island in an instant. Everything on the island has been razed to the ground. I'm not willing to give in. I'm not willing to give in. I will never give up. I'm not willing to give in. Aditya's fists were clenched, and his eyes revealed infinite anger and hatred. I will become stronger. I'm going to make Air pay for what he did. Everyone present was stunned. Adia went crazy and attacked every place on the island. Wave after wave of screams came from the island. Air is like a devil running rampant on the island. All the pirates on the island dare not approach Adia, because the strength shown by Air is too terrifying. Their faces were full of fear. One after another, the screams kept coming. I must take revenge. I must let you all die. Adia let out a hysterical roar. I'm going to kill you all. Air has a twisted look on his face. His heart is filled with overwhelming hatred. All the pirates present were frightened when they heard Air's words. All of their faces were full of frightened expressions. These pirates are fleeing from here. They were afraid that they would be hunted down by Air, and they wouldn't even know how they died. Humph, wanna run? Can you run away? You are all going to die. No one can leave. Go to hell. Air suddenly exerted his strength. Punch a fleeing pirate in the distance. His dark fist light came down hard. The pirate's body suddenly exploded. Bright red blood splashed everywhere. Pieces of minced meat kept falling out. Air's pupils shrank, and his eyes were full of indifference. He continued to shake his fist, and one pirate after another was smashed to death. His fists are like cannonballs, and every time he appears, he can easily blast the fleeing pirates. This is an absolute butcher. All the pirates present were scared to death. A group of pirates are running into the distance, desperately. Air's fist seems to be able to move mountains and reclaim seas, destroying everything in its path. Help! I don't want to die. All the pirates present screamed in horror. Their bodies were struggling like crazy. But it doesn't work. Their bodies were directly smashed to pieces. Their heads were also blown off. Corpses exploded in the void. All their pirates die. Ha 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 ha, you guys deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. You all deserve to die. I must kill you all. Secret all your souls. 0. Everyone will be tortured, and all their souls will be extracted. Air's face was full of bloodthirsty ferocity, and at this moment, he had completely lost his mind. He is like a devil. Air's figure turned into a meteor and wreaked havoc on the island crazily. A stream of blood kept sputtering out. All pirates are dead. Everything is quiet. Only Air is left standing here, covered in blood. His eyes were extremely cold. I must become stronger. I want everyone to see my power. Let them bow at my feet. Only I, Air, can be the emperor of this world. No one can stop me. I must become the greatest pirate king. Unify the entire sea area. Over the island, Air screamed hysterically. There was a terrifying and extremely fierce light in his eyes. Except for Air, no one in this world can successfully become the pirate king. He wants to become the pirate king. I want to trample everyone under my feet. To have everyone at your fingertips. There is nothing in this world that he cannot do. No one can stop him. Nobody. Whoosh. Suddenly, Air's figure turned into a phantom again. He's as fast as Ultimate. He kept running around the island, killing all the pirates he passed. I want to rule this world. I want everyone to surrender to me. Aditya let out hysterical shouts. This is the thrill of battle. He vowed to defeat all pirates. So he must kill the pirates on the entire island. I'm going to kill everyone. Then I will take over this continent. Let everyone surrender to me. His eyes are full of madness. Ha 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 ha, you cowards, get back here. I am the pirate king. All pirates surrender to me. Anyone who doesn't obey everything will die. No exceptions. Air roars like crazy. Chapter 146. I must become the pirate king, the most powerful pirate king in the world. All pirates, including you, must kneel down to me. Get out of here. His eyes were filled with a look of madness. Boom! Air unleashes a terrifying wave of air that sweeps across the entire island. All the pirates shattered into a bloody mist, and bright red blood slowly flowed on the ocean. You all must surrender to me. Everyone must die. Adia roared, her eyes filled with madness. At this moment, streaks of light appeared in the sky, speeding towards this side. Lots of pirates. What's going on with these people? Everyone was puzzled when they saw these pirates. All the pirates on this island were dead, and the remaining members of the 867 fled one after another. They didn't dare to appear on the island at all. They didn't expect that pirates would dare to appear here. Could it be that these pirates have gone crazy? How dare they appear at such a time? Air looked at the pirates in front of him with a cruel smile on his face. Very well, these people deserve to die. Everyone please die. Everyone must surrender to me. Air roared one after another, his eyes filled with anger and malice. Their bodies exuded a terrible evil spirit, and the muscles on their bodies were knitted together, as if they possessed infinite power. Air's figure flickers between heaven and earth. He rushed towards the group of pirates. For a moment, he appeared on a ship. When the crew of the ship saw this scene, they all let out shrill screams. No. Forgive me. Please. The pirates knelt down on the ground and cried bitterly. They can't resist at all. Because Air is so scary. He punches one after another. Every move is carried with thunderous momentum. Punch after punch on the pirate ship. Waves of miserable screams resounded continuously. These pirates were all punched to pieces by Air and turned into blood mist all over the sky. Air appeared in another boat in a flash and took action again to blow up this boat too. The fleeing pirates were all frightened. It's all so unreal. Their leader was killed like this. It's almost like a dream. Air roams the island. His eyes exuded overwhelming murderous intent. How dare these pirates attack his hometown? This is simply an unpardonable sin. Get out of my way. You are all going to die. Everyone is going to die. All of you must surrender to me. Everyone must die for me. Air roared crazily. The sound he made was heard all around. The whole island was shaking violently. His voice shook the heavens. Everyone on the entire island was stunned. None of them understood what Air was talking about. There is only one feeling. This devil wants to kill people. And he was killing all the pirates crazily. I will not give in. Even if I die, I will never give in. I'd rather die. I will never give in to you. I want to die. Don't even think about it. Go to hell. I want you to live in the shadow of darkness. Air roars wildly. His body kept punching those pirates. All the pirates died. The other side. Adia, the leader of the pirate army, was also roaring crazily from the side. But Air is faster than the pirate army. His body was like a cannonball, blasting towards the pirates like crazy. All the pirates were crushed by him. Everything he passed turned into nothingness. Adia was so scared that she peed. He couldn't believe what he saw. This devil is too crazy. It's really too scary. The hearts of all the pirates on this island were greatly shocked. There is no way they can defend themselves against Air. This guy is simply not something they can deal with. Aditya yelled crazily. He ran away desperately. But there is no way in front of Air. His body was retreating crazily, and his body was blown hundreds of meters away. KJ. Adia let out a series of painful screams and felt a burst of severe pain. His hands are all wasted. This devil is really terrifying. I cannot be reconciled. I will not give in to you. I will never give in to you, Air. Even if it means death. Even if it means death, I will not give in to you. Adia let out bursts of crazy roars, and an extremely tyrannical aura burst out of his body. This breath is like a flood, sweeping away in all directions. Boom! His body hit the ground hard, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His whole body collapsed on the ground. Haha! You finally admit my horror. Don't you like bullying me very much? Now I will let you experience the terrifying power of my Air. Air burst into bursts of crazy laughter. There was an infinitely ferocious expression on his face. A fear rose deep in Adia's heart. One pirate after another was killed by Air. Those heads were thrown into the air. Aditya's body kept moving backwards. This guy is so crazy. He doesn't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. Please let me go. As long as you stop causing trouble for me, I can do anything you want. Adia looked at Air with a pleading look on her face. Do you think you are still qualified to negotiate with me now? You have become my prisoner. Now you should enjoy the feeling of being ravaged by me. Ada. Adia's miserable howls kept coming from the island, and he had become crazy. Air walked towards him step by step. Ah, no, I surrender, I really surrender. Please don't touch me. Ada. Aditya shouted wildly. He was really scared. He couldn't resist this devil-like guy at all. He really doesn't want to be played to death by the other party. Ha 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 ha. Do you think I will let you go? Tell you. After you killed so many of my men, it's time for you to die. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He stepped on Adia's head and lifted her whole body into the air. Adia's body struggled violently. But it's no use at all. There is no way to compete with his power. Chapter 147. Only at this moment did he realize the huge gap between his own strength and Air's. I am just like an ant. Aditya can't accept it no matter what. He really hates it. Why is my strength inferior to others? If he was strong enough, he would have killed Air long ago. But now he has become a prisoner of Air. I can't resist it all. This scene is like a nightmare. He couldn't believe his eyes. He vows to kill Air. This guy must be killed. Must take revenge. He swore in his heart. I'm going to kill you. I will cut you into pieces. Take all your bone marrow out. Absorb your fruit power. Adia kept shouting in her heart. Air snorted and slapped Adia on the head. His body was shot out again. Adia's body fell heavily to the ground, and he felt that his internal organs had been displaced. Bright red blood flowed out of his body, dyeing the soil under him red. 5. You devil. You devil. I will kill you. I will cut you into pieces with my own hands. Aditya yelled angrily. His body keeps rolling. Hahata. You idiot, do you really think I'm a vegetarian? You really think I will let you go? How naive. Air's eyes flashed with an icy coldness. I'm going to make your death miserable. Let you experience the feeling of life being worse than death. Air burst out laughing wildly. Get up. I will chop your body into pieces and let you taste the saddest and most painful death in the world. Let you know that your life and death has nothing to do with me. You can only wait for death on this island. Your soul will also be punished. I will make you suffer endless pain on this island. Just enjoy the pleasure of death. Air laughed like crazy. His eyes flashed with endless malice. Adia's face is full of despair. There was a sense of helplessness deep in his heart. He had no way to escape from this clutches. He can only wait for death to come. But he didn't want to be tortured like this. He doesn't want to be tortured to death by the other party. Adia roared wildly. He's going to explode. He doesn't want to be humiliated. He wants to let it all out. But he found that he was powerless. A stern smile appeared on the corner of Air's mouth. Adia is just a pathetic creature. He doesn't even bother to deal with such a little shrimp. He wants to kill him. He can defeat these shrimp soldiers and crab generals with one move. His strength has reached an extremely high level. He already has the power to destroy everything. He can easily crush Adia into scum. Adia, I don't know whether to say you are too weak or too smart. You can actually guess who our target is. Haven't you heard a word? The Skynet is sparse and not leaking. Do you think you can hide your crimes by hiding in the darkness? You are too stupid. Are you, a humble ant like you, trying to provoke me? Adia's face is full of madness. Today, I will make you completely despair. Air looked at the young man in front of him indifferently, with a ferocious smile on his face. He slowly raised his right fist. This moment, a ball of dazzling golden light burst out from Air's body. The golden light turned into a huge spear. The spear is filled with endless flames, exuding scorching heat. I'll send you on your way. You coward! Air's mouth spit out a series of mocking sounds, and his eyes flashed with an icy cold light. This ant is indeed very weak. How dare you be so arrogant in front of yourself? What a ridiculous guy. But I don't intend to keep this guy. Since this guy knows his purpose, he must be killed. He will pose a great threat to himself. This threat will accompany you for the rest of your life. You must get rid of the other party. His arms suddenly waved away into the void. Huge golden flowers bloomed instantly, and the lotus kept spinning in the void. They shine brightly. Your death has come. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of Air's mouth. There was a cold smile on his face. Your soul may be among these flowers. I will slowly torture you to death. Lock your soul to this island forever. Let you never be reincarnated forever. Finish this sentence. Air clenched his fist fiercely. Rumble. This golden ball of light slammed down towards Aditya. Boom. A roaring sound resounded. Aditya's body trembled involuntarily. His heart is full of fear. No. Don't kill me. Let me go, please. Aditya cried in panic. No, I must die. I will definitely devour your fruit power. Let you live forever on this island. Tea. Aditya's tears fell from her cheeks. He doesn't know how to face all this 610. His heart is filled with deep despair. Why are you doing this to me? Did I really do something wrong? Why do you want to kill me? Aditya's face was full of pleading. His eyes were filled with despair. He is not willing to give in. Why? Why do you want me to suffer such a disaster? I don't want to die. Adia's heart is filled with endless regret. He doesn't understand what he did wrong. Why did it become the current situation? He wanted to struggle to stand up, but found that he couldn't move his whole body. There was intense despair in his eyes. No, I won't give in. No, I won't be willing to give in. My life has just begun. I can never die here like this. Adia couldn't help but roar in despair. He is not willing to die in this place. He can't die here. You bastards. You will definitely die badly. I curse you. Curse you not to have a happy death. Adia roared angrily. But it has no effect at all. There is only infinite regret and pain deep in his heart. He doesn't want to die here. That's not fair. Why do you want to do this to me? Chapter 148. Why should I bear your responsibility? Adia's face is full of anger and pain. He wanted to scream. I want to break out of the prison. Want to rush out. But all this seems so powerless. No matter how he shouts. To no avail. Because his mouth has been firmly sealed. His face was so distorted that he couldn't even make a sound. Air looked at Adia's desperate look, with a cruel smile on his face. Ha. Just accept your death obediently. Your body belongs to me. I will definitely prevent you from reincarnation forever. Air burst into a series of crazy laughs. I won't let you get what you want. I will definitely find a suitable body to stay in. When the time comes, I will definitely make your life worse than death. I must let you try it until life is worse than death. Air's heart is filled with deep malice, and his eyes reveal strong hatred. He exudes a powerful aura. Here is a giant golden lotus, trapping your soul in it. Lets you never be reincarnated forever. Your body is mine. This golden lotus is your destiny. Air's voice is full of strong murderous intent. His hands clenched again, and the golden lotus bloomed with even more dazzling brilliance. This is my final blow. Let you feel the despair of death. Boom! There were bursts of roaring sounds. The golden lotus flew out instantly, heading towards Adiya quickly. No. Save me. Adiya's eyes widened. He looked at the golden lotus, getting closer and closer. His pupils were filled with intense despair. His eyes were closed deeply. The pictures that appeared in his mind were all from his past. The hope in Adiya's heart disappeared instantly. He doesn't want to die here like this. He cannot die. But he can't do anything. At this critical moment, a white and slender palm suddenly appeared. He stretched out his palm and grabbed the golden lotus tightly. The golden lotus hit his palm, making a violent collision sound. The golden lotus collapsed instantly. Who is it? Air roared. His heart was full of shock. Why do other people appear at this time? Air's eyes scanned the surroundings. He wants to find that person. But there is no result. His face was full of shock and confusion. Who? Air's heart was filled with deep doubts and shock. Who? Why do other people appear at this time? This is the Marine base camp. This is the gathering place for those with top fruit abilities in the entire human world. How could other outsiders appear? Who is this guy? You don't deserve to know. This voice sounded in Air's ears, and a look of shock and unwillingness appeared on his face. He felt pain deep in his heart, as if he was being pricked by a needle. Air's eyes were full of resentment. His eyes were rolling, looking for traces of that mysterious man. Come out, clown-like thing. You lowly fellow. Air's voice echoed in the void. Hahata. What are you saying? Who is your clown? Adia opened her eyes, suddenly a look of ferocity and anger filled her face. His body broke free from the cage and flew towards the void. Snort. You're nothing more than that. I don't even bother to fight you. I can knock you down with one punch. There is no need for me to fight you. Adia roared hysterically. Hee. Do you think you can still escape? Air's face was full of mockery. He didn't take Adia seriously at all. Adia is just an ordinary mortal. He will not be afraid of any strong person at all. He will only be afraid of himself. He will only be full of surrender to himself. Adia didn't dare to resist at all. This is a society where the strong are respected. I can knock you to the ground with one punch. Let's see how long you can continue to be arrogant. Now kneel down for me. When Air saw the changes in Adia, he suddenly showed a ferocious and mocking expression. He stared at Adia coldly. Do you have any last words left? I'm telling you, I don't need your last words at all. A weak mortal like you is not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Kneel down for me. An ant like you, are you worthy of negotiating with me? I will make you kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy today. Letter 2CB, you, a piece of trash like you, want to compete with me. Adia listened to Air's words, with strong anger flashing in her eyes. Do you really think you are powerful? You are just relying on your powerful spiritual fruit. But there's no way you can hurt me sharing it. Facing the absolute strength gap, you are just a loser. Aditya made a cold voice. His legs were slightly bent, his arms were slowly raised, and his right foot was firmly planted on the ground. I can completely crush you with one punch. Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Trash like you has no right to communicate with me. My patience is limited. You'd better kneel in front of me and kowtow to admit your mistake immediately. Otherwise, I will grind you into pulp immediately. Adia's eyes flashed with deep disdain. His eyes were filled with a strong look of ridicule. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I want to see how you crush me. You trash, are you qualified to negotiate with me, Zhao Li? You are so funny. I will send you to reunite with your pirates now. A roar of extreme anger erupted from Adia's mouth. His right fist suddenly swung out. A terrifying fist light, carrying an aura of destruction, hit Air hard. Not good. This guy is too powerful, Yin Tai. Let's get out of here quickly. The marine soldiers exclaimed. They never thought that something like this would happen in this place. Faced with Aditya's tyrannical and suffocating power, the marine soldiers had a look of horror on their faces. Adia's power is really terrifying. Do you think you can do it with the support of a mysterious person? I want you all to be buried with me. Air's face showed strong ferocity and murderous intent. He clenched his fists with both hands, and a monstrous momentum burst out from his fists. Chapter 149. Aditya felt this overwhelming momentum, and her eyes suddenly filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of power is this? This power is really terrifying. Boom! When Adia felt this power, crystal clear tears rolled down from her eyes. He felt this power, he felt this terrifying power. This power completely suppressed him, pressing every inch of skin on his body. It made him tremble all over. I don't even have the strength to move. I want you all to die here. You all go to hell. Adia let out a roar. Bang, 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 bang. His fists continue to spread in all directions. The fist is like a huge mountain. Adia's body endured the impact of Air's extremely terrifying power. His whole body shot out like a cannonball towards the back. Aditya's whole face was distorted. His body was knocked away by Air's terrifying power, and his body drew an extremely beautiful arc in midair. His whole body fell onto the hard stone road, making a violent vibration. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Adia's mouth. His whole face became extremely ugly. Aditya's cheeks twitched. How is this going? I feel that the power of my spiritual 793 type fruit is constantly disappearing. I feel my strength is decreasing rapidly. How is this possible? Aditya's face turned pale. There was a deep look of fear in his eyes. What happened? My mental strength is constantly weakening. My strength is declining rapidly. This is simply terrible. How is this possible? Do you know why this happens? Because your strength is too weak. Too weak to resist my attack. You do whatever I want you to do. If I want you to die, you must die. How does this feel? Does it feel good? Air looked at Adia lying on the ground and couldn't help bursting into crazy laughter. There was a cruel light in his eyes. He looked at Aditya. You are like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of me now. You should lie down on the ground obediently now, kowtow to me, and admit your mistake. I will forgive your sins. Otherwise, I will smash you to pieces. Adia's face was gloomy. His fists were clenched, his heart filled with resentment, and his eyes filled with murderous intent. He never thought that he would be bullied to this extent one day. There was a trace of resentment in Adia's eyes. No matter what you say, no matter what fruit power you have, I will make you pay the price, Air. I want you to pay for what you did today. I want all of you dead. A series of terrifying ripples erupted around Adia's body. Adia's body was like a cannonball, blasting hard towards Air in an instant. This moment, Adia's power seemed to turn into endless power, and her body passed through countless obstacles in an instant. Boom! Adia's fists hit Air hard. Two incomparable forces collided in an instant, making a deafening roar. Aditya's body was knocked back again, and her body hit the ground hard. There was a look of horror on his face. Damn it! How could this happen? My power was actually absorbed by you. Aditya had an expression of disbelief on her face. His mental power was actually absorbed by the opponent. How is this possible? I am the owner of the spiritual fruit. How could I lose to this loser? Why are you still standing there? Get rid of this trash quickly. Haimuya on the side looked at Aditya with a look of urgency on his face. HMPH, you loser, how dare you insult me? I'll beat you to a pulp today. Let you know how terrifying my real power is. There was a ferocious light shining in Aditya's eyes. A stream of extremely sharp air burst out from his eyes. His body trembled slightly, and strange runes emerged one after another on his body. Buzz. Wow. Aditya's figure was like a phantom, coming to Air's side in an instant, punching Air's body one punch after another. His figure was like a cannonball, creating grooves on the ground. My power. My power is missing. Aditya's face was extremely pale, and her face was full of fear. He felt that his spiritual power was constantly passing away. His power actually began to disappear. His strength began to slowly weaken. You can actually swallow my power. How can this be? Aditya's eyes widened with disbelief. Hahata. You have today too. Hahata. Air laughed like crazy. Now that your power has been swallowed up by me, you are completely defeated by me. Today you must kneel at my feet, kowtow to me and apologize. Otherwise, today would be your death anniversary. I will send you to death myself. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Air's mouth. Aditya's eyes almost didn't bulge. You bastard, I will definitely kill you. How dare your power erode my power? I want you to die, I want you to die. I want your life to be worse than death. Aditya looked at Air with an even crueler expression on his face. Air, today is the day you die. Aditya's body trembled suddenly, and a gleam of fear appeared in her eyes. He never thought that he would be defeated by Air. Your own strength will be swallowed up by the other party. Your power has been swallowed up by me. Today you will die. I will definitely send you to hell. Aditya's fists kept swinging. But his power was being swallowed up bit by Air. Aditya looked up to the sky and roared. His body rolled on the ground. I will never let you go. I will make you pay a heavy price. Aditya's body kept rolling on the ground. His body fell heavily to the ground, and there was no power around him to support him. His body has been completely paralyzed. Chapter 150. Aditya's eyes were filled with extremely strong hatred and murderous intent. He never thought that he would lose to this guy. This trash can actually swallow up his own power. What's wrong? Why does he have such tyrannical power in his body? This power completely beyond his imagination. This power is so terrifying that it will completely swallow up his strength. You loser. He actually swallowed up my power. I must kill you. Aditya's eyes are blood red. His eyes were filled with strong murderous intent, and he stood up from the ground, his face extremely ferocious. Go to hell. There was an extremely cold look on Aditya's face. The power in him was running wildly. Boom! There was a trace of terrifying aura shining on Aditya's body, and there was an extremely terrifying power condensing crazily on his body. Go to hell. In Aditya's body, an extremely powerful momentum burst out from his body. Aditya's body has become bigger and bigger, becoming more and more gigantic. His body is filled with terrifying thunder. He was like a thunder dragon, rushing towards Air crazily. I will let you know the gap between us. There was a ferocious look on Aditya's face. His eyes were full of murderous intent. A terrifying arc of electricity erupted from his body, and his body instantly arrived in front of Air and kicked Air hard with his right foot. A look of disdain appeared on Air's originally handsome face. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. Aditya's body suddenly froze. An extremely violent force swept out from his body. A giant Uzumaki appears behind him. That huge Uzumaki conveys a terrifying attraction. Whoosh whoosh. Several tiny ice needles appeared in the air and stabbed into Aditya's back. Bang! Aditya's body fell from the air, with a look of reluctance and resentment on his face. His eyes were fixed on air. His heart was full of unwillingness, and he simply couldn't understand why his strength was swallowed up by this waste. Impossible, how could this piece of trash possess such terrifying power? No, I absolutely don't believe this is true. This is absolutely not true. His eyes were full of unwillingness. He couldn't believe that he would lose to trash like air. He must take revenge on air. Aditya, all your power has been swallowed up by me. Now you have no room to fight. Just admit defeat. You have been defeated in my hands. Your power has been completely controlled by me. I advise you to admit defeat, obey me obediently, and don't resist. Otherwise, I will let you taste what despair and pain feel like. There was a mocking look in Air's eyes. He is approaching Aditya step by step. Aditya. No matter what, you are just a defeated general after all. No matter what, you can't deal with me. You have to remember this is my territory. I am the master of this area. You must obey my orders. Otherwise, I will make your death very embarrassing. Air's face showed a ferocious look, and he walked towards Aditya step by step. A ferocious look appeared on Aditya's face. I will never obey your orders. Even if you kill me, you won't get any benefit. I won't just kill you. I will also silence all your relatives and friends. When the time comes, you will be wandering alone in the sea and finally die in the sea. You won't even be able to find the bones by then. Hadahohata. A ferocious smile appeared on Aditya's face. His eyes were fixed on Air, and his face was filled with a look of intense resentment. You don't deserve to live in this world. I will make you pay dearly. You will be the first person to die in the sea. You will pay the price for your actions. Aditya's eyes are fixed on Air. Aditya's body exudes waves of extremely powerful aura. Hehehehe, let's try it then. Zero, please give me flowers. Don't forget, this is my territory. A ferocious smile appeared on Aditya's face. A series of terrifying dark forces emitted from his body, forming terrifying fluctuations. Your power has been swallowed up by me. You are no match for me. Only you. Air's eyes were full of sarcasm. A layer of light blue light emitted from his body. His body exuded bursts of terrifying power. His power is growing rapidly. Do you think you can defeat me by devouring my power? You are simply wishful thinking. Just wait to be the first person to die in the sea. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Aditya's mouth. The mocking look in his eyes was even worse. You're wrong. You can't stop me at all. Even if you swallow my power, what's the use? There's no way you can beat me. Aditya's voice was filled with endless pride. Even if you die, I will take you to be buried with you. I will wait for you in hell. The corners of Aditya's mouth raised slightly, revealing a weird smile. A ferocious smile appeared on his face, and a terrifying attraction burst out from his body. Under his control, the ice needles stabbed towards Eddie Ying's body again. Call out. Those ice needles shot towards Aditya's body quickly. Bang, bang, bang. There were terrible noises, and those ice needles shot through Aditya's body one after another. F. Aditya's mouth Chunin couldn't help but let out a scream, with a look of fear on his face. Those ice needles contained terrible destructive power. Aditya's body was shaking violently. Your power has been swallowed up by me. What can you use to fight against me? Do you still dare to be arrogant to me? Do you still dare to be so arrogant? Air showed a fierce anger. I'll send you on your way today. I'll let you know clearly. Air stretched out his hands and grabbed at the void. A series of pitch-black cracks kept emerging. Chapter 151. Aditya's body was slammed into the seawater, and her body kept struggling above the water. Aza! A shrill roar came from his mouth. His body was shaking violently. Aditya felt as if her head was going to explode. There was pain on his scalp. Plop! Aditya suddenly raised his head and saw in front of him an endless abyss. He saw that his arm was slowly turning into flesh. How so? My body, how did my body become like this? Aditya's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. How could his body become like this? Damn it, I'm not willing to give in. I'm not willing to give in. I will never let you go. I will definitely find you, kill you 880, and then cut you into pieces. Aditya let out a hysterical roar, and his heart was filled with a trace of resentment. All this is because of the person in front of me. If he hadn't swallowed up my power, how could I have ended up in this situation? Edia's eyes are filled with endless resentment. Sorry, we will see each other soon. You wait for me, I will kill you right away. When the time comes, you will kneel at my feet. I'm going to trample you under my feet. Air's eyes are filled with endless madness. A stream of extremely bright thunder and lightning light emerged from his body. The power of thunder and lightning instantly turned into giant dragons, tumbling in midair. Aditya was suddenly frightened and broke into a cold sweat. How come? How could this damn Air have such strong abilities? How could he have such powerful power? No, absolutely impossible. I am born with fruit abilities, and my body contains terrifying power. I don't deserve to be defeated by anyone. I absolutely cannot lose to this trash. I absolutely cannot be defeated. He must defeat me. You must defeat me. Idia let out bursts of roars. His eyes were filled with extremely strong resentment, and his body exuded endless black light. Waves of terrifying thunder power continuously surged out of his body. The terrifying power of thunder kept washing over his body. His skin, his blood, and his tendons were all torn apart. His body completely collapsed at this moment. Countless terrifying blood mists are constantly filling the air. Adia's body fell heavily to the ground, leaving a big hole on the ground. How can this be? How so? I'm actually going to die here. Adia let out hysterical wails. His face was full of panic. I can't be defeated by you like this. I still have the last trump card. Adia let out a series of shrill roars. He waved his palm suddenly, and a huge fruit ability flew out from his chest. The fruit's ability exudes endless brilliance. Boom! Endless thunder continues to condense out. No. I want to resist. I will never lose. Adia let out hysterical roars. Cracked. There are more and more lines on that fruit's ability, exuding endless mysterious power. It is an extremely mysterious atmosphere, a mysterious power of rules. This breath of rules constantly impacts Air's soul. What the hell is this? This power of rules is so familiar. Where have I heard of this fruit power? But I really can't remember. No, this power is too powerful. I must suppress his ability. This power does not belong to you. Whether you want to admit it or not, there is no way you can continue to hold on. Because your body has been destroyed. There is no way you can handle your abilities anymore. If you persist in your stubbornness, I will completely destroy you. Not even gods can save you then. Air's voice kept echoing at this time. Aditya couldn't help but have a doubt in her heart. What did he mean? Why did he say this suddenly? Is there something wrong with my body? How could something go wrong with my body? Do you think that with a mere Air, you can't hurt me? This is simply wishful thinking. Do you think I will be killed by you so easily? I'm telling you, as long as I'm alive, disaster will come to all of you. You all will pay the price. Ha 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 ha. I will never die. Even if it means death, I will drag all of you to death together. Let you all be buried with him. Adia looked up to the sky and screamed, releasing endless majesty and terrifying aura from his body. What's happening here? Why is Adia's body different? Could it be that the power he showed just now was all fake? He's lying to us. Hateful. Adia, you despicable person. When those Marines saw Adia, they were able to burst out with such terrifying power. They were immediately furious. Rat. This word seems a bit inappropriate when used on me, doesn't it? Adia had a cold smile on her face. Aditya, please don't forget our agreement. Will you win this time, or will we win? A pirate wearing a blue robe and a crown stood there, and said in a deep voice. Snort. Don't you already know the outcome? Do I still need to discuss it with you? Our bet is that, if we win, you must give us enough compensation of 1.4 gold. And if I lose, my life will belong to you. But now that you have failed, your lives are mine. Hear the words. Air's face was filled with disdain. How dare a dying man threaten Marine? Are you an idiot? We all lost completely. Our lives no longer belong to us. Who do you think our lives will belong to? Aditya sneered and said, Don't forget, this is a gambling fight. We all lost completely. We have nothing left to use as bargaining chips. Do you think we will still leave our destiny in your hands? You are too fanciful. You idiot. No one in this world can threaten us. Chapter 152. Adia sneered again and again, his face full of strong mockery. So what? You are nothing but an ant. Ants are just ants after all, they can never compete with a goshawk. Your body will be mine sooner or later. Your body contains extremely pure abilities that will be used by me. A ferocious look flashed on Adia's face. Greed was written all over his face at this moment. The power of the rules is constantly shining and vibrating. Under the impact of the power of the rules, Adia felt that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. His eyes narrowed slightly. Adia, I have to admire your courage. Not only do I admire your courage, but I also admire your wisdom. But in the face of absolute power, any of your strategies will be in vain. You'd better be obedient and surrender, don't waste time. Otherwise, I will kill you completely myself. Air said disdainfully. In Adia's body, 5 continuously shoots out countless rules of power. The power of every rule contains extremely terrifying power. The power of these rules is rushing towards those marines crazily. Those marine bodies kept exploding. Their bodies exploded instantly and turned into clouds of blood mist. The bright red blood bloomed in the void, forming an extremely spectacular picture. They were like a bunch of garbage, crushed to pieces by the power of the rules. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Adia's mouth. How dare these marines block my own path? This is asking for death. Air is also urging his body, constantly absorbing the power of those rules. If he didn't resist, Marine would be killed after speaking. Do you really think I don't know that those Marines' real target is you? If I guess correctly, you want to complete your transformation through a war. You want to make your body purer. Your body has been demonized, and you can't control your abilities at all. Air said every word, staring at Adia closely. There was depth in his eyes, so deep that they seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Nothing you do can escape my surveillance, including your abilities. Everything about you includes your mental thoughts. I know it all. I can predict it. I know you are very anxious right now, but there is nothing you can do. Because apart from me, no one else in this world can open the door to the 5th floor. A sinister smile appeared on Air's face. He is like a high-altitude king, looking down at the ants at his feet. You're right, you do have the thing that I'm most afraid of. But so what? I can still control your life and death. Don't you always think you have invincible power? In that case, I will let you know how powerful I am. Adia smiled coldly, and a strong aura suddenly erupted from his body. The power of rules poured into his body crazily, constantly tempering his body. In his body, it seemed as if there was a giant dragon roaring. The giant dragon kept roaring, making bursts of earth-shattering roars. This sound resounded throughout the island, causing the entire island to tremble violently. The scene looked extremely horrifying. Even Marine was oppressed by this terrifying aura. BB. Admiral. Admiral's ability has awakened. Adia's abilities kept changing, and Marine was breathless with waves of overwhelming force. I had expected you to use this move, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. A smile appeared on Adia's lips. It is a smile that is determined to win, full of endless haki. A huge figure appeared behind him. That's a warrior wearing golden armor. This warrior exudes a terrifying majesty, and his eyes are as sharp as a blade. A series of extremely sharp sword lights continuously flying towards the surroundings. 013604, 105, Felu 230, 1,380, 1,291. Every blade has the power to destroy the world. The houses, mountains, and trees collapsed one after another and turned into debris all over the sky. That terrifying attack even destroyed all the warships one after another. This is my real power, this is my strength. Adia looked up to the sky and screamed. Endless power emerged from his body, and this power was constantly impacting his body. My ability is hard for even you to resist. I am Adia, the king of pirates, an invincible existence. Air, you can't be my match. Not even if you are one of the 5 emperors. A smile appeared on Adia's face. It was a winning smile. Then I'll show you what invincible power is. Aditya shouted angrily. The next second, His figure just disappeared in place. In an instant, he appeared above the attacks. He was like an invincible god, blasting away the incoming attacks without leaving any trace. Diaz's figure kept moving in this area like a ghost. 740. The mountains he passed were all razed to the ground. He's so fast that Ultimate can't catch him. What's going on, Aditya? He's so fast. That's the ability to tear apart space. Many Marines looked at the figures, their faces full of shock. His speed was so fast that we couldn't see his movement trajectory clearly. How on earth did he avoid it? The faces of the Marines were all filled with shock. Didn't you see it? That's his ability. I've seen it before. That is the ability of our Marines. Among our Marines, only Emperor Air has the ability. He actually possesses the ability of one of the 5 emperors. The Marines' eyes widened. What is the concept of 5 emperors? That is an existence that is invincible in the world. What are their abilities? This is equivalent to a legendary level ability. You only need to have this ability to become the overlord of a party. But Aditya has this ability, how terrifying he will be. What does he want to do? What secret is hidden in him? The faces of a group of Marines were suddenly filled with shock. Chapter 153. The faces of a group of Marines were suddenly filled with shock. This guy is simply too powerful. How much ability does he still have? This guy is an absolute monster. The Marines were all shocked. Haha, Aditya, you guy. I finally found your weakness and flaw. A cold smile appeared on Aditya's face. His body kept moving in the void, and his fists kept waving. One after another fists fell on those attacks, killing them one after another. Booms, booms, boom. Huge explosions resounded across the sky and the earth, and those attacks collapsed one after another, turning into light spots all over the sky and disappearing without a trace. Moreover, Aditya's attacks continued, and each collision produced more violent noises. The sound spread all around, making countless people feel the deafening sound. This is a terrifying and ultimate battle. 2 powerful men collided in the void. The collisions become more severe each time. Every collision between the 2 powerful men will cause a violent storm. The sea water was drawn into the void one after another, turning into rolling seawater and spreading towards the surroundings. In such a battle, even the sea can't help but tremble. These are 2 existences that transcend the limits. Both of them are at the top of their game. This is a peak-level collision. Air has an absolute advantage in such a collision. His power completely crushes Aditya. This is the terrifying strength of the 5 Marine Emperors. One punch shattered the void and completely annihilated everything around him. This is my strength. Aditya's face showed an extremely arrogant look. Your strength can't match mine at all. No matter how strong you are, it won't help. I am the king of Marine, the invincible existence among Marines. You will never defeat me. Aditya's tone was full of confidence. Really? Air snorted coldly, then it depends on how strong you are. A black flame burst out from his body, with such terrifying power. The black flame instantly turned into a pitch-black sickle, slashing hard at Aditya's body. Is this your last resort? Aditya's tone was full of teasing. I don't think you have any ability to threaten me. No ability in this world is invincible. Aditya's heart is filled with endless confidence. Boom, boom, boom. Next moment, the black scythe slashed hard at Aditya's body. Cracked. Black flames burned from the scythe, instantly devouring Aditya's body. Is this your last ability? If this is your ability, then you underestimate my power. The clothes on Aditya's body burned into ashes, and the wounds on her body healed quickly. Your strength is still far behind. There's no way to stop me. Aditya's eyes became extremely cold. His body shone with a bright silver-white light, which was the power of Marine. He took one step and appeared in front of Air. Death claws. Arudy. His right arm suddenly grabbed Air's neck. It should end when it ends. I'm going to chop your head off. You must pay for your stupid behavior. You can't defeat me. There was a sneer on the corner of Aditya's mouth, which made Air's face look solemn. This is my strongest punch. I will definitely blow your head off. I must blow your head off. Let you know who is the real king of Marine. Aditya's voice was extremely cold, carrying a power that could destroy the world. With this punch, he used his most powerful force to blow Air's head apart. At this moment, the violent marine element in his body surged crazily. This punch seems to be able to destroy the entire world. It can even be said to destroy everything. Under such terrifying power, Air's body could not help but tremble slightly. But he still held the huge spear in his hand tightly and stabbed Adia in the head suddenly. Clang, 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 clang. 3 sounds of gold and iron clashing suddenly resounded. In the moment when these 3 heads flew into the air, Adia's body rushed away again. This time, the attack power became even more terrifying. That terrifying force completely tore apart the surrounding space, forming a huge hole. During that attack, Adia and Air retreated at the same time. The ground they stepped on cracked. Too horrible. Marine was watching the fierce battle from a distance, with deep fear in his eyes. In that collision, their hearts suffered huge trauma. A tyrannical power erupted from Adia's fist. Air's spear, on the other hand, carries the power of destroying heaven and earth. The attacks of the 2 people fought against each other, and terrifying boundless ripples swept across. The ground that was hit by the aftermath of this energy immediately collapsed. Shocking cracks appeared on the earth. Chinese letter 2CB bang bang bang. Under such violent energy, Adia's body continued to fly backwards, and his legs sank deeply into the earth. Boom! His body fell into a mountain, completely destroying the mountain. Beside him was a mess, and huge cracks appeared on the mountain. My power can't stop him. Adia's face was extremely ugly. Is this your power? Good. Air's face also became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that his Zhao Hao own power could not shake the opponent. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson well. In that case, I'll give you a ride. Absorb the pirate's heart for me. The corner of Adia's mouth raised slightly, and the next moment he reached into his chest with his right hand and took out a pirate's heart on his chest. He placed the pirate's heart on his chest, and a dazzling light suddenly bloomed. This is an extremely bright star. It exudes dazzling light, just like the eternal stars, full of mysterious experience. This pirate's heart floated into Adia's chest. This is my pirate heart. It can greatly improve my strength. Today, I will use you to test my new abilities. Endless dark power burst out from Adia's body, and the dark power quickly gathered into a black paw print. Chapter 154. Adia's figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Air. The black claw marks struck towards Air like lightning. Pirate's claw. When Air saw the black claw marks coming, he waved the spear in his hand without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. A series of violent explosions came out. The weapons in their hands collided with each other. That terrifying power keeps spreading. Adia and Air were each knocked out. IZ. Adia opened her mouth and spit out blood. The terrifying attack power caused severe pain all over his body. Very scary. What kind of freak is he? This kind of power has surpassed the level of the 5 emperors and reached a level above the 5 emperors. Has he already broken through and become the strongest? No, I cannot. He will never be able to successfully break through the fruit power. There was a hint of coldness in Adia's eyes, and an aura of destruction erupted from his body. This aura surrounds the surroundings. Adia actually hides such terrifying strength. Now we're in big trouble. Air's face also darkened slightly. He felt the terrifying aura on Adia's body, which was several times stronger than before. Adia's eyes were on Air. I admit that you are powerful enough to compete with me. But your opponent is not you. I am Marine's strongest Esper, and you are just lucky. You can never catch up with me. A burst of rage erupted from Adia. His body rushed towards Air again, and a powerful light erupted from his fist. That terrifying power instantly completely destroyed the void, and unparalleled shock waves spread in all directions. Absorb the pirate's heart for me. I want to become Marine's strongest hero. At that moment, the pirate's heart in Adia's body burst out with a dazzling light. Bright crystal balls floated out, exuding strong brilliance. These crystal balls float into the void, emitting powerful auras. These crystal balls are like light points. They rotate around Adia and then merge into Adia's body. An extremely powerful aura emerged from his body. An extremely powerful aura burst out from his body, making those around him feel extremely suffocated. This is... Adia is finally going to take action. This guy actually hides his strength. Let's get away quickly, otherwise we will definitely be affected by Chiyu. The faces of many Marines around were extremely horrified, and they retreated towards the surroundings one by one. At that moment, Adia's whole temperament also became extremely terrifying. His body suddenly grew taller and turned into a behemoth that was hundreds of meters tall. Adia's huge body exudes a terrifying aura, which envelopes the surroundings, making people feel frightened. Die to me! Shinigami Scythe. As Adia roared, he slapped his palm fiercely, and a huge black scythe struck towards air. This attack caused the surrounding space to collapse directly, forming an endless black hole. That black hole contains the ultimate terrifying power, which is enough to swallow a pirate king instantly. Looking at the Shinigami sickle that was blasting towards him, Air's eyebrows showed a solemn look. What a terrible move. The ability to drink the fruit in his body surged crazily. The spear in his hand shook violently, and terrifying thunder and lightning twined out. Boom! The two collided hard. A series of terrifying ripples spread out. The aura of these two people has reached a peak level. Spear of Shinigami. Adia and Air both displayed their abilities. Boom! The battle between the two produces a terrible explosion. Their bodies were shaken and retreated. Die! Deathstorm! The two of them blasted towards each other again. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,380, 1,581. These two people are both madmen. They don't care about their injuries at all, and they all use extremely powerful attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides were constantly fighting. The battle between the two produced terrible energy fluctuations, and both of them were shaken and flew away. Ha. Aditya looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. You do possess extraordinary strength. But you are still too far behind me after all. I will definitely win this battle. There was a ferocious smile on Adia's face, and that ferocious smile looked extremely terrifying. His whole body burst out with even more terrifying power, and his pupils burst into scarlet light. Air's body was ejected again, and his expression was extremely ugly. Adia's powerful attack has completely suppressed Air. Shinigami. Adia charges towards Air again. Huge black wings appeared behind him, and he looked like a demon in the night. It's time to end this fight. It's time to end this. More tyrannical power erupted from Adia's body, and his arms turned into pitch-black claws to grab at Air. The power of Shinigami. But you still can't beat me. Shinigami's power Necronomicon Blade. Air's body bloomed with dazzling golden light. Adia's hands touched his fingers. The next moment, his body was shaking violently, and a look of intense pain appeared on his face. Damn it! How can it be? Adia roared with great rage. This is... The corner of Air's mouth curled up with an extremely cold arc. Is this what you call the power of Shinigami? Nothing more than that. Wanna kill me? Then just dream. Go to hell. His huge wings flapped fiercely, turning into a terrible hurricane and sweeping towards Adia. Adia's body was slapped away. The hurricane caused by the flapping wings swept over and directly submerged Adia. Impossible. I am Shinigami, the representative of death. How could I lose to you? Adia's body hit the ground hard, and the trees were smashed into powder. Adia looked at Air with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, and said with a ferocious expression, Adia, you are indeed a very powerful pirate. You are worthy of being the second best in the pirate world, but you are still destined to lose. Air's face was filled with pride. A cold light burst out from his eyes. You are the most terrifying opponent I have ever seen. Even the 5 emperors cannot compare to you. Chapter 155. You are indeed a respectable opponent, and your fruit ability is indeed very powerful. If you are willing to take refuge in me, I will definitely let you get endless wealth. Of course, if you reject me, then don't blame me for cutting off your head. A smile appeared on Air's face. Aditya's eyes narrowed upon hearing these words. You are indeed very powerful, but you are not qualified to give orders. You want me to surrender to Dream. Aditya looked at Air indifferently and said every word. Are you sure you don't want to think about it, Tilda? You are the most promising young pirate I have ever seen. If you follow me, you will become the pirate king in the future. Air looked at Idea with a serious expression. Snort. Who is the pirate king? I want to become the world's overlord. Get out of my way too, or you must die today. Upon hearing these words, Adias snorted disdainfully, exuding a fierce and unrivaled aura. If this is the case, then we have to fight to the death. I hope you can block my attack. Air had a cold smile on his face, and a cold light shone in his pupils. Shinigami sighed dark scythe. Kill me. Air was holding a Shinigami scythe, and his entire body seemed to be shrouded in a dark haze. The black haze shrouded towards Adia. This haze is extremely powerful, and once it envelopes Adia, it will fall into an irreversible situation. Scythe of Darkness. Aditya's eyes narrowed slightly. I wonder if it is as powerful as the rumors. Break it for me. He jumped up and waved the silver-white dagger in his hand. DRU. The silver-white dagger cut through the void and collided with the black haze. Bang! The black haze was split instantly. The power of darkness disappears. Adia's figure fell from midair. His body fell hard to the ground, spraying out a cloud of dust and smoke. How can it be? You were able to break the Shinigami scythe. Adia got up from the ground, staring at Air with a look of horror on his face. In this world, I am the only one who can break the seal of Shinigami's sickle. You are still far behind. Shinigami scythe Death Blade. Air looked at Aditya coldly. The next second, he jumped up and spread his wings, slashing hard at Aditya. Those huge black scythes seemed to be able to tear apart the void, carrying a destructive force and slashing hard at Aditya. A look of panic appeared on Adia's face. Get out of here. An angry shout came out of his mouth. Then those black bats poured out of his chest. Their eyes glowed with green flames, and the bats rushed forward crazily. Boom! Adia's body slammed into the soil. Erda. He spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a hint of horror in those pupils. You actually put those. Adia, you are no longer my opponent now. If I give you a chance to surrender, I can still survive. Air looked at Adia and said with an indifferent expression. Dream. Adia's expression turned ferocious. Adia, don't resist fearlessly. Air said calmly, you are already injured, you can't stop me at all, just obey me obediently. Do you really think you can beat me? Let me tell you, I am not afraid even if the 5 emperors come in person. Who are you to dare to provoke me? Adia's expression was extremely ugly. Ha 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 ha. In this case, I will kill you here. Air said with a laugh. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,390, 1,131. Air, you overestimate your own strength and self-confidence. You are not worthy of being the Pirate King. I will use your body to commemorate my fame. A murderous intent burst out from Adia's body. His body turned into a black shadow and appeared in front of Air, and the dagger stabbed Air fiercely. Air's body suddenly jumped away. The 2 dark scythes waved again. Bang bang. Adia continued to retreat and fell heavily to the ground. Those eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. How is that possible? How can you beat me? Obviously, we both have the strength of the 5 emperors. How come you have such strong fighting power? Aditya said in disbelief. There's nothing strange about that. Because you are too weak, that's why you lost to me. I admit that you are a genius with talents beyond ordinary people. But you don't know that there is a saying in this world that there is a world outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. Aditya took a deep breath. Although you can defeat me, it does not mean that you can win. My strength is more than that. Yeah. Then give it a try. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Air's mouth, and he suddenly rushed out. Boom! His fists carried violent thunder and lightning power, and struck hard towards Adia. This moment, the entire earth was shaking violently, and the violent force spread out like a flood, swallowing up everything around it. Air's punch contains extremely terrifying power. The 2 people's fists collided, and Adia's body retreated continuously. You are still too weak. No matter how hard you try, you are still no match for me. I will break your body with 1 punch. Take away your life and let you sleep forever. Adia's lips were pursed tightly, and there was a cold look in her eyes. Yes, but so what? I can still kill you. I will completely take away your life. I will turn you into a soulless walking zombie. Air's eyes were fixed on Adia. His eyes filled with the power of death made Adia feel terrified. He felt that this guy was like an extremely dangerous machine. Once it touches the other party, it will inevitably lead to death. Adia's body swept towards Air and rushed towards Air again. His speed is so fast that Ultimate is as fast as lightning. But Air's speed was also extremely fast, and he intercepted Adia almost in the blink of an eye. Adia, you are destined to be unable to escape the fate of death today. Kneel down. Air's body swayed, and the black sickle in his hand suddenly slashed forward. An unimaginably huge force burst out, and the pitch-black sickle slashed fiercely. The splitting void energy slashed towards Adia's body. Chapter 156. Damn bastard. How dare you fight me head-on? You're looking for death. Adia's body suddenly stopped, and a terrifying force burst out instantly. Buzz. A force so powerful that it exploded, destroying all the surrounding trees. Cracked. Aditya and Air's bodies continued to collide. Their fists and scythes blocked each other. The power between them is simply terrifying to the extreme. Circles of terrifying ripples continued to spread, spreading in all directions, causing the air to become violently distorted. The big tree nearby was torn apart by the bombing. Adia and Air are still standing, and their attacks on each other have not weakened at all, as if nothing can suppress them. Adia, you are still too weak, and you are no match for me. 657, Air's eyes stared at Adia. Your strength is too weak. I only need to crush you easily to defeat you easily. No, you're wrong, I am not weak. I have a powerful talent. I have potential beyond what most people imagine. I will defeat you with one punch. Adia's arms shook, and the dark sickle waved again. The legs of the two people collided fiercely again. Catcha. Air explosion. Huge cracks spread in all directions. Tiny cracks appeared one after another, spreading all around like spider webs. Air's steps continued to retreat backwards, with a look of pain on his face. His arms were numb. This blow actually almost seriously injured him. How about it? Let's keep fighting. I don't know, I can't hold on for long. Adia shouted lowly. Hee. Air snorted coldly. Although your power is very strong, your defense is too weak to confront me head-on. Now your only option is to run away. The corners of Air's mouth curved into an extremely cold arc, and his body suddenly rushed towards Adia. Bang! The two figures collided violently, and a strong wave of energy suddenly aroused, spreading crazily towards the surroundings and destroying everything around them. Adia's body kept retreating, and there were dense cracks on the skin on his body, and his body couldn't help but shake. It was obvious that he was seriously injured by this blow. His body continued to fly backwards, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth and fell to the ground. A trace of bright red blood flowed from the corner of Adia's mouth. His pupils constricted. There was an incredible look on his face. He never expected that his power would be so powerful, and that he could push Air to such an extent. This guy's strength is so terrifying that he can't compete at this stage. It seems I am destined to lose this battle. B. Adia frowned slightly. There is a kind of unwillingness in his heart. Unwilling to be suppressed by Air all his life. This is simply the most unbearable thing for him. No, absolutely impossible. We must not lose to this guy. Even if I have to fight to get backlash, I will win. A crazy look appeared in Adia's eyes, and an incredibly huge aura suddenly swept out and enveloped Air in an instant. Dal! Adia roared up to the sky, and an unparalleled force rushed into his head, causing a ferocious look to appear in his eyes. Die, AI. Die. Die to me. Adia's eyes were full of murderous intent, and she held the sickle in both hands and stabbed Air in the chest. He is very fast. After images continued to cut through the void, and appeared next to Air in an instant. Boom! Air's pupils tightened, and a powerful force burst out from his fists. Boom! The bodies of the two people collided hard together again, and an earth-shattering sound broke out. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Adia's mouth, and the look in his eyes quickly dimmed. His body continued to retreat backwards, with a pale look on his face and bright red blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. His eyes were full of shock. He never expected that the gap between himself and Air would be so big. He is no match for him at all. Why does Air suddenly have such powerful power? Air, it is undeniable that you are very powerful, but you are still no match for me. You are indeed powerful, but you still cannot be my opponent. Adia gritted his teeth and kept charging towards Air. He is not willing to give in. He really wasn't willing to be ended by Air like this. Der. Adia's body kept shuttling, able to dodge Air's attacks every time and completely neutralize Air's attacks. Although Adia's attack is not as good as Air, he has the power accumulated over hundreds of years, which is much stronger than Air. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures collided together again. Adia spit out blood from her mouth, and her face was filled with a look of anger. How is it possible? How is it possible? How could I lose to a bastard? Adia clenched his fists with both hands, and an incredible amount of power began to erupt from his body and rush toward Air. Try to defeat Air completely. The power of Adia and Air is both very huge, and the two people constantly collide with each other, making earth-shattering sounds. Waves of terrifying power continued to explode towards the surroundings. The two figures keep colliding. No matter who wins, the other person will suffer huge damage. Waves of tyrannical energy continuously erupted from the 2.5 bodies of the two people. The entire sky became dark. Adia couldn't bear the huge force, and her body kept flying backwards. He spat out a large mouthful of blood again, and the expression on his face became more and more distorted. This huge force was too much for him to bear. How so? How could I lose to a bastard? This is absolutely impossible. Aditya gritted her teeth and retreated quickly. Aditya, I advise you not to struggle. Because it's useless. A sneer appeared on Adia's face. You are exhausted now, and you still want to kill me. Dream. The power in Adia's body quickly poured into the sickle, making it extremely sharp. Chapter 157. There was a gloomy smile on Adia's face, and the aura on her body continued to rise. Buzz buzz. A powerful force burst out from Adia's body. Boom. Waves of huge power kept washing over his body, causing his body to tremble continuously. These energies were so powerful that his body continued to expand and grow, as if it might explode at any time. What's this? How can it be? How could he be so powerful? Adia looked at Air with wide eyes and disbelief. The corners of Air's mouth raised slightly. Don't you want to kill me? Now that you are not strong enough to kill me, you can only become my sacrifice. After saying that, a trace of ferocity flashed across Air's face. Boom! His body immediately burst out with a strong light, and his body instantly transformed into a sharp spear. Call out. The spear carries endless power and attacks Adia in an instant. Not good. Damn it. What is this? 5. How is this possible? Feeling the terrifying power erupting from Air's body, Adia couldn't help but have a look of horror on her face. His body suddenly shot backwards, trying to avoid it. But Air's attack strength is too powerful. There was no way he could escape. Bang! Adia's body hit the ground hard, splashing dust all over the sky. Huge cracks appeared one after another, and the entire ground was dug into deep holes by Adia's body. Aditya, I said that you will never defeat me in this life. Remember this sentence more firmly. Air walked towards Aditya step by step. Air? Adia looked at Air, who was approaching her, with boundless fear on his face. His legs were shaking constantly, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Boom! Adia's body was directly stepped into the soil by Air. Blood sprayed out continuously, and the whole person screamed in pain and twitched violently. Air had a cruel smile on his face. I said I was the strongest. No matter how strong you are, what can you do? You are still not a waste. Weren't your previous achievements brilliant? But today, you still have no choice but to kneel down and surrender to me. I am the strongest. An icy cold light burst out from Air's eyes. His face was filled with a look of madness, and waves of incredibly powerful power continued to erupt. No, this is impossible. Air. It's not true, it's definitely not true. Adia shook his head crazily and kept roaring. His whole face was distorted. Obviously, he had suffered great trauma. His face was full of horror and trepidation. This is not true. Impossible. This is impossible. Adia roared crazily and kept attacking Air in the distance, trying to resist it. But he is no match for Air now. Although his strength is very strong, he cannot compete with Air. Adia's body exudes waves of unrivaled power, but his power is still unable to resist Air's power. No, I can't die. I want to live, I want to live. I don't want to die. Adia struggled wildly, trying to break away from Air's power. But his body couldn't control his body at all. His body was completely out of his control. Adia howled miserably. He is not willing to give in. He never expected that he would be defeated so simply and be completely suppressed by Air. How could he be so willing? How could he lose to Air? Adia roared crazily, and his whole body kept rolling and struggling. Adia's body was directly pierced by Air. Blood continuously spurted out from the body, turning the ground red. A noble nobleman was pierced by Air's sword. What a ridiculous scene. This is simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. A noble nobleman, would lose to Air. This is absolutely something unbelievable. Adia's face was full of shock. His eyes were so wide that they almost bulged out. His lips trembled and he wanted to speak, but nothing came out. Adia's head was directly pierced by Air's spear. The corners of Air's mouth raised slightly. You are indeed very powerful, but you can't deal with me. But don't worry, I will extract your soul and refine you. Seal your soul and make you a slave forever. Air laughed crazily, and his laughter spread throughout the sky. His eyes looked into the distance, and there was a touch of greed in his eyes. You despicable human beings, you are just like ants, you can't fight with me at all. Now, you have become my puppets, and only I am worthy of being called king. Your destiny will be in my hands. Air laughed wildly, his eyes looking into the distance, his eyes showing hatred so rich that it was ultimate. Air, you bastard, I curse you to never be the king for 437 lifetimes. I want to curse you that you will never have the opportunity to advance in your life, and you will only be able to stagnate all your life. This is the retribution you deserve. Adia roared like crazy. Hearing Adia's words, a mocking smile suddenly appeared on Air's lips. Adia, now that you are a prisoner, do you think you still have a chance to curse me? You'd better be obedient, otherwise your end will be your end. When Adia heard Air's words, her whole heart suddenly went cold. Kr. You can't do this. Don't treat me like this. The look he looked at Air was full of horror, his heart was full of fear, and his body was trembling constantly. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. I will torture you slowly and make your life worse than death. Don't worry, I will keep you like a pet. You will enjoy the most delicious food and the most wonderful fun in the world. A ferocious look appeared on Air's face. No. Do not touch me. Adia's body was trembling continuously, and her eyes flashed with despair. Chapter 158. He knew what fate he was about to face. He will become Air's plaything. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, but your end will be even sadder. You will live in hell forever, enjoying the pain that is worse than death. Ha, I will treat you like my slave, and I will trample on your dignity. Air laughed maniacally. Adia's heart was filled with despair. His body was trembling continuously, and his face showed a look of pain. I don't want it. Adia let out a shrill scream. His eyes flashed with pain. He felt that his spiritual world was in darkness. He even felt an invisible bondage, restraining his body. He didn't even have the strength to move. His body kept squirming. However, he found that he couldn't even move, and he didn't even have a chance to resist. He was like a bug, an ordinary person, with no room for resistance. Aditya found that her body was becoming numb and stiff little by little. He felt that his bones were shattering inch by inch and turning into powder. He was once the most powerful person in the world. He is the most powerful person in the entire pirate group. He is a being that everyone fears. Such a gap caused huge trauma to his soul and was unbearable. His heart was filled with deep unwillingness. All because of Air. It's all Air's fault. If it weren't for Air, he would definitely be one of the top strong men in the pirate group. Adia's heart was filled with anger. He wanted to break free. He wanted to explode and die, but he could not escape Air's control no matter what. Adia didn't know to what extent he was manipulated by Air, but he felt that his body had become stiff. I can't even control my thoughts. He was like a walking zombie, without any consciousness at all. Adia's heart was filled with panic. Panic and despair filled his heart. He couldn't imagine what kind of end he would end up with. His heart was filled with despair and uneasiness. Even breathing seemed to become difficult. His heart is filled with endless resentment. He wanted to cut Air into pieces. He wanted to cut this demon into pieces with 1,000 cuts. He doesn't want this result. But he couldn't even resist, and could only watch his destiny being controlled by Air. Adia, I want you to taste all the pain in the world. You know what? I really want to see you treated like a pet by me. Haha. You're going to be my favorite toy. I will turn you into my favorite pet. Then you will be like a doll, kneeling at my feet and begging for mercy. You will become my slave and serve me forever. Adia's face was as pale as paper, and he felt that his consciousness was getting blurry. He already felt that his spiritual world was collapsing bit by bit. Do not do this to me. Please don't do this to me. Let me go. I will promise you whatever you want me to do. As long as you let me go, I can do whatever you want. Adia's face was filled with despair, and tears were shining in his eyes. He doesn't want to be treated like this. He doesn't want to be played like a slave. Let you go, haha. Do you think I will let you go? Do you know that you brought all this on yourself? It was you who provoked me, and you actually wanted to kill me. I'll show you what real pain is. Air had an extremely cold smile on his face. His body swayed slightly, then he came to Adia and stretched out his palm, grabbed Adia's hair and pulled it towards his arms. Adia's head hit the floor violently, and the severe pain caused him to let out shrill wails. His face was filled with pain, and he wanted to avoid it, but was unable to do so. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,390,1,501. His head hit the floor hard. Boom! The severe pain caused Adia's face to become distorted, and blood poured out of his forehead, flowing down and staining his cheeks. Adia kept screaming, with an expression of extreme pain on her face. No, don't do this to me, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Let me go, let me go. Adia's mouth kept opening and closing, and her face was full of painful expressions. It's late. The reality is cruel. If you provoke me, I will make your life worse than death. Let you taste all the pain in the world. Air's face was filled with a ferocious expression. He pressed Adia's head firmly. Let her to CB, you loser. You actually want to resist me. Who do you think you are? Why are you quarreling with me? Adia felt that his body had become extremely heavy, and he could not struggle at all. His eyes were full of despair. No. Don't do this to me, it's of no use to me at all. Adia snarled, I am Adia Augustine. You marine people will never let you go. And I have a lot of friends, you will pay for it. If you treat me like this, you will definitely pay for what you have done. Adia roared with all his strength. What do you have to be afraid of? We marine people are the most terrifying. How dare an ant-like guy like you disrespect marine? I will let you know what life is worse than death. I want you to live without dying. Adia's voice was as cold as ultimate, and his eyes revealed cold, murderous intent. His tone was full of infinite chill, and there was a ferocious smile on his face. You are a coward. You are destined to be my slave in this life. Never think of escaping from my grasp for the rest of your life. I will make you my plaything, making your life forever miserable. Do you know? Your identity qualifies you to stand in the world and allows you to look down on all living beings. Trash like you only deserves to be my slave. Air's eyes revealed an extremely sinister look. His body slowly stood up. He looked directly at Adia, his eyes flashing with a cold smile that was cruel and violent. Chapter 159. Do you think you are a noble marine? Do you think you're a marine admiral? You're just a clown. You can only surrender to me forever. You are more than just my slave. Still one of my toys. Air's tone was cold and full of cold, murderous intent, and his eyes were full of coldness when he spoke. Ah! Adia let out a shrill wail. His face was twisted, his body was shaking violently, and there was endless sadness on his face. Don't forget your identity. Stop your wishful thinking. Aditya yelled at the top of her lungs. He struggled desperately and kept waving his arms, trying to escape Air's grasp. But Air's power was too strong, and his struggle was of no use at all. He was still firmly imprisoned by Air. I know what kind of person you are. You are a coward. You are a complete coward. You don't deserve this title. Even more unworthy of having the status of Marine. I'm telling you, you're a clown. Hahata. You should never, 913, think about making a comeback. You will be worse than dead for the rest of your life. Hahata. Adia struggled wildly, his eyes filled with extreme anger. My identity does not need to be judged by you, let alone insulted by you. Go to hell. Adia's lips opened, and a harsh and shrill scream came from his mouth. The sound wave spread out in all directions like a stormy sea, causing the patrol boat to vibrate instantly. Not good. The ship is going to blow up. Quickly put out the fire. The rest of the crew members in the cabin rushed out of the room, roaring loudly. Their faces were filled with expressions of fear. No. Don't explode. The pirates shouted loudly one by one. Regardless of their own safety, they ran frantically in the direction of the yacht. They all want to leave the yacht and escape, and they all want to get a chance to survive. Air's expression suddenly changed. Boom! A series of explosions continued to sound. The huge luxury cruise ship was hit by Adia's sharp sound waves and exploded violently. Brilliant clouds of smoke rose up, and the entire anti-wheel exploded like a cannonball. All the pirates on the cruise ship were killed on the cruise ship. Adia stared in the direction of the cruise ship, with a look of disbelief and horror on her pale and twisted face. His face was filled with unwillingness and resentment. His eyes were fixed on Adia, his teeth bit his lip, and blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. His heart was filled with overwhelming resentment and anger. No. How could you kill my companions? You despicable fellow. I will make you pay the price you deserve. You bastard. I'm going to cut you into pieces and chop you into pieces with 1,000 knives. Adia's eyes widened, filled with deep hatred. His heart is filled with boundless resentment and anger. It's all Air's fault. It was this guy who destroyed his dream. Destroy his dreams. He wants to use this guy's blood to honor his dream. Go to hell. A pitiful scream came out of Adia's mouth, and he was like a crazy beast, attacking Air crazily. Boom, 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 boom. A series of roaring sounds continued to come from Adia's fist. Those fists struck Air fiercely, making Adia's eyes filled with a fierce and cruel light. Damn it. I want you to die. I'm going to kill everyone. Everyone must die. Hahita ifata. Aditya shouted hysterically. His voice was like a demon, making the air around him extremely cold. A sad laugh came from Air's lips. He looked at Adia with a crazy and bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Go to hell, your fate has already been decided. Your fate is doomed to be miserable. Your fate is destined to be cursed, and your life will come to an end. At this moment, I will let you taste the feeling of life being worse than death. You must die. Adia's body was trembling continuously. His pupils shrank. Aditya, get out of here. I'm going to kill you and cut you into pieces. Ha 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 ha. I will make you feel that life is worse than death. Deep resentment emerged in Adia's eyes, and he used both legs to slam into Air. Boom! Aditya slammed into Air's chest. The huge force hit Air hard. Adia's body flew backwards. Adia! Adia let out a shrill scream, and when his body hit the deck, the entire user of the board was smashed through. His legs were also pierced by sharp steel on the deck, and they were dripping with blood. He fell to the ground and was covered in blood. The bright red bloodline dyed his clothes red. His whole body was covered with shocking scars, and blood was constantly flowing down his body. Adia lay on the ground with a face full of despair. His heart was filled with deep regret, but he couldn't undo everything. His body was lying on the ground, trembling. He raised his head, and his eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. He looked at Air's face. There was a ferocious smile on his face, and his face seemed like a demon crawling out of hell, full of endless evil and gloom. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. There was a hint of cruelty and bloodlust on his face. I will slit your throat with the dagger in my hand. Let your soul fall into hell forever and suffer forever, and you will never be reincarnated. A mad roar came from Aditya's mouth. There was deep hatred in his eyes. Aditya wanted to stand up, but his right foot was already useless. He couldn't support his body anymore. His right foot was completely stuck in the ground, and he couldn't move even half a minute. You crazy person! I will break your bones into ashes and leave you dead without a burial place. Aditya roared angrily. A faint, sarcastic smile appeared on Air's face. Don't you like killing people very much? Then I'll give you a ride. Let you see your brother die with your own eyes, and let you taste the pain and torture of despair. Chapter 160. I will torture you with the most cruel methods. Let you try to die. There is nothing more fun or exciting in the world than this. I want you to witness their death with your own eyes, Tilda. Let you experience the feeling of being tortured. I will make you live and die. After Aditya heard Air's words, a trace of panic emerged in his heart. He wanted to struggle to stand up, but his legs were completely sunk into the ground and he couldn't move at all. His body could barely support him, but he couldn't stand up. A look of despair appeared on his face. Looking at Air in the distance, he knew that he had failed completely. Why did it become like this? I cannot be reconciled. I'm not willing to give in. A heart-wrenching cry came from deep in his heart, and a deep feeling of despair emerged in his heart. He was just knocked away by Air's punch, but he did not die. But he has lost his fighting ability. He couldn't move at all to share. This was simply bad news for him. He originally expected that he could knock Air over completely, but the reality slapped him hard on the cheek, making him feel endless humiliation and pain. This sense of shame made him feel extremely humiliated. He thought of his brother, those brothers, and the tragic ending he was about to face. Aditya felt deep despair in her heart. Why are you treating me like this? Why? I don't accept it. Why am I like this? Deep in Aditya's heart, an extremely strong despair emerged. Aza. He let out a hysterical roar. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Aza. He looked up to the sky and roared angrily, his eyes filled with deep reluctance. But he was powerless, he couldn't resist, he couldn't break free. He could only watch Air, approaching him step by step, his eyes filled with deep hatred. His heart is filled with overwhelming hatred. Aditya's heart was beating crazily, his hands were clenched tightly into fists, and the heart full of hatred was beating crazily. I won't let you go. Aditya roared hoarsely. I will make your life worse than death. A wild roar came from his mouth. But your life is mine. I will torture you slowly bit by bit. Hahata. Do you think you can be right with me just by relying on a useless person? Let me tell you, you are dead today. Hahata. I will torture you so hard that your life will be worse than death. Air said with a weird smile. I do not believe. I am the most powerful fruit user. How can you defeat me? A growl came from Aditya's mouth, and he let out a roar. If you don't believe it, you definitely don't believe it. I must win. I can definitely kill you. Aditya let out a hysterical roar. I will kill you. He roared crazily. I won't let you hurt my friends. No matter how painful the price is, I will not allow anyone to bully my friends. You must die. Air's eyes flashed with an icy cold light. I'll let you know what the real strength gap is. I will make you feel the pain of death. You won't die. You will definitely live a life worse than death. I will torture you so hard that your life will be worse than death, and I will let you taste the pain and torture I have endured. Aditya burst out laughing wildly. He looked at Air with a hint of madness on his lips. He knew that today he was desperate, had no way to escape, and had no way to survive. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,401,241. The only thing he can do is to try his best to die with Air. He let out an angry roar, then stretched out his hands to grab his hair and suddenly pulled hard to the side. His hair grew longer instantly. He stretched out his arms and turned them into sharp claws to grab at Air. Air looked at Aditya's crazy and twisted expression, with a ferocious sneer on his face. His right fist suddenly struck Adia. Rumble. Adia's body was directly knocked out, and the body hit the sea hard. Zero, please give me flowers. Countless splashes of water splashed out from the sea. His feet stepped on the seawater, and he ran towards Air crazily. Do you think you are my opponent? You do not deserve. Adia let out a crazy roar. He rushed towards Air crazily, endless power emerging from his body. He launched a fierce attack on Air. Boom, boom, boom. Adia waved his hands crazily, he let out a crazy roar, and he attacked crazily. You are no match for me. I am the king. My strength is far beyond what you can resist. Go to hell. Adia let out a roar. His figure ran forward quickly, and he sprinted towards Air crazily. Adia waved his hands. Endless black flames spread around, and blazing black flames emerged from his palms. That is the black energy that Adia drew from the black magma. That's the black flame in the black magma. Endless black flames condensed in his hands. The black energy condensed into his palms and launched the most ferocious offensive towards Air. He wants to completely destroy Air. Do you think you are really the king? Air looked at Adia, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Even God cannot defeat me, let alone defeat me. Adia burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. He looked at Adia's ferocious face, and a trace of ridicule appeared on his face. He let out a disdainful laugh, raised his right foot, and kicked Adia hard in the abdomen. A huge and unparalleled force burst out. His powerful kick hit Adia, knocking him down and landing hard on the ground. After Adia's body fell, he let out a shrill scream. He held his stomach tightly with both hands, and he groaned in great pain. He lay prone and knelt down, and the pain caused the muscles in his face to twist and veins to pop out on his forehead. Damn bastard, what on earth did you do to me? Adia screamed in pain. Chapter 161. Damn bastard, what on earth did you do to me? Adia screamed in pain. He wanted to stand up but couldn't stand up at all, he could only lie down. He let out an angry roar, and then an angry roar. What exactly did you do to me? Adia let out an angry roar. His eyes were full of malice, and monstrous anger burst out from them. His hands were clenched tightly into fists, and his nails dug deeply into his flesh. Damn it! You devil, I will never forgive you. He let out an angry roar, and his eyes revealed endless killing intent. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, his nails dug deeply into his flesh, and blood flowed out between his fingers and dripped to the ground. His face was extremely pale and full of fear. His 240 was in unbearable pain all over his body, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. He knew he was doomed. I was defeated again. And he still lost miserably. His heart was full of unwillingness, and he didn't understand why he would lose. Why did you lose? There was a strong look of sadness in Ayadi's eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Adia deserved to lose this contest. After all, he is no match for Air. Adia, it's not your fault if you lose this game. Who told you to be so weak? If you can't even do this well, how can you possibly win? You'd better accept your fate as soon as possible. Stop resisting or anything, you are no match for him. This is the inevitable outcome. Air looked at Adia, who was lying prone, and he said coldly, I will continue to participate in the game. I hope you realize your mistake. Recognize your own folly. Adia lay prone and said nothing. The scene that just happened was constantly echoing in his head. Those pictures kept flashing, and my heart was filled with panic. He couldn't help but think about what kind of mistake he had made. What's wrong with him? Could it be that he is really that weak? It shouldn't be. Although his strength is not as good as Air, he is definitely not weak. Why would I lose to him? Why? Could it be said that he possesses some kind of fruit ability? He wants to find answers. Adia tried to remember everything that had happened before. He tried to remember what he had done wrong. He thought about it carefully, trying to figure out what he had done wrong. Unfortunately, no matter what he thought, he couldn't think of what he had done wrong. Adia, you have lost. In reality, you have been sentenced to death. If you want to continue fighting, you can only fight with your own life. If you don't want to die, then please leave here. You are not welcome here. A cold and ruthless voice came. When Adia heard this, his face suddenly became generous. He looked at Air with a cruel and gloomy smile on his face. He knew that he had completely lost his chance of survival. Adia clenched his fists tightly and bit his lip with his teeth. No, I will never give up. No matter how much it costs, I will completely eliminate you. Adia stared hard at Air. A grim smile appeared on his face. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a cold smile. There was a crazy look in his eyes, and his fists were clenched tightly. His eyes exuded an extremely determined light, and there was a hint of determination in his eyes. Adia, your choice is correct. You have lost the qualification to fight. If you want to continue fighting, it will be extremely expensive. Don't even think about escaping. No one in this world can save you. Because your life and death are in our hands. If you dare to try to escape, you will be punished by us. Air looked at Adia, who was lying prone, with a cold smile on his lips. You have been sentenced to death in reality. So, it's impossible for us to let you go. You will be hunted by us. The corners of Adia's mouth raised slightly, and a crazy smile appeared on his cheek. Really? If that's the case, then come on, I will make you regret everything you have done. I want you to know the consequences of offending me. Adia stared at Air, with a trace of madness on his lips. He wants revenge. He wants to make the group of people in front of him regret for what he has done. Your words are too arrogant. I have had enough of your arrogance and domineering. You must accept our punishment. Air said with a gloomy expression. I have sentenced you to death in reality, and you will accept our punishment. In reality, you can only accept our punishment, and we will make you pay the most serious price. This is your responsibility. If you are unwilling to bear it, then accept our punishment. A sneer appeared at the corner of Air's mouth, and a fierce look emitted from his eyes. Adia, let's meet in reality. You will always have this regret. We will write your name into the textbooks and record your crimes forever. And you will be our disgrace. Become our disgrace. There was a hint of mockery in the corner of Air's mouth. Currency, sine a circumflex currency, sine a circumflex currency, sine a circumflex. My name will be engraved on the textbooks and become an eternal memory. Adia looked up to the sky and screamed. There was a look of madness on his face. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was a hint of madness on his face. I will never forget this shame in my life. 3.9 There was a ferocious look on Adia's face, and he stared at Air. Air, I will cut you into pieces. I will crush you to ashes. I will pull out your soul and burn it with our fire. Make you a waste. I will make your soul the dust beneath our feet. As Adia roared, he stretched out his hands and grabbed forward. Adia's hands fiercely grabbed forward, with a look of madness on his face. His eyes were fixed on Air, with a ferocious look on his face. His hands turned into sharp claws, ruthlessly tearing away at Air. I will destroy you. Aditya let out a hysterical scream, and he let out an extremely miserable howl. Chapter 162. His face was filled with anger, and his eyes instantly turned red, revealing 2 crystal-clear tears. His arms danced wildly, and he let out deafening roars. Boom! Huge energy ripples exploded continuously. Floorboards throughout the house were shattered. Tiles on the roof fell one after another. Bricks fell down one after another, directly burying Adia inside. Adia, you're our test subject this time. So you will be punished by us. Not just you, everyone who has anything to do with you will be punished. Adia's cheeks were trembling continuously, and there was a trace of pain on his face. His heart was filled with anger, but it was of no use. His body kept crawling out of the rubble, blood sprayed from his mouth, and his face was covered with blood marks. He simply couldn't stand up to Air. His body was even more empty, like an empty shell. Is this your punishment? Adia raised his head and stared at Air with a cold smile on his face. Then I'll tell you. I will not accept your punishment. Your punishment is ineffective. I want you to understand how huge the gap between us is. There was a hint of madness in the corner of Adia's mouth. Really, I want to see how you can make us understand how huge the gap between us is. A look of disdain appeared on Air's face. Boom! Air's right leg kicked off the ground violently, and his figure flew towards Adia. Adia's figure turned into a black lightning, and his hands turned into an extremely sharp dagger, stabbing towards Adia. Adia waved the dagger with both hands, stabbing towards Adia fiercely. When a crisp collision sounded, and the two people's attacks clashed with each other. Adia's figure was directly bounced away by Air's attack, and he fell hard to the ground backwards. A stream of bright red blood leaked from the corner of his mouth again, and Adia's face was full of unwillingness. Is this your true power? It's really rubbish. Adia's face was full of disdain, and a sneer appeared on his face. Adia, this is just the first move. Enjoy your end. The look on Air's face was still extremely indifferent. A sneer formed at the corner of his mouth, and a trace of amusement appeared on his face. Second move. You're going to die a very ugly death. You will become our slave, and you will be under our control forever. And you will be a tragedy. There was a trace of ridicule on the corner of Air's mouth, and his tone was filled with strong confidence. The third move. You will become our servant completely, and your life will be in our hands. You will become our slave, and your body will become filthy. Your body will be trampled on by us. Air's hands were clenched tightly, and there was a ferocious look on his face. Adia's eyes revealed a look of malice, his teeth gritted loudly, and his body suddenly stood up. Air, get out of here. I don't want to see you, I hate your existence. Adia clenched his fists with both hands, and a terrifying power was released from his fists, and a dazzling light flowed from his fists. The temperature around his body suddenly increased, and heat waves spread around him. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose. His body exuded a fiery aura that distorted the surrounding space and made the surrounding scene extremely blurry. You are very powerful. But I'm not a vegetarian either. A powerful energy surged around Adia. I want you to know how huge the gap between us is. Waves of powerful energy emerged from Adia's body. Streams of hot flames surged out of Adia's body. Your power is too weak, too weak. There's no way you can compete with me. That's the difference between us. You must surrender to me. The energy in Adia is getting stronger and stronger. Is this your strength? It's really scary. Has your strength reached this level? Adia had a mocking smile on her face. We are not only powerful, but also because we have unlimited potential. As long as you give me enough time, I will definitely surpass you. Not only can I defeat you, I can also surpass you. I will surpass you. Let you know how huge the gap is between us. A stream of unparalleled power emerged from Adia, and his face was filled with strong confidence. I want you to know how big the gap is between us. A burst of strong fighting spirit emerged from Adia's body. Although your power is strong, but if you deal with ordinary people, you may not have any problems. But against a high-level ability user like me, you can't win. You are destined to be my stepping stone. A bright light burst out from Air's body, and a powerful energy swept out of 53 instantly. You are right, you are indeed qualified to be my stepping stone. Aren't you the one who claims to be the most powerful fruit user? Then I will show you today what absolute strength is. No matter how strong you are still suppressed by me. Blazing flames emerged from Air's body, and bursts of hot breath filled the air, causing the surrounding temperature to soar rapidly. Cold, murderous intent burst out from his eyes, he clenched his fists tightly, and powerful winds swept out in all directions. Adia, just be prepared to bear my wrath. You have to pay the price. You have to pay for your stupidity. Air's clothes rustled. There was a strong fighting spirit on his body. You want to kill me? Is it just you? I think you don't have this ability yet. Don't forget that your strength is still not strong enough. There was a sarcastic look on Adia's face, with a look of contempt on her face. It seems that Air has been regarded as a defeated enemy. Do you think my strength is really only this level? The gap between us will only get wider and wider. I will definitely be able to step you into the quagmire. A fiery light emerged from Air's body. Chapter 163. It's just wishful thinking for you to want to kill me. Today, I want to tell everyone with practical actions that I, Air, am invincible. The gap between us can never be bridged. There was an icy coldness in Adia's eyes, and his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a touch of gold on his skin. Boom! Waves of blazing energy splashed out in all directions. At this moment, Adia's strength increased to ultimate, and his power continued to increase. Circles of scorching energy ripples continued to emerge around his body. A powerful force exploded out. Adia, you have no hope of victory. The gap between us is unbridgeable. Your pirate group will be wiped out from now on. We are invincible. Air's mouth came out with domineering words. Boom! There was a blazing fire burning above Adia's fist. His whole body seemed to have transformed into a demon king. Do you think you are stronger than me, so you can change anything? You simply don't understand whether there is an invincible hero in this world. And you don't even know the true power of heroes. You pirates will eventually become history. A cold voice came from Air's mouth. Really? Then give it a try and see how big the gap is between us. You will regret this. Adia's eyes bloomed with a cold brilliance. His body disappeared in an instant and appeared next to Air the next second. Layers of blazing flames emerged from his body, and these flames kept churning. As soon as Adia's figure moved, his body disappeared instantly. His figure appeared in front of Air and hit Air hard. Aditya, with all your tricks and abilities, do you also want to kill me? I advise you not to try to kill me. Because you don't have the strength. Air's figure appeared in front of him like lightning. He clenched his fists tightly with both hands, and his two fists showed a strong strength. The two punches struck together. The two powerful energies collided and exploded violently, causing Adia and Air to take a few steps back. You are still too young and arrogant. You are no match for me. Adia snorted and rushed towards Air in an instant, waving her fists continuously. You asked for this. Aditya, your body can no longer bear my power. Your body will collapse. You will definitely die by then. A sinister smile appeared on Air's face. Waves of fiery energy emerged from the surface of his body. These energies keep boiling up. How could you be so strong? Don't you have other fruit abilities? You don't belong in this world. Adia showed an expression of disbelief. You should not belong to this world, and I will not allow you to belong to this world. Aditya had a crazy look on her face. Do you think you are very powerful? I tell you, your strength is nothing more than this. A hint of ferocity appeared in Adia's eyes. An extremely terrifying power radiated from Adia's body. This force spread in all directions. This force directly smashed Adia's body. No, how could I lose? How can it be? Blood spurted out from Adia's mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Adia, you are too weak. You are not worthy to be the leader of the pirate group. I want you to be completely destroyed. I'll let you feel what true despair is. Air's body expanded rapidly, and golden chains appeared on the surface of his body. I'll make you feel what true despair is. Streams of extremely hot flames erupted from the golden chains. These golden chains are like spiritual snakes, spreading in all directions. Waves of loud noises came, and the whole bridge began to shake. This power, how is this possible? A look of disbelief appeared on Adia's face, and he looked around in disbelief. At this time, an even greater energy emerged from his body. Adia, you can't escape this time. You are destined to be killed by me. You will be completely destroyed by this power. When the time comes, I will become the new emperor and rule everything in the sea area. You are too weak. Air said disdainfully. These flames condensed into huge fire swords, and they stabbed towards Adia's body. A fire sword exuded a frightening aura. Let her 2CB know, Adia will be chopped into powder. The surrounding Marines couldn't help but exclaim, with endless shock on their faces. AD. Aditya looked at this scene with a look of disbelief on his face. He kept resisting this flaming sword, but he found that he could not resist Air's power no matter what. This was the gap between the two. Adia. Adia roared crazily. But he couldn't resist Air's attack at all. Adia is dead. Adia's power will eventually be exhausted. This is the path to our Marines' rise. The corners of a group of Marines' mouths raised, and a look of excitement appeared on their faces. This is all coming to an end. They will become real Marines. FFs. How can a guy like you have such power? How could my body, Xiao's, be broken? Adia roared crazily, feeling that his body was being destroyed by Air's power. This energy was constantly eroding his body and destroying his will. There shouldn't be such power in this world. Your power is too humble and insignificant. You are not worthy of being a Marine at all. The roar from Adia's mouth continued to sound. Your strength is too weak, so I will use my strength to crush you, Yun. Aditia, this is my last chance. You will never be able to surpass me. You are destined to prostrate yourself at my feet. Air had a crazy look on his face, and he kept hitting Adia with his fists. Adia's body was continuously blown away. A mouthful of bright red blood spurted out of his mouth. Adia seemed much older at this moment. Chapter 164. You forced me to do this. Adia exuded a powerful force. The coercion of this force swept across the world. Get out of my way. There is no way I can lose to you. Adia's eyes were extremely deep and filled with endless anger. Adia, you're too weak. My power is many times higher than yours. A sneer appeared on the corner of Air's mouth. Go to hell. A golden light bloomed from Adia's body, and then she chased Air in the distance. He stretched out his right hand, spread his fingers, and grabbed it into the sea water. A dazzling golden light appeared in Adia's palm. The golden light turned into a golden dragon claw and grabbed Air in the distance. Is this your fruit ability? I will completely destroy you and become a lonely ghost among pirates. Adia, we marine don't need a trash, let alone a trash. You have completely defiled this world. A look of madness appeared on Air's face. Boom! Adia's right hand suddenly reached out, instantly penetrated the void, and then grabbed Air's body. Adia, you forced me to do this. A cold smile appeared on Air's face, and then dark runes appeared on his body. The power of these dark runes instantly gathered into pitch-black spears. The dark spear continued to rotate, and then formed a huge black hole. Break it for me. There was a loud shout in Air's mouth, and the dark spear rushed towards the palm of Adia's right hand. Buzz! A deafening buzz sounded instantly. The palm of Adia's right hand was pierced by a dark spear. The power of this spear is extremely terrifying. One shot pierced Adia's right hand. How can it be? Adia's face was filled with endless shock. He never expected that he would encounter such a situation. His power was actually pierced by this dark spear. How can your little strength compare to mine? Endless black smoke erupted from Air's body, and the black smoke quickly condensed into the shape of a spear. Adia's pupils suddenly contracted. This is your new fruit ability. A hysterical roar came from Adia's mouth. Air can actually use the power of darkness. How is this possible? What Adia doesn't know is that Air, of Bai, has mastered this ability for a long time. Hahata. My ability is the most powerful force in this world. Adia, you are destined to be unable to compare with me. I am the ruler of this world. The energy in Air suddenly rose, and the black energy quickly condensed into a black spear. The black spear instantly pierced Eddie's chest. A painful howl broke out from Adia's mouth, and then his body fell towards the sea. A huge wound appeared on his chest. The wound showed a strange blue-purple color, as if it had been burned by flames. Adia, this is what you owe me, and I will pay it back to you. This peaceful and prosperous world is not suitable for corrupt pirates like you to run rampant. Air's eyes flashed with a crazy look, and his voice echoed through the sky. Ah, this guy. How can it be? He can actually use Lord Air's power. Adia's power is our trump card in the pirate kingdom. The pirates screamed in surprise. Air's strength can definitely be called the top battle of survival in the pirate world. But now, Air can't even defeat Adia. How is this possible? They looked at Air in disbelief. Air is one of the most powerful pirates in the entire pirate world, and his power has reached its peak. But he still lost to Adia. What is happening in this world? No. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Adia lay on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were actually serious, but he was unwilling to die. Because he is unwilling to do so. He is not willing to be a waste. Snort. Does a loser try to become the pirate king? It's just nonsense. There was an endless sarcastic expression on Air's face. A dark Uzumaki appeared on him, shrouding Adia's body. Countless black shadows surged out of Adia's eyes, and these black shadows spread around. The power of the dark spear instantly dissipated. Puff! A mouthful of blood spat out from Adia's mouth again. Adia. A group of pirates rushed towards Adia. Bang, bang, bang. Adia's body kept hitting the coastline, and each hit caused a violent wave in the waves. You are so disappointing. Your power is not enough to make me feel excited. Adia stood up slowly. His eyes were fixed on air. There is a dark magic stone in his body. This magic stone was emitting endless black mist, and the black mist completely enveloped his body. This is Adia's fruit ability. He has actually been promoted to the dark fruit. One of the pirates made a horrified sound. Aditya, you will not succeed. It is undeniable that your ability is indeed very powerful, but my ability far exceeds yours. There's no way you can win me over. Air looked at Adia with a sarcastic smile on his face. You are too arrogant and too naive. In that case, let's try it out and see who is the final winner. Adia's body trembled, and a terrifying dark aura came out of his body. A dark line appeared on his skin. In his hand was a spear. Is this your new ability? The power of the dark fruit. Aditya looked at Air and smiled coldly, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Air, do you really think that you, with the power of darkness, can defeat me? Tell you, it's impossible. Aditya quickly stepped forward and shot Air through the head. Boom! The black gun light tore through the air with thick black mist, piercing towards Air's head. A cold light flashed in Adia's eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Air, there is no way you can stop me. Die. I want all pirates to know who is the real pirate king. Only the power of darkness can suppress everything. Adia let out a burst of arrogant laughter, with a ferocious look on his face. Chapter 165. There was a ferocious smile on his face, and his deep eyes were filled with a cold look. Whoosh whoosh. His body pierced Air's head, and countless jet-black brilliants shined out. These brilliants turned into countless tiny tentacles and began to wrap around Air. These tentacles were like strips of lion majesty, quickly wrapping around Air's head. How is this going? Adia made a shocked sound. He couldn't imagine that he failed. It's not just him. The entire pirate group members were stunned. Is this a dark force? Is this the power of the dark fruit? Many pirates looked at Adia with wide eyes, disbelief on their faces. How can this be? This is simply impossible. He's just a little marine. A young pirate began to shake his head in disbelief. It's impossible, but it does happen. Yes, Air did do such a thing before. He once beheaded an admiral. He also killed 4 emperors. When Adia heard these words, the expression on her face became even more ugly. This is impossible. Adia looked at Air, who was shrouded in darkness, and he roared, I don't believe what you say. I don't believe your nonsense. Break it for me. Adia's body rushed forward, and the endless black mist washed away towards the tentacles. He clenched his fist and punched the black mist hard. Bang! Adia's fist smashed into the darkness, and violent explosions erupted in the darkness. The dark tentacles let out a cry and collapsed one after another. Air, you haven't lost yet. A faint mocking smile appeared on the corner of Adia's mouth. Air. Go to hell. Go to hell and repent. Let those evil demons come. Adia's eyes turned scarlet. He waved his right hand violently, and a black beam of light emerged from behind him. Boom! A huge beam of energy blasted hard at Air. Those dark energy beams turned into countless tentacles and wrapped around Air's head. Boom! The dark energy beam slammed down hard, directly smashing the tentacles and blasting a hole in Air's head. His body fell straight backward. There was a loud noise. The walls of the entire cabin collapsed. Adia's figure slowly emerged, and a bloody wound appeared on his chest. His body fell slowly and fell into the sea water. Wow! The sea water splashed up, and Adia's body climbed up from the sea water. His clothes were full of holes, and his hair was messy and looked extremely embarrassed. He exuded a cold aura. Air, I'm not willing to give in. A loud shout came from the bottom of the sea, followed by extremely thick tentacles emerging from the sea and grabbing Adia. Damn it! Another sneak attack. A look of irritation appeared on Adia's face. Whoosh! Endless power of darkness suddenly erupted from his body. He stepped forward with his left foot and jumped forward, avoiding the tentacles extending from the seabed. Swish, swish, swish. Countless tentacles protruded from the seabed and entangled themselves towards air. These dark tentacles are like pythons, winding towards air crazily. Go to hell. Adia's eyes were filled with anger, and he clenched his hands. Buzz! A dark disc flew out of his hand. Circles and circles of black runes flowed out of the disc. These runes were like black stars, whizzing toward the front. Bang, bang, bang. Countless black runes collided with those black tentacles. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Dark energy continues to erode those runes. Those runes were corroded and had countless gaps, but their power was still unparalleled. What move is he doing? Why is he so powerful? When some pirates saw this scene, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. This shouldn't be Adia's move, this should be a special ability. This ability is very weird. It can control the darkness and make those tentacles attack you. It's really evil. Zero. When a group of pirates saw the moves Adia performed, they all had extremely shocked looks on their faces. Die to me. Dark energy swallows everything up for me. Adia's eyes were extremely cold, and she spoke word by word. His face was covered with blood and looked extremely ferocious. Dark energy surged out again, and those tentacles kept struggling to break away from the energy. Endless dark energy swept towards air, like black dragons. Not good. We have to stop him. Otherwise Air's head will be completely destroyed. A group of pirates rushed forward. Zero. Boom, boom, boom. The endless energy completely submerged Air's figure. Plop. The waves rolled and black smoke billowed. The pirates around them were stunned for a moment, not expecting that such a situation would happen. They stared blankly at the black hole, with incredible looks in their eyes. Air actually fell like this. How could that guy Air fall? Impossible, this is impossible. The pirates roared in disbelief. Such a life and death actually perished like this. A group of pirates felt a chill in their hearts, as if they saw Shinigami walking towards them. Their eyes were full of disbelief. No matter what, they don't want to believe that their faith has just fallen away. Of course Air will not die like this, because he is not dead. His body floated, and traces of black energy continued to pour into his body. He opened and repaired his injuries. Soon his body returned to normal, as if he had just climbed out of the bottom of the sea. The black energy was constantly integrated into his body. His injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, Air's injuries disappeared. Damn bastard, you actually used this method to escape from my pursuit. I will never forgive you, just wait for me. Air said through gritted teeth. He rose from the depths of the ocean. Chapter 166. Those dark tentacles also retreated one after another, not daring to get close to Air. This bastard. Air's eyes flashed with intense anger. Ace card. Get out of here. Suddenly, a black ball appeared in his hand. As soon as this black ball appeared, endless energy burst out from it. Endless dark energy spreads down from the sky, converging towards the sky above Adia's head. Buzz, buzz. Adia's body continued to tremble, and the dark energy above his head was increasing. Eventually, it condenses into a black cloud. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the black clouds. This aura is very terrifying, far exceeding Adia's strength. His pupils contracted slightly. This aura is actually stronger than me. Yadi's heart was filled with shock. Boom, 843, rumble. Black clouds rolled. A giant Uzumaki appears. A black giant appeared, holding a spear and emerging from the black clouds. Black rays of light emitted from his body. After this black giant appeared, a monstrous power was released. The overwhelming murderous intention instantly enveloped the entire sea. Gulu. All the pirates couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They have never encountered such a terrifying existence. This terrifying aura is like an ancient beast. This black giant's body was as black as if it were made of black steel, exuding a terrifying aura. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hatahohata. I'm finally back. You all go to hell. Yadi's voice resounded like thunder throughout the countryside. His body was filled with thick death energy, which spread like dark clouds and covered the sky. The fruit power of the throne of the dead. A look of horror appeared on Air's face. Is this his second evolutionary fruit ability? A layer of black mist filled Aditya's body. This layer of black mist enveloped his body, forming a pitch-black armor. The black tentacles on his arms also became harder. Is this the third form of necromancy? The group of pirates looked at Aditya with a look of horror on their faces. The fruit power of the throne of the dead. He has advanced to the third form of the necromantic system. How could he possess the fruit power of the throne of the dead? The faces of the pirates were full of disbelief. No. This is just his initial fruit form. Air's lips moved slightly. The true power of the fruit of the throne of the dead has not yet appeared. He's just in his third form. But his fighting ability is comparable to that of a real 5-year-old man. Let's run away quickly. He possesses the third form of the throne of the dead. He is too powerful and cannot be resisted by us at all. Run away quickly, this is a real demon king. The group of pirates let out a panicked scream. Want to escape? I said, none of you can even think of leaving this island alive. Aditya's voice echoed through the sky. He raised his right leg and stepped hard on the island below. Boom! A dull crash sounded. The ground shook violently. Countless pieces of earth and stone flew out, shattering the mountains like cannonballs. Cracked. A city wall hundreds of meters high was broken. Countless marine soldiers jumped out from inside and rushed around. Their bodies were full of panic and fear. They had never seen such a terrifying monster. What a terrifying power it is to crush the island's wall with one foot. When these pirates saw this scene, their faces showed fear. They turned around and ran away like crazy. Aditya slowly stood up from the water. You all deserve to die. Today, no one can escape from this island. A strong murderous aura emerged from Aditya's body. ABU. His body disappeared in a flash killing towards the group of pirates. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,411,451. When the pirates saw Aditya coming towards them, they were all so frightened that they turned around and fled in all directions. But how can their speed be compared with Aditya's speed? Boom, boom, boom. Aditya's fists struck down, and every punch carried terrifying power. Bang, bang, bang. There were loud explosions. These pirates were beaten one by one, and their bodies exploded directly. Air was shocked when he saw the scene. This guy is actually stronger than me. A feeling of panic rose in Air's heart. Boom! Aditya waved the black spear again and stabbed Air fiercely. Air frowned and quickly used his black hole swallowing ability. A black hole appears. Infinite suction power exploded. The black spear was swallowed by Air and disappeared without a trace in an instant. But the black spear did not disappear without a trace. Instead, it turned into tentacles and rushed towards Air. Air's expression changed drastically, and his body quickly moved away. Puff! A pirate's chest was torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. Air was filled with annoyance when he saw the scene. Damn it! I don't care who you are, if you dare to attack me, you must pay the price. You do have the fruit of the throne of the dead, but my strength is even better. Today I must kill you and seize the throne of the dead from you. Just accept your death. Aditya stared at Air with cold eyes. I am immune to your death curse. Die to me. His body suddenly jumped up and flew towards Air. The black tentacles swept out towards Air. Damn guy. A gloomy look appeared on Air's face. He closed his palms and blasted them around, and a vast force swept out in all directions. Each black tentacle was destroyed and turned into nothingness 4.5. I don't believe that your body can withstand the fruit of the throne of the dead. Die. Go to hell. Yadi clenched his hands into fists and blasted them around. Endless power swept out and overturned the entire world. The earth collapsed and countless buildings were destroyed. Air's body is suspended in midair. The black robe on his body made a rustling sound, and a pair of dark wings slowly unfolded. He exuded a powerful aura. You, what exactly are you? Why do you have the power of the death throne fruit? Air's heart was filled with shock. Hahate. My identity is terrifying. Aditya looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. A bloodthirsty smile flashed across his face. Chapter 167. I will let you know what is the power of death. He suddenly raised the black spear in his hand and rushed towards air as fast as lightning. How fast is it, yeah? In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of air and slammed the black spear in his hand towards air. A ferocious smile appeared in Idia's eyes. Go to hell. Boom! The black spear smashed down, creating a huge crater on the ground, and a figure fell from inside. What the hell is this? How could it be so powerful? Idia's face was full of shock. Just a blow. He completely relied on his speed to injure the pirate, and then launched a counterattack against the pirate again. Although his speed is very fast, the speed of the pirate is not weak either. The strength gap between the two is not big, but Adia has an absolute advantage. But this pirate was intact and blocked the blow with his body. What kind of fruit power does this guy have? 5. Why is it so powerful? I'm not as strong as him. A feeling of fear arose in Idia's heart. Die. Go to hell. His eyes narrowed. Next moment, his body suddenly appeared behind the pirate. The black spear stabbed into his chest. The pirate didn't even hum before he fell straight to the ground and died. There was a hint of disdain in Idia's eyes. What a stupid guy. He can't even catch my speed and dares to sneak attack me. You really overestimate your capabilities. He shook his head and disappeared without a trace. Boom! The next second, a destructive force enveloped the entire sea area, and endless waves surged in. Adia's body appeared above the ocean, and he looked at the surrounding ocean indifferently. It's time to end this fight. Air, come out here. Shouldn't you run away? What's the use of running away? Adia's figure flashed in front of Air. Your end has come. Your death will be when you arrive. A cruel smile flashed in Adia's eyes. Curse of the dead, curse you to never be able to escape death. Adia growled in his mouth. He opened his mouth and spit out a mist of blood, and a ball of dark light shot out from his mouth. Black light fell on Air's body, and dazzling black flames burst out from his body. Black flames instantly enveloped Air. Burn the undead flame for me. Adia roared crazily. A layer of dark skin appeared on his body. Necro flame. Burn, burn. He growled over and over again. But a strong curse spread out and enveloped Air's body. What's this? Adia's face turned extremely ugly. The power of this curse is very strange. It does not destroy Air's vitality, but erodes Air's body and slowly repairs Air's body. Hateful. Aditya roared angrily. But there was nothing he could do. This curse is too powerful. It was simply not something he could resist. This is the undead curse. I can't lift this curse at all. I can only rely on my power to let Air slowly melt into the flames. When his body is completely engulfed in flames, my power will enter Air's body. A strange smile appeared on Adia's face. Adia had a crazy smile on her face. Wisps of black light emanated from his body and then integrated into Air's body. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,421,011. The black light on Air's body became brighter and brighter, shining in all directions like a small sun. This kind of light makes all living creatures around feel fear and can't help but shrink their bodies. Die, you all go to death. His body continued to explode, and then continued to condense into shape. His face was full of madness, and he seemed to be completely in a state of madness. Adia continued to release black lightning, one after another, to bombard Air. Every black lightning contains the power to destroy the world. Every blow could easily level this place. The black thunder flashed with black light and bombarded towards Air. Black lightning struck Air's body, causing a violent explosion. The force generated by this explosion completely evaporated the surrounding seawater. Adia had an excited smile on her face. His body kept rushing towards Air, submerging Air. He wanted to torture Air to death. However, the smile on Adia's face suddenly stiffened, because Air's figure gradually became clearer. What? Aditya's eyes widened. His face became extremely pale. How could this guy be okay? Could it be that these black thunder and lightning are unable to deal with Air's body? This possibility is not impossible. How can it be? My necromancy magic is ineffective on him. Aditya exclaimed. His 27 body rushed towards Air, trying to tear air apart. His body collided with air's body, and air's body did not change at all. His face became extremely gloomy. How can it be so strong? The curse of the undead can't even harm his body. Could it be that his body possesses some kind of special power? Damn it! Adia's face became extremely gloomy. A terrible guess occurred to him. His eyes were fixed on air's body. A layer of light yellow brilliance flows on the surface of air's body. This layer of brilliance is like a piece of armor. Balls of blazing flames were constantly spitting out from his arms. Not good. It's the immortal flame. My undead curse is actually ineffective on his body. This guy's defense is too strong. No. Adia yelled crazily. This must be impossible, impossible. His body kept touching the flames on air, but every time he touched, his body suffered a huge counter force. Adia's body retreated little by little. A look of horror appeared on his face. Air's power is so powerful. Where did this damn AI Tengwin monster come from? Adia was filled with doubts. Damn it, Air, it's your time to die. Chapter 168. Adia's hands continued to form seals, and then shot hundreds of black runes towards Air. Dark magic circles appeared behind him, and patterns of flowers emerged from the runes. The patterns of these flowers continued to spread, turning into petals falling into the air. These petals are constantly twisting like living creatures. Cracked. The petals split and turned into a long chain, wrapping around Eddie's legs. Little tricks. Adia's face showed a grim expression. He waved his arms fiercely, and the petals suddenly turned into debris all over the sky. Black runes flew out one by one. 778. Adia's face had a ferocious look, and her eyes turned scarlet, and her whole person became extremely terrifying. This is his strongest move. Bang, bang, bang. Endless black runes kept hitting Air. These black runes fell towards Air like raindrops, and they were so dense that it was difficult for Air to avoid them. Boom, boom, boom. Black runes bombarded Air's body. Waves of tyrannical force continued to pour into his body, tearing his muscles into pieces. Hahate. Adia's face showed a ferocious look. Damn it. How can it be? Why isn't this guy dead? Your undead curse can't hurt him at all. A look of extreme horror appeared on Adia's face. He didn't expect that his strongest move, Curse of the Dead, would be unable to deal with Air. Your necromancy magic is not enough to hurt me at all. Air's cold voice sounded, and his body suddenly rushed out and punched Adia in the chest. How can it be? Adia's eyes widened. His body quickly retreated. Air's punch missed. Boom! His fist hit the ground, and the ground instantly cracked, with the cracks extending in all directions. A look of horror appeared on Adia's face. This guy's boxing skills are so terrifying. He didn't expect that his undead curse would be so vulnerable. What exactly is Air's ability? Why is there such terrifying strength? My body can't handle his body. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Adia's heart was filled with horror. He couldn't accept this. How could anyone be stronger than him in this world? Your body is very powerful. But your death curse is your weakness. If I refine your body, your death curse won't be able to be used. Haha. Do you think you can win? It's just nonsense. There are no freaks like you in this world. Adia's face was filled with murderous intent. His body kept spinning, and the power in his body kept churning. Death curse. Explode for me. Adia roared angrily, and a jet of black light burst out and struck Air's body hard. Kai. Black beams of light swept towards Air, constantly attacking Air's body. But Air's body remained standing. All those black beams were absorbed by his body. He didn't expect that his death curse would be unable to deal with Air. Die. Adia casts the undead curse again. Black curses were shouted out from his mouth, one after another. Black beams bombarded Air. They kept bombarding Air's body, but were resolved by Air. Impossible. How could this be? Adia's heart was full of unwillingness. He felt extremely insulted. He is the strongest fruit ability in the kingdom of the dead. How could he be bullied by an ordinary person? This made him extremely angry and aggrieved deep in his heart. Die. Adia's eyes turned red, and he once again released a black beam of light and blasted towards air. It is indeed the strongest undead curse fruit ability. Such an undead curse is indeed very terrifying. This fruit ability can give his body strong recovery power and strong defense power. But I also have the ability to restrain it. In that case, there was a hint of coldness in the corner of Air's mouth. There was a strange luster in his eyes, and he stretched out his right palm, and there were 5 blood-red light balls lingering on the 5 fingers. "Break it for me." Air took a step forward and punched out, and the 5 light balls continued to burst out with bright brilliance. Beams of light burst out from the light ball one by one, hitting the black light beam hard and scattering all the black light beams. Boom, 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 boom. 5 bloody light balls continued to attack the black beam, and explosions resounded one after another. The picture in front of him kept changing. He saw Air's fist blasting out blood-colored light balls one after another, constantly bombarding the undead curse he summoned. Why can't my undead curse deal with his body? Idia's eyes almost popped out. The scene before him was too horrifying. Air's body seems to be indestructible. Every inch of his body contains huge power, and every punch can easily destroy the undead curse. This is impossible. Aditya screamed like crazy. "Go to hell. Go to hell." Aditya kept roaring, and a layer of black runes appeared on the surface of his body. These runes continued to merge, and a black rune condensed out. A huge black skull face appeared, and it opened its big mouth and bit Aiu fiercely. Bang! Air's left fist hit the black skull face hard. A muffled groan came from the mouth of the black skull face, and its teeth collapsed, and its body was smashed to pieces. Ah! The screams kept ringing out. Adia roared crazily, and black mist formed in the seals with his hands continued to condense out. The black mist became thicker and thicker, and a huge pressure came down, covering Air's body. This is the real death curse. This is what death tastes like. This is the strongest fruit in the kingdom of the dead. As long as I can swallow my opponent's corpse, I can become a super strong person. That must be it. A flash of excitement flashed in Adia's eyes. His eyes were full of greed. This is the curse of the undead. It can control all life. No life can escape its control. Chapter 169. This fruit can make all living creatures fall into fear. This is the strongest fruit in the kingdom of the dead. Once you get it, Adia will have endless power and can wreak havoc on the entire pirate world. Go to hell. Aditya attacks again. Groups of black beams of light struck towards Air. Air moved his feet and moved through the void in a weird shape, avoiding these black beams of light. Boom! After those black beams of light hit the ground, they exploded instantly. A huge hole appears on the ground, which is a disaster caused by the death curse fruit. Die! There was a bloodthirsty look in Adia's eyes. His body moved and turned into a black beam of light rising into the sky. Boom! Air's body was violently impacted. His fist fell hard on Adia's chest, and his body flew away and hit the ground. Adia couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. He felt the pain coming from his chest, and his lips moved slightly to say something. But he couldn't tell it at all. How so? How could the death curse fail? How could he have such a powerful fruit, 730 power? Adia's face was full of shock and panic. No. I don't accept it. This is a sneak attack, you're cheating. Adia roared hysterically, feeling the severe pain coming from his chest. Cheating? Who dares to say that I attacked by surprise? Who dares to question my strength? Air's eyes glanced around, his eyes full of sharpness and haki. Get over here. Otherwise die. Air's figure flashed and golden flames appeared around him. These golden flames turned into long swords and flew out in all directions. Each of these flaming swords contains extremely powerful power, leaving traces in the void that these swords cut through. A group of Marines looked at Air's scene, and all shrank back in fear. They know the horror of Air. The average Marine wouldn't dare to confront him head-on. I come. Aditya had a ferocious look on her face. He opened his mouth wide and spit out a mouthful of jet black mist. Groups of black light spurted out, converging into a black bead and floating in an instant. The black beads exuded bursts of eerie coldness, and the drop of black liquid exuded a creepy aura. Adia's body suddenly jumped up, jumped into the air, opened his mouth and fiercely swallowed air. 9. Just because you still want to eat me. Air sneered and disappeared in a flash. His speed was as fast as ultimate, and he appeared at Adia's side in an instant and kicked out. Adia's body was kicked out directly. There was a look of pain on his face, and there was a deep footprint on his scarred chest. He looked down at the footprints on his chest, with a look of reluctance in his eyes. How can it be? How could you have such a powerful fruit power? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Adia murmured to himself. This is my real strength, this is my real fighting power. You're just a loser. A disdainful smile appeared on Air's face. He raised one leg and stepped hard towards Adia, causing Adia's body to fly backwards. Adia let out a shrill scream, her body trembled continuously and spit out mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were fixed on Air. You are so powerful. I give up. I am willing to surrender to you. A sad sound came from Adia's mouth. He didn't expect to lose so miserably. He, the majestic leader of the 5 pirate kings aft, couldn't even catch Air's move. This is simply a shame. A look of shame appeared on Adia's face. At this moment, he felt a trace of regret in his heart. He should not have attacked so recklessly. My destiny should not be controlled by others, but I can't give up as long as I live to find a chance to take revenge. Adia said through gritted teeth. He stood up with resentment in his eyes and looked at Air with madness in his eyes. This scene horrified many Marines. How is this possible? Adia actually lost so miserably. This is incredible, incredible. How did Air do it? Many people were shocked. Even the brothers Leix and Edmund were looking at the scene over there with furrowed brows. This little guy is really extraordinary. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. Although Air is a bit arrogant, he is also a smart person. Leix and Edmund looked at each other, with a look of surprise flashing in their eyes. He is indeed a young man worth cultivating. He already possesses some of the characteristics of a pirate. If he works hard for a few years and takes him on the road to become the Pirate King, he may not be able to create even more brilliant miracles. Hopefully he won't let us down. Leix flashed a look of anticipation. The Marine Commander-in-Chief's face became extremely ugly, and a battleship beside him collapsed. An extremely terrifying and destructive wave exploded from the interior of the battleship. This destructive wave swept the entire sea area into powder. 2 more islands were destroyed. All the pirates on the Marine battleship were strangled. Is this a Marine battleship? So terrifying that it destroyed Ace Island. All the pirates' hearts were filled with turmoil, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. This guy is really extraordinary. He even destroyed a Marine battleship. Wouldn't Aditya be in danger? We have to stop him. All the pirates started to take action. Air's strength is too tyrannical, and now he is no match for Marine. If you continue to fight, there will only be death. Air's figure appeared again, his body covered with light blue arcs of electricity, exuding a monstrous devilish aura. My patience is limited. No matter what means you use, you can't defeat me. You are only worthy of being my defeated general, and I will lick your dirt clean. Air's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took one step and appeared in front of Adia instantly, stretched out his hand to grab Adia. This claw contained endless power. Chapter 170. A crisp sound came from Adia's neck, and then his head was crushed directly by Air. Boom! Adia's body fell straight to the ground, and a line of dust flew into the sky. The pirate's body continued to tremble, and incredible sounds came out of his mouth. They couldn't believe that Adia was actually defeated by Air. Adia is their elite, one of the most outstanding geniuses among Marine. But now this most powerful genius has died. This is impossible, this is impossible. Some Marines shook their heads. Shock and disbelief were written on their faces. Adia is their elite. Now he is killed by Air. They feel that the world has become mysterious and unpredictable, as if everything is beyond their expectations. This is the devil, pirates. They are really cruel. Marine admirals such as Iox, Leix, Ace, Adia, Rayleigh, etc. looked at the scenes in the field, and their expressions became ugly. They felt uncomfortable all around, as they felt the air around them that was full of strong devilish aura. They even suspected that they had arrived in a certain world. This is the deterrent power of the devil pirates. Such strength is really incredible. Air looked at his hands. A touch of excitement appeared in his eyes. He can't wait to conquer this sea area. He longs to fight and fight. The pirates in this world are too weak, and he doesn't know how many strong ones are hiding. But he believes that he will conquer this sea sooner or later. Boom! The pirates were all stunned. Their bodies were shaking. We'd better withdraw. It's too strong, there's nothing we can do about it. A hint of despair appeared in the hearts of every pirate, and they turned around and prepared to escape. Want to run? It's too late. The corners of Air's mouth curled up slightly. A powerful thunder erupted beneath his feet. Circles of ripples continued to spread. These ripples instantly surged in all directions, covering all the pirates. The bodies of the pirates trembled suddenly, and the lightning on their bodies became hot. I don't want to die. Why is my body getting hot? Help! The pirates struggled wildly. But it has no effect at all. After a while, waves of black smoke rose from these pirates' bodies, and their bodies gradually melted away. Their bodies become transparent and eventually disappear completely. Deaf. All the Marines couldn't help but gasped after seeing this scene. They could all feel the unparalleled aura exuding from Air. This kind of strength is beyond everyone's understanding. Marine Admiral stared at Air solemnly, with a look of fear in his eyes. Air's strength is even more powerful than them. Good. Nice. It seems that you have completed the baptism and become very powerful. Now it has a certain strength. A smile appeared on Air's face. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. But I advise you not to fight me, otherwise I won't mind slaughtering you. Don't doubt my words. Air's face darkened, and a hint of coldness burst out from his deep pupils. Marine Admiral's strength has reached a certain level, and he can know the opponent's location through induction. But this group of pirates is different. Their soul power is too weak to detect Air's blessed master. Air can easily wipe out these pirates. After all, the aura on Air's body was so powerful that it made them afraid. What power is this? Liux's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt an invisible pressure coming from Air's body. This pressure made him feel suffocated. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,421,461. This power is very familiar. Could it be? Liux's eyes suddenly opened wide. No, it's the devil fruit ability. Devil fruit ability. Hearing Liux's words, a look of surprise appeared in Ed's eyes. Air, do you also have the ability of devil fruit? Why is your devil fruit power so powerful? Ed's face was filled with curiosity. Humph, that's also because my talent is relatively high. Air raised his head slightly, his eyes full of pride. Zero, please give me flowers. And I have mastered the devil fruit ability. Do you think you can fight me with your strength? Don't dream, I am the man who killed Adia. You are no match for me. Air stared at Liux with cold eyes, exuding a terrifying coercion. Impossible, this is impossible. Liux felt the momentum on Air's body, felt the terrifying oppression, and the expression on his face kept twitching when he felt the powerful pressure. He didn't want to admit it, but everything in front of him made it impossible for him to deceive himself. His face was filled with shock. He didn't expect that the talent he had always been proud of would be so vulnerable. His body was shaking violently, and his clothes were making noises. Liux, run. This guy is very strong, we are no match for him. A look of anxiety appeared on the face of the pirate captain, and he rushed to Liux's side and shouted. The other pirates also shouted together, their eyes showing panic. Air put too much pressure on them, making them want to quit. Snort. I never said let you go. Since you are here to die, then naturally I can't let you go. A ferocious smile appeared on the corner of Air's mouth, and his body suddenly rushed towards the pirates. No. Liux, run away quickly. The pirate captain's expression changed drastically, and he rushed to Air. But how can he match Air's speed? Air's figure suddenly passed by. What? He actually punched me through my body. The pirate captain's body stiffened, and he looked down at the bloody hole in his chest with a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't believe this was true. Punch through his body with one punch. What a terrifying power this is. He is no match for air. This group of people is no match for air. He's just a little guy. Air's body rushed towards a pirate again. His speed was very fast, and he was in front of the opponent in an instant, knocking the pirate away with a knee strike. Bang, bang, bang. He kicked one after another, each kick smashing the body of a pirate into pieces. Chapter 171. The pirate group member had no chance to resist, but he was defeated with one punch after another. In just a few seconds, their number has been reduced to half. Damn it. Quick, let's go together. The old man's face was ashen, and he couldn't help but roar when he looked at Air. Do you think you can still stop me? There was a sarcastic curve at the corner of Air's mouth. Boom. He kept walking, kicking out the pirates one after another and seriously injuring them. Seeing those pirates lying on the ground, other pirates had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They had no room to resist. Air was like a meat grinder that no one could resist. It only takes a few seconds. They were cleared away by Air. Damn it. This guy is simply too powerful, 7 or 80. We are not opponents. A look of horror appeared on the old man's face. Aren't you surrendering yet? Otherwise I will kill you all. Air looked around at the group of pirates with a cruel smile on his face. There was lavender energy flowing on his body, and he looked like a murderous god. No. Seeing Air's appearance, the faces of the pirates showed a look of horror. A look of deep fear appeared on his face. A dull sound was heard, and a pirate was directly killed by Air. Screams continued to echo, and bright red liquid flowed from the pirate's body. So cruel. His character is too cruel. But I like it. A ferocious expression appeared on Air's face, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent, as if he wanted to kill everyone. Not good. Seeing Air's actions, the old man and the remaining pirate group members suddenly felt their whole bodies tense, and a bad premonition came to their hearts. Their figures suddenly shot out in all directions, trying to leave the area. But they were simply too late. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the pirates flew out and vomited blood. Their bodies were smashed to the ground and smashed into pieces. You, how dare you attack us? Do you know who I am? We are. Erda. Just when the old man was about to threaten Air, Air's figure rushed in front of the old man again. A slap shot. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the old man's mouth, and his whole body was knocked down hard on the disgraced man on the ground. The old man looked at Air's figure, his eyes full of fear. Is this threatening me? You are so brave. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Air's mouth. I'm wrong. The old man looked at Air's pale face and big beads of sweat on his forehead, and he felt deep regret and fear in his heart. How could he forget how powerful Air was? How could he forget that Air is a madman? He knew his identity very well. That was a legendary demon fruit power. Although he didn't know how he joined the pirate group, he knew one thing. That means he can't afford to offend such a strong man. With such a survival, even if the pirate captain comes in person, there is probably nothing he can do to him. Air's arm was flowing with lavender energy, and he swung it fiercely at the old man. Ah! The old man let out a shrill scream, and his entire body exploded into a puddle of flesh. We admit defeat, please let us go. When the remaining pirates saw the old man being killed, they knelt down and kowtowed to Air to beg for mercy. We are really no match for you, please let us go. We don't want to die. We are willing to be loyal to you and willing to do anything for you. The pirates' voices were sincere, and their faces were full of fear. Haha, do anything to serve me. Do you think you are worthy? There was a strange arc in the corner of Air's mouth. The faces of the pirates showed despair. Now that they are forced into such a situation by Air, I am afraid that no matter how hard they struggle, it will be useless. Only Fei surrenders, otherwise they will all die. They just hope that the devil in front of them can let them go. But they know this is impossible. Suddenly, an extremely angry roar sounded in the distance. I saw a figure galloping from a distance. It was the old man on the ship. Catch that bastard. The old man's eyes showed deep hatred, and he stared at Air with a murderous intent on his face. He is the culprit. The voice fell. The Marines on the side took action and rushed towards Air. Snort. The corner of Air's mouth raised a cold arc. His figure suddenly rushed out. His fists were punched out like raindrops, and all the Marines flew away, spitting out blood, and their bodies were blasted into powder. When the old man saw this scene, the muscles on his face twitched violently. He didn't expect Air to be so powerful. Those Marines were carefully selected by him, and they all possess extremely high combat effectiveness. But Air easily solved it with one punch. This filled his heart with deep fear. Damn it, how did he become so strong? No matter what, we must find a way to get rid of him, otherwise we will all die. He has completely angered us. If we continue to keep him alive, our situation will be even more dangerous. We must unite with others to kill him. The old man's eyes were filled with ice-cold, murderous intent. At this moment, he finally understood why Air treated them like this. Because he violated Air's bottom line, Air no longer needed to talk nonsense with him. Do you think you can escape on 5.9? The old man and the remaining pirates began to surround Air. A playful smile appeared on Air's face. Boom! The words fell. The aura on his body climbed to a peak again. Get out of here. I hate it when people threaten me. Air held the giant axe in both hands, and a terrifying aura that destroyed the world and destroyed the earth burst out from his body, shaking the surrounding space and distorting it. Call out. The next moment, Air disappeared without a trace, and when he appeared the next moment, he was already in front of the old man, and then slashed at the old man with the ear axe in his hand. The old man only felt a strong wind blowing around him, and then there was a sharp pain in his chest. A head exploded directly, and bright red blood and minced meat spilled all over the floor. Chapter 172. The remaining pirate's throat squirmed, and his eyes showed deep fear and fear. The combat power displayed by Air was like a giant mountain. Let them have no room for resistance at all. You have so many people. Aren't you afraid of being wanted? We can spread the news about him, and then he will be hunted down. We will find him even to the ends of the earth. You, just wait to be hunted down by our people. The pirate's eyes were full of malice, and the way he looked at Air was filled with hatred. 9. Hearing their words, a disdainful smile appeared on Air's lips. Then I will wait for your revenge. I want to see how strong your background is and how many people will help you. You idiots! A hint of murderous intent flashed in Air Lang's eyes. I will make everyone who stands on the same line as you pay the price for their stupidity today. Air's tone was full of coldness and cruelty, making the pirates tremble all over. They all know it. What this man said was not to scare them, he really dared to do it. All this is because of their ignorance. They think Air is just a small person. But little did they know that Air was the overlord of the entire pirate world. And his background is also extremely deep. As long as this news is passed on, they will definitely suffer disaster. They can't even imagine it. When I thought about the faces of the pirates here, they suddenly showed expressions of fear. They couldn't even imagine it. They kept retreating. If you want to leave, there's no way. Today is your death anniversary. Death smells good. A ferocious smile appeared on Air's face, and he stamped his feet on the ground, turning into a meteor and rushing towards them. Boom! A dull crash sounded from midair, and the figures of the pirates were suddenly smashed into the sea water. Blood stained the entire sea area red. There was a joking look on Air's face. You idiots actually want to play tricks with me? Who do you think you are? A cold smile appeared on the corner of Air's mouth. You are vulnerable in reality, and you are even more vulnerable in reality. You bunch of rubbish. Rubbish. Those pirates' faces were ashen. They knew that this nightmare had just begun. Air's target is only them. Then it is impossible for them to escape. A pirate screamed and was directly killed by Air. No. The other two pirates roared hysterically. Air's speed was astonishing, and he was in front of the two pirates in an instant and struck down hard. Boom! A dull sound came out, accompanied by the shrill screams of the two pirates. The two pirates had already been hacked to death, and not even their bodies were left behind. Bright red blood spilled, dyeing the entire ocean red. Air turned around and walked to the surviving pirates with a cold smile on his face. In reality, you are really vulnerable. I said, I can destroy you ants with just my hand. Realistically, you are not qualified to negotiate with me at all. Trash like you only deserves to be slaughtered. You are just my toys in this world. Your fate is in my hands. I will trade your lives for mine. Finished. His figure disappeared without a trace again. There was another deafening bang, and the pirate's body was split in half by Air's giant axe. Blood spurted. Air's body was hovering in the air, one hand grabbing a pirate's neck. You die too. He waved his hand directly. The pirate was thrown into the sea and became a small dot in the waves. Catcha. There was another sound of bones cracking. This pirate also died directly. Every attack of Air is full of sharp and fierce momentum, and every blow can kill a strong man. Damn, this guy is too powerful. We are no match for him and leave now. There was horror in the eyes of the pirates. It was the first time for them to see Air's strength. Air's combat power is too strong, they are no match at all. If you continue to stay, you will definitely be killed by Air. Wanna leave? Do you think you can still escape? Air's eyes narrowed slightly, and the power in his body suddenly swelled, and a violent and unparalleled power swept out. A violent wave of air swept out, and the whole world seemed to be shaken. The giant axe in Air's hand suddenly swung down, instantly cutting through the sky and heading straight for the pirates. Cracked. A series of shattering sounds resounded. The heads and bodies of those pirates exploded, and bright red blood fell like rain. Help, life. Spare my life. Please let us go, spare our lives. The pirates let out shrill screams, their voices full of panic and despair. They are all ordinary pirates. I have never seen such a cruel scene before. These 540 pirates knelt down and begged for mercy. But their hearts are filled with despair and anger. Do you really think I'm a fool? How low do you think my IQ is? It's really ridiculous. I'll let you know what it means to make one's own misfortune unbearable. A cold smile appeared on Air's face, and the fruit power was activated again and swept away. I saw that the heads and bodies of the pirates were chopped off, and bright red blood spilled on the ground. How can you be so cruel? I'm Marine Admiral. You must die. There was a bloodthirsty light in Air's eyes. Die. Air's lips moved slightly, and he let out a growl. A strong pressure swept out directly and enveloped the pirates. No, don't kill us. The pirates were suppressed by this terrifying force and fell to the ground shivering. They were all experiencing death in person for the first time. We are willing to surrender. As long as you don't kill us, we are all willing to surrender. Please, please. We really have no choice. The pirates begged for mercy. This was the first time they felt their lives were in danger. You have been late for too long. Reality no longer allows you to survive. So you'd better die obediently. Chapter 173. Air's figure appeared again, and he raised his arms suddenly, hitting the heads of these pirates directly. 676,767. Bright red blood sputtered out. The pirates' heads were smashed by Air's arm. Your destiny is in my hands. Your life and death also control my mood. Air's eyes exuded cold, murderous intent, and the giant axe in his hand swung out again. A series of explosions of heads were heard, and dozens more pirates died. Your destiny is already in my hands, so you'd better surrender honestly. Air looked at the pirates, a cruel look flashed in his eyes. Do you really want to kill us? Don't forget that we are Marines. You can't kill us. Even if you can kill us, the rest of the admirals will unite to take revenge on you. You will definitely regret it. Those Marines' faces were filled with resentment and despair. Their fate has long been sealed. This pirate catastrophe is inevitable, and their only hope is to survive. As long as they live, they will one day look for opportunities to kill this devil. Can't you kill me? I will use time to prove it all. You losers are not worthy of being compared with me. I will kill you all. Let your fellow citizens never know who you are. I will let you know what is real fear and what is real despair. Air said coldly. His tone was extremely calm, but there was an unquestionable flavor in his words. The pirates were frightened. They didn't expect the devil to be so cruel. But they also know that Air's strength has exceeded Woohoo. They are no match at all. The pirates trembled. Their hearts are filled with despair. They were really unwilling to die like this, but they did not dare to disobey Air's will. They could only pray that Air would forgive them. But Air didn't give them any chance at all. His eyes scanned the pirates around him indifferently. These pirates are all pirates in the sea area. They are all the elite of the pirate team. Now they have slaughtered them all, and not a single one is left. Their hearts are filled with sadness. But more of it was fear and anger. You despicable people. They actually took advantage of the situation and robbed them. You are not worthy of being a pirate at all. The Marines roared wildly. Isn't it wrong that we just want to live? You are killing innocent people indiscriminately and are completely unscrupulous. We don't care about the rules of the country, we just want to live. The pirates screamed crazily. Haha, do you also know that these are troubled times? People like you will bring about the destruction of all countries sooner or later. You are the only one who will die. Air's figure disappeared again. Bang, bang, bang. Then the soles of his feet stepped down again. One after another, the heads of the pirates exploded and turned into blood mist all over the sky. Every time he took a step, a pirate fell. Boom! Air stepped down hard with the sole of his foot. Cracked. There was a crisp sound of fractures. The Marines' necks instantly twisted and deformed. There was fear in their eyes. Aren't you going to kill us? Why stop? A Marine exclaimed, looking at Air. Because I want to keep your lives and let you see with your own eyes the fate of those companions. I will slowly destroy your faith, defeat your faith, and then kill you. You will become my slaves, and you will only be able to obey my orders forever. And these Marine Sama will send you to hell and make you suffer a punishment that is even more horrific than the pain you have endured. Air's figure stood in the void and said indifferently. The pirates looked desperate when they heard this. They have been cornered. No, we still have a little chance. As long as you give us a few days, we can summon all the pirates to help us. A pirate's eyes flashed with crazy murderous intent. We will be able to kill you by then. Kill Air. We will sacrifice his head to the Admiral. The Admiral will avenge us then. Kill them all. A pirate said ferociously. Haha, are you okay? The corners of Air's mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes were filled with a mocking smile. Why not? The pirate said crazily. There are so many of us, enough to kill you all. It just takes a few minutes. We'll kill you soon. Letter 2 CB, at that time you will kneel before me. Ha. The pirates laughed wildly. There was also a hint of sarcasm in Air's eyes. Really, you are so confident. A layer of purple light appeared on Air's body. Those purple arcs of electricity surrounded him. The power of thunder and lightning. Yes, the power of thunder and lightning can increase your strength. But it is not your ultimate trump card. It cannot last for too long, otherwise you will be counterattacked. Do you know? The pirate looked at Air and snorted coldly. Then you try it. Let's see who of us can survive. Air sneered. Don't think that because you have the power of the thunder fruit, you can be unscrupulous. Our numbers are enough to crush you. Our power is endless. Our people will also provide continuous reinforcements. At that time, we can swarm you and drown you. You will definitely die, Zhao of Zhao. Your death has come. The pirate roared crazily. Then I'll teach you a lesson. Let you see what I can do. Air's figure rushed towards the group of pirates again. Thunder fist. Air's fists punched out suddenly, and endless purple lightning burst out. With one punch, the sky shattered and the earth shattered, the sky changed, and a terrifying wave spread out. Boom! A series of roaring sounds sounded. Jay! The pirates screamed and vomited blood and flew out. Their bodies seemed to have been struck by huge boulders, making the sound of bones breaking. All the bones in their bodies were broken, and their bodies were shattered. The bright red blood dyed the ground red, which looked shocking. Their bodies fell heavily, and the leader of the pirates had his head exploded. His body fell immediately. Chapter 174. You are indeed powerful. It's just not a threat to me at all. You can only be a pile of rotten meat. Air gently shook the iron rod in his hand. The faces of the pirates became extremely ugly, and they all felt a cold air rising from their backs. Don't you want to kill me? Now I will give you a chance. As long as you can block my 3 moves. I won't kill you. How about it? Air looked at the pirates. Those pirates felt a chill down their spines and a great sense of fear. They feel like ants, unable to escape Air's control. No. They all screamed. No, we can't resist his offensive at all. Let's not make such sacrifices. The pirates screamed in fear. Then you all go and die. I don't like nonsense, and I don't like hearing your whines. Air said indifferently. His eyes flashed with purple arcs of electricity. The pirates' bodies suddenly stiffened, unable to move, their eyes rounded with disbelief on their faces. Bang, bang, bang. A group of Pirates 87's body exploded. White pieces of flesh were scattered everywhere, and blood and minced meat were spread all over the island. This scene is shocking. These pirates all turned into puddles of flesh, and the water was dyed red with blood, making it a tragic and terrifying sight. Those pirates all died at the hands of Air. The Marines were also stunned. They didn't expect that Air actually killed so many pirates. We are the top pirate group in the Grand Line. You must not touch us. The pirates screamed in terror, but their voices trembled. My patience is running out. Since you are unwilling to surrender, then I have no choice but to slaughter you all. I don't care what your background is. But now that you've provoked me, you should have the consciousness of death. You are all going to die. Air shouted coldly, waving his fist and charging towards the Marines. Every punch he threw carried a destructive force. These Marines can't stop him from punching. Marines exploded one after another. Their bodies burst into pieces and filled the sky with blood and mist. Kill them all. Our people will continue to come with reinforcements. The pirates yelled one by one. Their faces were full of madness. Kill them all. Make them pay. They are all going to die. The honor of our pirate group does not allow anyone to desecrate it. A group of pirates roared crazily, and they rushed across the level of Air with weapons in hand. You really think I'm afraid of you? I'll show you today. Thor's hammer. Air's fists clenched suddenly. A stream of bright silver thunder and lightning wrapped around the fist, forming a huge silver hammer. Air punched down, and the huge silver hammer head was packed with indomitable power and blasted towards the group of pirates. Cracked. The bodies of those pirates exploded instantly. My shoulder was blown out. My waist is discounted. My legs are broken. My arm was blown off. The pirates screamed and fell down one after another, their bodies being blasted by air. Blood dyes the earth red. Heads splashed and stained the land red. The entire island was filled with the strong smell of blood, giving everyone a creepy feeling in their hearts. They felt like that battle was the end of the world. Every pirate roared angrily. They rushed towards Air frantically. Air was cold and ruthless, punching punch after punch, destroying all the pirates. The islands were covered in blood and minced meat, giving people a pungent stench. Air glanced at the surrounding Marines indifferently. 13,604,105, Felu 230, 1,430, 1,411. His eyes flashed with a cold and murderous intent. Damn it. This is a freak. He is simply a devil. We are no match for him. The pirates looked at Air in horror. Although they are all elite pirates, they are no match for Air. Air's strength is terrifying. Didn't you say that our pirate group is very strong? Now I will use my strength to tell you. Air's eyes turned black, and his body erupted with unparalleled power. The pirates couldn't help but retreat. Their expressions changed greatly. How powerful is this guy? Those pirates were going crazy. They are not willing to fail. Not good. Stop him quickly. This guy is crazy. The pirates roared crazily. A ship sets out. Their goal is to intercept Air and stop his killing spree. Snort. You just want to stop me. A sneer formed on the corner of Air's mouth. Go to hell. He took a step forward, and a monstrous aura erupted from his body, and a golden dragon-shaped shadow was wrapped around his fist. He blasted out like a dragon out of the sea. Boom! The ships were bombarded and shattered into pieces. The pirates screamed. Air's fist fell like a meteor, punch after punch. One pirate after another was killed and smashed to pieces. But Air was like a god of death, punching out those pirates and bursting into pieces. His body was surrounded by golden thunder and lightning, and every punch contained a terrifying power. Every time he punched out, it was like a meteor streaking through the void. This guy is so powerful. The group of pirates retreated crazily. Air's strength far exceeded them, which made the pirates panic. Damn it! What to do? We can't continue fighting with him. Otherwise we will all die. His speed is too fast, we can't capture his trajectory at all. The faces of the pirates changed drastically. They all fled to avoid Air's pursuit. But Air had already planned it, and he came after them just as they were about to run away. Don't make me kill anyone. One by one, the pirates roared and took out various weapons to fight Air. Kill! Air's abilities blasted towards the pirates like crazy. Boom boom! Waves of roaring sounds came out. They fought and fled. You can't escape. Today must die. Air's eyes were cold and ruthless, and he waved his arms slightly, and streaks of golden thunder and lightning wrapped around his fists and blasted out. He punched out one after another, beating the fleeing pirates to pieces. Chapter 175. This moment. He was as majestic as a god of war. Impossible. How can you be so strong? How could he be so fast? The faces of the pirates changed drastically. Air's strength is too powerful, and they cannot compete with it. Everyone get out of here. Air punched out and killed a pirate Tilda. The bodies of those pirates exploded, and blood and pieces of flesh were scattered everywhere. You all must die. Air's fists kept killing. His power was actually exhausted, and he only had his last breath left, but he did not stop at all and continued to attack crazily. The pirates were almost desperate, and a strong sense of crisis arose in their hearts. My brothers! We unite against him. A pirate shouted loudly, This guy is too powerful, we can't resist him at all. Hurry up and unite to resist him. A group of pirates shouted. They formed armament hacky from each other and blasted towards Air. Air frowned. Purple arcs of electricity flashed in his pupils. Boom boom. The purple electric arc bombarded out, shattering everything in an instant. Aza. The bodies of the pirates were blown to pieces. Air's eyes swept over the Marines, who were all trembling and knelt down one by one. Their bodies were shaking so hard they wet their crotches. I surrender, I am willing to surrender to him. One of the pirates quickly begged for mercy. Air stepped out in front of the group of pirates. He stretched out his hand to pick up a pirate, and then slapped him away until blood spurted from his orifices. You bastards still want to deal with me. Court deaths. Air's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Don't want. The Marines were horrified. They know this is Air's true wrath. Air ignored him and blasted out with both fists, killing all the pirates. Those pirates are all strong in fruit abilities. But facing the monster Air, they are completely vulnerable. Damn it. He's too fast. How can you have such tyrannical power? Who the hell is this guy? The pirates looked at this scene in shock. They felt the power fluctuations emanating from Air and were suffocated. This man actually hides such tyrannical fruit power. This guy is too strong, we are no match at all. As expected of one of the 5 emperors. A group of pirates looked ugly. They didn't expect this Air to be so powerful. They just thought Air was weak at first. But I didn't expect Air to be so powerful. I want to go back and report. Please send strong men from above. The leader pirate gritted his teeth. He didn't dare to neglect. Monsters like Air are too scary, and this matter must be reported. Etc. What you up to? Air looked up sharply and stared at the leader. The leader's heart trembled violently under Air's gaze. You want to run away? Air narrowed his eyes and said coldly. The pirate leader's body trembled. I wasn't trying to escape. I just want to report this matter so that experts can be sent to deal with you. The leader's words made Air sneer. I said, none of you can leave today. I will kill you myself. No. Please let us go. The pirates were horrified. Now that you have pissed me off, I must die. Die to me. Air rushed out coldly and punched the pirate leader. The leader's face was full of panic. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body was retreating crazily. Air's body turned into a black light and chased him. Boom! One punch smashed the leader's body into pieces. Bright red blood shot out from his corpse. His body fell to the ground, splattered with blood and broken flesh. This scene frightened the surrounding pirates, and they fled one after another, not daring to stay any longer. Can't delay it any longer. We must get out of here quickly. We are no match for him. We must report it immediately. The pirates fled one after another. Air didn't care. He fought his way into the crowd, taking a life with him every time. He was like a war machine, killing more than 100 lives with every punch. The pirates fled in terror. My brothers, where are you going? Don't abandon us, please, take us away. Zero, please give me flowers. The pirates shouted in horror. They all turned around and ran away. But at this time, Air rushed forward. He punched the leading Marine away. He directly kicked the pirate away, then punched him and smashed his body into pieces. His strength is so terrifying that he can kill the leader instantly with one punch. No, we will all die if this continues. We'd better retreat first. Otherwise, we will all die. A group of pirates around them panicked and screamed one by one. They fled into the distance, one after another. Air walked in step by step. His eyes flashed coldly. Do not go. Air waved his fist and struck at the heads of the pirates. Azira. These pirates were unable to stop them at all, and their bodies were beaten to pieces one after another. F. Why are you forcing me? Air roared crazily and was extremely ferocious in his heart. Stop killing people. You have killed more than 2,000 pirates. Don't kill me. The pirates cried wildly and struggled desperately, trying to escape from the shackles of Air. Air's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he rushed forward again, crushing the pirates with punch after punch. His body was like a god of death. Wherever he passed, countless pirates died tragically on the spot. These pirates are very weak and are no match for Air. There's nothing the Marines can do. Monsters like Air are too cruel and terrifying. They couldn't stop Air at all. This human being is so powerful. Let's run away. If we stay any longer, our death will become more and more miserable. A group of Marines fled. They don't dare to continue to struggle with Air, otherwise they will also be killed. Air stepped out step by step, with a terrifying murderous aura exuding from his body. I'm going to kill you all. Air's figure rushed out. He grabbed a pirate by the neck and crushed it violently. Ah! A shrill roar came. The pirate's body was completely reduced to a puddle of mud. Ah! The other pirates shouted when they saw this. Help! Send reinforcements quickly. A group of Marines shouted to him. Chapter 176. They want to lure Air back. As long as he can be guided back, everything can end. Humph, do you want to lure me back? Air's cold eyes stared at them. He is full of murderous intent. Die! His figure disappeared like a ghost. Rays of golden light burst out with bright golden light. Those golden rays of light were like a metal storm, sweeping towards the surroundings. Ah! Help! The bodies of the pirates exploded one after another, and they were killed by Air. The pirates screamed in fear and ran away into the distance. Those Marines were also shocked. Air's speed is so fast that it's almost like teleporting. They didn't even see Air clearly. Do not go. Please don't leave. If you stay, we can still survive. As long as you're willing to stay, I am willing to dedicate a city. As long as it keeps me alive. The Marines around them shouted. But the pirates didn't listen to the advice at all and continued to run forward. Air chased all the way. The pirates around him collapsed one after another. They were no match for Air. It was impossible to stop him. A series of miserable screams were heard. Every pirate was killed by Air. His fists blasted out like cannonballs, crushing giant ships to pieces. At this moment, the pirates around him were scared to death and ran away frantically. Every pirate screamed in fear. Their pupils were so wide that they seemed to burst their eyeballs. They had never seen such a terrifying person before. His fist was like the iron fist of a demon king, killing pirates one punch after another. The huge ships around were smashed into pieces. The surrounding pirates fled one after another, but Air was hot on their heels. Escape quickly. The surrounding pirates screamed in horror. They kept running away into the distance. Air rushed forward while chasing them. There were corpses everywhere, corpses lying down one after another, and the entire sea area was in a mess, as if the end of the world was coming. Air punched out one punch after another, destroying every huge marine ship. At this moment, Air is as scary as a devil. Suddenly, a pirate howled miserably, and he fell to his knees covered in blood and looked at Air with horrified eyes. "You don't kill me," he said in horror. "You are worthless to me, I just want to kill you." Air's eyes were extremely serious. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." He kept wailing. At this moment, he felt that his life was threatened and his whole body was shaking. "You damn thing, you made me look like this. But you should also be glad that you are lucky. It was me who met you. If it had been someone else, you would have been killed long ago." Air's voice was extremely cold, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. "T1. I beg you, I am willing to serve you like a cow or a horse." The Marine begged for mercy in horror. "You bastards. Why don't you go die?" Air shouted angrily. Angry flames flashed in his eyes, and the overwhelming murderous intent filled the air, making the Marine's body tremble violently. "I'm willing to pay any price as long as I can survive," he shouted with regret. He knew he was terribly wrong. You shouldn't mess with such a scary guy. He knew that he would not be able to escape today, and his soul would completely perish. But he was unwilling to do so. He still wants to live. He still has a lot of unfinished business. He is not willing to give in. "You despicable bastard. You actually want to kill your own brother. You damn villain, damn criminal, damn executioner." Air cursed angrily. His eyes were filled with anger, the muscles in his body were tense, and his whole body was surging with majestic momentum. "No matter how you insult me, you can't change the fact that you are a villain and a criminal. You must die. You despicable humans." Air's words were cold to the bone. Golden scales appeared on his body, and monstrous golden flames were released from his body. Boom! Air punched out. "Aza!" The Marine howled miserably as Air punched his body into pieces and was completely killed instantly. His body fell to the ground, bright red blood dripping. "You all must die." Air's eyes were extremely scarlet, and his whole body was filled with overwhelming aura. He punched forward one after another, and one giant ship after another was continuously blown up by him. The pirates around him were all frightened out of their wits. They were terrified and ran away wildly. They finally realized this terrifying existence. "You can't kill us. Otherwise, our leader will not let you go." All the pirates shouted in horror. They are the most powerful pirates on the Grand Line, and their power is enough to sink the Marine. They knew that this time they were on an iron plate, and their leader would never let Air go. "Ha-ha-ha!" Air looked up to the sky and roared, terrifying fluctuations surging in his body. An endless black hole appeared behind him, and the black hole was filled with terrifying suction energy. Whoosh! A pitch-black chain shot out from the black hole and wrapped around the pirates. This is one of Air's attack methods. These pirates were entangled in the dark chains, and their bodies quickly decayed, and their skin began to melt, revealing bloody bones. How dare you attack us? You must die a happy death." The pirates let out pitiful screams, and their bodies melted quickly. "You damn Air. You're dead. You are not worthy of fighting our leader." The pirates roared crazily and watched 1.6's own body melt and disappear. Their eyes were full of spite and anger. Boom! Air's figure appeared. He grabbed the pirate and crushed him, and the pirate's body exploded. "I'm dead, I'm dead." The pirates all let out desperate cries. They all know their fate, which is to be killed by the devil in front of them. They roared in despair. The bodies of those pirates continued to die, their vitality gradually passed away, and finally they disappeared into nothing. All the pirates around him were dead, and Air stood in the void overlooking the sea below. His eyes were as deep as ink, and the corners of his mouth had a cruel arc. "All the damn pirates must die." His voice was cold and ruthless, full of killing intent. Chapter 177. Damn bastard Air, how dare you massacre our people, you will die today. At this moment, waves of roars echoed through the sky. "ARU?" I saw several figures rising into the sky in the distance. The leader is clearly the pirate leader Kaido, followed by hundreds of elite pirates. Damn bastard. If you kill my brother, you will have to pay with your blood. Kill. Kaido roared angrily and led everyone towards air. Boom. Waves of terrifying momentum erupted. You are seeking death. Air glared at the pirates, with terrifying fluctuations and golden light surging all over his body. He took one step forward and instantly crossed the distance of 1,000 meters, arriving in front of the pirates. He punched Kaido, and bright golden flames burst out from his head. This is the power of his fruit, and the golden flame contains terrifying power. Aza. Kaido felt a strong sense of danger, and his body dodged crazily to avoid Air's punch. Unfortunately, Air's fist was too fast to dodge, and his body 5 was instantly blasted dozens of meters away. Boom! Kaido fell to the bottom of the sea, his body rolled suddenly, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood. How can this be? Kaido stared at Air in disbelief with his eyes wide open, his eyes full of shock and horror. With that punch just now, Kaido felt like he was being hit by a towering mountain. What a terrifying power this is. Damn you bastard, how dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you. Die to me. Kaido roared. His body was burning with raging flames, and his body's fruit abilities expanded rapidly. He was suspended above the sky like a star, his wings spread dozens of meters, covering the sky and the earth like a bright moon. A huge horn sprouted from the top of his head, emitting a dazzling white light. This is a mysterious symbol. The aura on his body also became stronger. I'm going to kill you and tear you apart. Kaido's whole body rushed towards Air quickly. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he was in front of Air in the blink of an eye. A terrifying pressure came down. This is a kind of terrifying coercion, containing the power to destroy everything, as if the whole world collapsed, and the Su-Shu who opened the bed was crushed by this terrifying power deposit. This guy is really strong, more terrifying than any powerful pirate I have ever encountered before. Air thought to himself. His body trembled slightly, feeling that his body was about to be unable to withstand the pressure. The behemoth was reflected in his pupils. It was a unicorn that was 300 to 400 meters long. It was covered with silver-white scales and had ferocious scars on its body. Kaido opened his mouth and let out a shrill scream. His body suddenly doubled in size, becoming 500 meters tall, and his arms extended to hundreds of meters. He opened his huge mouth and spit out a ball of blazing fire. A blazing flame rose into the sky with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. The temperature of the fireball is so terrifying that it can burn everything, turning everything into ashes. This is lightning-style ability. Air was shocked. He didn't expect that the Kaido in front of him could actually master lightning style, and that his abilities had reached perfection. A ball of blazing flames hit Air, and he quickly dodged it. The ocean was immediately burned out of the compound. The faces of the pirates were full of excitement. Ha 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 ha, Air, you are dead. Today you must die. Snort. It's you who died. Air shouted coldly. The golden light on his right fist flashed, blooming with a dazzling golden light, and he punched hard. Air's right fist collided with the flame, and the flames instantly dissipated, and the terrifying power swept out in all directions. The pirates were immediately blown away, and fell into the sea one after another. Puff thump thump. The pirates fell into the sea one after another. Not good. He wants to kill people and silence them. No. The pirates suddenly shouted in panic. Die. Air punched out again, and the pirates were immediately blasted away by an overwhelming force. Bang, bang, bang. They were wearing armor, but they still couldn't stop the terrifying power. The armor was torn into pieces, and their bodies exploded instantly. What? Kaido's eyes almost popped out, and his eyes were full of fear. How is this going? How could those pirates be killed instantly with one punch? He didn't react at all. The scene in front of him was actually beyond his expectation. Damn it! Run away. When the pirates saw this scene, they were all frightened and ran away in all directions frantically. The power in Air is terrifying. They simply can't handle this kind of power. Kaido, are you still not convinced? These pirates are totally vulnerable. Air looked at the escaping pirates and sneered. KR. Kaido's heart was full of frustration and humiliation. Admiral, a great pirate of his generation, was actually being chased by a group of minions and was running away in embarrassment. Wouldn't it make people laugh out loud if these words spread? Go to hell. Kaido roared, his body suddenly expanded, and he went straight to Air to slap him. Air slashed at him with knives in both hands, and the two giant weapons collided with a deafening sound. Cracked. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Kaido's body shot out backwards, with bright red blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. The other pirates were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened with disbelief. Did they read it correctly? How is it possible to blow up Marine Admiral Kaido with one punch? They looked at Air in awe. This is a terrifying monster with an unknown body. Air looked at Kaido indifferently. Die. He waved his arms and attacked Kaido again. Kaido screamed, and his chest was pierced by Air's punch. His body kept struggling, trying to push Air away but to no avail. Air's body punched out again, sending his body flying away. I'm not willing to give in. Kaido whined in pain. Air did not stop, waving his arms again and hitting Kaido. A series of dull noises resounded endlessly, and his body was knocked upside down again, with bright red bloodline flowing from the corners of his mouth. Kaido looked at Air, filled with grief, anger, and resentment.